Chapter 41. Tanhua spoke for the second time, and Bai Jian finally reacted. He was about to change the topic jokingly, when he saw another person rushing over. "Hey, you three are not in a love triangle, are you?" This person is none other than the instructor in charge of Bai Jian's class. His surname is Li. Teacher Li looked at this one and then at that one. "I saw you chatting with this Tan first, and the two of them were chatting happily, and you were even smiling." He pointed directly at Bai Jian, his current student. Then Chu Yuan came over, and when you looked over, his eyes were shining. Bai Jian was stunned by the continuous accusations. What is this called? People are walking on the road, and the pot falls from the sky? Is it not okay for him to look at people who are good-looking? These days. Tanhua was also speechless. "No way, old Li, it's only been a few years, and your eyesight is not good enough." "Then what else?" You grinned at her with your teeth bared. "If you don't have some ideas, could it be that you like her and want to add her to your team?" Teacher Li retorted. Tanhua opened his mouth and was about to ask why it couldn't be. Chu Yuan next to him had already calmed down and said, "It's not like that. If what you said, Bai Jian and I both like Tanhua, then he should be very annoyed when he sees me." Teacher Li, Teacher Li never expected to hear this. He looked at Tanhua speechlessly. "Is this person usually like this?" And then he saw Tanhua nodded. "You've already caused a love triangle. How can Chu Yuan not explain?" Bai Jian pursed his lips and smiled. "What is this Hao Gaoling Tao Ao in the palace, and he has to use magic to defeat magic?" But after Teacher Li was confused, his brain stopped working, and he replied intuitively, "But the love triangle I just mentioned means that both of you like him." This he refers to Bai Jian. Bai Jian has already reacted completely, and his face didn't change at all. He smiled gently and said, "Teacher, this kind of joke is not easy to make. I'm still young and my concentration is poor. If I hear it too much, I will really feel that I am liked." Teacher Li looked over with wide eyes. "What's the matter? Are you also learning Chu Yuan's tricks?" Chu Yuan nodded. According to common sense, if people make jokes too much, if both parties don't have any bad feelings towards each other, it is very likely that some ambiguity will really arise. Teacher Li quickly stopped him. Stop. I saw it wrong, okay. It's not that I'm completely afraid of his muttering, but it seems that it's not good to say it casually. It was also because Tanhua was too shameless since childhood, so he forgot that there was a new student here. Teacher Li quickly interrupted, trying to skip this topic, chatted a few more words, and then left. He was still muttering while walking. Although it seemed to be a misunderstanding, he just glanced over, and saw that the boy surnamed Tan was definitely interested in Bai Jian. And the look Bai Jian gave Chu Yuan when he looked back, if it was innocent, what about the student love he had seen over the years? How could he know that Tanhua was indeed interested, but not the interest he thought? After all, such a big healer. It was rare that he could keep up with the operation and awareness, and he didn't need to be protected, and he could even output. Who wouldn't want to be included in his team? Only Chu Yuan. At this moment, Tanhua was still sighing to Chu Yuan. You can only talk endlessly when you talk about these principles. After being interrupted by Teacher Li, he forgot what he wanted to ask at the beginning. But he remembered what he was discussing with Bai Jian at the beginning. "You came at the right time. Tell us you met before." Bai Jian smiled and interrupted him. "Brother Chu is here too. I have some new insights on some of the issues mentioned last time, just to listen to your opinions." Tanhua, what? Didn't you say that we won't talk about fighting monsters elegantly? It's not that. Bai Jian wanted to talk about another thing, which he thought of when he played a random dungeon with Emu and the other two. "I heard that people from noble families have been training physical fitness since childhood. Is it because it is easier to awaken talents?" Hearing this, Tanhua was stunned. Yes, according to the data, the higher the initial attribute points, the greater the possibility of awakening. Chu Yuan mentioned, they have their own plan, which can improve physical fitness to a certain extent under the original physical condition. The higher the initial attribute, the greater the possibility of awakening? Bai Jian repeated this sentence. He suddenly remembered some of the interactions between the original owner and Wei Yijiao. The latter seemed very sure that the original owner would awaken his talent and lead him to a good life. Bai Jian had thought about this problem before, and he thought it was because the original owner always looked very strong, and it seemed normal for him to awaken. But if Wei Yiji knew this theory, it would make sense. But they are all on planet 2538, and this theory is not something they, as orphans, can access. How can Wei Yichi know? Bai Jian regained his composure and heard Tanhua say in shock, "But you can actually guess these. What did we talk about that day? I don't think we mentioned training." Chu Yuan, isn't this something that comes naturally? Tanhua couldn't understand it. He hadn't even thought of which topic would extend to this. Bai Jian smiled and explained it to him briefly. Suddenly, he understood why he had a talent for healing, and then he thought more about it. Tanhua, He looked Bai Jian up and down. He really couldn't understand how his brain grew. He could connect all these things. No wonder he came from planet 2538. He has few resources and is an orphan. He can pass the exam with his own study and rank second. What can he do with his brain? However, Tanhua suddenly remembered. Why are you a healer? Your personality doesn't seem like it. Ha ha. Bai Jian laughed. Maybe it's because I think health is the most important thing. Tanhua, ? People who have never suffered from illness and pain, and who don't even feel pain when they are injured and can be cured by taking a big red medicine, can't understand this sentence at all. Bai Jian looked at his confused look, and for some reason, he wanted to see Chu Yuan's reaction. However, when his eyes drifted over, the other party had already turned around. Let's go, don't disturb others to eat. Tanhua reacted. Oh, you still have to continue standing and running and various exercises in the afternoon. As he said this, he was about to say goodbye to Bai Jian, but after walking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered what he was here for, and turned back. By the way, I have something to give you. Look, Tanhua paused and added, special talent, the goddess of the messenger of light. Goddess? Bai Jian got to the point. Even Emu had guessed what his talent was, so he was not surprised to be pointed out by Tanhua, but what did goddess mean? He looked at the link in disbelief, thinking, it shouldn't be. However, Tanhua had already chased Chu Yuan, and would not answer him again. Bai Jian closed his eyes, and clicked on the link. At first glance, he saw a sentence, the messenger of light might be called the goddess of light. Bai Jian's eyes went dark. It was not because of Tanhua's guess of his talent. After all, even Emu had guessed it. Chu Yuan and Tanhua had more experience, so it was normal for them to see that this was not an ordinary talent. It was mainly the goddess of light. With Tanhua's goddess in front, and the big title on the post behind, Bai Jian no longer had a fluke mentality. And now think about it, if Tanhua wanted to send him a link, couldn't he just send it directly? Why did he come here specially? Clearly, he came here to see the joke. He opened it, and saw that the original poster should be a friend of Huang Mao or Xion's Wangxiang, saying that his friend had made a small fortune some time ago, and they only found out that he was taken away by the big boss when they asked. Specifically, it described how powerful the big boss was, and how comfortable it felt to be nursed by 2 nurses. Bai Jian flipped to the original post, and saw that there was just a large group of people envious, saying that they couldn't even imagine what a good life this was. 2 treatments. The key point is that the original poster's friend only had 2 outputs in the book at that time, and 2 treatments took care of 2 people. No, I'm going to get red-eye disease. It's not necessary. It's just a coincidence. It's not a fixed team. By the way, is the healer really that cruel, that he can kill the last 10% of the health by himself? Then this topic was brought up, and everyone expressed their opinions, saying all kinds of things. Some people even asked the OP to provide evidence, otherwise it was nonsense. Up to this point, it was still normal, until someone said that the healer's blood recovery was sufficient, the output damage was also high, and the key was that he had a set of novice equipment at the beginning. Was he a big guy who had just awakened? The above person is crazy, who can be so cruel after awakening? I think what he said makes sense. Ordinary people can't do it, but it's possible for special talents. After all, think about it, if it's not special, who can be so cruel after awakening for 10 or 20 years? Professional healer, 30 years, this is really amazing. If the OP is not lying, it must be a special talent. Then a group of people dug up the details mentioned by the OP, and discovered the special skill of holy light. After all, the blood recovery effect is really amazing. This is definitely not an ordinary skill, it must be the initial skill of a special talent. After all, Bai Jian's awakening happened only more than a month ago. Even if the Star Network has no memory, everyone still remembers such a recent event. After all, it is a special talent, and it is a special talent that has been no news for several days. And if you associate it with Guangyi, it doesn't make sense if you don't associate it with anything else. Then everyone knows that the host may not really be lying, and that friend really enjoyed the situation of 2 treatments, and one of them is a special talent. And the reason why he became a woman is because Huang Mao and Xiong Zhuangxiang bragged about him, and made him a girl. Bai Jian, Bai Jian, Bai Jian, Really? 3 ellipsis marks are not enough to describe his current mood. Emu had mentioned this topic when they were having a barbecue supper that night. At that time, Bai Jian really didn't take it seriously, because he thought Huang Mao and Xiong Wangxiang knew what was going on. On the whole, everyone had a great time playing the dungeon that day. Not to mention that he basically played the random dungeon alone that day. He and Emu were not the kind of people who cared about every penny. In the end, they didn't even agree to the 70:30 split they proposed, but gave them an extra 10% according to the 60:40 split. For this, Huang Mao and Xiong Wangxiang should be grateful, and the fact that the two of them took the initiative to propose a 70:30 split shows that they are mature adults who have been polished by society. Such people don't say everything, they have a scale in their hearts. Even if they took into account the extra 200,000 copies they got in the end, they only had good things to say to Baijian and Emu, and they didn't have any bad intentions. In this situation, not only did Baijian fight monsters in women's clothing, but he also warned Emu not to record or take photos when he entered the dungeon. Although the two were not specifically told, Baijian noticed that they did not turn on the video recording function. Even though the scene after the arrival was a blockbuster, the two did not think of taking a photo. It can be seen that they would not publicize this matter when they went out, otherwise, wouldn't it be more interesting to take a video? So he really did not expect the scene. It can only be said that Baijian's thoughts were not wrong, but he did not expect that things are unpredictable. Huang Mao and Xiong Wangxiang did not have the idea of actively talking about this matter, and even Xiong Wangxiang's friends did not know that he had made this dungeon fortune. Huang Mao didn't intend to say it, but he was drinking with his friends and said it out without thinking. When he realized it, he had almost said it. What could he do? He couldn't tell anyone that the Abai brothers were wearing women's clothes. Fortunately, he didn't say what gender the four of them were, so Baijian became a girl, and a beautiful one at that. Huang Mao's brain suddenly went blank, and he praised her in various ways. In order to prevent people from associating the girl with a man dressed as a woman, he also gave Baijian a pair of big breasts, and praised her for being very cute and good-looking. In this way, from the final result, Baijian became a beautiful woman with a baby face, big breasts and long legs. As for why it was long legs, it was because when he was showing off his fighting monsters before, he mentioned that with a step of long legs, with a force, 2 long legs would jump onto the back of the boss. Regardless of what Baijian was feeling now, Emu, who also saw this scene, laughed so hard that he spit out his food. Good guy. The man who was trying to stop the fight was sprayed all over by him, and he was completely dumbfounded. Brother, what's wrong with you? Emu shook his head, and quickly cleaned himself up, and also gave the man who was trying to stop the fight a cleansing meal. Only then did he digest the content of the post, and saw that someone in the latest reply was saying, it must be a special talent. To be able to fight like this, either he has a special talent, or he is mutated like Chu Yuan. Even if it involved his idol, he didn't have time to reply that you are the one who mutated, and even forgot to eat, and immediately opened the chat window with Baijian. Brother, did you see it? Baijian replied him with 6 points, This reaction showed that he knew, and Emu couldn't help laughing again. Fortunately, he didn't eat anything this time, so he couldn't spit anything out. However, the swordsman who was eating with him, and the 2 roommates, who tried to stop the fight looked at him very strangely. No, what did you see? Post it for us to see too? Emu didn't have time to deal with him, and was anxious to know what Baijian thought. Of course, he just hated that they were not in the same dormitory at the moment, so he couldn't see what the other person's expression was. Not only him, but there was another person, who was actually quite concerned about him. Why are you so anxious? Tan Hua complained as he followed Chu Yuan. Let me stay a little longer, and I see how the little healer reacts to this post. Chu Yuan, are you afraid he beat you to death? Not really. Tan Hua didn't believe it. I knew he was wearing women's clothes earlier, and I saw it with my own eyes. What's this now? He just stayed there to see the joke. Would Baijian still want to beat him? How could it be possible? He just felt that Chu Yuan really didn't know people's little thoughts well, and he didn't understand this aspect better than him. However, Chu Yuan glanced at him and said, he is good at covering his ears and stealing the bell. Tan Hua, huh? He looked at Chu Yuan strangely. He said he didn't know him. Why did you know him so well? However, Chu Yuan obviously wouldn't explain to him. After being annoyed with him for a while, Tan Hua didn't get an answer and didn't bother about it. On the other hand, Emu was very persistent in wanting to know how Baijian felt now. Moreover, no one has yet thought of the fact that we played a random game that day. Even if they do, they won't be able to connect us for the time being. But maybe someone will have an idea, and if it is revealed, everyone will know that the one wearing women's clothes, with big breasts, a sweet and cute baby face, and long legs is you. Baijian, shut up, you jinx. It was you who said those two people would brag before. Chapter 42. Bai Jian's mood did not affect how the matter fermented on the internet. The power of netizens is strong. Soon, someone dug out the planet where Bai Jian was. This cannot be concealed, and there is no need to make any effort to check. After all, the yellow-haired friend did not hide this when he posted, and it was directly displayed there. He is on Tianqi Star. How could his friend not be there? His friend is here, so the messenger of light must be there too. This is a question that does not need to be thought about in detail, and it is common sense that everyone knows. So it can be imagined that knowing that this new special talent is a healer, and a healer with such a large amount of healing, how many people would want to rush to try their luck? But these have nothing to do with Bai Jian. He has not even been to the God realm recently, and this is the confidence of being rich. When you have hundreds of thousands of dollars in your hands, you can completely play it for a while, and get rid of the days of making money every day. Of course, Bai Jian's behavior cannot be considered as playing it. After all, he just spent more time on studying. If he was to say that he was playing badly, it was only for the magic sword. Compared with people like Gong Sun Miao Miao, his foundation was still a little poor. Don't think that the original owner did well in the exam, because there was no book knowledge beyond what they could learn on the exam paper. There were additional questions, but the proportion was not very high. And the original owner was a very thoughtful person, and he actually answered a good score. But this does not mean that his knowledge reserve in manufacturing can be compared with those students who have been exposed to it in advance, or even have been hands-on. Not to mention Gong Sun Miao Miao, Jiang Min is better than Bai Jian in this regard. Bai Jian would gain something every time he communicated with the other party. He absorbed knowledge eagerly, and some of his classmates also followed him to read books. After all, look at it, the top students are all studying. How can you put it here? Compared with the manufacturing department, the talent department is studying hard. So everyone doesn't meet as often as before, and it's not just because of Bai Jian. Emu can only keep the dream of seeing whether Bai Jian will change his face when he mentions the childlike face and big breasts in person. However, other people don't know about it, so they are not as restricted as he is when discussing it. After so long, the new special talent has finally appeared, but how come no one has discovered her with such a large amount of healing? Imushin said, because he is holding a crossbow and killing all day long. The brother who persuaded the quarrel said, isn't it said that her equipment is very good? Maybe she joined a team secretly. It's normal for others not to know if they fight monsters together. Imushin said, there is no team. Besides, we fight monsters together every day, but you don't see anything. He was so angry that he wanted to say something, but he held it back. If he had known, he would have walked slower. If he hadn't entered the random dungeon, he wouldn't have known that Bai Jian was actually the healer with special talent. He might be very interested in discussing it with everyone now. And he is on Apocalypse Star. Maybe we can meet him someday. Hey, do you think he will be in our school? Hearing this, Emu's breathing stopped. Could someone have guessed it? The next second he knew he was overthinking. There is a long-legged beauty in the next class who fits the description. Do you think it could be her? Emu's face was wooden. Should I remind you that the beauty you are talking about is holding a big axe? Not necessarily. Anyway, the axe and the crossbow are both strength attributes. And didn't it mention it above? In addition to the skills, the person only used a crossbow to shoot, and there was no corresponding skill. Emu didn't want to discuss it with him. After all, he knew that the lack of corresponding skills clearly meant that Bai Jian only had a group attack skill, which he couldn't use at the time. He had to hold it in here, and couldn't say anything. It was so uncomfortable, but think about it, Bai Jian must be the one who was more uncomfortable at this time. He was just an insider, and that was it. How would Bai Jian feel when he heard these words? Especially those who praised him for being beautiful, and some people lamented that they also wanted to be that beautiful. But in fact, Bai Jian was okay. After all, Bai Jian was in the manufacturing department. Although we cannot say that we are not paying attention to this matter at all, the degree of discussion is obviously different. Moreover, the enthusiasm for learning has risen, and a large number of people have been exhausted by military training, so there is no time to care about whether they are treated or not. Can special talent save them from the hardship of learning or the fatigue of military training? No, so forget it. Let's do business first. So in this environment, Bai Jian is not stimulated by hearing that he has become a child-faced big-breasted person every day. His daily life is becoming more and more regular, except for the different food. Today I met Tan Hua, who stuffed him a jar, and said it was delicious. Bai Jian went back to the dormitory and opened it. Wow! It was delicious. Buddha jumps over the wall. This is a famous dish for state banquets. Brother Tan is generous. Bai Jian moved his fingers and sent a message to Tan Hua. Of course, when I have something good, how can I not think of you? Tan Hua is not only talkative in reality, but also on the computer. There was originally a dish of boiled cabbage, but when I looked for it, I found that it was eaten by Chu Yuan. Bai Jian looked at the name of the dish and thought that this was another big dish. Boiled cabbage looks ordinary, but the most ordinary thing about this dish is the name, and the others are all special. However, Bai Jian is not very fond of cabbage, so he has never tried it. But he has eaten Buddha jumps over the wall, and he has specially found many stores. He will try it if he has the chance. There are expensive ones and relatively cheap ones, and the taste is different. It mainly depends on the ingredients inside. Even if the gousette by Tan Hua is not the top configuration, it is almost the same. Bai Jian was very satisfied with the food, so he didn't care about the cabbage at all. Instead, Tan Hua received a call from Zhao Luosher. Xiao Tan, I heard that you sent something to my students. Tan Hua was overwhelmed by this, and retorted intuitively, we are really not doing a love triangle. Zhao Luosher was stunned for a moment. Love triangle. Tan Hua said angrily in his heart, it's all Lao Li's fault. If it wasn't for his love triangle that was too magical he wouldn't have. But what's wrong with these teachers? So many students in the school stopped him before, asking for autographs and taking photos, but he never said anything. Today, when he ran into Bai Jian, he asked about the love triangle and the call. Zhao Luosher didn't mean that. He was different from Teacher Li. Teacher Li saw the unusual look in Bai Jian's eyes when he saw Chu Yuan. He made this call mainly because he thought Tan Hua had bad intentions. Because Bai Jian had been snatched away by the talent department before, he was still thinking about the popularity of students. Tan Hua's teammate was Chu Yuan, and the two had never added anyone else. Teacher Li criticized Tan Hua because he thought the two were too picky and looked down on many graduates. How could a freshman be in their eyes? Zhao Luosher was different. He thought that Bai Jian was from the manufacturing department, and he was the only one among the top 3 this year who had no one behind him. More importantly, he obviously had talent, so he didn't need to worry too much about protecting himself even if he went out to fight. The disadvantage was that he was still a freshman, and it would take a few years to finish his studies. After thinking about it, he found that he was a little bit like him, but also a little bit different. So Zhao Luosher made this call. Everyone was so familiar with each other that it didn't matter if they guessed wrong. As a result, Tan Hua started talking about a love triangle, which really confused him. No, tell me clearly, what love triangle? Tan Hua, Bai Jian had no idea about the turmoil caused by the love triangle. He enjoyed the Buddha jumps over the wall happily, and continued to read. He even tried it. The dormitory could not be dismantled, so he searched in his private property and found the pot. It was the one he used to cook hot pot before. Then he started to dismantle it without saying anything. The energy here is different from what Bai Jian knew. It is the kind that can be recycled. It's not coal, oil, or natural gas. Bai Jian even checked it out. This stuff is more expensive than water now, and it's scarce. Can you imagine a small piece of charcoal selling for 1,000 yuan, and a liter of gasoline for 888? Here, Bai Jian is more familiar with wind and solar energy, and then, there are several special methods unique to this place. For example, this pot uses one of them. It is driven by other things, mainly the chip inside, which can receive signals from many places in the house, and then start heating. After all, this dormitory is a high-tech. And these are not operated by electricity, but can capture the garbage thrown down at ordinary times, and then digest it, and turn it into energy. It can destroy all kinds of garbage and generate energy. Bai Jian disassembled a pot, but he didn't see much. Because the material of the pot can be seen without disassembling it, and a chip was disassembled, and this chip, in fact, is mentioned in the book. But for this kind of thing, it's always itchy if you don't disassemble it, so he disassembled it. After disassembling it, he borrowed tools and put it back. Jiang Min, who lent him the tools, couldn't help but say, I thought you would be more inclined to research weapons. That's true, Bai Jian said, but it doesn't affect me to figure out what's going on. What if people still have to have some dreams? What if one day they change back? He will come up with such an energy system when he goes back. This thing is really useful. But it is also possible that when he goes back, he already has it, and can enjoy it directly. After all, the original owner is there now. Although he certainly doesn't know as much as he does now, he still has some knowledge in this area in his mind, so it's not impossible to study it at that time. Bai Jian quickly reassembled the pot, tried it, and found it was not hot, so he couldn't help but pat it twice and shook it. Jiangmin? What are you doing? Nothing, just a quick repair out of habit. As Baijian spoke, he had once again disassembled the pot, this time cleaning it more carefully, and then put the chip away. Jiangmin, who still didn't understand what a quick repair was, said as he looked at it, "It should work this time. This chip is more sensitive, and there may be residual dust after cleaning it before." Baijian, thanks to the good environment of Tianqi Star. If this was on Star 2538, it would be really difficult to deal with. After all, the houses there are automatically cleaned every day, otherwise they would be covered with a layer of dust. Tianqi Star has a good environment, and this is indoors, and the chips on civilian appliances are not that demanding. After the second cleaning, Baijian succeeded. The pot became hot again. It's amazing, he thought. If you don't really take it apart, even if you see the information, it's hard to think that there's only a small chip inside, but think about it. Even in their era, some technologies hundreds of years ago can be called miracles. Not to mention anything else, the mobile phone can become a magic weapon for transmitting sound thousands of miles away. And the technology here has been developed for more than 1,000 years, and there are some things in the game for them to study, so naturally there are remarkable results. After he repaired the pot, he talked with Jiang Min for a while, and then prepared to go to bed. It was getting late. 2 days passed like this, and the students were all excited. After all, the military training was about to end. Although Baijian didn't think it was difficult, and it was easy for him, once the military training was over, he would have more time to allocate. The classmates were more concerned about, there is still a week before school starts. Can we go out for a walk? After all, many of them came to school on time. Not everyone is as far away as Baijian, and the conditions on the planet are poor. If you go out half an hour later, you may be late for 3 days. But even those who are close to school have only been in school for a few days. After all, this school starts too early than before, and it was notified suddenly. Many people are still traveling. Of course, even those who are at home have just had a short vacation and don't want to rush to the new school so quickly. Even if it is the dream love school, the attraction of home is still a little bit at this time. So it's not just the people in the talent department who complain that they haven't been out for a good walk and eat local specialties since they came to school. The people in the manufacturing department are the same, so they are thinking about going out at this time. Because of Baijian's good popularity in the class, he was also invited. Of course he didn't refuse. He was in a more urgent situation than everyone else here, and his schedule was the most tight, so he had the least time to go around. Now that he had a week of free time, it would be nice to go out for a walk. And now that he was out of the predicament of having an empty pocket, it would be nice to go out and buy something to relax. So, a group of people made an appointment to go out and play the next day. Compared to the game on 2538 Star, which represented everything, the general environment of Apocalypse Star was different. Not only was there a strong learning atmosphere here, but there were also many professions in various fields. For example, many famous Star Network dramas were produced on Apocalypse Star. Many students wanted to check in at the places filmed in the drama. Where's Brother Bai? Has he not come yet? Soon, he be here soon. He just sent a message saying he be here soon. Let's just wait for him at the school gate. As they were talking, the group had already left the school. While standing there waiting for Baijian, they saw their head teacher, Mr. Zhao, just coming back from outside and about to enter the school gate. Several people were ready to go over and say hello. And just at this moment, Baijian walked out and bumped into Zhao Lushi. He stopped and greeted him politely. Hello, teacher. Zhao Lushi asked, are you going out? Yeah. Baijian nodded. We've made an appointment to go out for a walk together. Wait, are you really having a love triangle with Chu Yuan and Tan Hua? Zhao Lushi said without thinking when he heard this. Baijian? What? His mind was confused, and he also remembered the love triangle that Mr. Li mentioned a few days ago. No way, did Teacher Zhao know about this? What about other teachers? He didn't know that this was all caused by Tan Hua, and was still wondering whether Teacher Qi had told Teacher Zhao, or whether other teachers knew about it. Seeing his expression, Zhao Lushi obviously realized that something was wrong. He had just run into Chu Yuan and Tan Hua, and although the boy said that the love triangle was a slip of the tongue, he was too shocked, and when he heard that they had made an appointment, he suddenly remembered it. Just at this time, a group of classmates came over with their arms around each other. Hello, Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao looked at them and said gently, are you going out to play together? Everyone responded. Yes, 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 go out to play. We made an appointment together. It's not easy to finish the military training, so we have to have some fun. Teacher Zhao vaguely realized something. Are you going with them too? He asked Bai Jian. Bai Jian nodded. Yes, teacher, he said. I told you before, we agreed to go out and play together. He deliberately emphasized the 3 words agreed to show that he really wasn't going to have a love triangle with someone else. Zhao Luosher, He coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. Well, go ahead, have fun. Teacher just slipped up. He copied Tanhua's reason, pretended to be nothing and gave everyone a few instructions, and then left. As he walked away, he muttered in his heart, it's all the fault of that stinky boy named Tan. Why mention a love triangle? Chapter 43. When everyone was on the road, except for Bai Jian, who was in a very complicated mood, everyone was very happy. Soon, he also forgot about the little blunder. Taixing has advanced technology, and of course the transportation is not bad, with many options. And not far from their school gate, there is a public suspension car parking spot. It is the type that Bai Jian took to school when he first came. Of course, there are many people this time, so the small suspension car he used before is not suitable. Everyone found a big one. Fanny Tong went forward to scan his face, and paid the bill with a light brain. The door opened, and everyone got in. It was still automatic driving, and everyone found a seat and sat down. They were still chatting happily on the way. Bai Jian turned his head to look outside, and the appearance of the green belt made him feel that he had returned for a moment, but the change in perspective made him know that he had not. After all, the suspension car was floating, and a group of students were driving on the highest route they could reach. It seemed that they could pick fruits from a tree by reaching out. You can see all kinds of shops open on the roadside. Some sell hovercrafts, equipment, and various necessities. Some shops claim to be self-made, which means that the things inside are not actually produced by the game. There are also many pedestrians on the road, all shopping. Unlike on Planet 2538, people here do not carry weapons when they go out. Although Planet 2538 is not a place where martial arts are abundant and fighting is easy, everyone has to carry their weapons in their hands to show that they are not easy to mess with. However, there is a rule on Apocalypse that weapons cannot be carried outside. But it is true. There are so many pedestrians on the street. If you carry a big knife outside, you can accidentally scratch someone. Although it is just a big red medicine, it is troublesome. Inside the suspension car, the students chatted enthusiastically. They talked about their own planets, and the differences between them and Tianqi Star. There was no unpleasant thing like traffic jam, so the first stop was naturally reached quickly. After parking the suspension car, everyone got off one by one. The person who proposed it had already rushed over to take pictures, while others looked around, and some were called over to take pictures together. Fanny Tong is a local of Tianqi Star, and has been here a long time ago, so he didn't go there. He said to Bai Jian, who also didn't go there, I came here to watch the show when it was first broadcast. There were more people there than now. Now it has passed the heat. It's not that no one has watched it, but there are not as many as at the beginning. Not all students are interested in this, but this is a very beautiful place, otherwise it would not be used to shoot some love stories. Bai Jian also walked around and felt much more relaxed. To be honest, these days, his schedule is completely packed. He didn't dare to say that he could be so intense when he was in the 3rd year of high school. After all, at that time, he only needed to study, and other things would not take up any time except eating and sleeping. In addition, he was good at studying and had his own way of reviewing, so it was relatively easy. These days are good. If he hadn't played a random dungeon in the God Realm and made a huge sum of 600,000, he would probably have to spend some of his time in the God Realm, and he would probably wish he could do 2 things at once. But reading books is never in vain. He has also mastered a lot of knowledge in these days. A breeze blew, and a white dove flew over and landed on his head. Bai Jian, The pigeon may have sensed something wrong, and moved again, changing its position and moving to his shoulder. A classmate saw it, and took a photo without saying a word. Look, our Bai brother standing there is not inferior to those movie stars at all. That's right, our Bai brother's appearance and temperament are unmatched. Speaking of which, I have read a novel, the protagonist is also welcomed by animals in this way, and a white dove landed on his head, and was photographed at that time. It's over, our Bai brother has become the protagonist of the novel. The protagonist is good, our Bai brother is like this, he will be treated as a protagonist wherever he is. Everyone talked and laughed together, and mentioned the plot of the novel. The story is probably about a gifted person, who is not obvious at first, and then becomes stronger and stronger. I like the heroine in it more. She is very strong and independent. The most important thing is that she is very powerful and has invented many things. This heroine is from the manufacturing department. Everyone is very interested. Baijian also listened to it. I found that this is a novel about the male protagonist upgrading. However, the author wrote it well, and the heroine is also very outstanding. She shines in her own field. The two cooperate with each other and join hands to trample the cannon fodder who bullies the male protagonist, the trash who wants to bully the female protagonist, and various villains one by one. Of course, it is not only about upgrading and fighting monsters, but also some love tugs. Baijian was reminded of the phrase, "the most touching love story is here." It's not that there is no book here, and there is no book specifically about this. It may be due to the overall environment. Most books are of the upgrade type. Love is usually just an embellishment, not much is written about it. I wanted to write a book at that time, but my mother found out and asked me to concentrate on studying and talk about it in college. A classmate shared, "I plan to write a different story, where the protagonist travels to another place." Baijian admired the scenery, occasionally took photos, and listened to these people chatting. By the way, he also sent the scenery photos to Emu and others. "You are not afraid of being beaten?" Emu's reply came quickly. They didn't train all day, and it was the halftime break. Seeing Baijian's photos, they were all angry. This guy didn't have to do military training today, and he sent photos of playing to stimulate them. "Why do you want to hit me? I'm kind enough to share the beautiful scenery of Apocalypse with you." Emu snorted in his heart. "I hope you can still be so confident after the fact that you are the beauty with a baby face and big breasts is exposed." Baijian, we can still be friends if we don't mention this." Emu turned off the computer with a snap. "Humph, provoke him? As long as this handle is still there, Baijian can't show off in front of him." The others are shouting that they must make Baijian pay the price. For this matter, they will definitely not get through without making a barbecue for them. The story here continues. The martial arts value over there is generally low. Although the protagonist has no talent, he is born with great strength and has become a master there. It sounds good, but there is no planet with such low military power. Baijian thought to himself that it was hard to say. Moreover, since it is a novel written by him, isn't it normal for all the settings to be based on his settings? If he says there is a planet, then there is one. After all, private settings are like mountains. Everyone was eager to discuss how to set up a new world. Baijian occasionally interjected a few words, and the more he talked, the more he felt that he might be particularly talented in this aspect. Even if he didn't have the backup plan of the original owner after he came here, and he didn't have the awakened talent, he thought he could make a living by this. As he was talking, his expression suddenly changed. It was just a slight change, so others didn't notice it, but Baijian began to scan the surroundings without leaving a trace. He said a few more words casually, and then pretended to be interested in taking pictures, but he was actually looking at the people around him. Something is wrong, he thought. Someone was looking at him just now, or maybe not, just because he was standing there, and was accidentally swept. But Baijian obviously couldn't catch the gaze of others, so it was just a guess. He was always very sensitive to things related to himself. Just like when he was sleeping, someone gossiped next to him and mentioned 800 names, but he couldn't wake up, but once he mentioned his name, he would wake up in a second. At the beginning, his roommates thought his skill was simply magical, but he knew the truth. A large part of it was due to the sequelae of the kidnapping that year. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of flies in the well for 10 years. When he was young, he didn't understand the threat brought by malicious eyes, he just felt uncomfortable. But now, Baijian can obviously react in the first time and find the target. Unfortunately, the other party retracted too quickly, and he didn't notice much. This is also one of the reasons why he suspected that he was just accidentally swept. The most important thing is, of course, that it is unreasonable. The original owner grew up on planet 2538 since childhood. Even if there are people with conflicts, they are there. Baijian is active in school all day long. As a student, the biggest malice is the one caused by Emu and his roommates. It is normal for Chung Chiching to sneer at him now, but it is impossible to be so malicious and want to kill people. However, he looked for a long time and didn't find the person, so he had to turn off the camera. Because of the anti-secret shooting, although the camera here is very convenient, the camera has automatic suspension, automatic adjustment, automatic capture and other functions, but it also shows itself very obviously. So when Baijian took pictures, everyone didn't disturb him when they saw the camera. At this moment, when he turned off the camera and was about to walk back, he saw two familiar people. It was Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. Chu Yuan was still wearing the long windbreaker that attracted people's attention that day. He walked in front, and Tanhua was still talking non-stop, but unfortunately he was too far away to hear what he was saying. The two of them walked one after the other, and they were in a hurry, as if they were busy with something. Baijian didn't go over to say hello, but just thought, no wonder Teacher Zhao suspected that he had an appointment with these two people. It turned out that they were also leaving the school today. Maybe his gaze was too obvious, so Chu Yuan still looked over here when he turned the corner. Tanhua also looked over and found that Baijian waved to him hurriedly and then left quickly. What's the matter? Baijian seemed to be aware of something, but before he could think about it, there was a commotion next to him. What are you doing? It was a classmate's voice, sounding a little angry. When Baijian looked over, he saw someone reaching out and touching her face. Yes, her. There were not only boys in their group, but also girls. There were more than a dozen people this time, with more boys and less girls, but there were still 5 or 6. The female classmate who was harassed looked pretty good, and was considered the best looking among the girls. When Baijian looked over, she was protected by other girls, and several boys heard the noise and rushed forward. However, the man was not afraid when he saw so many people. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Why don't we go to the God Realm and fight? After saying that, he looked at the girl hiding behind him. It's just a chat. Classmates, I heard you were discussing about the gifted just now. I'm familiar with this, I tell you. As he spoke, he pushed away several boys who were blocking the way in front of him. It's not that the boys didn't work hard, but they were all ordinary people. This man was obviously a gifted person, much stronger than them, and there was a companion to help him, and the two of them pushed him away with a wave of their hands. When it came to the girls, he didn't do it directly, but laughed disgustingly. What are you doing, little beauties? What can I do? In public, I just want to say hello to her and chat with her. It's hard for me to do it like this. As he spoke, his hand had already reached out again. Several girls were very angry. Obviously, they had never encountered such a rogue. However, they were all ordinary people, and their strength was smaller, not as good as those boys, and naturally they were no match for the rubbish in front of them. Just when they were so anxious that they didn't know what to do, they saw a slender, white hand with distinct joints stretched out from the side, and grabbed the hand that the man stretched out. Brother Bai. The girls were excited. Yes, there was also a talented person among them. The boy who was pushed away helped the classmate who fell to the ground, and then came over again. Everyone looked at the two people, facing each other. Although they acted very brave, they were also weak. After all, the equipment on the two people looked good. They only had Baijian here. Although they all knew that Brother Bai was not worse than the talented students, and was even stronger, these two people obviously did not look like their talented students who had just entered the school. Only Baijian was not afraid at all, and others could see some excitement in his eyes. I just heard that you are going to the God Realm to try it out. How to play, 1 death or 3 deaths. You are not natives, right? How long can you stay? How about working until you can't go online for a year? If you want to play, let's play something big, otherwise it will be boring, don't you think so? He seemed to be getting happier and happier, and his voice was full of excitement. I just know a place nearby, shall we go there? This not only shocked the two people, but also shocked the colleagues who were traveling with him. Brother Bai, you are not restrained now. Since the previous baseline test, some people have been saying that Baijian has a strong desire to kill and likes to make trouble. Although it was to prove that this guy must not be a manufacturing department, no one could say that they were wrong. Not to mention that later, another person sneaked away and killed a group of red-haired roommates. It can be said that Baijian is famous in this regard. Of course, he is still very normal when facing students from the manufacturing department. He doesn't look like he wants to kill people at any time. Anyway, he always says that it's all misunderstandings, and he is a very kind person. Originally, these people were about to believe that they were just forced by the situation, but suddenly saw this scene. I just thought, are you finally not pretending? Then I remembered what was going on. Damn, Brother Bai, I know you are cruel, but can we not play so big at once? These two people are not as easy to deal with as the red-haired ones. Although they reacted quickly, the sudden change in their expressions before had already given the two people the wrong hint. Damn, this is a big boss. Look at this, he is still a more perverted big boss, who likes to kill people, and keep them offline for a long time. What kind of hobby is this? They are not so cruel on weekdays. The two of them were a little scared immediately. What's more, when they saw the novice outfit on Baijian, they immediately became more timid. Forget it, this is all a misunderstanding. We have things to do here, so we leave first. One of them laughed dryly. The other one also wanted to leave, but Bai Jian was holding his hand. He wanted to pull it back, but he couldn't pull it back for a while. Then he looked at the little pervert in the novice outfit. He looked delicate and good-looking, and his smile was also very beautiful. However, he pulled so hard, but this person could still hold it. You know, the other party is wearing a novice outfit, how can he be so strong? This time, he dared not to confront Bai Jian head-on. Apologize, Bai Jian said. The two people's faces changed, but when they saw Bai Jian's happy look when he saw them not moving, they just felt that this person was waiting for them to confront him, and then find an opportunity to kill them, and make them unable to enter the God realm for a year. The two looked at each other, and finally apologized. Bai Jian then let the person go with regret. What a coward. Then he looked at the girl. What do you think? Is their attitude okay? This little pervert is still picking on their attitude. This is just looking for a reason to go to the God realm solo, right? They mentioned the God realm to threaten these people before, but this little pervert really wanted to go in and torture them. There is no doubt that if it weren't for the fact that random fighting was not allowed on Apocalypse Star, this guy would beat them to a pulp right now. Therefore, the two of them apologized more sincerely without thinking. Fearing that it was not enough, they kept saying sorry. It doesn't matter if we are embarrassed now, but if we really enter the God realm, we will not only be embarrassed, but also lose money. How much will we lose if we can't go online for a year? It will be even more embarrassing if we tell others. Luckily, the girl is easy to talk to and easily forgave them. The two of them turned around and ran away, but they still heard Bai Jian's voice. It's too easy, they don't know they are wrong at all. What do you mean by not knowing they are wrong? It's all excuses. You just regret that you can't kill us, and we can't go online for a year. The two left in a hurry, so they didn't hear the girl say, it can't be that we can't really go online in the end. I think their equipment is not bad, and they are not really in trouble. I know, Bai Jian said. I said that to those two people just now. Scare them. The two were indeed scared and ran faster. One of them complained to the other while running. I told you that there are many experts on Apocalypse Star recently, and I told you to be honest, but you still made such a scene. But he didn't think that he didn't stop it just now, and even help the evil. The other person also looked gloomy. I saw that little pervert a long time ago, he looked so good, but who knew they knew each other, and they were clearly taking pictures alone there. If you want to talk about good looking, there is no one better looking than Bai Jian here. Since he is popular with both men and women, why doesn't he tease Bai Jian? Of course he doesn't dare. Even if they are wearing novice clothes, they are not stupid. Their temperament doesn't look like a real novice, who is so poor that he can only wear novice clothes. Not to mention that the light messenger was recently exposed to like wearing novice clothes, and only changed his equipment when playing the game, which attracted a group of people to follow suit. Not to mention that he is so good looking, and he is not ordinary at first glance. Unlike those students, who are bullied but can only swallow their anger. However, who could have expected that these people were actually together? Of course, Bai Jian and his group didn't know, but he knew this kind of people best. I bully the good and fear the evil, I act crazier than them, so they are afraid. The classmates were even more angry when they heard it. What kind of people are they? Don't they just think we are easy to bully? Bai Jian listened to them talking, but always felt that something was missing. Oh, someone was missing. Where is Fanny Tong? This person is a gifted person after all, and his good equipment is not to mention the golden glitter, but it is also not simple at first glance. If he were here, just looking at his appearance, the two people would probably be a little cautious. The students, who were shocked and angry, finally remembered. You said a bucket. He said he was going to buy some things over there, so that we can try the homemade milk tea here. Oh! Bai Jian nodded in understanding, but thinking of the feeling just now, he always felt a little uneasy. You guys continue to play, I go over and take a look, he said. Chapter 44. Bai Jian refused to join the others, and asked them to continue playing, while he walked over. In the end, he might have thought too much. Because this place is a tourist attraction, there are still many shops nearby. Bai Jian entered the milk tea shop, and the clerk inside immediately came to greet him. The shop was not particularly large, and one side was made on site, so it was almost clear at a glance. He did not see Fanny Tong inside. So he asked the clerk, Hello, my friend just came to buy milk tea, and he hasn't been back for a long time. Before he finished speaking, the clerk reacted, Oh, it should be the boy just now, the one who looks quite round and festive, about the same age as you. Bai Jian nodded. Fanny Tong was certainly not fat, but his face was round, and he looked particularly round. It's him. Do you know where he went? The clerk said, Yes, he ordered a lot of milk tea, so we are still making it. He was originally sitting here waiting, but he heard that the store in the back street was open today, so he decided to go eat some stinky tofu first, and said that he would come back to get milk tea after eating. Bai Jian, eh? No need to ask, you can tell it's something that Fan Yitong can do. Classmate Xiao Fan loves to eat, and he can postpone everything when he hears about eating. All the classmates in the class know this. Bai Jian left the milk tea shop and went to the street in the back. He also sent a message to his classmates. Everyone couldn't help laughing. They all joked. Fan Yitong's name is really amazing, his father is really amazing. Look, this guy can't be stopped when he hears about eating. So sometimes they call him Yitong, which means rice, but the full name doesn't sound good, so they just skip the word rice. And Bai Jian knows more. For example, that store doesn't open often, but the fried stinky tofu is better than other stores. These are all mentioned when he chatted with Bai Jian before. Bai Jian also likes to eat stinky tofu. I don't know if this one smells stinky but tastes good, or the one I ate on the street before that didn't smell bad. After frying, put peanuts and coriander, then add seasoning and mix. Bai Jian wanted to have one too. Just thinking about it, people have arrived. As soon as Bai Jian entered the door, he saw Fan Yitong eating happily. Next to him was the boss, who was cutting tofu. The tofu cubes in this store were all cut freshly, cut, fried, and then mixed. Everything was done under the eyes of customers. Seeing him coming, Fan Yitong waved at him. You're just in time, try it. He handed over a portion, which was exactly the fried tofu with coriander and peanuts that Bai Jian had thought of. Fan Yitong saw that he had bought a lot. He had one portion in his hand, and gave another to Bai Jian. There were also 2 or 3 portions on the side. The store owner was still making it. It seemed that there were still a lot of them. They should have prepared one for everyone and take it back with the milk tea. The store was not big, but the environment was very good. Of course, the price was also very expensive. The price of this kind of artificially made things was much higher than that of the game products. And many people especially liked to watch the process of food being made, especially the tourists from aliens. However, Bai Jian had never eaten this kind of stinky tofu since he came here, so he also forked a piece and put it in his mouth. The shop had obviously been open for a long time, and his classmates had eaten there before, so Bai Jian didn't think much about it. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, looking around, but found that the fryer was not very skilled. He didn't take it too seriously. After all, he might be a new employee. It doesn't taste as good as the last time. Fan Yitong didn't forget to mention while eating, but it's also delicious. Bai Jian wanted to throw everything in his face. Not only did the taste change, but the person also changed. This thing was bleeding as soon as it entered the mouth, and it was not a case of being unripe, but it was not cooked well. It's obvious that there is something wrong with this shop. And Fan Yitong was already confused at this moment. He was clearly introducing this place to him half a minute ago, but now, he was already talking in a daze. The new one in the shop is not good, boss, he muttered. The boss on the side said with a smile, it's okay, he won't work here tomorrow. The words were kind, but the actions were not slow. Bai Jian actually went to pull the man when he found something wrong, but his actions were still not faster than the other party. The man had a tofu cutting knife across Fan Yitong's neck, and this time, Bai Jian didn't dare to make any big moves. At this moment, the store door had been closed, and the sign of suspending business was hung out again. Bai Jian looked at the boss. The boss was still smiling and looked kind, but what he said was, you'd better not move. If I cut him with this knife, he won't have a chance to take the big red medicine again. As long as he didn't die instantly, Bai Jian was not really afraid. However, now he was in the hands of the other party. Even if he raised his blood once, there might be a second and third time. Fighting head-on is not the best strategy. He gritted his teeth and glared at the other party, and then prepared to faint, but found that it was not necessary. After closing the door, the clerk who was not very good at frying tofu came over to grab him. He also took a rope and tied him up in a few seconds. Bai Jian then glared at Fan Yitong fiercely. Previously, he thought he could still deal with it, so he didn't show anything wrong and was ready to find an opportunity. However, he didn't expect that the two of them acted too quickly, and didn't have time to do anything. But now there are no so many considerations. Damn, such a stupid teammate, he slept soundly. Bai Jian was so angry that he almost laughed. The shop owner looked at him like this and said, you are stupid, right? Every time I see him eating, I feel this way. Really, he reveals all his wealth in just a few words. Bai Jian came back to his senses and looked over. Are you really the owner of this shop? Even if Fan Yitong had called him so confused before, Bai Jian just thought that he had eaten himself silly. If it was really the shop owner who had eaten there several times, then it seemed that he could not be blamed for not noticing something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, a closed space had formed in the shop. The two men did not take Bai Jian seriously. Instead, the boss took the lead in asking his younger brother to strip Fanny Tong naked. This young master may have some good equipment to save his life. It is safer to strip him. But they obviously did not have any perverted hobbies. After clearing their equipment, they changed Fanny Tong into pajamas without any attributes. When it was Bai Jian's turn, he glanced at him, but did not touch him. After all, forget about this, it's just a newbie outfit, it's a waste of my money to take it off. Over there, after Fanny Tong was stripped naked, the two men casually put a pair of pajamas on him. It was not equipment, but ordinary pajamas. But because it was made by hand, the price was not particularly cheap. But even if it was cheap, it would definitely be more expensive than the novice outfit on Bai Jian. After all, the novice outfit was free, but Bai Jian's jade pendant was taken away. When they started, the tofu frying guy was still muttering, "This is the only thing on my body that is worth some money." But the boss said, "Don't be careless, there are many people wearing novice outfits recently, but they are not really novices. This one is definitely." The little brother said, "Boss, you didn't see it, his eyes." When he saw the stinky tofu I fried, his eyes lit up. How could Bai Jian not hear that he was saying that he was ignorant? He gritted his teeth and thought to himself that I hadn't eaten it for a long time. Besides, they are tied up now, what can happen? The boss did not refute the younger brother's words. After all, he knew that Fanny Tong was from the manufacturing department and came out with his classmates today. So Bai Jian was also from the manufacturing department, and dressed like this, he was probably not talented. There is really no need to be too careful. But the boss still comforted Bai Jian, "Don't be afraid, we are not interested in killing people, we will let you go when the time comes." Bai Jian responded obediently on the surface, but he didn't believe it at all in his heart. Fanny Tong and the other two may really not intend to move, but he may not. After all, the two of them didn't even use a light computer to communicate in front of him, they just said it here, and he heard it clearly. This signal is like the kidnapper showing his face in front of the hostage. Either he has had enough of being free outside and wants to cry behind bars, or he thinks the hostage has no chance to speak. The boss was fine, but the guy in charge of frying tofu was not so patient. He also sighed to Bai Jian, "Why didn't you eat a few more bites? It would be easier for everyone if you spilled the medicine." Bai Jian looked at him dimly, "I just swallowed a mouthful, and you started to fight. Then you are unlucky." After saying this, he seemed to realize something and added, "Otherwise you wouldn't have to be tied up." "Yeah. Your tying technique is not good, it hurts my wrist." Bai Jian continued, as if he didn't realize anything. The boss suddenly said, "You are not afraid. Didn't you say you won't kill people? What am I afraid of?" Bai Jian looked over and looked very puzzled. The guy frying tofu couldn't help laughing. It turns out that the one who plays with the second fool is the big fool. Those who looked smart before were all illusions. The boss glared at him and told him to be more restrained, but he didn't look at Bai Jian. He was running a good store here, and there was a reason for the sudden attack. They didn't say it clearly, but Bai Jian heard it. There was something wrong with their identities, but it was nothing on weekdays. But today, I don't know what happened, and they suddenly had to investigate strictly, and everyone had to be investigated carefully. This investigation would cause problems. The two of them were ready to run away in advance, and they happened to run into Fanny Dong who came to eat. This is a young master, and keeping him might be useful. If the escape doesn't go smoothly, he can be used as a hostage. Of course, if he is not needed, these two people will not do anything to Fanny Dong. After all, they don't want to offend the Fan family, otherwise they are really looking for death. Bai Jian was listening and suddenly asked, "Did you see Fanny Tong at the scenic spot and deliberately lead him here?" "What?" The boss was stunned for a moment. The younger brother of fried tofu was even more direct. "What are you thinking? We have nothing to do to visit the scenic spot. He bumped into the store by himself." It's not them, Bai Jian thought. The malicious eyes at the scenic spot were not these two people. Also, even now that they were tied up and about to be killed, these two people did not show much malice. At most they just meant that you were really unlucky. However, it was different at the scenic spot before. Although it was only for a moment, Bai Jian's hair stood up. Thinking back to the big search today that these two people said caused them to run away, could it be that they were searching for the person who was near the scenic spot before? It's all luck. The younger brother sighed. Bai Jian, isn't it? He was alert because of that look and came to see Fanny Tong, who was alone, but he ran into the boss, and the two who had to flee because of the trouble caused by the owner of that look. All this was because of a delicious fried stinky tofu. Oh, this one today is not as delicious as before. I guess the boss is about to run away, and his mind is not on this at all. Since you are new, where is the original clerk? Bai Jian suddenly remembered something and asked. The boss looked at him deeply, and thought he was quite smart. But, stay at home and give him a holiday. This is the truth. He felt something was wrong early this morning, so he didn't let that person come to the store. This kid wanted to use this to see if he had killed someone, and whether he would really let him go. He was overthinking. The boss didn't take it seriously, and he wouldn't know that Bai Jian just wanted to know if there were any innocent people killed. Or the other person who didn't show up, could it be the third enemy? Since he wasn't, it would be easy to deal with. You tied it really tightly, Bai Jian murmured. Fried tofu's little brother, what are you disgusted with? Just bear with it. But unexpectedly, the next second, Bai Jian pressed his head and smashed him to the ground, and the boss just reacted and was about to take action, but he saw that Bai Jian had already revealed his weapon. A crossbow of the artifact level was pointed at him. I advise you not to move. Bai Jian returned the words he had just said, but a little more gently, adding the word advise. However, the alarm system was not gentle at all, and it had already sounded. This was an alarm that detected that someone had taken out a weapon. Originally, there would be no impact in the house. After all, this system was only installed in public places. But unfortunately, this is a store. Even if it is not a public place, it is not a very private place, so there are some. The boss and his men have not dared to use weapons because they are afraid of this, but Bai Jian is not afraid. He hopes to make a bigger fuss. I don't know what these two people used, but the optical computer that can be used in space has lost its signal and the message cannot be transmitted. Bai Jian thought of this, so he took action when he found an opportunity. The store owner looked at him with poisonous eyes. The younger brother under his feet tried to climb up with difficulty, but was stepped back by Bai Jian. Still energetic? It didn't hurt at all. If it had been their previous experience, Bai Jian would have been worried that he would have to kneel down and beg people not to die, but this person didn't even faint. In reality, there is no health bar on the top of the head, and only you can see what's going on. So Bai Jian didn't dare to be too cruel, and just hit him on the head again to make him quiet. During this time, his hand pointing at the store owner didn't even shake. Aren't you from the manufacturing department? The store owner couldn't help asking. Bai Jian said, Yes, I am from the manufacturing department. No one has stipulated that the manufacturing department must. Do you want to test how accurate my arrows are? Gong Zhonghao was stunned. The store owner, He just moved his eyes over, and wanted to grab Fanny Tong as a hostage. How can this person be so sharp? The alarm has been ringing for a minute, and at most in 2 minutes, someone will definitely arrive. No matter what, we have to fight. Bai Jian laughed and said, Why do you think I advised you not to move? He emphasized, Don't try to touch my classmates. The shop owner suddenly understood something. This young man was not ready to fight him to the end. He breathed a sigh of relief, removed the idea of fighting to the death from his mind, tried to take 2 steps back, and found that the other party really did not make any moves. Time was running out, and the shop owner had no time to waste, so he walked faster. He didn't care about the little brother under Bai Jian's feet at all. When he retreated to another small door that had been left long ago, he was about to leave. At this moment, Bai Jian's fingers loosened, and the arrow that had been put on the head was shot out. The other party had been on guard against him, rolling hard on the ground. Although he was still shot in the arm, he was hiding in a blind spot. The 2 sides were blocked by the wall. Bai Jian did not chase him, and the latter did not rush in to do anything, but ran away quickly with his injured arm. The younger brother lying on the ground was still shouting in disbelief, Boss? However, his boss had already abandoned him and ran away. Bai Jian stepped on him again, making him unable to move. Speaking of which, how many people does your boss have under his command? The younger brother lying on the ground was silent again. But Bai Jian knew that there must be more than one person. After all, this person didn't even have the right to call him Big Brother. Although the two had discussed it in a vague way before, he also heard that there was someone to support them. Bang! With a sound. The door was knocked open, and everyone who rushed in from outside was holding a weapon. There are surveillance cameras in public places. As soon as the alarm sounded, the surveillance video was uploaded, so everyone who came knew what was going on. Those who rushed and took over the younger brother took over the younger brother, and then those who chased the boss chased the boss. After these people squeezed in like mermaids, another person also ran in a hurry. "Son, are you okay?" Hearing this should be the legendary father Fan who named Fanitong. However, Bai Jian's eyes were all on the younger brother who fried tofu. "Wait, before taking him away, let him return the jade pendant to me first." Chapter 45. The two brothers who were holding the man had no intention of taking him away directly. Their mission was not only to take care of this little brother, but also to find out what happened. They were stunned for a moment when they heard Bai Jian's words, but then they saw Fanitong, who was only wearing pajamas next to him. What else could they not understand? Two people. Give the jade pendant back to him. Fan's father was still on the phone. "Where is the man?" "My son is waiting to get dressed. Hurry up and bring me the equipment." So the two said to the little brother, "Give the clothes back to him too." However, the little brother could only hand over Bai Jian's jade pendant, and Fanitong's equipment was all taken away by the boss. In other words, although Bai Jian's jade pendant was worth a little money, it was not that valuable, so it fell into the hands of this little brother. Bai Jian took back the jade pendant and hung it up. He listened to the two people who stayed to control his younger brother and said, "You made the right choice just now. If you insist on not letting him go, he will definitely fight you to the death. At that time, even if you have the upper hand, you may not be able to beat these desperate criminals." Another person said, "It's just that the last arrow was a bit impulsive. If he can't catch him this time, I'm afraid he will bear a grudge. That's right, he is going to kill me. I'm lucky to give him a sword." After all, Bai Jian didn't want to kill anyone, and he didn't aim for the vital parts. Later, he only shot the arm, which was just a big red pill, and it didn't affect the boss's escape. Really holding a grudge is not about this arrow. The feud between the two sides was not caused by Bai Jian's impulsive arrow. If you want to say it started when these two people wanted to kill him. As long as he doesn't get killed obediently and lets them escape easily, people probably won't be satisfied. In this case, what's wrong with him venting his anger? He's always worried about this and that, making himself unhappy. When nothing happens, he will get sick first. Oh, forgot, he can't get sick here. At most he will get a mental problem. At this time, after seeing that his son was fine, Father Fan urged people to send clothes, and immediately turned to Bai Jian, saying a bunch of words of thanks to him. The surveillance was only turned on when the alarm sounded, so no one knew what happened before. Of course, the classmates knew even less. They scolded the rogue duo, who were scared away by Bai Jian, and comforted the frightened girl. Then, they remembered that it had been a long time, why Fanitong hadn't come back. Not only did he not come back, but Bai Jian, who went to find him, was also missing. So a group of people came here. Because they had received information from Bai Jian, their route was more streamlined, and they went straight to this fried stinky tofu shop. But when they arrived, they found this situation inside. One of their classmates, here referring to Fanitong, was sitting there in a daze in his pajamas. When Father Fan came, he showed it to his son and found that it was the drug that caused people to faint, so he gave him some antidote and left it there. Now that the classmates came over, Fanitong was even more stupid. "You are all here, just in time. This thing tastes better when it is hot." Hearing this, Father Fan was so angry that he laughed. The others were also speechless. "No, buddy, you should tell me first. What happened to you? Why is there a spacecraft of the Star Control team outside? Why is there a person here? Where are your original clothes? Why did they become like this?" In the end, it was Bai Jian who said it. When the classmates heard him say that he lost blood after taking a bite, they were shocked. "You lost blood, but you didn't react after taking a bucket?" In fact, this is normal. After all, the blood bar is not always displayed in front of you, and this thing doesn't hurt or itch, so it's not surprising that you didn't notice it. Who would have thought that eating a meal can make you lose blood? After being shocked, they all found reasons, but this made them look. "It's you, Brother Bai, who noticed it immediately after losing blood. It's really amazing." Fan Dad said, "This medicine is very mild, and the blood loss is very slow. It's probably not much even if you faint after taking it. In fact, you won't lose a few points of blood after taking a bite." "Bai Jian, I don't have that much blood. Even if you take a bite, you still lose nearly 10 points of blood. Moreover, even if it's just a little bit of blood loss, I can find it. Pay attention to the blood bar, and keep it full at all times. This is such a normal thing. You are too scared." The tofu brother who was being held couldn't help but say. Wang Lai said that when the boss said that he felt that this guy had a quick reaction, and had already known it, he said it was impossible. How could anyone detect it? It turned out that this guy probably has obsessive-compulsive disorder, The kind of person who feels as if something is crawling all over his body when the blood bar is not full. Baijian glanced at him dimly. You don't have any blood. Are you running out of blood? He didn't hold back at that time. Even if you can't see the blood bar, if you just guess, this guy's blood volume may have triggered the alarm at this time. This is a blood loss warning that only exists in reality. It will be prompted when the blood volume drops to 20%. In order to prevent someone from accidentally killing themselves because they don't feel pain from being injured. After Baijian's reminder, the fried tofu brother, who had been yelling and cursing, finally remembered. Hurry up and give me the big red medicine. I'm dying. I'm running out of blood. The others, that's it. You just mock me, brother Bai, for caring about blood volume. Isn't he howling louder than anyone else? The two people left by the star management team to guard him directly pinned him down. What are you yelling about? You can't die. Baijian looked at the device in the man's hand curiously. This thing can scan a person's blood bar in reality. He leaned over to take a look and saw that the brother still had 23% of his blood volume left. It's falling hard. Fanidong was not so dizzy at this time. He stepped forward to take a look and said with emotion, What is this for? Everyone, I can see that you are awake, but not completely awake. I just talked for a long time. What did you hear? Fan's father looked at his silly son and suddenly said, Is the stinky tofu delicious? It's okay, but it doesn't taste as good as before. Fanitong answered obediently. A classmate twitched his mouth and muttered, It's not as good as before. There are drugs in it. How can it not taste strange? That's not strange. Baijian said, I took a bite too, and I didn't taste anything strange. If I hadn't found that I was bleeding, I really wouldn't have noticed that this thing was wrong. Fan's father said at this time, This kind of medicine is like this, it has no taste. It's normal not to be able to taste it. However, at this time, someone finally couldn't help but point at Fanitong and asked, Is his current state normal? It feels like he is in a daze, and his reaction is slow, but he doesn't feel it. Fan Lao wanted to say yes, but in fact, other people who took this drug didn't have such serious sequelae. He doesn't look so stupid, my own son, he kept saying in his heart, This is my own son, my own son. At this time, the person responsible for delivering clothes finally arrived. Fan Lao threw the clothes to his son, and asked him to change clothes on the aircraft. The store here is not big, and there is no suitable empty room. Even if there is, he dare not let his son stay alone in the bandit's nest. Fanitong came back after changing his clothes, and was completely awake. He was confused just now, but now he has reacted completely. Seeing the little brother of fried tofu, he wanted to rush up and kick him twice. Damn, he was drugged and didn't care. Fan's father held him down, but he only had a little blood left. What if you beat him to death? The father dealt with his son, and then greeted his classmates one by one. He looked elegant and easygoing, without any airs of a big shot. He smiled at everyone and said a few polite words. Today's trouble has made everyone unhappy. So, Uncle will treat you to a good meal today to calm down. After saying that, he looked at the two people from the star management team over there, and asked if they had caught the person. The two just received news from there. All the younger brothers have been caught, and the boss ran away. Baijian couldn't help but look over. The younger brother has been arrested, which means that he has been caught. How can this boss still run away? Something happened, and he was taken away by someone. The two people from the star management team seemed unwilling to say more about this. Father Fan did not ask any more questions. With the influence of the Fan family in Tianqi Star, such things can be found out by going back to inquire. Baijian thought of the vicious eyes he felt at the scenic spot before, and the search incident that caused the boss of this store to run away. Could it be that the two groups of people bumped into each other and then escaped together? Those younger brothers were thrown as smoke bombs to block the guns and delay time. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing this, the two people from the star management team were unwilling to say more. It should be kept confidential. So he didn't ask more questions in the end, but when he didn't ask, the two people also looked at him and told him to be careful recently, fearing that the man would come back to retaliate against him. Don't worry, Baijian said. I won't come out when I go back to school today. If he dares, he can come to the school to cause trouble for me. The two people from the star management team laughed. That's right. Our Tianqi First College has excellent students and excellent security facilities. If that person could rush in, would he be scared and run away today? Just listening to what Baijian said before, you know that this boss must be not innocent, and who knows what he has done in the past. Moreover, even this thing, it's not simple. They searched the store for a signal jammer before, and it was because of this that Father Fan's communication could be sent out before. But what exactly he did do, We have to interrogate him to know. At this moment, Bai Jian had finished asking all the questions he needed to ask, and their people had searched the store inside and out, so there was no need to stay here any longer. So once the door was closed and the electronic seal was put up, those who were ready to eat went to eat, and those who were escorted back to work continued to work. However, the arrested younger brother was still very angry. When he saw Bai Jian, he remembered that it was this person who caused him to fail to escape and was abandoned by the boss. Aren't you from the manufacturing department? If not, how could he let his guard down? Bai Jian, I am. Impossible. The younger brother didn't believe it. You can't be from the manufacturing department. Fanny Tong sighed. What's impossible? He is the second in his grade and department in our school. However, the younger brother still didn't believe it. How could he be from the manufacturing department? Okay, stop arguing with you, me and him. Bai Jian didn't have time to argue with him, and said bluntly, for someone like you, no matter what department you are from, it won't be difficult to beat you. This time, the younger brother's defense was broken. You must be lying to me. You can't be from the manufacturing department. Everyone, Some classmates suddenly murmured. Why does this scene look so familiar to me? Yes, when the baseline test was just over, the people from the talent department looked like this. After saying that, the classmate paused and immediately said, Pa, how can I compare my classmates with this thing? But to be honest, this look of disbelief is indeed very similar. Everyone looked at each other, and finally looked at Bai Jian, who was talking to Father Fan, thinking, as expected, this is actually because their brother Bai is too different. Bai Jian was saying, not really. If I hadn't come, those two wouldn't have hurt Fanny Tong so easily. That's hard to say, said Old Man Fan. Even if they didn't mean to, it's not surprising that something happened when they were escaping. Sometimes many things are forced out. And I know that kid. He has been getting into this kind of trouble since he was a child. I don't know where he got this unlucky physique. Bai Jian was stunned. Since he was a child? Isn't there protection for minors? Yes, but the devil is always stronger than the saint. There are always some loopholes that can be exploited. Old Man Fan didn't say much, just smiled and said, you can talk to him later and let him tell you in detail about the unlucky things he did when he was a child. Bai Jian didn't ask any more questions. What he meant was that Fanny Tong also knew about it, so let the younger generation exchange these things. It's not that Old Man Fan didn't want to say more, but that he was his son's friend. Sometimes he didn't need to say too much, and it was best to leave it to his son. He invited everyone to get on the aircraft. The larger one that was just brought in specially was now big enough for all the students to sit in. The high-altitude flight path of the aircraft was several floors above the hover car, so the view was even better. Bai Jian looked down and found that the people here were not affected and seemed to have no idea what was happening. Being at a high place, the view was even better. Many students who had never ridden an aircraft were feeling the difference, especially Bai Jian. The speed of the aircraft was naturally much faster than that of the hover car, and within a few minutes, everyone arrived at the place. Father Fen had already reserved a seat in advance, and everyone walked in together. The environment in the restaurant is very good, and you can tell at a glance that the price is definitely not low. The kitchen is still open, and everyone can watch the dishes being cooked one by one. The soup was stewed in advance. After all, it takes a long time. Bai Jian just sighed. In the past, everyone wanted to take out food at home every day, but here in the God realm, this has actually been achieved, and eating in the restaurant has become a respectable behavior. The price of this dish is dozens of times more expensive than in the God realm. Father Fan is also an understanding person. After ordering the dishes, he chatted with everyone for a while, then left first on the pretext of being busy, and asked his son to treat his classmates well. It is estimated that everyone is not so comfortable with him as a parent present. Now that the elders have left, the remaining people are all classmates, and everyone is more relaxed. Have you seen the menu? The prices are really shocking. It's just a stir-fry. Why is it so expensive to make it now? Brother Bai can do it, right, Brother Bai? Bai Jian, I can't. Ah? Everyone looked at him in shock, but Brother Bai, you stir-fry that, the base, I think your skills are better than those chefs. Bai Jian twitched his mouth. Can you master this thing? He really can't stir-fry. He learned the hot pot base because a friend of his had this at home. As for barbecue, many people can do it, it just depends on how well it is grilled. He just likes it, so he has studied the seasoning. But Bai Jian really can't do anything else. If you ask him to stir-fry a small dish, he can only tell you euphemistically. In fact, you can try his instant noodles. His instant noodles cooking skills are actually very good. This is not a question of talent or not, but he has never done it. He has never been rich, but he has never lacked money. Although his parents only give him money, they still assigned him a nanny when he was young. As for growing up, the school has a cafeteria and takeaways during holidays, so it is not his turn to do it. At most, he cooks a whole bag of instant noodles for himself when he is hungry in the middle of the night. Add an egg, a ham, and some meatballs or something else depending on the situation. In fact, it is not bad to put some lettuce in, but most of the time there are no fresh vegetables at home, and who would prepare this if they don't cook? At this moment, the dishes have been served. So everyone didn't care about whether Brother Bai could cook or not, and started eating. While eating, they talked about what happened today. Didn't they just come out for a trip? But they encountered two things at the first scenic spot. Originally, I thought those two hooligans were disgusting enough, but in the blink of an eye, Bai Jian and Fan Yitong encountered something even more terrifying. But your dad came here really quickly. A classmate recalled, he arrived almost as soon as you had an accident. Fan Yitong said, those two people used a signal jammer. My signal has always been connected to my home. As long as it is blocked, they will immediately know that there is a problem. So people actually set out at the beginning, instead of waiting until Bai Jian used his weapon and the alarm sounded, and then the parents were found out through monitoring and contacted by the star management team. It's just that it takes time to rush over, and secondly, no one dares to act rashly without knowing the situation inside. It wasn't until Bai Jian took out his weapon, triggered the alarm system, and started monitoring that the situation changed. At this point, Bai Jian understood everything. No wonder the people who stayed in the store to search before, and the two people who were responsible for guarding the younger brother were not worried about not being able to catch up with him. It turned out that they had already set up control. The reason why the boss escaped was that he and Fan Yitong were in the house at the time, and he was afraid that if he acted rashly, he would provoke the other party to fight to the death and hurt them instead. Secondly, he probably wanted to play a long game to catch a big fish and see if there was anyone behind. Unexpectedly, some younger brothers were indeed caught, but the boss ran away by mistake. Bai Jian listened to everyone talking about the trivial things that happened today, while picking up the cup and drinking a sip of freshly squeezed juice. Thinking, apart from anything else, he still agreed with one of the words that his classmates said before. It might not be suitable to go out today. Look, what kind of things have they encountered? Chapter 46. Everyone sat together, eating and chatting, and of course they didn't forget to curse the shameless people they met today. Yes, they cursed all four of them. Whether it was the two who came to tease the girls, or the two who committed a bigger crime and went straight for human life. Fan Yitong didn't know that when he went to buy something, such a thing actually happened here. He couldn't help but get angry. What a rubbish. He cursed, and then cursed the two space pirates. He went to eat fried stinky tofu, and almost gave it to his own people. What's going on? I always thought he was a good person. Fan Yitong was very angry when he mentioned it. The classmates around him comforted him. It's normal not to see this kind of person until he shows his true face. But I had an accident when I was a child, so I'm very sensitive to this. Fan Yitong was a little unconvinced. Bai Jian thought about it after hearing this, and felt that it was because the two people did not have much ill towards Fan Yitong. After all, they did not want to offend the Fan family, so they even used mild drugs. But speaking of it, did you notice anything wrong at the scenic spot before? No. Fan Yitong asked, what happened? He suddenly realized, did the two people see me at the scenic spot and start to plot? That's not the case. Bai Jian said. He thought speechlessly, it seems that your so-called sensitivity is just like this, so it is normal that you can't see that there is something wrong with the two store owners. After all, even before he lost blood, he didn't feel anything wrong. But mentioning this matter, it reminded him of what Father Fan said, that someone could spare the protection of minors and attack children. He didn't need to ask, other students were naturally curious. Someone had already asked, when you were a kid? Isn't it said that if you attack a child, whoever attacks will be in trouble? Fan Yitong said, that's because you haven't encountered it. There are those who don't care about their lives, and they risk their lives just to make you suffer. There are also those who can't kill you, but want to scare you. Normal people are naturally not so perverted, so ordinary people don't encounter such things, so naturally they don't know. But with a family like Fan Yitong, there are many things behind it. Attacking a child scares the child once, and the underage protection works, and the person falls down, which causes another psychological shock to the child. Generally, this kind of situation is paid for, and what they sell is life. And the underage protection only protects personal safety, not whether the person is still under the guardianship of their parents. Fanny Tong mentioned again, catching you will naturally trigger the system, but if you take the initiative to go with them, there will be no problem. Kidnapping a child? The classmates were shocked. It's not their fault. I really haven't heard of it. As far as Bai Jian knows, there are actually no human traffickers in the interstellar world. Because there is no market. People here can have children if they want, and those who don't want to have children can also raise them through games. Who needs to buy other people's children when they have their own children? As for the crippled begging that used to happen in Bai Jian's world, the big red pill thing has been restored and no one can sympathize with them. Darker things like organ trading, again, there are big red pills and treatments. People either die directly or are easily cured. There are no hospitals, let alone surgeries. Even if there are perverted hobbies, fighting with the underage system for this is not worth the loss. The cost is too high, and no one who is not crazy enough would do this. In this case, those who do this can only be said to be targeting this family. Is it just to disgust people? You wealthy families are too scary. Yes. Children are not stupid. Can't they use the optical computer to contact their families to pick them up? It's not that easy. Fanny Tong shook his head. Those people will trick you into some backward small planets and throw you there. They all have some black technology in their hands. They know that everyone's optical computer number is different and unique, but they can just change it for you. These things were the first time the classmates heard about them, and they were all shocked. Can the optical computer number be changed? Of course. Fanny Tong said, some people specialize in this. They exploit loopholes and create bugs. In recent years, the control of the system has not been as strong as before. I heard from my father that it may be weaker in a few years. But I don't know what happened specifically. No one knows. Has no one asked? Bai Jian suddenly asked. Fanny Tong was puzzled. Who to ask? Already aware that something was wrong, Bai Jian still mentioned artificial intelligence. You mean the artificial idiot? Fanny Tong said. What can I answer? If you ask me, his intelligence level is higher than the AI we have developed now. The hanging heart finally died. That is to say, if the artificial intelligence he had seen had communicated with others, how could there be such a thing as no one knowing? Although the AI was not very lively, its intelligence level was so high that it was almost like a person, and it even had a temper. It was completely different from the one he named Guai Guai, which was a set program. And the other party had obviously greater authority and knew more things. It was a pity that he had just come here and knew too little, otherwise he could have tried to ask some questions. The people at the table talked about artificial retardation and the new intelligent AI. Some people still remembered the previous topic. After the child was abducted, his family could not contact him with the previous optical computer number. But couldn't he find someone to help contact his family? They have done this. It is impossible for them to do nothing about it. Fanny Tong said, they said they have black technology. Do you think they can only change the optical computer number? As far as I know, there is also a thing that can erase all your memories. Bai Jian paused while picking up the dish. The other students were even more shocked. What? Make people forget everything? That's about right. Besides, children can remember a lot of things, but after washing, everything is blank. At this point, Fanny Tong added, if it's our age, it won't be so easy. The students were shocked again, but Bai Jian only had one thing in his mind. The original owner was on the 2538th planet when he was 6 years old. At that time, his memory was blank. Bai Jian thought, the sense of déjà vu was too strong. Can you remember all the memories before the age of 6? He suddenly asked. Of course. One classmate said, it's definitely not possible to remember too much, but I can still remember some special things. I can't. Maybe my childhood life was too dull. There's nothing to remember. Anyway, I don't think I remember much. Everyone's situation is different in this regard. Some remember and some don't. And Bai Jian received too many memories when he came here, and he didn't go through his childhood in detail, so he didn't notice anything wrong. Until this moment. In fact, if you think about it carefully, even if you don't remember much, you can't remember anything. Everyone talked about their childhood memories for a few words, and Fanny Tong was proud of this matter. I remember a lot, he said. Like when I was a child, my family often scared me and told me how miserable it was to be kidnapped. Bai Jian, who was full of memory cleansing, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. Some of the classmates couldn't help but say, you are often scared, and you almost ran away with someone. What do you know? Do you think that people who can do this are like you, who can only think of using candy to coax other people's children? Speaking of this, Fanny Tong was not convinced. It was obviously those people who were too treacherous and cunning. And at least I came back in the end, which means I still have some luck. The Bai family on the main star. He was halfway through his words when Bai Jian's communication rang, so he stopped and looked over. Bai Jian took a look and found that it was the communication from teacher Zhao Luoshi. So he signaled everyone to be quiet for a while, and connected teacher Zhao's communication. Teacher Zhao on the other side said, "Where is the person? Is he okay?" Instantly, Bai Jian reacted and knew. He briefly said that Fanny Dong's father treated them, and they were still eating in the store. In fact, all of this was clear at a glance after watching the video call. Zhao Luoshi didn't just look at Bai Jian. His eyes swept over Fanny Dong and other classmates. He counted the number of people, and it was the same as the number he saw before, so he was relieved. Then he asked about the specific situation, and then told them to eat well, and not to wander around after eating and come back to study. Then he recommended several books to them. Someone wailed on the spot, and Fanny Dong said bluntly, "Teacher, I was just frightened, and it's time to calm down." So many books. Reading can calm your mind. When you finish reading, you won't be afraid, Teacher Zhao said. Fanny Dong, oh. In fact, 2 such things happened in the morning, and each one was bigger than the other. Even if Zhao Luoshi didn't mention it, they didn't plan to continue wandering in the afternoon. Father Fan left, but the aircraft was left for them. Of course, there was also a driver who stayed with them. The driver was tall and strong, and his equipment was shining with gold, which looked very expensive. The driver, who might be a bodyguard, sent them to the school gate, and restarted the aircraft after seeing them enter the gate, and went back to report. When everyone returned to school, they happened to meet other people who had just returned from outside. It was Gong Sun Miao and the other 4. Some people looked unhappy at the scene, because Cheng Qiqing was there. It was unlucky to see him. However, Cheng Qiqing obviously looked down on them. He glanced over here, as if he saw some non-recyclable garbage, and quickly turned his eyes back, and added a hum. Gong Sun Miao did not say hello to them, but instead quickened her pace and left. The crowd did not think it was a big deal. After all, if she stopped, the unlucky thing would definitely stop too. Who knows what inhuman words it would say then? Miao Xinhua and Jiang Min stopped, said hello, and said a few words. However, the former probably did not want the Cheng man to have a private contact with Gong Sun Miao, and soon caught up with him. Jiang Min was not in a hurry to leave. He was familiar with Bai Jian, so he chatted with him for a few more words. It was inevitable to mention Cheng Qiqing when they chatted. "Hey buddy, you guys are always with a piece of trash around you. When we go out and meet a piece of trash, we don't know who is more unlucky." Fanny Dong couldn't help but say. Jiang Min frowned. What's going on? He remembered again, recently, because of the light messenger incident, many aliens have indeed come to join in the fun. Some of them are difficult to get along with. Did you run into them? More or less. Anyway, the 2 rubbish were quite arrogant at the beginning, but when Brother Bai said that he wanted to go to the God Realm to solo with him, they played for a year and couldn't go online. They were scared and apologized and ran away. That's right, you didn't see it. The 2 ran away directly, as if they were afraid that we would force them to stay for solo. Jiang Min's mouth twitched when he heard it, as if it was something Bai Jian would do. Isn't it? Others laughed immediately. You're still good, but him? He said on the spot, are you finally not pretending? Everyone talked and laughed as they entered the school gate, and then ran into Zhao Luoshi again. Teacher Zhao looked at the Hao Gaoling Tao Tao in his palace, confirmed that everyone was back, then turned around and walked away leisurely. Bai Jian and others, Jiang Min was a little puzzled. The students were just going out for a while, but Teacher Zhao's reaction was a little too nervous, but he didn't think much about it. He thought it might be because Bai Jian was too good at making trouble, and the teacher was worried. As a result, when he returned to the dormitory, he received a message from Gong Sun Miao. Jiang Min, Jiang Min suddenly jumped up, swept away his previous steady personality, opened the door and ran out. Then he pushed open Bai Jian's door. Did you encounter space pirates? Bai Jian had just returned, and the door was not closed yet. He had taken out a big jelly from his backpack. He was about to eat it with a spoon when he found that the door was not open. He stared blankly at Jiang Min, who rushed in. Jiang Min's eyes were all on the big jelly in his hand. Do you want to eat it? Bai Jian asked. Jiang Min. What do you mean by eating or not? I heard that you encountered space pirates. Bai Jian reacted for a second. Maybe. There are 2 people with problems. I don't know if they are space pirates. Then he asked back. You got the news. Are they space pirates? Jiang Min's emotions were just wiped out by him. He walked in, closed the door and muttered, "I finally understand why Teacher Zhao appeared at the school gate." Then he said to Bai Jian, "They are space pirates, but not a large group with only a few people. But don't look at the small number of people, they have killed people." Bai Jian really sighed this time. "Jiang Min, why, are you finally scared?" "That's not the case." Bai Jian just didn't expect it. He knew that the identities of the two people were problematic, but he didn't think it was this kind of problem. After all, the entry and exit of Apocalypse is still very strict, and not just anyone will be allowed in. Speaking of star pirates, they must be the ones to be caught in this big search. But speaking of this, Jiang Min, do you know who caused the big search and forced them to run? Is it also a star pirate? That's not the case. Jiang Min's expression suddenly became very disgusted. That is more troublesome than star pirates. Run away quickly if you encounter it in the future. Good guy, big planets are different. There are space monsters, star pirates, and now there is a force that is more troublesome than star pirates. The original owner had never heard of anything on planet 2538 before. Yes, no matter it is star pirates or any force, they definitely prefer stronger people. There are ordinary people on planet 2538, and there are few talented people. Even if there are, they are very weak, so they are naturally not taken seriously. Even because the environment is too bad, people may not be willing to hide there. Bai Jian's expression was almost like saying, there are indeed many disputes on the big planet. Jiang Min's mouth twitched when he saw this. There are many disputes, but there are also many people rushing into it. There are really few people like Bai Jian. This person is obviously from a small planet like 2538, but judging from his appearance, not his appearance, but his words and deeds, he doesn't look like someone from a small planet at all. Only when talking about these things that ordinary people don't know, the other party's ignorant look makes people feel that he is really from a small planet. The leader has not been caught yet, and he is still mixed with that group of people. You should stay out of school recently to avoid retaliation, Jiang Min reminded. Bai Jian nodded. He really didn't plan to go out again. He had relaxed before. Although the final result might be a pressure for some people, he really didn't plan to do it again. After all, school was about to start, and his focus was still on studying. Jiang Min didn't rush to walk after he finished speaking. The two discussed the content of study again. Seeing that the time was almost up, they stopped. Bai Jian suddenly remembered, you guys are all very fast in getting news. From the time the star pirates happened to the time you came to see me, we only had a meal in the middle. Jiang Min, star pirates kidnapped the young master of the Fan family and prepared to ransom. Which family would be slow to get news about such a thing? After all, if they could kidnap the Fan family, they could kidnap their family. Such a thing must be discovered as soon as possible, and the younger generation must be notified to be careful, and then help rescue the person. In this matter, the attitudes of each family are unified. However, this time, no follow-up treatment is needed, because when the news was heard, the person had already been rescued. I heard that the space pirates had a car accident, and a student from the manufacturing department pulled out a weapon, and then subdued one of them on the spot, and was beaten to a bloody pulp. Come to think of it, didn't they tie you up? Jiang Min asked in surprise. They tied you up. Bai Jian said, don't mention it, your skills are much better than those of my classmates at school. Jiang Min, You compare the professionalism of the space pirates with that of your classmates in tying people up. Are you looking down on the space pirates or insulting them? And of course he also heard from this that Bai Jian felt that the tying up skills were just average, otherwise it couldn't be compared with those students at school who tied people up randomly. It was probably a little more difficult to solve than the day of the test, but not much. His mind was full of tying people up and untying ropes, but Bai Jian's focus was, it's said outside. No, the news you got was that someone was kidnapped and asked for ransom. But think about it, it's almost the same. Although the two space pirates wanted to add insurance when escaping, if things go well in the end, they definitely wouldn't mind taking some money from the Fan family and then releasing the person. Under normal circumstances, they would not really do anything to Fanidong, anger the Fan family, and let them target them at all costs. But if things don't go well at that time, and something goes wrong when they escape, Fanidong's life may really be in danger. Also, if it was just tied up like an exercise, Father Fan wouldn't be so anxious. If it really can ensure safety, this thoughtful father probably thinks it's good to let his stupid son suffer a little loss and learn a lesson. Chu Yuan and Tan Hua didn't come back until dinner time. As soon as he came back, Tan Hua came to harass Bai Jian. He sent a message, I heard that you also ran into a star pirate? Also? Bai Jian raised his eyebrows. It seems that it was not a coincidence to see Chu Yuan and Tan Hua in the scenic area before. The appearance of these two people there may be related to the person who was about to be captured at that time. It is estimated that they went to help. Almost at the same time, the messages of Emu and others who had been dispersed after the military training and had been away for a while also arrived one by one. Brother Bai? Didn't you go out to play? How come I heard that you caught a star pirate? Look at the campus forum. Is it true? Did you really slap a star pirate into a blood pie with one slap? After thousands of words, Bai Jian finally wanted to ask, what is a blood pie? Chapter 47. Bai Jian opened the campus forum, and as expected, he became famous again. No need, really no need. He just hoped that the next time he was discussed, it would be about Bai Jian studying hard for a period of time and finally getting the first place in this exam, rather than something else. What happened in the morning before lunch has spread all over the campus forum. Rumors are naturally getting more and more outrageous. What Bai Jian heard was blood cake, and when he looked at the forum, someone said that he slapped the person on the wall. Do you think this is a cartoon, and there is a human-shaped pit on the wall? He just pushed the person to the ground. He didn't touch the wall from beginning to end. But rumors are normal for distortion. Bai Jian flipped through it and felt that if his name was not listed as the person involved, people would think it was another incident, and it became more and more exaggerated. Bai Jian scanned the forum while replying to messages. One of the great advantages of optical computers is that they can be input verbally, and of course, they can also be input by brain. Bai Jian replied to Emu and the others' messages one by one, and many of them were copied and pasted at the end. It's not that he didn't care, but since they were all asked the same question, he didn't have to reply in a fancy way. After replying to these messages, Tan Hua's reply also arrived. Yes, we were there on business today, and we just happened to run into each other, and we helped to arrest 2 people. Bai Jian, your business is also to arrest people. Tan Hua turned around and said to Chu Yuan. He guessed it. Chu Yuan, is it difficult to guess? Tan Hua didn't want to pay attention to him, and continued to chat with Bai Jian. They were indeed going to arrest people. If it weren't for those guys, he and Chu Yuan wouldn't have stayed in school for so long. What a pity, in the end, a few of them escaped. It's better not to mention this shitty thing. Tan Hua thought of another thing. Are you still studying how to kill monsters elegantly? If you ask me, how can this affect the effect of the skill? Chu Yuan is just a peculiar person. When fighting monsters, you still have to follow your heart and stand as comfortably as possible. Bai Jian, even if he's not handsome? Even if he's not handsome. Tan Hua affirmed. Do you think he doesn't want to be handsome? He was restrained in fighting, and the damage didn't increase, but the chance of being hit by the boss increased. It's okay in the game. Go out to fight those monsters starting with the letter A in space. It's not a big deal if you get hurt, but it's funny if you get killed. He spoke fast, and the input in his brain was even faster. In a few seconds, Bai Jian saw a lot of records. All these years of troubles are the jokes caused by this elegant monster killing. Anyway, nothing has been accomplished so far, all the troubles are in vain. Chu Yuan also said that he was a piece of rotten wood, which really pissed him off. He said it casually, but Bai Jian remembered it in his heart. These are all failed experiences. He could avoid making mistakes. As for the method that Tan Hua said may only be applicable to Chu Yuan, Bai Jian doesn't think so. If that was the case, Chu Yuan wouldn't have suggested that they try it. Looking at Tan Hua's experience, we can see that this kid has actually been troubled a lot. And when Bai Jian first heard this theory, he thought of the sitting posture. Sitting casually is indeed very comfortable in the short term, but the benefits of the correct posture are also multifaceted. It's just that this correct posture is applicable to everyone and has been summarized. And now, only Chu Yuan has touched the edge of this monster-killing posture, and others can only find one that suits them. Without the guidance of predecessors, it is indeed a little difficult, but as long as it is good for oneself, it is not a loss to spend more energy on it. As expected, after Tan Hua finished complaining, he immediately said, there is no harm in trying it, but don't be unhappy if you can't succeed. Everyone is the same. That guy doesn't talk much, but he never lies. Bai Jian understood. This is not that he really thinks this method is useless, but that no one except Chu Yuan has succeeded, and he thinks he may not be able to do it either. As he said when he first mentioned it, he has a lot of things to learn now, so there is no need to toss this empty theory. But if he must want to try it, then take a shot in advance, so as not to be hit by this. For this reason, he also talked about the embarrassing things he had to toss. Bai Jian was not ungrateful. Thank you, Brother Tan. Tan Hua was a little proud. He turned around and said to Chu Yuan, "Look, you have to be like me. If you teach people in that way, they will be hit if they can't practice it." Chu Yuan, "No. That kid is so confident." However, Tan Hua didn't listen to him at all, and muttered, "You are not good at this, you are very slow. If I listen to you, the little white cabbage I like will definitely go to another family after graduation." After a pause, he added, "You are the same. You make it so difficult for others when they just get in touch with it." He asked it himself. Tan Hua paused. It seems so. It's worthy of the treatment he chose. It's extraordinary. Wait, he will definitely pull the person into the bowl. But he didn't talk to Bai Yijian for too long. After all, they were not idle. Tan Hua had something to do, and Bai Yijian had something to do too. Because not long after, Mu and a group of people rushed over collectively. After all, the more the forum spread, the more frightening it became. These people never thought that the damn Bai Yijian was still posting photos to stimulate them. And then, they met the star pirates in the blink of an eye. Even if the person was fine when they saw it, they had to come and see it again. A group of people had originally discussed that they must let Bai Yijian treat them. But now it became them coming to Bai Yijian to deliver food. "Brother Bai, your life is really bloody." Bai Yijian happily enjoyed the delicious food brought by this group of people, and replied half-heartedly, "That's right, don't worship me, I'm just a legend." "Well, this dried apricot is really delicious, sour and sweet, absolutely amazing." "Who worships you?" "It's said that you have an accident physique." "How come I heard that you have encountered more than one space pirate?" "You are really well informed, you know this." "Eat eat eat. This beef jerky is not bad, it must be at least 90% dried in the sun, it's hard to chew, but it smells good." "You guys were walking and talking at the school gate, and everyone heard it." Emo said, "We still knew it late. After all, after the dismissal, everyone went straight to the dormitory to eat. When we were almost done eating, we found that the school forum was already in full swing." "Oh," Bai Yijian thought, "no wonder the news on the forum was all over the place and messed up. What is this, spicy strips? It's a good thing, he must try it, it smells so good." He ate while talking, and used these snacks for dinner. There was no military training, and the group was not so regular these days. So these people came after dinner, but he hadn't eaten yet. Everyone was familiar with each other, and didn't care that he was eating here, and a group of people were noisy. Fortunately, the sound insulation was good, so there was no need to worry about disturbing others. A group of people made a lot of noise for a long time, and when Bai Yijian finished eating, they made an appointment to go to the God Realm together. Everyone was busy during this period, and Bai Yijian didn't even play games much. They haven't played together for a long time. Everyone was ready to pick a good place to fight some monsters. Who would have thought that as soon as they went online, they would find that there were so many people? "It's been like this recently?" Emu saw the expression of Bai Yijian, who had not been online for a long time, and immediately said, "They are all here to find the messenger of light with a baby face and big breasts." But his tone was a little strange. "Brother, why do you sound a little sarcastic?" Emo said strangely. "That's right. But then again, since the news of the messenger of light and apocalypse star, there are people everywhere here, and it is not as convenient as before to kill monsters. Maybe he left a long time ago. No one has found him for so many days, and these people are still not giving up. They are all big guilds, and they don't lack this little time. Send 2 people here to watch. If they are lucky enough to run into him, who wouldn't be jealous of such a large amount of treatment?" Hearing everyone talking again, Emu couldn't help but look at Bai Yijian. "Heh, the big-breasted beauty is right in front of us. You two are very familiar with each other." He looked at her once, and then again. He really couldn't believe how this person could be so stable. He couldn't help but want to say something after hearing all this, but the rail owner seemed to have heard nothing. He could even say, "That's right, even if he found her, she would definitely not join their team. If she had this idea, she would have gone long ago. Listen, with this kind of energy, who would have thought that he was actually the real person?" Bai Yijian said that he was familiar with this person. Not to mention that sometimes in the game, when he opened a vest, he would encounter people discussing him, a popular person in the server. Just say that in real life, haven't you encountered it before? His family situation is special. Both his parents are very rich, and they are married, without any feelings. Before the divorce, the 2 of them were out and about, and the illegitimate child was more favored than him, the legitimate child. Later, we got divorced, not to mention it. Everyone who knew about it would say it was miserable. Some time ago, I don't know who dug up these things and posted them online. Not many people knew about them, at least they didn't even know his name. so people who were discussing it didn't know that they were talking about him. Bai Jian was perfectly mixed in, and no one knew that he was the real boss despite the gossip. Compared to the bad things at home, whether it was in the game or the current one, it was nothing. Anyone could handle it. Of course, it would be better if Imu didn't keep mentioning the baby face and big breasts. This is still a bit unbearable. After glaring at Imu obscurely, he retracted his gaze and chose a place to fight monsters with everyone. Imu also put away his teasing thoughts and stepped forward to help. It would be nice if there was a dungeon. Killing monsters every day is not very profitable, and it's simple. He muttered as he picked. How can it be that easy? A classmate next to him said, you can say that a dungeon is a dungeon. Damn, a dungeon really came out? Yes, a dungeon really came out. Right in front of them. Everyone looked at the dungeon, then looked at Imu, then looked at the dungeon again, and then looked back at Imu. No, buddy, you are really lucky. Bai Jian also felt that it was this guy who said last time that Xiong Wangxiang and Huamao might tell others about the dungeon. Say more about this in the future, and less about useless things. He emphasized the 3 words useless, and the meaning was very obvious. Imu looked helpless. Who could blame him? Someone next to him laughed and said, he doesn't talk much, but he will talk more in the future. Ha ha ha. Everyone was very happy that the dungeon was out. Some people have already started notifying other students. Bai Jian has also sent a message to the students in the manufacturing department to see if anyone is interested and can come and play. Of course, Tenhua also sent a message and location. Although they may not be interested in this small copy, they still send it in case the big guys suddenly want to come down and beat these noobs. This copy is more difficult than the previous one on star 2538. The time is 3 days, so there is no rush to enter the copy. It is still very happy to see the copy in front of you. At least it proves that they are lucky. If this is finished, there will definitely be good things. You are so short-sighted. What good things can this copy produce? Suddenly, an unpleasant voice came out. Everyone looked over and found that it was 2 unfamiliar people. Judging from the good equipment, they were from a big guild. The 2 looked at them and saw Imu holding a staff. Healing? They said, come with us into the dungeon, and we will let you get an equipment. You think you are so powerful, but you still want to heal the dungeon. Another voice came. This one sounded familiar. Bai Jian could recognize it as soon as he heard it. Chung Qiqing. Chung Qiqing stood there with good equipment and looked at the 2 people sarcastically. Yes, if you really look down on this small dungeon, you won't show up here, right? What are you pretending in front of him? You dare to look down on people from their school. Although he usually looks down on them, others can't. The 2 people's faces changed, and they were about to say something, but they stopped when they saw Chung Qiqing's equipment. At this age, those who can wear this kind of clothes must be extremely talented or have a family with power and money. They can't afford to offend them. I didn't expect to see a group of students here happily mocking each other, and I would run into such a person. Chung Qiqing didn't seem to notice their concession. That's right, he never looked at other people's faces. Instead, seeing that they didn't leave, he asked curiously, why, are you still waiting for treatment? He can go with you, but everything in the dungeon belongs to him. Damn, aren't they thugs? The 2 were very angry. After all, they were members of a big guild. Although they were not the backbone, who wouldn't give them some face for the sake of the guild when they went out. However, seeing the behavior of the man in front of him, he didn't dare to say anything and turned around to go back to the dungeon. Humph. Chung Qiqing snorted disdainfully, and the 2 who hadn't had time to enter the dungeon must have heard it. Bai Jian saw them pause, but he didn't turn back to cause trouble. Imu pushed Bai Jian. The others also winked at each other. Even if they were separated by a department, they had heard of this person's reputation. I really didn't expect that this person would stand up when encountering alien species. Bai Jian twitched his mouth and thought that once the alien species left, you would feel the poisonous tongue. Sure enough, when the 2 rude guys entered the dungeon, Chung Qiqing looked at them again, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. You should also put away the ignorant look on your face. It really embarrasses our school. See, Bai Jian thought. This person is not that bad, but there is really a reason why he can offend the whole class. It's nothing to be ignorant. Those who look down on others casually, and bully the weak and fear the strong are worthy of contempt. Bai Jian's tone was flat, but Chung Qiqing felt even more angry when he heard it. Although what he said was indeed correct, those 2 broken things are indeed not good things. But what's your tone? Why do you sound so weird? Imu and others, Brother, you didn't hear that this casual look down on people actually includes you. Chung Qiqing certainly didn't think so. He was used to being high and mighty, and didn't think it was a problem at all. He came here to play the game, and the team was already formed. Gongsun Miao and others also came here. He didn't have time to continue to talk to Bai Jian and others, and hurried into the game together. Yimu and the others opened their mouths wide, looking at Bai Jian in disbelief. It's true that seeing is worse than hearing. Is this the famous Chung Heng? He really loves to hum. But to be honest, it's really cool when he hums those two people. It would be better if the part about us was cut off at the end. Everyone muttered. Bai Jian thought that if he really cut it off, he would suspect that this guy was possessed by someone else. After the episode, they continued to discuss the matter of playing the game. This game can have a maximum of 10 people at a time, but if the difficulty is not that high, there is no need to enter a full team. Entering in groups will also gain more. Therefore, although many people who were close to the game rushed over at this time, few people entered directly like the first two, and Gongsun Miao and others. Those who entered were all from large guilds, and they were strong themselves, and did not take this small game seriously. Some entered with 2 or 3 people, and some formed 1 or 2 more people who were interested. Of course, it would be even better if they could find a healer. Many people looked at Bai Jian and his group. After all, Yimu, a healer, standing there was still very attractive. But he didn't try to recruit people with a tone of alms, like the 2 people in front. After all, it was obvious that they were together, not a single healer. And soon, Bai Jian's team became stronger. They were all students from their school. Those who had good relationships had already formed a team. Those who didn't have a team, or felt that their team was too small, came to find someone from the same school to fill in the gap. There was no rush to join. After all, there was plenty of time, and it wouldn't be too late for them to play tomorrow. It's a good opportunity to see what skills the monsters have. Let's form a team based on the estimated difficulty. Once we're in a team, we go kill the monsters first, and then wait for the guy to come out. There's no need to wait here. There are more and more people here, and Bai Jian and others are ready to withdraw first. However, he took a look and found that Chu Yuan and Tan Hua really didn't come. But when he turned around, he seemed to see someone familiar, but when he turned his head again, he saw nothing. What's wrong? Yimu asked. Bai Jian shook his head, nothing. Behind him, the 2 people who had just avoided his sight came out again. If Bai Jian saw them, he would recognize that they were not others, but the gangster duo that he scared away in the morning. Those 2 scoundrels also came to fight, and they happened to see Bai Jian. Damn, I was fooled. This kid pretended to be arrogant and perverted during the day, and those classmates cooperated with him. I didn't expect that he would still be wearing the novice outfit even when he was fighting monsters. He didn't seem to want to change it at all. And the people around him didn't have much good equipment either. We haven't started fighting yet. Will he change it during the fight? One of the midterm students said. Why change it? If he was really good, he should have led people into the dungeon directly. Why would he wait for the strategy to come out? The one who was both verbal and physical in the morning immediately retorted. He was extremely angry. You could almost imagine how those students would laugh after he was scared away in the morning. What a shame. He must not let Bai Jian go. The other person felt unhappy when he thought of what happened in the morning. They were frightened by the same outfit. Let's go follow him. They didn't even care about the dungeon, and simply followed him. Just now, I heard these people say that they are going to play this dungeon tomorrow. Humph, kill him today, guard him tomorrow, and make him unable to go online tomorrow. That's right, they also said that we can't go online for a year. If he dares to go online as soon as the ban is lifted, we can kill him and make him unable to go online for 10 years. The 2 followed him while muttering. What made them more relieved was that the group of people actually separated from Bai Jian halfway. Ha! Isn't this easier? Originally, they felt that there were too many people, and it was not stable enough. They sneered and must make this pretty boy look good. Pretending to be a big boss, right, today, they will make him never dare to pretend again. Seeing that there was no one around Bai Jian, the 2 felt more relieved, and they followed him very obviously. Even laughing in the private chat, I didn't notice this. What kind of big boss could this be? Okay, don't delay, hurry up. After the fight, we have to go back to the base. The 2 of them said it without hiding, almost rushing towards Bai Jian. Bai Jian heard the noise and looked back, and turned around and ran away. The 2 hurriedly chased. You want to run? No way. Then, ah! What is this? Fell into a trap. This is so big, but he doesn't have a brain. Yimu and others walked out from the side, speechless. We were having a good time and suddenly left him alone. There must be something wrong. That's right. The one who tried to stop the fight also said, I said at the time that this idea would definitely not work, it was too obvious. Even a fool wouldn't fall for it, I didn't expect it. Sue Sinks' trap, last time buried a group of red-haired roommates. This time, it's the turn of these two rogues. Chapter 48. Baijian separated from the others, and walked alone, which naturally gave others the opportunity to make arrangements. Of course, he was also luring the people behind him to take action. He didn't realize at first that it was these two people. After all, it was one thing that two scumbags were not worth worrying about, and this matter was followed by the matter of star pirates. With such a deadly thing, who would still care about these two unsuccessful hooligans? But it was also because of the matter of star pirates that Baijian, although he only saw familiar people at a glance and didn't recognize who they were, still took it very seriously when he found someone following him. But when he later found out that it was these two guys, he was not nervous at all. And then, there was the following matter. He asked Emu, and Su Sengxi, and others to come here to plant skills. They came here as a group, while Baijian deliberately slowed down his pace. So even if Emu and others took a detour, they arrived earlier than him, and were ready. Now it's time to close the door, and beat the dog. Except for Emu, all the people here are talented in attack. This time, the pit is not very deep because of the short time, especially Baijian told us not to make it too big. Therefore, everyone formed a circle and threw skills down. Even in close combat, they can hold swords and knives and stab and chop down. Although these two people are definitely stronger than these students in a one-on-one fight. But in this situation, they are powerless to fight back, and can only passively take the beating, which is different. Damn! The two of them cursed continuously, despicable and shameless villain. So many people besiege two people, don't you think it's shameful? Baijian took it as a compliment. When these two came to catch him, didn't they think they were too much? 2 against 1, and they were wearing novice outfits. Even if we don't mention this, when you meet a pretty girl on the street and talk nonsense and get started, don't you think you are too much? Now I know how to write the word excessive. Baijian felt that it was not enough, so he asked Emu, who had nothing to do, and didn't need to add blood, to open the camera and take pictures of everything. Then send it to the classmates, who went out today. Except for Fanny Tong, who left early to buy milk tea, everyone else has been bullied by these two people. It's time to watch it. After all, this has been delivered to the door. Good people. Before the two were killed and offline, they happened to see Baijian drawing his bow and arrow and sighing, do you think we didn't get enough out of anger this morning? So you come here to die to apologize? Ah, they are so angry. They are angry, but Baijian and others are happy. Everyone was from the same school. Even Chung Chichen couldn't stand others bullying classmates, let alone these people. Earlier, they were all attracted by the 2-star pirates. Otherwise, they would have regretted not being there at the time. Otherwise, they, a group of talented people, would have scared the 2 idiots to death. Who would have thought that the opportunity would come? The video shot by Emu was quickly spread by everyone, and it was named, Close the Door and Beat the Dog. Dare to plot against my brother Bai. Don't you know that my brother Bai has a metaphysical body protection? Whoever plots against him will be unlucky? The brother who persuaded the quarrel said. Baijian looked up and said, what metaphysical body protection? Isn't it? The quarrel persuaded. Look, the red-haired man who surrounded and attacked you before is unlucky, and you are fine. Look at the 2-star thieves today, they are all bloody, right? You are fine. Look at the 2 people in front of you, their number is not as large as the red-haired roommates, and their quality is not as good as the 2-star thieves. Even so, they dared to come? It seems to be right to say so. Exactly, absolutely, this is the so-called luck, you are worthy of being a brother. Then I am the best little brother. Su Sengxi said, I have always felt that this skill is not very useful, and has strong limitations. I didn't expect that with Brother Bai, it can be used so well. Baijian said, it's just one way. When school officially starts, the teacher will teach you more ways to use it. There is no useless skill, only skills that cannot be used. At this moment, everyone who received the video has finished watching it. Everyone's laptop started to buzz, and messages came in a string. Especially Baijian's. Almost all the people who went out with him today were blown away by this video. Fuck, they actually dared to come. How shameless. Well done. I regret it. Someone said, I regret that I didn't go to this dungeon because I felt that I would definitely not be able to beat it. If I went, I would not have to fight the dungeon. I would beat people. Now that you mention it. Everyone felt that they had missed it. If they had known about this, they would have gone online to join in the fun. You can study later, But you can't miss the chance to beat scumbags. What a pity. After the video was sent out, many people naturally watched it not only by themselves, but also shared it. In the end, it was posted on the forum. Many people said that they were happy. Such people deserved it. Because the scene of fighting in the deep pit was too familiar, many people remembered the red-haired roommate and his group. So this group of people were pulled out for a walk again, which made them particularly happy. Of course, these were no longer the business of Baijin and others. They had already started to fight monsters at this time. Because many people went to fight after the dungeon, there were more places to fight monsters at this time, and there were not many people. They chose a place and fought monsters happily. When the time reached 11:30, Emu and others were ready to log off. After all, they had military training tomorrow and had to get up early. As Baijin could sleep in, he was not ready to go to bed so soon. But he didn't want to fight monsters alone, and was ready to read a book. Before logging off, he went to the forum of the lower school as usual. As a result, he found that the matter had spread. Originally, Baijin thought that the matter of the two rogues was over in the morning. Unexpectedly, the other party would do this in the middle of the night. It just so happens that beating people in real life is not good, but in a game, you will be killed offline. At this point, Baijin thought that this was the end. Unexpectedly, there was a sequel. This matter went around the school forum, and was seen by people outside the school. Then another victim appeared. As the saying goes, when you find a cockroach at home, there is a high probability that there is already a nest of cockroaches. This kind of thing is similar. When you see a rogue doing hooliganism, it is likely that it is not his first time. This guy is also a repeat offender. More people shouted that they were happy, and said that the two people deserved it. The habitual offender himself saw all this, of course. He was very angry. What did I do? I didn't ask them to talk to me for a few words. What did I do to them? They all take themselves too seriously. Especially when he saw the scene of himself being beaten to death with sticks, although it was not the actual scene, it looked like that, which was even more exciting. It was all the fault of that pretty boy. What are you so proud of? He couldn't help shouting on the internet. I was just careless, and was calculated. That pretty boy surnamed by, you wait, you will see what will happen sooner or later. There was also something about killing people, so that they couldn't log in for a year. The words that Baijin used to scare them were used by them to threaten them. Ha! Baijin said nothing, and raised his legs to guard the place where they were killed and offline. What he likes most is to give people a taste of their own medicine. It might be a bit difficult to make him unable to log in for a year, but it is still possible to make him unable to log in tomorrow. He moved quickly, but when he got there, he found that there were already people there. Quite a few. Several students from the manufacturing department were sitting not far away, reading a book. Baijin, what are you doing? Guarding the resurrection. Fan Yitong raised his head and said, I was not here in the morning and evening, so we must not miss it this time. Then why don't you move closer? Baijin looked over there, and found that it was not that this group of people did not move closer, but that there was no room over there. A group of familiar and unfamiliar people, probably all classmates from school, surrounded that place. This scene was so intense that one person could kick someone to death. After a while, Emu and his friends also arrived. We found out about this after we went offline. Several people said, why are we still sleeping? We got up from the bed on the spot. As a result, when we arrived, we found that there was almost no room for people here. There were still people rushing over. Not only students from the school, but also other people who saw the news. Even the family of the victim girl came. Damn it, that guy actually dared to show his head. I killed him so that he dared not show up. No one mentioned this on the Star Network, so they knew that we were guarding and not going online. Don't worry, no one mentioned it. I'm not stupid, how could I give him a chance to know in advance? I'm still online with him now. With his IQ, I'm afraid he still thinks we can only output online. There are too many people. Those who have things to do tomorrow should go to bed early, and some will be left. That's right, he may not go online immediately after 12 o'clock. Everyone agrees on time to guard separately. There are people guarding the resurrection here. Of course, there are other things. Teacher Zhao Luosher's heart just recovered from the student encountering the Star Pirate, and found that the gangster's business was not over yet. They think the students of their school are easy to bully, right? One by one, there are many people on the Star Network, so naturally there are all kinds of things. There are also people who know those two people, and they expose their identities on the spot. Zhao Luosher took a look at which guild the person was from, and directly called their president. At the same time, Gongsun Miaomia also called home and asked them to go to the guild to discuss this matter. Humph! Chung Chi-ching snorted coldly as usual, and said dissatisfiedly, "Why is this little white face surnamed by surrounded by such garbage? He was also among the people who were troubled before the game, and he was also involved in this matter. Sure enough, he has his own problems." After a series of victim blaming, he called home and asked someone to deal with this matter immediately. We must not let these two guys get arrogant again. For a while, the guild leader was overwhelmed and couldn't answer the calls. And each of them is not easy to mess with. Of course, at this time, he was busy answering the calls, and had no time to scold the troublemaking members. So the two scoundrels didn't know anything yet, and they went online immediately at 12 o'clock. What a waste of time with this group of people. They said, "Hurry up and go online to play the game." Although it's not a big game, it's definitely better than fighting small monsters. As a result, as soon as he went online, he went offline again before his eyes lit up. What's going on? The people were stunned. The people who killed him offline were also stunned. This is too easy to be cut. My knife didn't even touch them. I hit them. It was me. I specially timed the swing of the knife at midnight. They also timed it, and just hit my knife. Once yesterday, once today. If those two rubbish hadn't died the day before yesterday, they could still be online tomorrow. The girl's family said, "We will come again tomorrow." Bai Yijian, no need. No, at least they have to be kept offline for a week. They were expelled from Tianqi Star. Bai Yijian looked at the new message on the light brain and said, "The time limit is to leave before 12 noon today, so they have no chance to come online here again." After going to another planet, although the coordinates were the same when they logged on, they were the coordinates of another planet. Yes, the star management team on Apocalypse had already learned about this matter, and then they found out that it was all true, and expelled the two people from the country on the spot. At the same time, the guild leader, who had been troubled by various parties, also called the two people who had just been killed and offline, and were still confused. He scolded them on the spot, then he expelled them from the guild. Two people, Before the two people had time to accept the news of unemployment, the expulsion notice from the star management team arrived. F***K. On the spot, one of them cursed a bunch of dirty words. He also realized at this time why he was offline as soon as he logged on. Why didn't these messages come a few minutes earlier? If they had come a few minutes earlier, they might not have been online, and they would not have been killed and offline. Not only could they not be online today, but they also lost people again. They just made harsh remarks on the Star Network. After venting, he remembered that being killed and offline was not the most embarrassing thing. Being fired and expelled was the most embarrassing thing. You don't even need to think about it to know what people on the Star Network are talking about now. They have lost all their face. There will definitely be no big guilds willing to hire them in the future. Their face and decent jobs are gone. Everything is gone. It's all your fault. If you couldn't help it every time, this wouldn't have happened. His friends couldn't help but complain. "It's my fault. You didn't stop it." He was still very dissatisfied. If you had stopped it, wouldn't this have happened today? The two people who were on good terms immediately started quarreling. One blamed the other for causing trouble, and the other blamed the other for not stopping him. The two sides quarreled and even had a big fight. But in the end, they still had to pack up, and then quickly book tickets to leave Apocalypse Star within the specified time. If they refused to leave, they would be taken to the spaceship, which would be even more embarrassing. At this time, Emu and others came, but they couldn't even get a second blow, and they died before they could even see the person clearly. There was no need to stay any longer, so they went back to sleep. The same was true for other classmates, including those from the manufacturing department. Those who were not from the school walked slower. Someone recognized Bai Yijian. "It's you, right? I heard that you were at the scenic spot, and threatened to fight those two people in the God Realm for a year, but they backed down." Bai Yijian looked over. "What's wrong?" "Very cool." The man raised a big finger. "However, I heard you guys talking just now, and it seems that you really only have this set of equipment. What if he didn't back down and really wanted to fight you?" "Then fight," Bai Yijian said calmly. "It will only take some time." He smiled and said, "If the scum wants to die, how can I not help him?" The visitor looked at him with admiration again. Not to mention whether he could win or not, the momentum alone was high. No wonder he could scare people away. However, he didn't know that Bai Yijian was really not afraid. Those two people looked powerful, but he was definitely not bad. As for the difference in equipment, if it really doesn't work, he will change into women's clothes. Although under normal circumstances, he doesn't want his classmates to know about this, let alone be seen. But if it really comes to that, He will definitely not force himself to fight in novice clothes just to hide the fact that he is wearing women's clothes. Thinking about it this way, the equipment Chu Yuan gave him is really useful. At least you won't be at a loss when you use it, not to mention that this time gave him confidence. Just say that the random dungeon he played before, if he didn't have that set of equipment, he might not have been able to survive. The amount of damage is one thing, at least the defense can't keep up, and then even the holy light can't restore the blood. Looking at it this way, it seems a bit unreasonable not to pay, but why does Baijian always feel that he is very justified, and what he got is not empty at all? Strange. Chapter 49. Just after returning to his normal routine for a while, Baijian was in a state of stagnation again, without military training. Stay up late, then get up late. I slept until noon. Well, it was almost the same. When I opened my eyes, it was already 11:45. I woke up and saw the message from Emu and the others in the middle of the morning, saying that everyone should discuss the new dungeon during lunch, and it would be just right to play it in the evening. Baijian yawned. He found that the more he slept, the more sleepy he felt. He really didn't know why. He packed up and went downstairs casually. When he arrived, Emu and the others just dispersed. A group of people surrounded him when they saw him. Everyone was too lazy to go back to the dormitory, so they simply found a cool place nearby. Set up the table and prepare chairs for each person. These are habits formed from frequent dinners at Baijian's place. After all, there are not so many chairs in the dormitory, so everyone brings their own. The dungeon last night was finished by those who were quick, so some strategies have come out now. And there are quite a few. Emu and others know a lot, and they circled a few famous bloggers. Look at this. This one is usually the most detailed. This one is also the most expensive. Yes, you have to pay to read the guide here. Baijian was stunned when he first heard about it, but after reacting, he understood a little. After all, games used to be games, but StarCraft games can be considered work. Work experience is not given for free, and opening up new land is more difficult than games used to be. In the past, the worst thing was to pull off and start over, but now if a teammate dies, at least he will not be able to go online on the same day, and the chance of passing the level is even lower. And it's not expensive, just the price of a few big red pills. If you don't read the guide, you will have to take more of these big red pills if you make a mistake, and you may fail. Those who are strong enough don't need to read it, let alone masters like Chu Yuan. For a small book of this level, even Gongsun Miaomio and others are too lazy to wait for the guide because of their good equipment and go in directly. And ordinary students certainly don't have the equipment like them, so it's better to be well prepared. Emu and others are still saying, it's expensive for a reason. This blogger always explains it in detail and deliberately steps on all the pits that can be stepped on. That's right, you still want to see good things without spending money? As they were talking, the guide had been bought. After all, the difference is only a few dollars, and everyone doesn't need it very much. If you want to read it, of course you can read the better one. Of course, reading the guide is reading the guide, but you still have to eat. Baijian was hungry when he woke up from a nap, and others would be hungrier than him after training for a morning. Everyone put the food on the table. This is much more convenient than ordering takeout, Baijian thought. It's freshly cooked. Because he just got up, he didn't order big fish and meat like others, but a bowl of knife-cut noodles. The noodles are chewy and tasty. It's freshly cut and cooked without being packaged, not lumpy at all, so it tastes delicious. You should know that most restaurants use machines to cut noodles before, but you can tell that this one is hand-cut, with eggs and meatballs on top, and most importantly, a handful of coriander. Baijian loves this. After a bowl of noodles, he didn't feel full, but his appetite was opened. Thinking that he hadn't eaten fish for a long time, but he didn't want to find faults, so he moved his eyes away from the whole braised fish and moved to the pickled fish. Whether this fish is delicious or not, the pickled cabbage is the key. After coming to StarCraft, Baijian has not eaten the pickled fish here. It's just right to try the game product today to see how the pickled cabbage tastes. Of course, everyone didn't forget to read the strategy while eating. At this time, Emu suddenly said, "This monster actually has a fake body?" Baijian also looked over, and the blogger explained the difference between the real body and the fake body in great detail. The real body is the boss itself. There is nothing to say. The fake body's health, defense, and damage are all a little worse. But this fake body. The fake body must not be killed. After it is killed, the explosion damage is very high. The blogger's voice is very clear, and he raised his voice a little at this time. Here my good teammate didn't defend and was directly sacrificed, so everyone must pay attention. Emu mentioned, although there is a difference, the difference is really not big. If you don't observe carefully, you can basically not see any difference. Baijian also nodded. This is the difference between you have 1,000 blood points, and someone hits you and loses 100 points or 90 points. Is there a difference? Yes, but is it easy to see? No! Everyone looked at Emu after hearing this. Depend on you. He is the only healer here, not to mention the best vision. He is usually very good at calculating blood volume in this regard. Emu, Baijian said. The person who starts the monster should pay attention to the amount of health he will lose with one strike. After the clone appears, try again, and you will know. This mechanism may be a problem if you encounter it suddenly. You can't tell whether it is true or false, and you don't know whether you need to attack both or just one. But if someone has tried and failed, it will be much simpler. At that time, let one of them watch the fake body and wait for the time to expire, and the rest of the people can continue to fight the real body. Everyone reacted, yes, it is indeed not good to chop one by one when there are many people, but if it is only one person's damage, it is still very simple to calculate. To be admitted to the first college of Apocalypse, even if it is a talent department, the results are naturally good. This kind of obvious addition and subtraction, even if the number is larger, they can calculate it at a glance. Baijian took out the pickled fish, only to find that this pickled fish was added with tofu. It should be chinya tofu, probably because it contains cassava flour. This kind of tofu is always more elastic, and it is not as fragile as the tofu we usually eat. Soaked in the soup of the pickled fish, it tastes good with some sour soup. Of course, he still loves enoki mushrooms more. After tasting the dish, Baijian immediately went straight to the fish meat. The fish fillets inside were very clean, without any bones, and Baijian ate it very happily. He also gave some advice on the dungeon from time to time. Unexpectedly, there were 4 bosses in this dungeon. It was quite a lot. But the last one should be considered a small benefit, not too strong, and the easiest one among the 4. The second one was the most difficult. This boss not only had a clone mechanism, but also could summon monsters. The monsters this time were different from the monsters in the dungeon that he fought with in Dao Lima. They were of the type with high damage and low defense, and Baijian could handle them with one skill. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it will take at least 2 arrows this time, and there might be a skin left. TSK, Baijian thought, this is the most annoying. Either 2 or 3 arrows, and you have to shoot one more arrow when you have only a little blood left. I always feel like I'm losing out. The blogger who posted the strategy is relatively experienced, so it's okay. The strategy that another classmate bought was not very good, and it was very thrilling in this level. I almost finished the game several times. Even in the end, 3 teammates died. The remaining few people waited until 12 o'clock, when the 3 teammates could go online, and then they continued to fight the third boss. Those who have the courage to open up the wasteland are naturally capable. They all did this, which shows how difficult this boss is. It feels harder than we estimated yesterday. The original team needs to adjust the estimate, Emu said. Baijian naturally had no objection. He was scooping soup with a spoon. Whether the pickled cabbage of this pickled fish is authentic or not is another matter. At least it suits his taste very well. The soup is also delicious. At this time, everyone had almost finished eating, and they started to contact each other to regroup. The division was almost complete yesterday. Now that everyone has finished reading the strategy, those who feel capable can continue to stay in the original group, and those who are not so stable can add one more person. Okay, then the rest of us will form a group. After the division, there are still 8 people left. Baijian glanced at the remaining people, the 2 siblings Emu and Emo, the swordsman who persuaded the fight in the same dormitory, and Su Sengxi. The remaining 2 girls are Emo's roommates, and they often play together. Their strengths are clear. I feel that the few of you are enough to fight, and I will go in to divide the things if I had one more person. What are you talking about? Su Sengxi said. One more person can also make the fight smoother. That's right, otherwise what can you do alone? At this time, everyone I knew had formed a team, so there was no need to ask for someone to form a team. Even in the manufacturing department, those who were interested in playing the game had formed a team, and the rest were all those who were not interested or simply had no talent and felt that they could not play. Emu looked at Baijian strangely. You suddenly brought this up. What idea do you have? What idea can you have? No one is forming a team at this time. Do you want to play the game alone? The person who spoke didn't take it seriously, but Emu was shocked when he heard it. No way. Emo said strangely. What can't you do? Then he followed his brother's gaze, and looked at Baijian, and the others also looked over. Then he heard Baijian say, I'm going to try it myself. He had thought about it before. If everyone formed a team and the remaining people needed him, he would make up the number. If it didn't matter whether there was anyone or not, then he would try this game alone. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What? What? Single-player dungeon. No way, I was just kidding. Yimu, however, had a look on his face that said, as expected, after knowing each other for so long he understood. For Baijian, it was not strange to do anything. But I still want to ask, are you really going to play like this? Baijian nodded. Go and try it. I play at night, and if I fail in the middle of the game, I will only be unable to log in for a while, and I can still play after 12 o'clock. This is also a method that everyone knows to get stuck and go offline. After all, it is calculated by day, not by 24 hours. So if you die and go offline at 10 or 11 o'clock that night, you can go online again in just 1 or 2 hours. When everyone saw that he had even thought of this, they probably really decided. Oh my god, how many sets of big red potions do we need to prepare? Can your novice outfit withstand the damage? Hearing this, Baijian said, Yumyuk knew too well why he was silent. Novice outfit? He dared to guarantee that this guy would change into the female outfit with good attributes as soon as he entered the dungeon. As for the big red potion, with the blood recovery skill, I'm afraid the need for blue potion is higher than red potion. This matter was not a big deal, but the longer it is delayed, the harder it is to say. Especially now that the news that the Messenger of Light is a big beauty with a childlike face and big breasts has been released, it is even more difficult to mention. What else can we do except keep silent? However, Baijian has always been very opinionated and capable in the eyes of everyone. If others want to fight alone, you have to persuade them well. If you can't win, the opportunity of a dungeon will be wasted. But Baijian said he wanted to go, and everyone tried to persuade him a little. Seeing that he had an idea, they stopped talking. Then everyone discussed the mechanisms of several bosses and how to fight them. If possible, they hoped to be like Gongsun Miaomu and others, finish fighting before 12 o'clock and go to bed early. Tomorrow is the last day of military training, and no one wants to go without energy. Baijian studied even more carefully. In addition to the previous blogger's strategy, he also bought 2 other strategies. He was satisfied only when he felt that it was almost done. After finishing these things, it was not too late. Yimu and others were ready to gather, but Baijian didn't need to. He was going to go back to the dormitory to read. When passing by a place, Baijian saw Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. Maybe it was because he thought yesterday that the women's clothing was not useless. Although he didn't understand why he was so confident in taking it, he knew rationally that someone gave him a women's clothing, so Baijian couldn't help looking over there. Chu Yuan didn't wear the windbreaker today, but dressed very casually. But with his face there, he probably wouldn't look ugly even if he wore a sack. Baijian watched for a while, and the two began to go upstairs. They were going to the 3rd floor, and the main entrance of the building was on the other side. The two probably wanted to make things easier, so Chu Yuan directly used a skill to pave the way, and he stepped up step by step along the wind. The whole process was very chic, as if walking in the air. Good winds rely on their power to send me to the blue sky. For a moment, Baijian thought this sentence reflected reality. It was not a metaphor or a meaning of promotion, but the meaning of the words themselves. Chu Yuan's understanding and use of wind-attributed skills were absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary people. The next second, another person came into view. Tan Hua naturally couldn't watch Chu Yuan go up by himself, and he went to the other side to go through the main entrance. He used Chu Yuan's skills, but he used them in a hurry, so his steps didn't seem so casual. In the last few steps, he almost jumped into the window because he was too hurried. Baijian looked at him and turned around and said something to Chu Yuan. The general idea was that he accused the other party of using his skills too quickly, which made him too hasty. Chu Yuan stood in a good position, and Baijian could just see the other party's lip shape. He said, "Didn't you come up? But it's not handsome at all. If someone sees this, I will lose my wisdom in this life. Come up." Baijian thought it was just this feeling, very familiar, but he couldn't tell where it was familiar. But he couldn't figure out why. Could it really be in the original owner's childhood memory? But even if the original owner's childhood memory was vague, would he, the person receiving the memory, have this feeling if he didn't receive it? But if not, how long has he been here? It doesn't make sense that he has come into contact with it but doesn't remember it, and it's a person like Chu Yuan. If you just glanced at it on the road, you should have an impression. On the 3rd floor over there, Tan Hua was still chattering about something, and Chu Yuan occasionally replied a sentence or two. Baijian saw Tan Hua turned around, and couldn't help complaining, No wonder I saw someone on the Star Network saying that you are an AI spirit. Why don't you understand? Handsomeness is obviously important. It's not enough to just come up. AI. Bai Jin's mind moved, and it seemed that something flashed by. But before he could catch it, the person walking towards him made him come back to his senses and greet him seriously. Hello, Teacher Li. Teacher Li hummed, It's Xiao Bai. Have you just finished your meal? Bai Jin answered obediently, and then said a few more words, and then separated from Teacher Li and continued to walk towards the dormitory. Teacher Li did not rush to leave, but stood in the position where Bai Jian was just now, and looked in the direction of the other party's previous gaze. The result was obvious. He saw Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. And at this time, how could the two masters not react after being watched for so long? Before, it was only Tan Hua who kept yelling about whether he was handsome or not, and since this was a school, he didn't care about it because there was no danger. But now that he had finished complaining, he called Chu Tan. Come, let's see who has been standing there in the school looking at us. What's the matter? Still looking? Is this not over? Chu Yuan was helpless because of what he said, and also turned his head to look. This time, the six eyes met. Teacher Li hissed on the spot. These three people, he was right last time. If it doesn't matter, why are they looking at each other from such a distance? Bai Jian was walking in front and just turned the corner. He saw this scene out of the corner of his eye. It's over, he thought. This time it's completely impossible to explain. Chapter 50. Question. What if the teacher thinks you are in a relationship, or if there are signs of this? Answer. Junior high school or high school, be prepared for a talk. What college? What do you want in college? Let the teacher wish you a smooth relationship, or give you some tips on how to quickly express your love and be together. Question supplement. What if the teacher thinks you have more than one partner, but two? What if he thinks you are in a love triangle? Answer. You have to make it clear whether you are in a love triangle or you are two-timing. Oh, the reason why the teacher thinks so is that every time he finds signs of something wrong, it is when the three of you are together. Brothers know how to play. This boat is stable enough. Bai Jian is so desperate that he even entertains himself like this. He became a master-level sea king inexplicably, but they are really simple and innocent. There is no love between the three of them. It's a good thing that the teacher doesn't care about premature love in college, otherwise, he would be desperate just thinking about his situation. But now it's not much better. Bai Jian feels bad when he thinks of what Mr. Zhao said about the love triangle at the school gate. Forget it, let's just read a book. Don't think too much about this. Mr. Zhao's love triangle makes people think but the book he recommended is really good. On the other side, Mr. Li is more and more convinced that there must be something wrong between these three people. Tan Hua is very surprised. What is Lao Li doing? He keeps looking at us. Does he think we had a fight? Or he arrived early, and saw me crawling in a not-so-cool way? Chu Yuan's eyes fell on the corner where there was no one. Someone changed in the middle. Didn't this guy notice it? Because he had to fight the dungeon alone, Bai Jian didn't wait for Yimu and the others this time. He arranged his time by himself and entered the dungeon when he felt it was about time. If he fought alone, the damage would definitely not be as good as when there were more people, and it would take longer, so it would be better to enter the dungeon earlier. Compared with the fancy tricks of the second boss, which had clones and summoned minions, the first boss was straightforward and he did it all by himself. This guy's signature skill is falling rocks, summoning a lot of rocks from the sky. Let's not talk about the damage, just talking about the game of God Realm, it is as real as it gets. Even if rocks fall on his head, Bai Jian doesn't want to be hit at all. The reason why he wanted to fight by himself was, firstly, because he felt that it was possible, and he could get all the drops by fighting alone, and the rewards were high. Secondly, he wanted to challenge his limits. After all, this was what he had always pursued. Thirdly, of course, he saw this boss, and if there were more people, it would definitely be stuck in the movement. He didn't want to be hit by rocks at all. It was strange. Obviously, the other damages were not low. The fire sprayed by the boss in the previous random book was even more damaging. Bai Jian was not so scary. In the final analysis, it might be because he had never been sprayed by fire, but he had indeed been hit by a stone. It was time to test his positioning. Not only did he have to dodge the stones, but he also had to watch the boss at this time, and could not be touched. Bai Jian became more and more serious as he fought, attacking, dodging, and recovering blood. Among the three skills, 1 against 100 was useless against the boss, and the Holy Light was only used as a backup. The jumping light that could attack and heal was the most used. When there was only one target and only one person needed to recover blood, the skills would only jump back and forth between the two people. Bai Jian vaguely found a familiar feeling. That kind of feeling where his heart moves at will, and the skill goes wherever he tells it to go. With the crossbow in his hand, he can hit the same position twice at once with both arrows and skills, and the damage is superimposed, and he actually cleared the first boss earlier than expected. The second boss is a trouble for other teams. They need to prepare people to pull the fake body in advance, and also assign people to clear the small monsters. Bai Jian relies on the fact that he can fight 1 against 100, so he doesn't need to worry about clearing the small monsters. As for distinguishing the real and fake bodies, he knows his own damage very well, and he can tell it with just 1 arrow. No one helps him pull the monsters, so he just dodges 2 by himself. Some damage that can't be avoided is simply taken hard. This set of equipment is female clothing, and the attributes are really good. Bai Jian easily passed 3 bosses. As for the 4th one, it was given by Pure White, so there is no need to mention it. This trip was quite rewarding. A total of 10 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books, a small amount of materials, and several sets of red and blue medicines were produced. Bai Jian was not in a hurry to look at them when he fought before, and he put them directly into his backpack and went to the next boss. Now he could look at them carefully one by one. There was nothing to look at about the red and blue medicines and materials, so Bai Jian went straight to the equipment. After all, although he didn't look closely this time, he knew that they were all men's clothes. There were no women's clothes, however, as he looked at them all the way, his joy was gone in an instant. Why is there not a single piece that can be used? Several pieces are for healing, and some are for mages, and Bai Jian was convinced. Obviously, attacking equipment should be the best. Yes, it did come out this time, but it's an acceleration item. Bai Jian is not an assassin, and he is not slow, so there is no need to wear shoes that make him run faster. He took screenshots of the equipment pictures and posted them in the group. This was the inspiration given to him by Emu last time. The other party has family members, so he can sell it through them. He doesn't have any, but he has classmates. Ask if anyone wants it, and you can sell it cheaply. Put the rest aside for now. Anyway, he is not particularly short of money recently. No need to rush to sell. Since Bai Jian entered the dungeon early, many classmates have not finished yet, including Emu and others. Look at the group. Brother Bai is really fast. He has finished it all. Aren't you shocked that he actually cleared the level by himself? I should be shocked, but I don't know why I can't be shocked when it comes to Brother Bai. Emu and his group were resting after defeating the second boss, repairing equipment, and reconfirming how to defeat the third boss, and this conversation started in the middle. But why are there so many healing equipment? Brother Bai must have taken so many big red potions to make the dungeon think there is a healer here and produce healing equipment. That's right. Isn't it difficult to produce healing equipment? Some people who didn't know that Bai Jian was playing alone and thought he stayed until the end with Emu and others sent messages saying, "Damn, are you so fast? Our second boss is not over yet. I'm going to fight Gongzhong Heagaling Tao SS first. Come back to chat. Our second boss is not over yet. How did you fight it? Are you flying? There are so many healing equipment. I want the third one." Emu was the only healer among the people they often played with, but there were more than one in the class or even in the school. Soon, some classmates took a fancy to the equipment that Bai Jian posted. Someone had Ed Emu, saying that other healers were not as lucky as you. You got healing equipment in a random dungeon before, and now you get so many in this dungeon. There was no need to post this to sell. Emu thought to himself that I didn't have any either. The random dungeon was opened by Bai Jian, and he was not in that dungeon this time. He wanted to see what Bai Jian, the expert in opening healing equipment, would say, but the latter disappeared after posting the equipment. Bai Jian really didn't pay attention to this place. Anyway, the transaction was not going to happen at the moment. He was still busy playing the dungeon. Some people who took a fancy to it had to consider or prepare money. He was reading 2 new skill books. One was about displacement. Teleport, or flash, is to appear from one place to another instantly. However, the full name of the skill is not this, but shuttle. Shuttle. Open a door in time and space and walk from one place to another. Bai Jian tried to equip it and used it for a while, and found that it was a flash. The distance is about 30 meters. However, according to what I heard from Chu Yuan and others last time, the distance of this skill without a clear distance is uncertain and may increase. This skill book greatly alleviated Bai Jian's frustration of not being able to play equipment. After all, the equipment can be made do for the time being, but he really lacks skills. Not to mention that this skill is particularly useful. You must know that displacement skills are indispensable for both long-range and close combat, and are standard in many games. Since I came here, I haven't had any. Bai Jian is actually not used to it. It just so happens that I got it this time. The remaining book is not that useful, and it is a healing book. Bai Jian couldn't help but search it. Does the dungeon also depend on the profession of the dungeon player? The results of the search are varied. Some say they will read it, some say they won't read it, and they all have their own reasons. In the end, it feels like a metaphysics. Those who believe it very much, and those who don't believe it think it's just a coincidence. Although it is also a healing skill, unlike the jumping light, the mana consumption, distance, and blood volume of this skill book are clearly marked. Bai Jian is not in a hurry to release the dungeon. Anyway, there is no time limit for ordinary dungeons. He just sat there and sent the skill book effect to Imu, asking him if he wants it. Imu, This guy really must release the healing profession's things when he enters the dungeon, right? I thought the equipment was exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect this another skill book. The skill he is using now was originally opened by Bai Jian, and the equipment was also opened by Bai Jian in the previous random dungeon. Now someone else has opened another one. What's the matter? Is he unworthy? He can't open any of them. Look, they didn't enter the dungeon together this time. He has 2 bosses here, and nothing related to healing has been released. It is estimated that 2 more will be difficult in the future. Imu even wondered if he didn't have a DPS heart, so he couldn't get anything for healing. You still don't want it? He took the time to reply. Bai Jian said, the amount of healing depends on the spell's strength. I don't plan to stack it at the moment. Imu understood. While he was chatting with Bai Jian, the monsters were still being killed. With everyone's efforts, the boss was quickly defeated. At first glance, there was indeed no healing equipment. They were all for attacking professions, and the others were discussing who would take this one this time. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he carefully looked at the skill book sent by Bai Jian and found it was really good. Although it was not as good as the one that came out of the random book last time, it was already very good. I must buy it first and use it. I will change it when there is a better one, and I can still resell it at that time. Emo also picked out an equipment and a skill, and the brother and sister asked their family for money to buy equipment together. Fortunately, their family had prepared the money for them to buy equipment early, so there was no problem of not having enough money at this time. And the one that Emo originally changed could also be sold to get some money back. But overall, more was spent than earned. Emu looked at the money he earned from the skill books, thinking that they all relied on their family's support. Otherwise, how could they exchange equipment for skill books like this? And Bai Jian deserves to be called Brother Bai. He worked hard. From a person who had to owe money to buy a magic weapon at the beginning, to now, he has at least nearly 2 million in his hand. His estimate was not wrong. Bai Jian did make a lot of money from this mess. After all, what other people shared was not only for him, but also most of the equipment he opened were healing equipment. Everyone knows that Chi-Chi's healing equipment is difficult to get, and the price is high. Even if he doesn't sell it to his classmates at a high price, it is naturally higher than the general attack attribute equipment. Nearly 2 million. It looked like a lot, but when he thought about the fact that he hadn't changed into his novice outfit yet, he suddenly felt that it was not enough. After all, this female outfit on his body was definitely useful for playing dungeons, but it was absolutely impossible for him to wear it to show off in the streets. Thinking about it this way, was this also the reason why he had a clear conscience and didn't give Chu Yuan money? Bai Jian was still entangled in Chu Yuan's matter. Where had he seen him before, and why did he feel familiar? After trying out the new skill shuttle in the dungeon, Bai Jian left the dungeon. As soon as he went out, he ran into Imu and others who had also come out. There were also many other classmates here. After all, most of the talent department students were fighting monsters today, and they went in at about the same time. Some came out earlier, and some came out later, but the difference was not too big. Everyone was greeting and sharing their gains this time, and generally speaking, they were all very happy. However, there were many people here, so they didn't say much, and some didn't even stay for long, and went offline directly after greeting. After all, it was getting late, and it was time to go to bed. Imu was not in a hurry to sleep. He was going to enjoy the new skill. This Bai Jian was familiar. When they first met on planet 2538, Imu also had a new skill, and had to try it out. Bai Jian was not even ready for bed. He slept until 11:45, and had to be tough to say that he didn't sleep until noon. He couldn't sleep at this time. With him around, there was no need for others to keep a DPS to accompany Imu to fight monsters. Imu's roommate was already yawning. After all, it was already very late, and fighting was always mentally exhausting. But they were not in a hurry to log off. They would still be here tomorrow, and planned to walk far away. On the way, they reviewed the bosses they had just fought. Overall, there were no major problems, but there were still many small mistakes. Everyone was talking about what they did not do well just now, otherwise they would not have almost died. Or the last blow of the boss was either a mistake or my fault. Even Emu did not make no mistakes throughout the whole process. He could not help but sigh. I don't know how Chushin did it, he never made mistakes. That's right. Emo followed and said, it's so stable that it's unscientific. And his skills are so strong. Su Sengxi sighed. Baijian thought that the skills were indeed stronger than what they were using now. But Chu Yuan's own strength was also strong. He definitely used at least 150% of his skills. As mentioned before, different postures have an impact on the effect of skills. But he didn't tell his classmates, not because he was hiding it, but he had discussed this topic in depth with Tan Hua, and Tan Hua said that it made sense. Apart from other things, different postures when swinging the knife would result in different results. Those who know how to swing the knife save effort and deal high damage, while those who don't will have to work hard but won't deal high damage. Who says that skills are not applicable here? But this is not something that novices should study, which is why he didn't agree with Baijian's efforts at first. Brother Chu never thinks too much about what he does. If you ask him, he will say that you should have some idea in your mind and don't waste too much time on it. You have a lot to learn now. He even revealed that he asked Chu Yuan about this matter, and Chu Yuan said he saw it himself. That is to say, if he hadn't noticed something himself, even if he heard something from someone else and asked, Chu Yuan might not reveal it. It can be seen that the opinions of the big guys are unanimous, that is, to learn to walk before running. And Baijin himself hasn't studied this thing clearly, how can he tell others? Even Chu Yuan, who has used it maturely, can't teach a disciple. His half-understanding, if he speaks out, it will definitely be just an empty theory in Tan Hua's mouth. Baijian thought about the impact of posture on skills, and the classmates next to him didn't understand it at all. They were still happily talking about how powerful Chu Yuan was. Stable, no mistakes, always accurate judgment. These words were mentioned frequently, and another one was mentioned at the same time, humanoid AI. Really, the set program is probably not more stable than him. After all, the program will have bugs. Everyone's exclamation was endless, but there were only 4 words left in Baijian's mind. Humanoid AI. It's not like he hadn't heard people associate Chu Yuan with AI before. When he first knew his name, Emu and the others introduced him as a famous AI assistant. But Baijian didn't take it seriously before. He took it as a compliment. Just like when he led people to play a certain 5v5 game before, they also jokingly called him a humanoid plugin, invincible. However, just now, after lunch, when he saw Chu Yuan quarreling with Tan Hua and being interrupted by the arrival of Teacher Li, the thought reappeared in his mind more vividly at this moment. But no way. It shouldn't be that bad. Chapter 51. The guess that suddenly popped into his mind was so bizarre that Baijian was a little absent-minded. No one noticed this when there were many people, but when everyone was offline and only he and Emu were left to fight monsters, it was inevitable that they would be discovered. Firstly, Emu was a sensitive person, and secondly, of course, Baijian was too obvious. He also used new skills, and once he actually opened the door to Emu. And as a DPS who could escape monsters, it was impossible for him to run to the nurse. Just keep a certain distance and make sure that blood can be added. What are you doing? Emu was speechless. You are not satisfied with me letting you carry the monster. Do you want me to carry it? As a result, Baijian looked him up and down. Not impossible. Emu, listen to what you are saying. Let a healer carry the monster? You have better equipment than me, and it is obviously more convenient to add blood to yourself. Baijian argued. This is the field he is familiar with. In every outdoor fight, the opposing DPS will go straight to the nurse. Who would leave a healer there to add blood safely? Emu, If I remember correctly, your equipment is much better than mine. That's right, but I'm not going to wear it. You are quite righteous. Emu wanted to say something, but then he thought about it. The guy on the opposite side is also a healer. It's all because of this guy's cruelty, which makes him always forget this. The healer can kill monsters, so he can take it for a while. It seems that it's not impossible, but from this point of view, when he tries his skills in the future, there is no need to pull a DPS. Why doesn't he just stand in front of the monster and add blood to himself? Baijian, you should fight well, but you missed the target. Emu found someone's trance again. What's wrong with you? Are you heartbroken? You've never been in love before. He even went to the Colonel's forum to take a look, and the fact that this guy was wearing women's clothes was also exposed. Why did he look like this suddenly? Baijian came back to his senses. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly found that someone seemed to be not human. Imu thought he was talking about him. You are not a human. If we stand together, everyone will say that you are even less human. Look at what he did. He was already frivolous enough, and if it was revealed that he was actually a healer, and he shot everywhere with a crossbow all day long, 8 out of 10 people would say, is this something a human can do? Baijian looked at him speechlessly, and didn't even fight the monsters. Imu, what's wrong with you again? It's okay. Baijian said, I didn't say anything about you, but you are so eager to refute me. I want to see if there is really a problem. So you feel guilty. Imu only regretted that he didn't have a knife on him, otherwise he would have rushed up and chopped this guy twice to vent his anger. I think you are the least human. Finally he said this. Then he tried his best to add blood to himself. He was so busy talking that he forgot to add blood to himself. Baijian also kindly gave him a jumping light. This skill is really useful. It can add blood and kill monsters. Thanks to Tanhua. When I think of Tanhua, I think of him chattering behind Chu Yuan. And then? Is it really possible that Chu Yuan is the artificial intelligence? Baijian didn't know. But at least, he was sure of 2 things now. He felt familiar with Chu Yuan because of this. After all, he didn't feel familiar when he saw his face, nor did he feel familiar when he heard his voice for the first time. Because the AI used intelligent sound at that time. Later, when he played the game, it was because Chu Yuan said more, so he had a sense of déjà vu. The second thing was, of course, why he took the opponent's equipment with confidence. After all, he was still thinking about the compensation that he didn't get at the beginning. How could he just awaken a skill and judge what he had thought and said in the past? This made him wear it. Compensation must be compensated. Baijian skipped the second compensation thing. After all, he had this idea only because he subconsciously connected Chu Yuan with that AI. Now he only regretted that he didn't have a memory playback device. Otherwise he would listen to every sentence he said to that AI again. Although he remembered everything now, sometimes there would be slight errors in memory. Some tones, even the situation at that time, occasionally changed due to some of his own wishes or experiences he had seen in the past. Especially when Baijian equated the two, now he just felt that they were similar, very similar. Especially after lunch, the other party said to Tanhua, didn't you come up? It's okay to say that this is a straight man, but the key is that Baijian clearly remembers that the artificial intelligence at that time, because he dealt with Wei Ichio and Bai Zihan, the scumbag, felt that he accepted the time travel. That tone. I can't say the tone, I can only say that feeling, and that sentence didn't you come up. It coincided unexpectedly. But if you think about it carefully, it's not that similar. After all, Chu Yuan always looked like he didn't care about anything, but the artificial intelligence did. He wanted to transfer his memory to him quickly. So, in this respect, artificial intelligence is more emotional than Chu Yuan, like a human. Baijian remembered that when he mentioned that the other party invaded his original computer, the artificial intelligence said I won't. It's me, not us. In addition, the information obtained from asking Fanny Tong before, no one else has come into contact with artificial intelligence, or even if there is, it is Fanny Tong's level who is not aware of it. There may be one artificial intelligence, and there is only one. And it rarely appears. Baijian has always been a more rational person. He knew that the analysis here was almost done, and more information was needed to make a more accurate determination. However, he couldn't help it at all. After fighting with Imu, the other party went offline, and he didn't feel like fighting monsters. It was okay for him to think about it. He was about to go to bed, and he sat up suddenly when he was lying there. Is that right? Damn! After coming to his senses, he looked at the indoor sleep-aiding lamp. This thing worked very well when he wanted to sleep last time, but it didn't work today. It was obvious that he had something on his mind and his brain was spinning, so any sleep-aiding method was useless. It was time to sleep. Baijian lay back and covered himself with a soft blanket. When he first met Chi-Chi, why did he look at his hand on the spaceship? Was it because he knew that he, who was wearing a novice outfit, actually had a small artifact as his weapon? Baijian sat up suddenly and pondered. No, it's time to sleep. He lay back down and covered himself with the extremely comfortable quilt. When they first met in school, why did Chu Yuan come over just because he was looking at him? What's so special about him? Is it because of his outsider soul? Baijian sat up again. Repeated sit-ups made him very unhappy. He wished he could knock himself out with a knife. However, this is a difficult job. It's easy to go wrong when you chop others, not to mention chopping yourself. Even if you try to chop yourself, you can't chop. And it's more likely that he did it. Blood was pouring, and he didn't faint. After tossing all night, he finally fell asleep when it was bright. However, he was still thinking about this in his dream. In the dream, Bai Jian was standing in front of Chu Yuan, telling him his reasoning. It's impossible for people not to make mistakes. Especially when playing games, no matter how big a guy is, it's impossible for him to not make a single mistake. You have never made a mistake. This is the biggest flaw. Then he looked at Chu Yuan and said in his usual calm voice, "You guessed it." Then he transformed on the spot, turning into a string of digital special effects. Yes, just like in some movies, the shape of a person made up of numbers. Those ones and zeros are still rotating and refreshing. You are right, so you will dislike me, dear. Bai Jian sat up suddenly. What the hell? He thought, what the hell is dear? Dreams really don't have any logic. And think about it, not making mistakes is indeed a big problem, but it is not necessarily. As a game master, Bai Jian has also been accused of cheating. He knows that some people cannot do what they want, so he thinks that if you can do it, there must be something wrong. Maybe Chu Yuan is such a rigorous person, who never makes mistakes. After all, he looks rigorous and self-disciplined, which is the realm that Bai Jian has always yearned for but can never reach. However, if he is really the artificial intelligence, does Tanhua know it? He probably doesn't know. If he knew, he wouldn't joke about AI every other day and say that he doesn't understand people's hearts. Many things are only joked about if they are fake. If they are true, they will definitely be hidden tightly, without revealing a word. So what does Chu Yuan think? Has he never thought of interfering with his reputation as an AI assistant on Mangsing.com? Or does he really have a clear conscience? He just thinks too much, so he suspects that he stole the axe at this time, and everything looks like it. And if it is true, this is too incredible. If it were in the past, Bai Jian would never believe such a thing. But this is not very scientific. Or it's too scientific, so scientific that it's close to theology. He can travel through time, humans are free of diseases, and the products of the game can actually be eaten. So, an AI that is too smart creates a body for itself and runs out to blend into the crowd. How come it sounds more normal than the above? Bai Jian's mind was full of AI turning into a human, so he was not in a good state for several days. But his condition did not last too long. After all, once the military training of the talent department was over, it was actually only 2 days before school started. Once school started, all kinds of knowledge were drilled into the brain, and who had time to think about whether others were artificial intelligence? AI is not as important as knowledge. Bai Jian was eager to learn. He learned everything the teacher taught him, and he had to work hard when he returned. For a month, he went back and forth between the classroom and the dormitory. He was in a hurry, and sometimes communicated with others. He never met Chu Yuan again. Naturally, he didn't take this matter too seriously. But he remembered everything Chu Yuan said. He accepted the skills, and used them frequently. As for the method of fighting monsters that Lien Tanhua had not been able to figure out, he could only watch it as he went. He couldn't force it. However, during this period of time, his skill proficiency did improve a lot. He and Jiang Min became more and more familiar with each other. After all, although Jiang Min and Gongsun Niaomu got along well, the dormitory buildings for boys and girls were separated. Only he and Cheng Qiqing lived here. He and Cheng Qiqing had an average relationship. Unless they were with Gongsun Niaomu and Miao Xinyue, they would go separately. Bai Jian, on the other hand, often discussed study problems, and since they lived close to each other, they naturally went together more often. That day, Bai Jian was about to open the door and enter the house, but he heard Jiang Min say, "School has already started, and the schoolwork is so tight every day, why do you still invite a bunch of people to the dormitory to play every day?" Bai Jian was stunned for a moment, because he hadn't invited people to have dinner in the dormitory for a long time. No matter if they were from the manufacturing department or the talent department. But Jiang Min only mentioned it, purely because he was impressed by his high spirits. "By the way, if you still have barbecue skewers, give me one." Bai Jian, Dude, did you feel good after eating? That's true. Jiang Min felt good after eating that day. A few days before school started, he made an appointment with Gongsun Niaomu and others to eat at a barbecue restaurant, but it turned out that it was not as delicious as Bai Jian's barbecue. Bai Jian's mouth twitched. No wonder this guy has been sending him food these days. So he was thinking of reciprocity. "Okay, I call you next time I grill. It would be great to come together to eat, and you can also try the famous giant shocking. But you said I invite people to the dormitory every day? What's the situation?" Jiang Min said. He has a healing talent, his skills often spread over. I can receive them in the dormitory. Bai Yijian, oh. It means that the dormitory is soundproof, and Jiang Min is a person who rarely pays attention to anything except studying. Otherwise, if you live so close, you can pay more attention to the door, and know that no one has entered his dormitory during this period. Bai Yijian can't say that it is him. Again, the effect of the holy light is too good. If you know it's him, and there is such an obvious sign as a crossbow, it will soon be known that he is wearing women's clothes and is rumored to be a girl. After returning to the dormitory, Bai Yijian threw himself directly on the bed. Alas, I made a mistake and forgot the distance of the holy light. It's a good thing that this thing is only on the plane, otherwise the dormitories downstairs would have to feel it. He calculated the time in his mind and thought that Jiang Min really didn't care about the outside world and only read the books of saints. If it were anyone else, they would have seen that something was wrong. This person even found a reason for himself. If he hadn't really wanted to eat that bite today, he wouldn't have mentioned this. But then again, this person wouldn't wait for him to deliver it every day, right? This matter caused a commotion. If Jiang Min didn't mention it, Bai Yijian would have been fine. But he mentioned the roast, and now Bai Yijian also wanted to eat it. After all, it has been a while since I last had it. Speaking of grilling is not a big deal, except for cutting and marinating the meat and skewering it. There are still a lot of seasonings from last time, and even a new rack was made that day, and new fruit charcoal was also made. Bai Yijian rummaged around in his backpack for a while, and felt that it was about right. So he waved his hand and said, "Let's have some barbecue. It's so tiring every day, it's time to relax." After saying this, everyone who was free rushed into his dormitory in an instant. Bai Yijian also sent a message from the light brain and called Jiang Min over. Everyone got busy immediately. The dormitory on the top floor is actually quite large, but it's crowded now. Everyone brought their own chairs, and one person brought a sofa directly, which could accommodate a lot of people. It was also the first time for Jiang Min to see them having a meal together, and he was just amazed. Another thing is that it's really crowded. After all, there were many people coming this time, and people from both departments came. Although we had never played together before, it was obvious that there was no social anxiety when we were a group of people. We were all of the same age, and we quickly got along. Especially when it came to complaining about studying, it was like meeting a bosom friend. I thought you only needed to read textbooks, but now you are starting to practice? Your talent department has such a heavy training volume. How come it feels more tiring than military training? Yes, it's only been a month, and you're getting started. It's not the same as the tiredness of military training. Let me tell you, there are only a few items in military training, and you can get through it after getting used to it slowly. This is different, it's difficult. The student tried to describe it, then saw another student and pointed at him. It's him. He used to use a knife, but the teacher said he was wasting his talent and asked him to try long range. He has been practicing several long-range weapons every day recently, and wants to know which one is more suitable for him. Not everyone is like Bai Yijian, who understands his talent and knows where he wants to go in the future. Many people use whatever weapon they think is cool, and even if they use it correctly. No, do you think those who play long-range weapons can be good? There is automatic aiming in the game, but this training is in real life. There are too many people who shoot crookedly without that thing. The man suddenly remembered something and looked at Bai Yijian. "Brother Bai," he shouted, "our teacher said that it is best not to use automatic aiming, which will make people useless." Bai Yijian said while grilling skewers, "I just started using it for an hour." When this was said, everyone looked over. Even Jiang Min was a little surprised. "Fuck." Someone was shocked. "How did you do it? You can shoot so accurately." "Bai Yijian, practice more." After a moment of silence, "But you only use the automatic aiming for an hour. That's to adapt to the new crossbow." "I've practiced it before." Bai Yijian said, "It's right to use the aiming device less. It's too easy to become dependent on it. And let's not talk about anything else. Just say that when you play the game, it's okay when it goes well, but when it doesn't go well, you run an output, so you don't have time to aim. You just shoot based on your feelings." Emu put the mushrooms he had just skewered to Bai Yijian's right hand. It was obvious that he would roast these mushrooms after roasting the ones on his hand. He was not surprised by this. Bai Yijian had a plan in mind and must have noticed this a long time ago. And judging from the speed at which he shot, it didn't seem like he had a scope on. After Bai Yijian finished grilling the ones in his hand, he started grilling mushrooms for him. Of course, there were many mushrooms on skewers. There were many kinds. Emu would not be the only one eating them, but he was the first to take them. Jiangmin also grabbed a few skewers. Actually, someone else helped him grab them. The talent classmate who had just chatted with him was quick-witted and grabbed a handful of them, and then gave him a few skewers. Oh, you're lucky. The classmate took out a bottle of big red medicine and put it on the table. Brother, if you find something wrong, take the medicine quickly. Jiangmin, ? Do you need to eat a skewer with big red medicine? Then he ate the undercooked ones at the first bite as if he had won a prize. Because of the strangeness of the big red medicine, he kept staring at his blood. When he saw something wrong, he immediately asked the people around him, "Why is blood losing?" It's okay. Although this giant shocking is delicious, you will be poisoned if you are not careful. It doesn't matter. Just eat a big red medicine. The man was eating happily, and he said nonchalantly while eating, "It doesn't matter if you don't have time to eat and get poisoned directly. We have a healer here. If he finds something wrong with you, he will give you blood." Jiangmin, oh. He understood. The healer used skills from time to time in the dormitory every day. It turned out that it was not because these people gathered together to cut and rub, but all thanks to this mushroom. However, although blood is lost, it is really delicious. He was eager to try, and was ready to grab a few more strings, but everyone seemed to like it very much, and they got the hang of it very quickly. Jiang, who always ate slowly, and never fought with others for food well, could not compete with these people at all. Bai Jian left a few skewers for him, so he could enjoy the delicious giant shocking again. Originally, he came for the meat skewers, but at this moment, Jiang Min's mind was full of mushrooms. In this regard, he and Emu had the same hobby. The two of them got together at some point, and exchanged experiences of eating mushrooms. Bai Jian saw that the mushrooms were almost done, so he started eating them himself. In addition to mushrooms, other people could also do it. Some of them learned very well, so he was not the only one grilling there. There were many people, and it was lively. Fortunately, the roof would not disturb others if it was overturned. Everyone had eaten almost everything, so they packed up and prepared to rest. Jiangmin was still sighing. It's still quite early today. After all, sometimes it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the past, and there were healing skills. Others didn't know what he was talking about, and said, "There's nothing I can do. I have classes tomorrow. I'm worried just thinking about it." How could he stay and chat for a while after eating like before? Go to bed early, go to bed early. That's right. Jiangmin smiled and said, "If we finish early, we can have some time to read." That's right. I have to go back and read for a while. Everyone left Bai Jian's dormitory with a few words. Then they went back to their own dormitories. Bai Jian listened to the whole thing, and his mouth twitched. What a chicken and a duck talking. The amazing thing is that they can actually match. After seeing everyone off, he purified the air with a roasted smell as usual, and then found a place to sit down. There is one thing to consider. Since there is no clear definition of the effect of the skill, it depends on the individual, and it is clear that it may even become stronger. Then, can the effect be weakened, or the scope be reduced? He is going to ask Chu Yuan. Chapter 52. Although he said he was asking Chu Yuan, Bai Jian actually didn't add Chu Yuan as his friend. So he was looking for Tan Hua. The latter answered this question very enthusiastically. Of course, it's just like if you can deal 100 points of damage with one sword, it may not be easy to increase it to 200 points, but if you want to deal 50 points with one sword, you just need to use less strength. It's just that the skill needs more precise control to achieve this. Generally, few people pay attention to this. After all, they only want the damage to be as high as possible, and they don't want to control it to be lower. Chu Yuan asked me to tell you that accuracy is very important. After Tan Hua finished talking to Bai Jian, he turned his head and looked at Chu Yuan. Why didn't you tell him yourself? Chu Yuan, no friends. What a realistic reason. You won't add me if I don't have one? Chu Yuan ignored him, and Tan Hua found a reason on his own. Yes, usually others will take the initiative to add you. He recalled the past. At that time, I chased you to add me as a friend. Bai Jian, looking at the word accuracy, remembered the scene of flying in the air that he saw that day. That skill is definitely not specifically designed to make people fly in the air, but Chu Yuan specially made a control. I should have thought of it earlier, not just to be strong, but also to be precise. The picture that emerged in his mind was really cool. How Galing Tao Aijian in the White House was thinking about business, and he could also find time to think, when can he have such a cool skill? But in fact, it's just thinking about it. His shuttle is actually very good. If he were given a wind attribute skill, he might not be able to match it with the existing ones. Tan Hua was lucky, as he could get some skills by following Chu Yuan. From that day on, Baijian began to focus on controlling the damage of skills. In this regard, the best skill is still jumping light. He saves mana and has a small range, which is an advantage over Holy Light. Not to mention fighting 1 against 100, that is simply a lethal skill. Use it in school, and Teacher Zhao will call immediately. Shuttle is very good, but it can only go 30 meters at a time, and it cannot be used in the dormitory. If you don't do it well, you will definitely hit the wall. Even if you can get through, you will directly face Jiang Min. But it is still very useful for rushing around on campus. One step is 30 meters. No one can be faster than him. The days pass by busy and fulfilling day by day. When Baijian found that he hadn't seen Chu Yuan in school for a long time, he learned that he and Tan Hua had left long ago. In this way, the two people returned to school. They should have something important to do. I heard from some classmates that they had seen them looking for the principal, and of course, the day they went out to play and encountered space pirates, these two people must have helped to catch them. Now that they left, the matter should be resolved. Speaking of their leaving, Baijian heard about it from the seniors at that time. Yes, after they started classes, the seniors also returned to school after the holiday. Of course, there were also some in school before, but they were few. However, now the number has suddenly increased, so naturally you can meet them everywhere. Not to mention, in addition to being busy with the studies of the manufacturing department, Baijian often goes to the talent department. After all, the training equipment there is more comprehensive. Like gravity rooms, obstacles and the like, the manufacturing department does not have them here. What is even more different is that there are people over there to help. Although the school has just started, it has to be said that the teachers in the school are good at training people. If the test was held now, Baijian would never have been able to break through so easily, not to mention that he could kill a group of people and then kill them. Each one of them looks different. In fact, they have been different since the military training, but now it is more obvious. Baijian is familiar with this group of people, and even those who are not familiar with him can still look familiar. Therefore, I feel quite comfortable every time I come here. I train by myself for a while, and then go to my classmates to help. Of course, there are teachers watching here. After all, some of them are dangerous projects, and they are afraid that students will play themselves to death. Every time they meet, Baijian will greet them generously. The teacher also knows that he is from the manufacturing department. Now there is probably no teacher in the whole school who doesn't know it. But it doesn't matter, those who are eager to learn are good students. No matter which department, everyone can come. It's just that other manufacturing department students don't like to come, but Baijian is willing to come, so the teachers are naturally not unhappy. This teacher even took a video of his training and sent it to Zhao Luosher when he was free. Hey Lao Zhao, do you think students still like the atmosphere of our talent department? Take a look, or let someone transfer to our department. Nonsense. Zhao Luosher was even more disrespectful and said, he is the second in the whole school, you know, he can't get into any department he wants, but he came to the manufacturing department, you know. I didn't choose your talent department, understand? The teacher, that's not right, he didn't know he was the second in the whole school before the exam. Heh. Zhao Luosher, if he didn't have confidence in his grades, he should have chosen your talent department, after all, you are easier to pass the exam. Hey! The teacher was unhappy. How come it's easy for us to pass the exam? As a school that is one of the best in the entire galaxy, naturally no department is easy to pass. It's just that the general performance of the manufacturing department is indeed better than their talent department, but their students are not bad, and they are all talented. If our students work hard, they will definitely pass your department, but your students may not. After all, grades can be improved, but whether there is talent or not is determined when awakening. Now it was Zhao Luosher's turn to be unhappy. Do you really think that a few points are easy to improve? In our industry, it also depends on talent. If you don't have any talent in this area, you can't understand the additional questions. That's so exaggerated, it has to be our talent department. The two teachers started to talk back and forth. Of course, this did not affect Baijian's training. He didn't even know about this. Today, there are senior students coming down to guide. This is a routine. The so-called seniors were also instructed by their seniors. The so-called instruction is to learn from each other. In the battle, they understand their own shortcomings. The teachers are too strong in this aspect, but the seniors are just right. However, this just right is called just right by some people to deal with him. Every time they are beaten to the point of despair. At this moment, the one on the stage is going crazy. He can't hit the opponent. He can't hit the opponent at all. Focus. Someone next to him instructed. The more anxious you are, the less likely you are to hit. The more you need to be calm at this time. Of course, the seniors can't only be seniors, but also seniors. At this moment, a cool and neat senior walked up to Bai Jian and asked curiously, "Why are you still wearing a novice outfit? Because it's cool?" Ha ha ha. Emu and others were near him, watching the battle together, and couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Su Sengxi couldn't help but say, "How can it be possible? He has never gotten it. Our brother Bai is an expert in opening healing equipment." The senior sister asked in confusion, "What does this mean?" 8 out of 10 pieces of equipment, he got our healing equipment. Anyway, he can't use them, so they are all cheap for us healers. A healing girl who bought equipment from Bai Jian came over and said with a smile, "I bought 2 of them from him." Pointing at Emu beside him, "Look, this guy here not only has the best equipment opened by Brother Bai, but also 2 of his skill books." The senior sister's eyes lit up immediately. "Little brother, next time you play the dungeon, go with the senior sisters. Don't worry, we will lead you, and you will definitely pass it quickly." Emu and others, They all looked at Bai Jian, and their first reaction was, "You are worthy of it." The second was, "Why don't they have a senior sister to lead?" Then they remembered that they were trying to steal their teammates. Although this teammate had gone to the solo dungeon by himself before, and didn't go with them. But he is also their teammate. "Senior sister, you are not kind. How can you steal our teammate?" "That's what I mean. We all share the common prosperity." Emu didn't say anything. He just looked at Bai Jian jokingly. "Look, you are not the healer, but you are also robbed." Bai Jian, He was not surprised. After all, these people praised him as a person who can use healing equipment and skills. Who cannot love Little Red Hand? However, senior, do you think you should reconsider? I'm still wearing a novice outfit, which explains a lot of problems. He really isn't that lucky. Who would have thought that the senior didn't care? It doesn't matter if I can't get an attack outfit. It's hard to get a healing outfit. She came here for this. And to put it another way, you've got so many healing outfits and skills, you must have spent a lot of money. Why don't you buy some equipment to wear? Everyone sighed. We've asked this question before, and he said it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Bai Jian thought, although the equipment can be sold again after wearing it, and the attributes are not affected, but the equipment also has a lifespan. Otherwise, even if the probability of getting equipment is low, after thousands of years, it will be piled up everywhere. But generally speaking, you don't have to worry about this. After all, unless there are special circumstances, it's not a problem to use it for 30 or 50 years. But after all, secondhand is secondhand. Although they are all clean and like new, there are actually some marks on the equipment that have been worn by a few people. Some people care more about this and prefer to be unique. Of course, there are also people who are simply obsessed with cleanliness and don't like to wear what others have worn. Even if they don't care at all, the market price has been pushed down, and they just want to get a bargain. So once they change hands, the price actually goes up. And Bai Jian is different from others. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have money, as he can play games anyway. If he really comes across good equipment and skills in the future, he will send a message back and his family will support him. He is on his own, and he doesn't feel at ease without some cash in his hands. After all, money is made quickly here, but it is also spent quickly. Although he has more than 1 million or nearly 2 million in his hand now, it is not a small amount, but if he encounters any good equipment or good skills, it is possible that he will lose it all at once. Maybe the little money in his hand is not enough. Anyway, the novice equipment is enough for now. When it is not enough, there is the set given by Chu Yuan. There is really no need to spend money to buy transitional equipment. When the time comes, it will be a problem to be suppressed by the price, and whether it can be quickly sold out is also a problem. It is better to keep some cash in hand, so that it will not be useless when the time comes. Bai Jian does not want to experience the experience of collecting money for artifacts until he has no money to repair equipment, and finally owes others. They are chatting here enthusiastically, but the two on the stage have finished. The next group is on stage. This time, a tall and strong classmate is replaced, and the opposite is a petite, weak, and pitiful senior sister. As soon as their classmate came on stage, he was obviously much weaker. "Senior, you go first." Bai Jian, TSK. The senior sister next to him looked at him. "What's wrong? Are you jealous? How about picking a senior sister for you later?" Bai Jian didn't care about this. He just said, "I just think that he should lose more miserably than the one just now." The senior sister was stunned for a moment and became a little interested. Why? Because the senior sisters who dared to go on stage must have some strength? One of them. Bai Jian said, more importantly, he felt that he had the advantage before the fight, but no one can definitely beat anyone in the first fight. He also practiced in modern times, and he knew this too well. In daily life, it is totally fine for you to be a gentleman to ladies, and it is easy to help carry heavy objects. But if you do the so-called give way in a competition, then you are basically looking for death if you look down on your opponent. Don't think you are so powerful, it is not certain who is stronger on the stage. If you underestimate the enemy before the fight, you will probably fail. It's interesting. The senior said, I will play a game with you later, don't worry, don't bully me, and I will change into a novice outfit. Baijian also smiled, then I have to thank you for your advice. They talked for only about half a minute, no more than 50 seconds, but the result was already on the stage. As expected by Baijian, the male student lost miserably. They dared to let Senior Xiao attack first. I thought she was very capable, but she turned out to be just like that. Maybe it's because Senior Xiao is pretty. I saw her face turn red just now. The teacher watching the game over there was still arguing with Zhao Luoshi, but he was also paying attention to this side. Now he just shook his head. Seeing a pretty girl like this, you think this is a martial arts competition to recruit a husband? The girl came on stage because she liked you, so she gave you a chance. I have to teach them a lesson about this issue later. On the stage, Senior Xiao looked around. Are there any others who want to come up? Su Sengxi hissed, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This senior sister looked small, but how could she be so strong? He was definitely not her opponent. I didn't expect it. What? Baijian glanced at him, reacted, and couldn't help laughing. No need to be like this, wait until next year, there will be such a shocking existence in your class. Everyone reacted yes, EMO. Isn't this a classmate who is petite but very strong? Now they don't think anything because their own strength is not much different, but if they train for a year, when they face the freshmen next year, it will definitely be another Senior Xiao. Su Sengxi didn't dare to step forward, but it didn't mean that no one would go. Soon, another classmate went up. Baijian watched and found that the one who came up this time was smarter than the last one, and he was also strong. He should be the kind of person who looks good at the beginning. But in the end, he lost because of lack of skills. Sister, Baijian asked the senior sister next to him, I'm on the stage now, will you fight with me later? Fight, even if I don't have time today, I will take time to practice with you another day. The senior sister patted his shoulder, don't lose too badly. Senior sister, we haven't fought yet. Baijian said, before the end, everything is possible. You have ambition. The senior sister praised, but she didn't think he could really challenge successfully. After the others went up, the seat next to him was vacated, and Su Sengxi came over. Sister, how long do you think my brother Bai can last? Call me senior sister? Just now, brother Bai called me that. The senior sister's eyes finally moved away from the stage and fell on him. Is he you? Su Sengxi, no. Good boy, this is too double standard. Before, I thought the senior sister was easy to talk to, and wanted to try to give her some special treatment, at least not to hit her so hard when she hit him. Now it seems that it's totally impossible. The scene of Baijian going on stage was naturally seen by Zhao Luoshi on the other side of the communication. He had just finished arguing with the teacher here and was about to hang up the call, but he immediately stopped. Don't move, set up the camera, move aside, and block me from looking at my students. The teacher, you can do it. The first sentence Baijian said when he came on stage was, Senior sister, I'm not very good, can you let me take the initiative? Everyone looked over in shock. Yimu raised his hands to cover his face. Oh my god, this sounds like something Baijian would say. Chapter 53. Baijian shocked everyone at the beginning. Not only did senior sister Xiao on the opposite side never see this routine, but many freshmen who saw her knock 2 classmates away also started to make a noise. Have some shame, Baijian. What shame? Baijian thought. How could you see senior sister Xiao kicking someone 8 meters away and throwing him against the wall, and still think that my request is too much? This is now. If it were his previous body, he would dare to let the other party let him have a hand. What woman, petite, looks weak? Baijian knows best that apart from strength, other labels cannot be seen when standing on the stage. Zhao Luoshi was also speechless and shocked. This kid. This kid is not bad. The teacher interrupted him. Knowing your own weight and not being tempted by beauty, this is the posture of asking for advice seriously. Zhao Luoshi immediately became alert to him. My student. Okay, your student. There was a clamor from the audience, but senior sister Xiao on the stage had a flat reaction. Okay, she said, I give you 3 moves. That's not necessary. Baijian said. At least I watched 2 games from the audience, I still got a little advantage. Senior Sister Xiao knew Baijian, a campus celebrity, a new troublemaker in this world. Miraculously, he was not from the talent department. This guy came to school to take a test before school started and became famous. Later, he even went to the military training area of the talent department to set up a table and eat popsicles. Anyway, it was a bit awkward. She thought that the fight would be too informal, but she didn't expect it to be quite formal. Not slippery at all. It's not that it's particularly easy to fight, but it's not as unconventional as imagined. Having heard about Baijian's deeds, Senior Sister Xiao was prepared. It's a little different from the rumors. During the halftime of fighting, Senior Sister Xiao couldn't help but say. Baijian smiled slightly. He didn't want to find out what image he had in the minds of the seniors in school, and he didn't have time to study it at this moment, because Senior Sister Xiao was indeed strong. After all, she was a senior sister, naturally different from the rookies of the same grade. And Senior Sister Xiao should not be simple among the same grade, otherwise she wouldn't easily say that she would let him take 3 moves. The senior sister who was chatting with him just now also said not to lose too badly. This is justified confidence, which is completely different from the situation of the boy before. So Baijian still fought very cautiously. This is quite good. There were seniors chatting in the audience. Indeed, the fight is quite good. The senior sister just now also smiled and said, no wonder you dared to go on stage, you have some skills. Baijian himself has practiced, although he can't compare with professionals, but it's all experience. Because his body before was not as strong as it is now, the moves he learned were not hard-hitting moves, but mostly relied on clever strength. So even if Senior Sister Xiao's equipment is better than his, she still doesn't have much advantage in this regard. Of course, Baijian himself has even less advantage. He is mostly on defense, and there is no particularly effective counterattack. But even so, everyone thinks it's pretty good. After all, look at the situation of the 2 who went on stage before, and then look at Baijian. It's almost 10 minutes. It was a normal move, but when used on him, it seemed to be a little slippery, just hard to grasp. Senior Sister Xiao then became completely serious. There is something, she said, but it's still too little. If you continue like this, you will make mistakes sooner or later. Mistakes are relative. Baijian said that if this senior sister was in a hurry to win this game and messed up her moves, his chance would come. And obviously, the senior sister is a senior sister after all. She won't be so impatient. But Senior Sister Xiao did not play happily. This feeling seems incredible at first, but if you think about it carefully, it's like when you play a certain game, you use an advantageous hero to press the opponent under the tower, and it looks like you have a big advantage. However, the actual situation is, you didn't get a single head, and the other party didn't fall steadily with the first knife. The key is that you slip so much that you often miss your skill attacks. The feeling is really known to anyone who has tried it. I really want to pull the opponent out from under the tower and beat him up. Sometimes, I feel that the defense tower is really a hindrance. Senior Xiao has this feeling now, so even though she has the advantage, it is not good to be unable to do what she wants. If someone loses patience, once he impulsively crosses the tower. No, once he loses his balance and is eager to succeed, and is anxious to hit Baijian, then Baijian's chance will come. Xiao Xiao has met his match, a senior said with a smile. They all felt uncomfortable watching him being unable to use his strength. At this moment, it seemed that Senior Xiao could not stand this frustration, and he actually rushed forward. This move cannot be said to be wrong, but it can only be said to be too hasty, which instead left himself with an open goal. Baijian naturally couldn't miss this opportunity, and took advantage of it. Below the stage, Emu and others almost stopped breathing, and watched this scene nervously. If this was achieved, the advantage was huge. In today's ring, would one of the juniors finally win? It's not that easy. The dashing senior standing next to them flicked her hair. Our shower is not such an impulsive person. Sure enough, it was intentional. Baijian sighed. Deliberately exposed a flaw to make him think there was a chance, and took the opportunity to catch him when he made a move. It's a bit late to see it now, Senior Xiao said. The other seniors below the stage were also thinking this in their hearts. If they fell into the trap, it would not be so difficult to get out. However, things did not develop as they imagined. Baijian seemed to have been prepared. He dodged the most critical move, and collided with Senior Xiao's hand with his other hand. This was the first real contest of strength between the two sides since they came on stage. The result was that Baijian took 2 steps back to relieve the force. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage, everyone watching was shocked. Because according to common sense, After this round of Xiao's senior sister, he should have stepped down. Just now, several seniors had even predicted the result and turned their eyes away. However, who could have expected that the result was just 2 steps back? A small loss, but it did not affect the result at all. Someone who understood it immediately said he was prepared. This junior brother is a smart guy in a fight. Strictly speaking, the flaw that Xiao's senior sister sold was not particularly obvious. At least it would not make people think it was intentional. Moreover, she dragged it out until others thought she couldn't stand it anymore. The cause and effect are very reasonable. If it were someone else, they would definitely jump in without thinking that the opportunity had come, and then stepped into the trap. However, Bai Jian did step on it, but he didn't step on it completely. He left himself a way out. If this was really an opportunity, then he would have made a lot of money, and could have taken advantage of it to gain a great advantage. But if it wasn't, he could have saved himself in time, and not been defeated at once. That kind of opportunity was fleeting, and he could have thought of so much in such a short time. Is that the key? The key is that he only took 2 steps back. The freshman may not understand this point very clearly, but his classmates with the cute but violent girl on the stage for more than a year, how could they not know how strong the other party was? Not to mention that Bai Jian was wearing a novice outfit, and although senior sister Xiao changed her equipment to please the freshman, the attributes were actually not bad. It was probably similar to that of ordinary freshmen, and it was normal to be a little higher or lower. After all, everyone's equipment attributes could not be at the same level. But in this aspect of advantage, Bai Jian was not at a big disadvantage just by strength. What's his panel value? As a teacher, it's impossible for the students to not notice what they can notice. On the spot, the teacher in charge of watching the scene asked Zhao Lushi on the other side of the communication. Teacher Zhao looked confused. You ask me? Who do you ask if your students don't ask? But we are the manufacturing department. Does the manufacturing department know? Teacher Zhao felt more and more justified as he spoke. We don't even look at this. After all, it doesn't affect learning. There are some jobs that really require physical effort, but there are machines to assist, so you don't have to do it yourself. At most, they count whether the students have talents. Who cares about the panel values? The panel values don't show the IQ. If they want to show this, they may still count it. The teacher, noticed the students who were eavesdropping, But even if they didn't find out, just by looking at it, they can see that the panel value must be not low. At least 90 points. Such a high value is rare. The teacher was a little moved again. This person should be a good seedling of their talent department. However, Zhao Lushi was staring at him vigilantly over there, because they had just had a quarrel, so he didn't say it. And the battle on the stage was really intense at this time. Senior Xiao never forgets that she is here to give guidance. Since she is giving guidance, she should say when she sees the problem of her junior, you are not at a disadvantage in strength, but you have an advantage. Your fighting style is completely wrong. Which teacher taught you? Halfway through, she remembered that this teacher is from the manufacturing department, and probably no one teaches this. Bai Jian also said, I figured it out myself, but now I am not as good as you, so it is not wrong to beat you like this. Senior Xiao thought to herself that I was just taking advantage of the equipment. If we only talk about the pure panel values, I am really not as good as you. That's why she said that the other party has a natural advantage in this aspect. But it's not good against her. It's different when you meet her at other times. So how did you develop such a fighting style that can defeat 1,000 pounds with just a little effort? She is a senior student, and the talent department teacher who is watching wants to pull her over for special training. We have to play to our strengths. Since the beginning of the school year, they have been exploring the strengths of the students. They were almost there, but they didn't expect that there was still a fish that slipped through the net. However, he was very surprised by one thing. I remember Bai Jian. Didn't he meet a star pirate outside and slam him against the wall to make him bloody? Why is his fighting style completely different now? Teacher, he smashed him on the ground. Next to him, a student who knew the rumor refuted it. The teacher glared at him. What's the difference? He just beat him with his bare hands and left him with only 23% of his health. Isn't that wrong? Just look at his fighting style on the stage. It's completely different. If you say that Senior Xiao must be stronger than that star pirate and Bai Jian is helpless, the teacher doesn't believe it. I just said that you don't know how to be gentle with women, but you are playing tricks on me here, showing the momentum you had when fighting the star pirate. Bai Jian was speechless. Are the star pirates the same as the senior students? It's not because the senior is a girl. It would be the same if another senior came. These are all seniors from the same school, and they're here to guide them. He was treated as an enemy and shot at. How can that be justified? Moreover, teacher, that star pirate is too stupid, he didn't guard against me at all. So the situation is different. Then you were so soft when you hit? Senior Xiao asked when she had time. Of course it's impossible. Bai Jian used killer moves, the kind that made the opponent lose resistance with one strike. After all, he was a star pirate. Of course he could be as ruthless as he wanted, but could he grab the head of a senior or a classmate and smash it on the ground? The head is so important. Breaking it is a small matter. It will cause a concussion. The key is what if you make a mistake and kill it? If you ask him if he is afraid of making a mistake when he is a star pirate, then of course he is afraid. He has never killed a chicken before. How can you ask him to kill someone? But the situation was forced to that point at that time. If he doesn't fight, he will die, and if he fights, he will lose. Not to mention that there are two people on the other side, and there is only one fainted Fanitone on his side. It has to be ruthless. If he doesn't fight, he will die. But the competition on the ring was not that serious. However, no one understood his suffering. Once reminded, the students below also remembered this and started to make a fuss. Xiao Xuejia also said, "Why you still hold back?" Bai Jian subconsciously glanced at the teacher over there. "Senior Xiao, you care about the teacher's opinion, but you are not such a person." She remembered that at the end of the test in the video, the person who was called up to the stage said something in front of all the teachers and classmates. As I said, Bai Jian no longer wanted to worry about what image he had in the eyes of others. He looked at the teacher just to confirm whether there was a backup. After all, he didn't even dare to guarantee that he could stop using those dirty tricks. But he was not afraid with the teacher. The teachers in the school were much more powerful than them. They had seen all kinds of scenes, and would definitely react if they found something wrong. So the next moment, his aura changed. Bai Jian learned 2 sets when he was learning, one of which was the one he just used, which was standard and strong. The other set is not a good thing. He was just angry after being kidnapped that year, and decided to teach the kidnappers a lesson next time. So he learned whatever he wanted, and figured it out by himself without anyone teaching him. So how to do the most damage, how to use the least effort to achieve the greatest effect, he has studied it in depth. As his opponent, Senior Sister Xiao was the first to feel his change. She smiled and said, "That's right, it's powerful enough." The teacher's eyes also changed, and he raised his foot and walked closer. The other students then reacted, "Damn, it's changed, it's changed." Zhao Luosher was watching from the other end of the communication, looking left and right. Although he is not a talent department, and he has rarely been to the God Realm in recent years, he has the necessary vision. At this time, he couldn't help but ponder, is the minor protection law not effective on planet 2538? Whose young adult is so cruel, fighting with others every day? The teacher of the talent department here has a sharper vision. He said, "Still keep your hands off. So you half-baked people should not guess randomly. And you don't even look at Bai Jian's personality. Doesn't he look like someone who grew up in danger? Don't talk about this, he doesn't even look like someone from a planet like planet 2538. You know, they have seen a lot of students. Not to mention the planets that are ranked so low, even if they are much better, some students are not used to the school. But Bai Jian has none of these things. He is shining and confident. He dares to be a hostage in the test, which is something he doesn't need to do, because he doesn't want to be killed offline for no reason. He dared to talk nonsense when he was called to the stage, looking very confident. He would come to watch the military training of the talent department, not caring at all about attracting those eyes that wanted to shoot him to death. This guy was even very good at settling things. He made a lot of friends after doing so many tricks. He had a good reputation among the students. At this moment, Teacher Zhao was actually thinking about these things. Compared with other teachers, Teacher Zhao knew his students better. He knew that Bai Jian was self-taught and had never been to school. At first, he was worried that he would not adapt to school life and would have problems getting along with his classmates. But looking at Bai Jian now, it was all a waste of worry and thinking too much. This kid looked like he was more adaptable than many of his classmates, who had been going to school every day since childhood. Compared with him, the two people on the stage didn't have the time to think about it. Ever since Bai Jian changed his fighting style, his momentum has changed. There is no need to mention Senior Sister Xiao. There is no time to talk nonsense. The people in the audience were watching intently, and even some people in other arenas stopped fighting and looked over. Damn, this guy hits wherever he loses more blood. It's really bad. In fact, this is still good. Bai Jian hits the place where people suddenly lose their ability to fight back. But Senior Sister Xiao is not so easy to be hit, and unlike his previous place, This place only loses blood, but it won't hurt so much that she can't move. But even so, she felt a little tired. This year's freshmen are something. No, this is a manufacturing department. There have been perverts among freshmen, but what the hell is it in the manufacturing department? The stage and the audience were numb. They seemed to have returned to the freshman test, when Baijin, a manufacturing department, was killing everyone. What do you think? You are so talented in this area, and you go to the manufacturing department, and you are not uninterested. Don't you come to train often? If you don't know, you might think that the talent department requires a higher score, and you can't pass it. This is really sinister. After a while, a classmate couldn't help but sigh. I kind of understand why the star pirate only had 23% of his health left. It is said that he didn't use these moves, he just grabbed a person's head and smashed it on the ground. This is the truth told by an insider. Impossible, it must not have been spread. Yes, it must not have been spread. How could it be that simple? It would never be so ordinary to smash it twice. Those moves on the stage just now, not all of them, must have been used 2 or 3. Chapter 54. The audience was lively, and the audience was not much behind. The two fought hard, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. Old Wang. Teacher Zhao Luozhi suddenly said, when you have nothing to do, you can also give some guidance. They are all students. You can't just ignore them, because they are not from your talent department. Teacher Wang, the teacher who has been watching here, snorted, aren't you afraid that we will snatch your students? You won't do it? Zhao Luozhi didn't respond to him, and said, then I go find Old Li. Gong Zhonghao was stunned. No, can't I teach you? He had been itching to see this fish that slipped through the net. What does it matter whether it is from the talent department? Anyway, they are all students of their school. How can I not call him teacher? Zhao Luozhi was satisfied. He looked at the battle on the stage and couldn't help saying, my student, it's not bad to put him in your talent department. Needless to say, Teacher Wang raised his eyebrows and thought that he had taken all the limelight of the freshmen this year. I just don't know why he had to go to the manufacturing department. It's obvious that he is more suitable for their talent department. But looking at Zhao Luozhi, who was watching seriously on the other side of the communication, Teacher Wang didn't dare to say this again. He was afraid that if he said this, the old guy would let others teach him. You are really willing to do it. I thought you would keep it as a treasure, and not let us touch it. What you said is right. Students have a desire to learn. I can't teach myself, and I can't stop others from teaching. Zhao Luozhi was immediately unhappy. Others don't have this intention, otherwise I would also help them. At the end, he lowered his voice a little so that the students next to him wouldn't hear. You know the current situation, it won't hurt to learn more. Teacher Wang also remembered the military training that the principal had suddenly given to the students from the manufacturing and history departments. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that the fight was getting more intense and skills were already being used. It's almost done. He thought to himself while waving his hand, add blood, quick. The healer standing near the ring reacted instantly, and almost at the same time, a series of blood recovery skills were applied. They fell on Baijin and Senior Xiao. Of course, because there were too many skills, no one noticed that Baijin's own skills were actually mixed in. His blood volume was too low, and he really couldn't suppress his instinct, so he applied a jumping light. It's not quite right to say instinct, it's a habit. Since he changed his fighting style, both sides began to suffer damage. It doesn't hurt to be injured here, so Baijin paid close attention to his blood volume. This is the case at ordinary times, let alone when fighting. He was suppressing the habit of applying blood recovery throughout the whole process. However, in the end, he really couldn't help it. The jumping light jumped out of him, and then rushed towards the senior sister. Baijin was stunned, thinking that it was over. This was an attack on someone else, but the light spot did not turn into an attack, but was still a soft light that added blood, and it just fell on him. Mixed in with other blood recovery skills, it was not conspicuous. But Baijin still noticed it. Okay, junior brother, it's okay. Senior sister Xiao seemed to want to pat Baijin on the shoulder, but she was too short and finally patted her arm. It was a good fight today, I find you next time. There were also people below who made a fuss. No, Shower, we can't monopolize such a handsome junior brother, we will also try his skills later. That's right, I've never seen such a shady fight. Baijin's mouth twitched, thinking that you guys are really curious. If he dared to do this with others in the past, he would be scolded to death. But thinking about the first day of military training, there were people who wanted to fall to the ground and be dragged all the way to the end. It seems that you can understand their thoughts. Go away, why are you joining in the fun? All of you go to line up. Xiao Shuijia stood close, and just finished fighting, which was the place that was deeply remembered. She pointed to her elbow. You just hit here on purpose. Why? Bai Jian thought that it was because there was a numb tendon there, and if this thing hit it, it would be numb and painful at the least, and it would require surgery if it was serious. However, who could have expected that you interstellar people have evolved so perfectly that this thing is not afraid of being hit? His shady tricks are basically like this: fast, effective, and they will work if given a chance. But here, half of them are useless. Even those that are still useful only make people lose more blood, and they can't play a decisive role. But this obviously can't be said. He can only say, just try it, but it seems to be useless. Senior Sister Xiao didn't think much about it. In her opinion, Bai Jian was not a talent, and he had never been taught by a teacher. It was normal that not every move he figured out was effective. Then it seemed that the other moves she didn't understand were probably due to this reason. After they finished fighting, there was naturally no need to stay on the stage, and the two of them walked down together. For a while, no one else came on stage, and they were all discussing the previous fight. Emu and others also came over, and the senior sister went straight to Senior Sister Xiao, but she didn't forget to say to Bai Jian, add your contact number, and make an appointment to fight together next time when you have time. Bai Jian went up to her and added her number, and added Zhao's number as well. Then he went to say hello to Teacher Zhao on the other side of the communication. The latter said, I asked Lao Wang to give you some pointers when he has time, but you can't just focus on this. You can't fall behind in your studies. Bai Jian promised repeatedly that he wouldn't do that, and was let go. They were all here for training, so it was impossible to keep discussing Bai Jian. It was almost done here, and soon another senior stood up, waiting for the challenge from the freshman. Because there was a Bai Jian who was quite good at fighting, the freshmen's morale was greatly boosted, but obviously, they were taught a lesson as soon as they got on the stage. Emo Su Sengxi, and the brother who persuaded the quarrel also went up, but Emu didn't go. He was a healer, not to mention the seniors on the stage. His sister was a head shorter than him, and could handle him with one hand. He stood beside Bai Jian and whispered, I just saw it. Bai Jian knew he was talking about the jumping light. Other people would not ask which student did the healing, and even the teacher did not pay much attention to this. Anyway, it was enough to heal up the blood. But Emu was too familiar with Bai Jian, and he immediately found the jumping light. Of course, he said this not to prove that he had a good eye, but it turns out that you don't have to attack. Didn't you always attack and heal in turn? Bai Jian, yeah, I just found out too. The skill of jumping towards Senior Xiao, because he did not want to attack, turned into a healing effect. He reread the skill prompt and found that it only said to jump between the enemy and the friendly, and did not say that it must be once on the enemy and once on the friendly, so it is possible to jump between the friendly continuously. I remember that when he asked about the skill effect of this skill, and how many times he could jump, Chu Yuan's reply was, it depends on you. At that time, he thought it depended on how strong the effect he could bring out. Now it seems that it still depends on whether he wants to attack or recover blood, and whether he wants to use the skill on the enemy or the friendly. It has been a long time since I got this skill, and Bai Jian always thought he was very familiar with it, but today I found out that no, you don't understand it. Sure enough, this kind of skill with strong uncertainty is really uncertain everywhere. But the development potential is really strong. I don't know why it is cheaper. Bai Jian thinks that this skill is better in comparison. Hearing his doubts, Emu said speechlessly, what misunderstanding do you have about yourself? Not everyone is like you, who can constantly discover new uses for skills. Some people can't even use this skill after getting it. On the contrary, the ones that are clearly marked, the clearer the marking, the easier it is to use. Only at this time did he have a real feeling about Bai Jian being an orphan. Otherwise, even if his family didn't teach him specifically, he wouldn't be unaware of these things. He pulled Bai Jian aside and talked about a lot of things in this regard. Later, the two of them didn't practice, but talked about this here. Emo and others came back once, and when they heard them talking about this, they left without much interest. After this day, Bai Jian had another teacher in the talent department. But he hadn't started training yet, because the next day was a rare holiday. During this period, Bai Jian was studying even during holidays, so he was going to relax this week. A classmate invited him to go to a hot spring together. Bai Jian couldn't refuse this. To be honest, he really liked the feeling of soaking in water, not to mention hot springs. In the previous world, Bai Jian would occasionally take a bath. Now that he came here, he had never taken a bath. Now that he had a chance, he would not miss it. He agreed on the spot, and when the time came, he left the school with his classmates. They had a clear goal this time, and a group of people went straight to the hot spring. "I've wanted to come here for a long time," said the student who proposed it. "There are no hot springs on our planet, and I've never soaked in one. The ones in the game don't count, but I always feel that they're a little less interesting. Of course, there's a difference between the game and reality." Someone else mentioned, "I remember you advertised last week that the construction was almost complete, so the hot springs should be ready soon. Although Tianchi Star is good now, it was once the same as 2538 Star. Every blade of grass and tree here, even water and other resources, were created by players in the game bit by bit. Not only Tianchi Star, but people from many planets do this. For example, the tree that Wei Ichi once showed off in his circle of friends was created by the people of the Sirius Guild, and then planted in his own guild. It just takes a certain amount of luck to create it. Of course, you can also exchange it in the system, but because the price is not low, most people won't spend the money. For example, you can hardly see it on 2538 Star. At most, some people will replace a small pot of green plants in their homes. The fact that Apocalypse Star can be as big as it is now is the result of the joint efforts of generations. And now, there is no need to exchange things from the game. Their planet is already alive, and all aspects of operation have begun. Groundwater, rivers, mountains, and forests are all running on their own, and no longer need to be supplemented by the game. Of course, things like coal and oil are only produced by players. But the formation of these things is slow, Baijin thought. After all, in his previous world, they were all called non-renewable resources, and the time to form was too long, and it might be because of this reason that there is no output from this planet for the time being. Perhaps after many years, these energy sources will also be formed on this planet. Bai Jian was really shocked after reading the history of Apocalypse Star, as if artificially filling a planet that has been exhausted with new vitality. Day by day, year by year, many people work together. They turned a planet like 2538 Star into what it is today little by little. We are still using it in a standardized way and trying to recycle it. Because this planet is still very fragile, it is easy to die again if we are not careful. The students were still discussing, but the hovercraft had already stopped. "We have arrived. Hot Spring Hotel." An antique-looking building with a wooden sign. Bai Jian followed everyone in, but saw a familiar person from the corner of his eye. Cheng Qiqing? Cheng Qiqing did not see them. He was following a waiter to another road. "That looks like the VIP area." "Oh," Bai Jian thought, "the landlords are also here to soak in the hot springs. They are naturally going in a different direction from Cheng Qiqing, and this area is an affordable area. But even if it is affordable, it is not the price that Bai Jian used to soak in the hot springs. Fortunately, he has money now, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to pay the bill. Comfortable. Bai Jian and others entered the spring water, and each one was so beautiful. This is an outdoor hot spring, but they are all small pools with some decorative partitions in the middle. They didn't have many people this time, so they chose a slightly larger pool, and it was lively when everyone gathered together. "I ordered hot spring eggs. Everyone will try it later. I heard it's delicious." Bai Jian said, "It's expensive." "Yes, a little bit." The classmates said, "But it's a rare trip, you must try it." But Bai Jian thought, "We can cook it ourselves." But he thought again, the temperature of the hot spring water here is not that high. It really doesn't seem to be good. It's expensive. So what? After soaking for more than 10 or 20 minutes, he took out some coconut water and distributed it to everyone. You still need to replenish water when soaking in hot springs. The staff also mentioned this when they came in, and even sent a manual to their light computers. Everyone took the water and chatted while drinking. "It's okay to soak for a little longer, just lose some blood. Just remember to take the big red medicine. I have to say, the people here are really tough. Generally, it's hard for anything to happen." During the break, Bai Jian went to the bathroom. When he came out, he saw Cheng Qiqing, who was in a mess, and didn't even use the bathroom in the VIP area over there, but ran here. "Were you beaten?" It was obvious at a glance. It was terrible. He must have been slapped. His face was swollen. As for the equipment on his body, because of the automatic repairer, there were no stains, but it was obviously a bit messy. Cheng Qiqing was stunned when he saw him, as if he didn't expect to be bumped into by someone he knew, and then turned around and ran again. Bai Jian grabbed the man who did it. "None of your business." Bai Jian thought, "I want to control you." But looking at the arrogant young master, he still asked again, "Who did it?" Although this guy usually speaks a little irritating, he has never done anything to bully others. He helped them outside the dungeon last time, and they were in the same class, so Bai Yijian couldn't pretend not to see it. He saw Cheng Qiqing didn't say anything, and asked again, which bastard did it? If you hit someone, don't hit him in the face. This guy bullied him so much that he even forgot to take the red medicine. Who is so excessive? Cheng Qiqing tried to break free several times but failed, and finally gave up. My dad? He said. Bai Yijian, oh. Seeing that he had stopped, Cheng Qiqing became more aggressive. Why don't you ask? What to ask? Bai Yijian, if it were someone else, I could help you find a place to fight. Your dad beat you. Can't I go and beat your dad too? Cheng Qiqing didn't speak for a while. Then Bai Yijian heard him whisper, it would be great if I could. Bai Yijian's forehead was full of question marks. You kid didn't even beat up your classmates, and now Tiangang wants to lead people to beat up your own father? For a moment, Bai Yijian didn't know how to comment on this matter. What a big grudge. He couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 55. Although I knew this guy was a bit of a jerk from the day I met him, after all, most people wouldn't think that it was the countless people who blocked him from being ranked first and second with the goddess. However, Bai Yijian never expected that this would happen today. Is your father not good to you? He himself has a pair of parents that he can't talk about, so he still feels very touched by this. However, Cheng Qiqing shook his head. He is very good to me. Yes, Bai Yijian thought, if he is not good, he probably won't have such a personality. Then why are you doing this? I actually have a certain degree of interest in others forming a group to beat your father. However, Cheng Qiqing was silent for a long time about this question, and didn't say a word. Finally, he just said, nothing. Then he turned around and left. Bai Yijian didn't stop him. But, you should at least take a big red pill first. It's not a big deal to have such a face. When he went out, he saw a group of teenagers coming out of the VIP area. Seeing that he was about the same age as them, Bai Yijian thought about it, and guessed that they were over there. So Cheng Qiqing ran over here. Then, he didn't expect that he avoided this group and bumped into him instead. But when he went back, he found out that the group over there actually bumped into him. But Cheng Qiqing turned around and ran away again. Because this matter spread, among the people who took a hot spring bath together this time, there was Fanny Tong. He had friends with these young masters, so he knew about this matter. Who beat him up? This is too arrogant. That's right. Someone looked at Bai Yijian, who had just returned. Brother Bai, should we go and take a look? Bai Yijian soaked in the hot spring again, and said, don't worry about it. It's not good. A classmate said, we are in the same class after all. At least ask who beat him, but with his family background, how could anyone dare to beat him? Is it because he offended someone with his bad mouth? But even if so, it shouldn't be that serious. We are all classmates, don't we really want to go and see? Bai Yijian opened his eyes. No need, his father beat him. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. This, it seems to have nothing to do with us. His father beat him. Come on, the hot spring eggs are here, eat. Bai Yijian also went to get one. To be honest, the taste of this hot spring egg is really a little different from the boiled eggs we usually eat. Let's eat it, and don't worry about Cheng Qiqing. A group of people rarely think the same thing, and they change the subject and talk about other things. But in the end, some people are still curious. Why did Cheng Qiqing get beaten? Who knows this? Fanny Tong shook his head. Everyone still thinks that he might have offended someone because of his bad mouth, and is asking who is so brave. But speaking of this, how did Brother Bai know that his father beat him? He said it himself. Bai Yijian spread his hands. Just you know it, don't spread it around. Everyone nodded. I just think this matter is a big deal. Why do they have to encounter something every time they go out of school? But compared to the last time when there were hooligans and space pirates, this time I just saw a classmate being beaten by a parent, which can be regarded as a downgrade. By the way, they also came out today, saying that they were buying clothes, asking if they encountered anything? This refers to the girls, who went out together last time. This time, everyone went to different places, so they didn't go together. Fanny Tong said, I just saw someone showing off new clothes on WeChat Moments, so nothing should have happened. Now they are wearing the same set, so it's obvious that they are still choosing. They soaked for a while, and when they felt it was almost time, they all got up to change clothes. They still took the hover car as usual. Everyone was chatting about something, but Bai Yijian secretly checked Cheng Qiqing's father. In the photo, he looked like a very kind person, but he was not very kind to hit a child. And when he asked before, Bai Yijian noticed that Cheng Qiqing's lips moved, and he actually wanted to say something for a moment, but in the end, he said nothing. But his expression was very clear. It shouldn't be his fault this time. Although this kid has always been abstract, And sometimes what he said makes people want to beat him. How to say it? He usually has no part in the real bad things. What can he be beaten for? It can't be because of that mouth. Can a father not know what kind of son he is? If he really wanted to control him, he would have done it long ago. Why did he suddenly explode now? And if it was because of this, Cheng Qiqing shouldn't have such an expression. He looked as if he didn't expect his father to do such a thing. But he didn't agree with this matter, but he couldn't spread it. What happened? After returning to school, Bai Jian went straight back to the dormitory. When he opened the door, he happened to meet Jiang Min, who had also returned from outside. He asked, "You didn't go home?" "No." Jiang Min said, "Miao Miao had a new idea, so we didn't go back. We were in the laboratory before." Yes, Gongsun Miao Miao. An idea suddenly popped up in Bai Jian's mind. After all, the marriage between the two families was widely rumored, and Cheng Qiqing followed Gongsun Miao Miao every day. But in fact, Gongsun Miao Miao obviously had no intention of him, and the Gongsun family did not seem to be enthusiastic about the marriage. In the previous life, Bai Jian's parents were in a marriage, which led to a series of tragedies. So he was most familiar with the mess in the marriage. His parents had no feelings at the beginning, and they were forced to be matched, and there were also some calculations by the parents in the middle. So he knew too well how much of the so-called for the good of the children was for the children, and how much was for the interests. It was normal for these so-called parents to calculate anything. But Cheng Qiqing did not seem to be someone who could do those shameless things. His eyes would only focus on the pure love of wanting to get 1 or 2 places with the goddess and be together. So, could it be because of the disagreement on this that the quarrel broke out? Because my son thinks I'm too shameless. So you guys are done? So you're going home this afternoon? Bai Jian asked. After all, there are 2 days of vacation, and there's another day tomorrow. Usually, those of them who live in Tianqi Star would choose to go home. However, Jiang Min shook his head. No, I guess I can't go back this week, and maybe next week. Oh, why is Cheng Qiqing out alone today? His dad is here today, so he should be out to see his dad. Jiang Min paused, and he really doesn't have much talent for these things, so he can't help, and he just watches from the side every time. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and confirmed that Gongsun Miao Miao would probably not leave the school for the next month, and Cheng Qiqing was also very clear about this matter. Bai Jian began to doubt his thoughts again. After all, people are in school. Even if there are any calculations, those disgusting things should not be involved. Since Cheng Qiqing knew about this matter, Cheng's father must also know it. Even if there is a will, how can it be calculated if the conditions are not met? Bai Jian returned to the dormitory and checked Cheng Qiqing's father. The Cheng family is also a big family on the main star. Not only are they rich, but they also have people. They have people from the family in various fields, and there are also Cheng family members in the army on the main star, and their positions are not low. Cheng Qiqing's father is the head of this generation, and he is the helmsman. He is in charge of the general direction of the family. Bai Jian followed Cheng's father to find other people, and found that each of them is very good and looks very smart. Think about the abstract young Master Cheng. If it is not about Gongsun Miao Miao, I really can't think of anything else to quarrel with my biological father. And it's such a mess. After all, it's obvious that they won't talk to him about serious matters, so it's really because of this? He wanted to remind Gongsun Miao Miao, but he wondered if he was overthinking it. More importantly, it's okay if this matter can be confirmed, but it's really hard to say it directly based on hearsay. Not to mention that everyone is not familiar with each other. If it weren't for the serious consequences for a girl, Bai Jian would definitely pretend not to know. In the end, he could only tell Jiang Min vaguely that they met Cheng Qiqing when they went to the hot spring today, and the other party seemed to have a conflict with his family. Fanny Tong knew that young Master Cheng was beaten, so Jiang Min and the others would know it if they paid a little attention. They were in it, knew more information, and had a more accurate judgment. At night, Bai Jian deliberately opened the door at the right time and met Jiang Min, who happened to come back. He pretended to ask casually, "How is Cheng Qiqing? Is he in a good mood?" At that moment, Jiang Min's expression became very strange, but he quickly returned to normal. He only said, "I thought he was annoying and nasty, but now I see that he is actually a good person." Bai Jian didn't ask more, because Jiang Min wouldn't say more at a glance. But not long after, he heard about the failure of the marriage between the two families. Cheng Qiqing didn't continue to pester Gongsun Miao Miao, but started to study seriously. The whole person changed, not so abstract. It seemed that the matter was exposed, and the Gongsun family got some gossip, and the two families fell out. But Bai Jian felt something was wrong no matter how he thought about it. Too easy. Sometimes when this kind of thing happens, We only know that it must be someone who designed it, but we may not be able to find the real handle. Father Chung is in charge of such a big family. How can such a small thing be discovered before it happens? Even if there are speculations, such speculations cannot be used as any evidence, and it will not easily have any impact on the marriage between the two families. He looked at Chung Chiching strangely. Did this kid say something? But it shouldn't be. He should know that if the quarrel is exposed, he and Gongsun Miaomi will have no chance, and he knows everything about this matter. As long as he doesn't cooperate, it will be difficult to calculate both of them at the same time. Could it be that this kid felt that his IQ was not high enough, and was afraid that something might happen, so he escaped? But Bai Yijian could only guess, and he couldn't ask about it in detail. That should be the case. He really didn't have time to think about other people's affairs. He was very busy. After all, he had another teacher in the talent department. Although he only trained when he was free, it would take up a lot of time. After today's class, he had to meet with Teacher Wang. Since he took over his training, Teacher Wang would naturally pay attention to his panel values and the status of various skills. Bai Jian knew about this a long time ago, but when he really asked why, he was still silent. What's wrong? Teacher Wang asked curiously. Is there anything wrong with saying this? Is it a particularly weird name, like I am your father, which will make the teacher think that this student is looking for trouble? Bai Jian sighed. That's not the case. Then he honestly explained his panel values, and the first thing he said was definitely the strength attribute that Teacher Wang asked about first. Strength, 130. Teacher Wang looked up suddenly. How much? 130. I asked about the naked value, without the equipment attributes. Bai Jian looked at him speechlessly. Teacher, although the attributes of the novice equipment are not good, they add up to 60 points. I changed a jade pendant, which adds 75 points if the weapon is not included. If it is only 130 including the equipment, then his initial panel must be very low, 55 or so. Teacher Wang thought, what's wrong with 55? So many people have this much. Although there are requirements for students in their school, it won't be so low. But there are many people outside who don't even have 50 points, let alone 55. It's strange for you. This is over 100 points. Have you been strong since childhood? He asked. Bai Jian said, I added 30 points when I awakened. That's also very high, Teacher Wang thought. He has been a teacher for so many years, and students with 80 points are considered excellent, and those with 90 points are even better seedlings. You have directly reached 100. Then he reacted, it was added when I awakened. I haven't heard of any special talent awakening recently. There is only a light messenger. Wait, you are actually the light messenger? Bai Jian nodded woodenly. Teacher Wang almost couldn't help laughing out loud, mainly because it was widely rumored that the light messenger was a healer, and a girl. No wonder the boy had a strange expression before. It turned out to be this reason. But he was a professional teacher after all, so he quickly suppressed his smile and stopped provoking the student. Instead, he commented, it doesn't seem to increase much. Other special talents increase by 40 or 50 points, and I've even heard of adding more than 60 points. The health points have also increased. Bai Jian said, it increased by 100 points, now it's 200 points. This is not bad. Teacher Wang nodded with satisfaction, and asked about his defense. He didn't care much about the result, after all, it was only 10 to 15. However, Bai Jian's answer made him raise his head again. Shocked, he asked, how much? Bai Jian, 70. Teacher Wang was silent for a while, and asked, has this person been so amazing since he was a child? How is that possible? Bai Jian said, I added 60 points when I awakened. No, you don't have a defensive talent, do you? The arrows shot by him don't look like a tank, so why did he also add defense? And the added value is more than strength. Other special talents don't do this. For example, when he was fighting with Xiao Xiao that day, why did he see Xiao Xiao's blood was about to be empty, but Bai Jian's blood volume had not yet reached the critical point? It turns out that this guy has high defense, high attack, and high health. That is, there is a gap in equipment, otherwise Xiao Xiao really can't compare with him just looking at the bare attributes. This is too much of a difference. Teacher Wang barely recovered his mind, and felt more and more that this person was suitable for their talent system. I have never heard of adding 2 attributes to the awakening talent before. Don't they all increase one of the attack or defense? He didn't plan to ask about the remaining 2 mana and spell strength. After all, this is not necessary to mention defense. Not a mage or a healer, these 2 are the same for everyone. But looking at the student in front of him who shocked him, he still asked one more question. What about the other 2? Bai Jian said honestly, they are all 101. Teacher Wang was glad that he did not lower his head to record this time, otherwise he would have to raise his head 3 times. He was shocked. How much? Are you sure you didn't add an extra one privately? Bai Jian's eyes were calm, and he repeated it. That's it. That's right. Teacher Wang murmured. This must be a value that only a mage or a healer has, right? He suddenly remembered something and asked as if to confirm. The arrow feathers flying all over the sky are your initial skills. No. Teacher Wang, Teacher Wang suddenly remembered that the reason why everyone outside was sure that the girl was the messenger of light was because she had only awakened a special talent recently. Her blood recovery skill was related to light, and the amount of treatment was large. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was wearing a set of strength attribute equipment. As a result, he did not lack mana during the whole treatment. Although he took mana potions, everyone knew that the big bonus was usually group-wide and would consume mana. If it was a normal treatment without equipment support, it would usually be close to running out of mana if he released one, but at that time, he released 2 in a row, so there must be attribute points added when the special profession awakened. This cannot be disguised. So, the girl with a very cute baby face they spread is you? There is no other possibility. Bai Jian looked up at the sky and the ground, and this time he did not answer honestly. Teacher Wang did not need to say yes. Looking at this look, there was nothing he did not know. It turns out that it was not because others mistakenly linked his talent with other girls, but because it was originally him. Why did it spread like that? Bai Jian didn't want to talk about the women's clothing, and he really didn't know what kind of magical idea Huang Mao had. Fortunately, Teacher Wang didn't insist on getting to the bottom of it. Anyway, he had seen many students do weird things. As a teacher, he didn't care about gossip, but skills. However, he still muttered in his heart, although he looked delicate and good-looking, he would never be mistaken for a girl, and the dress of the messenger of light was described above, which was clearly women's clothing. Think about it again, this person obviously has good equipment, but doesn't wear it, and he still wears a novice suit all day long. It can't be because the clothes with good attributes are women's clothes, and it's not easy to wear them out to show off in the market? What kind of hobbies are these? Chapter 56. He exposed his past experience of wearing women's clothes to someone again. Bai Jian looked up at the sky. But this is a teacher, so he can't hide it. Teacher Wang is still very professional. After recording the various values and skills of Hao Gaoling Tao in his palace, he went to tailor-make training for him. It must be said that professionals are different. Bai Jian was guided for a period of time, and his progress was obvious. Apart from other things, it is absolutely impossible to hit people's tendons. This is an invalid attack. Once the tendons don't have the desired effect, the elbows are so hard that you doubt your life, and there is no need to attack at all. If he faces seniors now, he will not be at all weak. He even developed a new use of his skills, thousand-handed guanin. No, it's a new use of 1 against 100. This skill is to transform ordinary skills into hundreds of skills. With a crossbow, it is a sky full of arrows. With a knife or sword, it is a flash of swords. If nothing is held, it is a simple enhanced attack. For example, if Bai Jian is surrounded by people, he only needs to throw a punch, and it is like throwing many punches, and there are fist marks scattered in all directions. As expected, no skill can be underestimated. He previously paid more attention to the jumping light and shuttle, and ignored that 1 against 100 is not only useful when clearing small monsters, which is really wrong. As for the crossbow, it is easy. Teacher Wang does not need to teach it specifically, Bai Jian can use it very well. Of course, Teacher Wang also had the same idea as Mu. This kid is too capable. At first, I thought he was poor and frivolous because he was always wearing new gloves. But I didn't know until I saw it. 3 of the 4 skill bars were complete. And he also had a set of equipment with super good attributes. How long has it been since he awakened? If it were other classmates, they wouldn't be surprised. After all, their families would prepare them. Not to mention Gong Sun Miaomiao and Cheng Qiqing, who have good family backgrounds. They can't lack these things at all. However, Bai Jian relied purely on himself. He was able to do so much by himself, so he had something. That is, it's a pity that you didn't record the screen when you played that random dungeon, otherwise I can take a closer look now and understand your reaction and coping ability in that situation better. Bai Jian, teacher, I definitely can't let them record it. What's the big deal? Isn't it just women's clothing? Teacher Wang said righteously, the damage is real. Teacher, if you can stop looking around when you say this, I will believe you. Ahem. Teacher Wang said, why did you get a set of women's clothing? Someone gave it to me. Bai Jian said, teacher, it's free, What else do we want? A bicycle? Teacher Wang stopped talking immediately. This is indeed not easy to dislike, let alone women's clothing. Such a set of attributes as animal clothing, and it is a big favor for someone to give it to you. The teacher and student immediately stopped talking about women's clothing and began to study the next training plan in more detail. There is still a small ball of light floating in Bai Yijian's hand, which is the jumping light. He is trying to use skills more carefully recently. The last time he fought with senior sister Xiao, he realized more clearly what it meant to look at yourself. So when he tried to summon the small light ball, he did not attack others or heal himself. Let it hover in the air. Of course, this is not particularly smooth, and sometimes it is used unconsciously. But because it is not picky about time and place, he tries it no matter what he does. It is not surprising when communicating with the teacher. He is not afraid of any problems. After all, as long as he does not intend to attack others, he cannot hit others. Of course, even if he hits it accidentally, the damage will only cause some blood loss, and it can be repaired. Of course, if the opponent is Teacher Wang, whether he can hit it is another matter. He is swaggering around the school with a light ball all day long, but no one thinks it is a healing skill, but only thinks it must be charging. As for what to charge, use teleportation. This skill is really useful for traveling. Others take one step, and he is 30 meters away. This skill is too suitable for assassins. Why don't I have this luck to use it? A classmate couldn't help but sigh. Don't you have a displacement skill? Only 3 meters. I thought it was quite long, but now I see it can withstand 10 hits at once. Think about it, he, an assassin, wants to cut off Bai Yijian, a long-range player. He didn't get close and was kite, and finally only had 3 meters left. He used a skill to suddenly appear behind the opponent. But in the blink of an eye, he was 30 meters away again. Speaking of being evaded, some people remembered the initial test. If he had this skill at the beginning, then he disappeared on the spot, and everyone stopped chasing him. The follow-up. He doesn't know how to use it even if he has it. I don't know him. He wants to escape for a long time, and then come back to kill. Another student said. The student who had spoken earlier was silent instantly. There was no other reason, no way to refute it. This was indeed something Bai Yijian could do. Some people were surprised. Why do I think it looks like a healing skill, or a mage's skill? It just looks like it. A student passing by said faintly, if he is a mage, he would not wear a full set of power attribute equipment, and shoot with a crossbow all day long if he is mentally ill. As for healing, this person did not even mention it. This is even more impossible. If he wakes up one day, and finds that his talent has mutated, and he has become a healer, Bai Yijian cannot be a healer. So that little light ball must be accumulating power. Since Bai Yijian has the shuttle skill, let alone between the dormitory and the classroom, even if he crosses to the talent department and goes back and forth all day long, he does not think it is too inconvenient for the principal to cancel the mobility scooter. Isn't his skill better than the mobility scooter? He even had a sudden idea and wanted to try whether he could use this skill to pass through the wall. The result was, of course, hitting the wall. Jiang Min, Bai Yijian coughed dryly, you're back. Jiang Min just turned up from the stairs, and nodded with a twitch of his mouth. He didn't ask Bai Yijian why he hit the wall, but mentioned another thing. We have something that we can't figure out recently. Miao Miao asked me to ask you if you have any ideas. Everyone is a good student in the class, and they often discuss together. Bai Yijian is used to it. Okay, I go over now. With Jiang Min with him, he didn't use the shuttle. However, the jumping light still floated on the fingertips, occasionally jumping once or twice, and then disappeared. The next small light ball immediately filled up. Jiang Min couldn't help but take a look, and then went back to his book. When he arrived at the place, he saw Gongsun Miao Miao and Miao Xinyu. The two girls called him over as soon as they saw him, and then the four of them began to discuss the problem. When the discussion was almost over, Gongsun Miao Miao mentioned it. I heard Jiang Min mention it. Thank you, you wanted to remind me at that time. At this point, Bai Yijian did not deny it. Moreover, it didn't work. I saw the time, and the speed of subsequent processing. You should have noticed it a long time ago. Gongsun Miao Miao admitted this. The status of the head of the Chung family is not ordinary. He came to Tianqi Star in person, and the family naturally paid attention to it. But I didn't expect that such a thing would be found out later. It's also because Chung Qiqing is pure and innocent, and his personality is simple, so he can't hide anything. Otherwise, he might have been tricked. At this point, Bai Yijian asked about his previous doubts. So it was really what he said? That's not the case. Gongsun Miao Miao didn't hide the inside story from him. He was beaten and ran out too fast, and the people inside didn't stop him, so he was naturally discovered. The Gongsun family has always been paying attention to the head of the Chung family. This young man who was hanging around all day knew about the matter, so he naturally found out faster and reacted in time. Bai Jian was wondering why Chung Qiqing was beaten. How could the Gongsun family not think about this? Then the matter broke out. Gongsun Miaomu said, I went to Chung Qiqing to confirm it. He was about to cry at the time, and seemed to want to say something, but he finally admitted it. Miao Xinyu aside, fortunately, nothing happened in the end, but I didn't expect the Chung family to be so dirty. She couldn't help but look at Bai Jian curiously. When they heard about this kind of thing, they didn't react at first, and it was the family members who noticed it. Bai Jian could keenly detect that something was wrong. With such a keen sense of smell, he really didn't seem to be born on a planet like 2538, but rather like a direct descendant trained in a big family. But it was obviously not appropriate to say this, so I just thought about it in my heart. Seeing that it was getting late, since the problem was solved, Bai Jian was going to go back to the dormitory first. He had made some achievements in the training of the talent department, and of course, he couldn't fall behind in the course of the manufacturing department. If he didn't learn well, Teacher Zhao couldn't let him run around and go to the talent department for training every day. Therefore, at this time, not only Gongsun Miaomiao and others were doing their own research. Bai Jian was actually doing it too. But he was not doing anything else, but his own weapon. That's right, it's that magic weapon. Jiang Min was the first to discover this, and he was stunned at the time. If I remember correctly, you only have this one weapon. Bai Jian said, there is another one, the novice weapon I didn't send back. Jiang Min, No, is there any need to mention that weapon? It's just you can wear a set of novice clothes until now. Others who don't want to receive it, or those who can't receive it, also hurry to change it. I mean, if you break this one, you will have no weapon. He suddenly thought, I heard that you have some money in your hand, and you haven't changed your equipment. You don't plan to buy a new weapon if it's broken and can't be used. Bai Jian, why can't you say something nice? Why must I fail? Of course, it's because you're asking for trouble. He really didn't expect that Bai Jian would do something big. Weapons have always been difficult to research, and they haven't even started yet. It's not that they are better than Bai Jian, but they have a high tolerance cost. It doesn't matter if a few weapons are ruined, but Bai Jian. Everyone knows his situation, and he obviously doesn't treat this little money as nothing. The key is that Jiang Min couldn't help but say, can't you upgrade the artifact in the game? Why do you have to do it yourself? Bai Jian raised his head and glanced at him dimly. There are too many materials required in the game. He hasn't saved enough for the first upgrade yet. And the materials required are different, and it's not enough to have the materials, so it's very difficult to do. Jiang Min, that's too real. But if you make it yourself, don't you need to do it? Usually, there is a risk of failure when you do it yourself, and you will need more. I can avoid failure. Bai Jian said, and didn't the teacher say that weapons made by yourself are usually more suitable for you? Let's not talk about the more detailed theories, just talking about the difference between mass-produced products that are the same for everyone and individually tailored products. Anyone will know which one is better. And if you make it yourself, some things can be made with alternative materials. It will be much easier to collect materials. He also asked Chu Yuan about this. Well, he contacted Tan Hua to ask for his opinion on this. Tan Hua said, I don't understand manufacturing either, but your teacher is definitely right. If you ask Chu Yuan, he will definitely suggest that you check the information directly on the Star Network. Wait a minute, I asked him. Tan Hua asked Chu Yuan beside him on the spot, and the latter said, there is information about this on the Star Network. See? He spread his hands. I knew you would say that, but Bai Jian insisted that I ask. Speaking of things about the talent department, you must know a lot, so it's okay to ask you. But why did he ask the manufacturing department? Why do the young classmates nowadays admire you? Am I not excellent? Chu Yuan stopped. Did he ask you to ask? Yes, he specifically mentioned it twice. Tan Hua said, TSK, Chu Yuan, you are such a sinful man. Chu Yuan would definitely not pay attention to his words, but was silent for a while. Asked, did he ask you to ask me before? No. Tan Hua said, except when you are here, he will definitely ask me when he talks to me. What? Can I guide him? Chu Yuan ignored him this time, and just kept silent. After a long time, he suddenly said, it's smart. Tan Hua said, huh? And then realized who he was talking about. Is that so? Although he didn't understand how the topic could be brought up after such a long time, it didn't stop him from saying good things about Bai Jian. You just found out. He can find out that your stance and strength when fighting monsters have an impact on your skills. How can he not be smart? So you see, he is so smart, can fight, and studied healing in the manufacturing department. You really don't want to bring him into the team? Don't you think it's a bit lonely with just the two of us? Chu Yuan, you are noisy enough by yourself. Hey! Tan Hua was dissatisfied. What's wrong with me? If I hadn't been able to talk and had to pester you, your teammate would definitely be someone else. So when it comes to teammates, you have to act quickly if you like them, and Tan Lao feels this deeply. And, if you can pull people over, I can talk less. Chu Yuan looked at him with distrust. Then he said, he has to go to school. I know, but I didn't ask him to come now. Didn't I make an appointment in advance? Otherwise, what if someone else takes him away? Chu Yuan, no. Tan Hua, ? He will come. Tan Hua snorted and ignored him, and continued to chat with Baijian. Can't listen to this guy. What does he know? Chapter 57. It is not easy to upgrade your own weapons, but Baijian did not do it on a whim. He had checked all aspects and made sufficient preparations, so he was still certain. And it is more convenient to make weapons for yourself than for others. After all, how to modify, how to make it convenient, and even how to make the style look better. These things do not have a client behind the scenes to point out. Who knows who is happy? Baijian took out all the existing materials, kept the useful ones, and put the useless ones back. Maybe they can be used next time. Some of these materials were dropped from the previous random dungeon, and some were given from the dungeon he played solo a few days ago. The rest were dropped from killing monsters. Although he has not dropped any equipment from killing monsters, it is not really food, and there is still a lot of materials. It's just that there are not many high-level ones, basically all low-level ones. And some attributes are not suitable and cannot be used at all. So you have to pick them first. The rest still needs to be considered how to use. He has some ideas of his own. He has checked a lot of information during this period and also consulted Zhao Luosher. The progress is quite smooth. It's just that the weapon can't be used recently, so when I went to the God Realm, I used the original novice weapon again. The damage has dropped a little, but fortunately, he has gotten used to the ups and downs. Baijian is very busy every day. After all, he has to learn one more subject than other manufacturing departments, and he has to take time to go to the God Realm to do some things. Fortunately, he has a huge sum of money on him, so he doesn't have to worry about food and drink. This doesn't have to be so urgent. He can relax when he has time or is tired. Of course, this doesn't mean that others have much free time. Everyone is busy. Zheng Qiqing is especially busy. Baijian always feels that he is very flustered, and he has a desire to change something. One day, he was stopped when he passed by the other party. If it were you, you would meet. Zheng Qiqing didn't say it halfway, nothing. He said. Even so, he didn't move a step. Baijian looked at him standing there and stared at him, and finally said, no matter what happens, just have a clear conscience. Even though he is just a student, he doesn't know much about the upper class. But he probably knows that the Chung family and the Gong Sun family have been very unhappy recently, and it is naturally because of the previous incident. Zheng Qiqing probably felt very bad. After all, he rushed out impulsively and admitted that the matter was just as the Gong Sun family found out. Otherwise, the two families would not have been in such a mess today. From the perspective of the Chung family, he was undoubtedly wrong. During this period, he was not as arrogant as before. It was probably because the relationship with his family had not yet eased. Anyway, Baijian felt that he was too nervous. He looked at Zheng Qiqing and repeated, it's good as long as you have a clear conscience. Except for the Chung family, no one would think that Zheng Qiqing did anything wrong in this matter. It is never wrong not to want to calculate others. If Zheng Qiqing really listened to his family and did everything, Baijian would never stand here and talk to him today. Zheng Qiqing stood there in a daze. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, what do you know? You know nothing. After Zheng Qiqing left, Fanny Tong came over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, he hasn't been feeling well recently. Ordinary people don't know, and most of the class are still wondering why he suddenly changed. Some people who know a little bit guess that he was taught a lesson by his father, so he dared not be so arrogant. However, Fanny Tong's family has some power, so he still knows something vaguely. Even if he doesn't know how the Chung family handles this matter, just looking at Zheng Qiqing's state, he can see that he must be in a bad state. In the past, Baijian should be criticized and ignored, let alone his current state. He shook his head. Let's go back to the dormitory. He still has to work on his weapon. Fanny Tong shook his head when he heard him mention the weapon. He just watched Bai Jian make a weapon, so he followed and made a magic weapon to upgrade it, but he failed the day before yesterday. Anyway, he won't come this semester, so learn more and try again. Bai Jian was not scared by his failure. He took steady steps and made a little bit every day after studying. Now he is almost there. He just lacks a kind of glowing stone. Or metal. The materials in the game all look like stones, so it's okay to call them stones. Bai Jian didn't have this kind of stone, so he asked his classmates, "Who has it? Bring the price." The whole class is from the manufacturing department, and there are always some people who collect materials that may not be used temporarily or in the future. Especially there are several big customers in the class. One of the big customers, Jiangmin, quickly found him. Gongsun Miaomia said she has it, and asked you how many you want. "One is enough," Bai Jian said. At the same time, many people in the class were also asking, "Does this kind of stone have any effect that they don't know about?" "Brother Bai, you hit the weapon, right? But the luminous stone doesn't increase damage, right?" "I just checked, it really doesn't." "Isn't this thing for decoration?" "I have a flying vehicle at home that uses it." "Bai Jian, it's for decoration." After this, the group was quiet for about half a minute, and then someone said, "Brother Bai actually cares about this? He wears a set of novice clothes every day, and doesn't change them even when he has money. Shouldn't he be the kind of person who never cares about style?" Bai Jian thought speechlessly. When did he say he didn't care? I won't mention the number of clothes he had in reality before. Even when he was playing games, he would spend money on sets of costumes that didn't add any attributes. "It's impossible for others not to hit me just because I look good." Some people said, "Brother Bai should say this calmly." "That's right, monsters won't stop hitting me just because I look good." This sentence is also very appropriate, right? Bai Jian, Sorry, he is really not that kind of person. Although I think the attributes are the most important, if there are conditions, of course, good looks must come together. While joking with this group of people, Bai Jian was still chatting privately with Jiang Min. The latter said, "If you only want one," Miaomia said she won't charge, as a thank you for reminding her last time. Bai Jian, "Don't, it didn't help much. It's not expensive anyway." Jiang Min said, "Just take it." Bai Jian, Before crossing, he was delivering things to people, and after crossing, others were giving him things. After getting the luminous stone, he processed the metal, and then laid a thin layer on the previously planned place outside the weapon. After finishing it, he sent it to the group. "Look, how is it?" Everyone immediately exclaimed that it looks good. The original artifact glowed only when it was unboxed, and it didn't glow normally. It was just an ordinary style. Now he painted the white parts with glowing metal. The style didn't change much, but the texture was obviously better. Now under the light emitted by the weapon is not very obvious, but it is just right. Bai Jian tried it. Although this little light is not very obvious in the daytime, it also adds to his attributes. He was immediately very satisfied. Don't look at it as much, but just a little bit, the effect is different when added up. That day, after playing the random dungeon with Emu, because the lantern was quite useful, he even bought the lantern from Emu directly. Anyway, the other party can't use it, so it's better to sell it to him than to others. In this way, Bai Jian's 4 skill bars are all full. Of course, temporarily. In the future, if you encounter a good lantern, you still have to change it. But now, he is still very satisfied. After the new weapon was made, he immediately took the lantern and went to the God Realm to fight monsters. Yeah, it was very easy. Bai Jian made some fine-tuning on the original basis, which was more suitable for his habits. He felt that he would continue to make it himself in the future. This is just like adjusting the shortcut keys before entering the game. Everyone has different habits. If there are more comfortable ones, why must they use the default ones? The manufacturing system is really good. He couldn't help but sigh. Even if we don't mention the comfort of use, upgrading this weapon by himself saves nearly half the money compared to upgrading it in the game. As expected, no matter what time it is always better to have skills than no skills. At this time, when I went online again, the people coming to the Messenger of Light in the God Realm were basically gone. So this side returned to the situation of more monsters and fewer people. This made it more convenient for them to fight monsters. Bai Jian was going to pick a few more difficult monsters. He was familiar with this area and walked over with ease. As a result, when he was almost there, he heard a voice and thought that someone was here too. It seemed to be a girl. After a shuttle, the voice became clearer. "I told you it's not. Don't you understand what people say? No, what's wrong with admitting it? It's not shameful to be the messenger of light. Others are scrambling for healers. We don't force you to join. Look at our guild, the treatment is definitely good. I told you I'm not a healer. Baijin shuttled directly to the nearby area, and then shuttled again, flashing directly in front of these people. He turned sideways, and stood in front of the girl. The girl holding the axe was stunned when she saw him. Brother Bai, it's you. It was a classmate from their school. Baijin didn't know him, but he knew that he was from the talent department. During the military training, he stood in the team of the class next to Imu. But he obviously knew him, and was relieved to see him. Baijin nodded at her, and looked at the two people opposite. It's hard to tell which guild they're from. After all, the God Realm doesn't even have a name on its head, let alone guild information. But it's definitely not a big guild. Big guilds don't do things like this. Brother Bai, they insist on saying that I'm the messenger of light, but you should know that I have nothing to do with healing at all. Baijin thought, you look too much like the image described by Huang Mao, maybe because he didn't know that when Mu and his group were discussing, they also mentioned this girl from the next class, which shows that the image is particularly suitable. But it's not that others don't know, so how could Baijin not know? He asked, does this happen often? Not really. The girl said, sometimes they admit their mistakes, and it's okay after explaining, but these two are too persistent, they won't listen no matter what, and they insist on me admitting it. Don't care, they are stupid. Baijin said, next time you meet them, just log off directly, don't pay attention to those who don't understand people. My headdress fell off, and they picked it up. The two talked back and forth, and the people on the other side didn't get angry because Baijin called them stupid, but the matter had already reached the part where they took the headdress and didn't return it. Baijin frowned and looked over when he heard it. Robbery? What do you mean by robbery? We picked it up. The two immediately said dissatisfiedly. Baijin, the owner has arrived. It's confirmed that it's hers, but she still hasn't returned it. Isn't this almost like robbing? The girl added, I found it as soon as I dropped it. They were quick to pick it up first. Oh, they saw someone drop it, and then they grabbed it first and said they picked it up. Baijin asked, which guild are you from? I want to see who is so shameless. The girl looked at Baijin in shock. Awesome. She had been led away just now, and fell into the situation of denying that she was the messenger of light. But Brother Bai deserves to be called Brother Bai by the whole grade. As soon as he arrived, he pointed the spearhead at the other party. The initiative immediately changed hands. Baijin looked at the person opposite him with a calm expression, but he looked like he was not easy to mess with. The person opposite him was promoting his own guild before, but now, he didn't say it out of instinct. He just said, it's not that we don't want to return it, but she doesn't admit that she is the messenger of light. Is it none of your business? She has said it, but you still don't believe it, right? What? You will believe it only if I give you an axe each? You should go back and ask the teacher to write a certificate to slap you in the face. Who are you so shameless? Baijin didn't give them a chance to speak at all, and asked directly, you should tell me, which guild are you from? I will ask the teacher to call your president later to ask about this matter. He didn't speak loudly, but he shocked the two people opposite him. Especially when he heard the word teacher. A student of the First Apocalypse Academy? One of them just opened his mouth in confusion, and heard the other one say, I know him, he is the one who led people to and some time ago. He said two names, which sounded like the names of the two gangsters who were driven out of Apocalypse Star. The two were buried by him and his people, and later the matter became a big deal, and their school was said to have stepped in. Damn, when these words came out, the two took a step back. This is not easy to mess with, and if it is someone from the First Apocalypse Academy, it may not be the messenger of light. After all, the school recruited people, and asked everything clearly. If they recruited such a special profession, how could there be no news outside? This is really not that they don't admit it, but it is really not. Then we have the wrong person. Let's go! One of them pulled the other to leave. If they don't leave, will they really go to the president? Wait! Baijin stopped them. The two stopped and frowned, saying, let's be merciful. Besides, you are alone now, and can't beat us at all. Give the headdress back. Baijin looked at the two. What? Are you really going to take it and leave? The two, damn. Didn't they forget it? The two quickly returned the headdress that they had grabbed earlier, and then left without saying a word. Baijin returned the things to the female classmate, thinking it was a sin. Can't the yellow-haired guy lie to others? At least don't make it so easy for people to find someone who looks more like him. Isn't this causing trouble for others? Thank you, the girl said. Baijin felt a little empty when he said thank you. After all, strictly speaking, the two people were looking for him. However, these two are two. Next time you meet such people, you should be tougher than them. If it doesn't work, there are classmates around here. You can greet them, and they will be scared when everyone comes over. The girl nodded. I thought it would be fine if I explained it clearly. Other people are easy to talk to. That's right, Baijian thought. It's rare to see people like those too. I don't know which guild these fools came from. No matter what others say, at least they are absolutely well behaved and won't easily offend others. The girl took back the headdress and prepared to log off. Baijian continued to stay here to fight monsters. Maybe he met a person with abstract luck, and all his bad luck was taken away there. The first monster he killed had a good thing. It's a jade pendant. Baijian was excited when he saw the jade pendant. You know, the jade pendant on him now adds 15 attributes, and there is a piece of 25 and 35. At this time, any of these three can be directly synthesized to the highest level. But it should be 15 points. After all, the ones dropped by the monsters can't be that good. Baijian thought, 15 points is not bad, just right, there is nothing left after combining, and there are 2 empty spaces in the backpack. On the spot, he didn't fight the next monster, just took it off, and went to the side to look at the jade pendant. Although it looked the same type as the 3 pieces he got before, he seemed to see that the color seemed a little different. He took it out, and found that it was indeed not right. It is indeed upgradable, and it is the same type as the jade pendant in his hand. But the attribute points are only increased by 5 points. Baijian, ? Isn't the jade pendant that the original owner got from other games the lowest level? There is only 5 points here. The attributes of the novice equipment in the God Realm are all 10 points. Okay, this one is not even as good as the novice equipment. Baijian almost doubted his eyes. What is this? Is it a king? After combining, the smaller the ones are, the smaller they are. It just can't be combined. Chapter 58. Bing Cece, the Interstellar God Realm version, almost broke Baijian's defense. He looked at the jade pendant that only added 5 attribute points, and didn't know what to say for a moment. He really had a lot of question marks in his mind, and a question like, can it be like this? For this reason, he even checked the forum and found that no one else had encountered this situation at all. There weren't many people who made this kind of synthetic equipment, and most of them were those who were rich and had time and were interested in it. These people collected what others had made and bought it directly, so they naturally wouldn't buy this kind of small equipment with 5 attribute points. And he saw that few people made this level. If Baijian hadn't looked around and found someone who had made it to show off, he would have thought that he was the only one who encountered this kind of thing. Baijian looked around again, and found that someone had also made a jade pendant with 5 attribute points. This definitely can't be sold, and he obviously can't use it. After all, the attributes are not as good as the novice equipment. This person posted it here just to complain that he had everything, and this thing was not as good as half a bottle of water. Baijian carefully checked it, and found that it was the same as the one in his hand. He contacted the other party on the spot, and asked if the jade pendant was still there. If it was, he could buy it. The man said, I looked for it. After a while, he said, it's still there. I took it out to complain last time, and put it there, and never collected it, so I didn't sell the system. You can take it, but brother, what do you want it for? I also got a piece. Baijian said, let's combine it and see. The man, I understand why I found his post about the palace. I guess he thought it was magical, so he searched it specially. Really, I never thought that there was equipment with 5 attributes in the God Realm. He was shocked at the time, and showed it off on the spot. Okay, brother, wait, I put it on the shelf, you can buy it directly. This thing is not worth much. The system recycling price is quite good, 1,000 yuan, so the man also marked this price. He even asked Baijian, are you really going to buy it, brother? Although the money is not much, it will definitely be wasted. After Baijian bought it, he was curious about what the effect would be after synthesis. After synthesis, it was a jade pendant with 15 attribute points. The man, shouldn't you be thankful that it's not 10 points? But Baijian didn't have time to pay attention to him anymore. He was studying this newly synthesized jade pendant. Although both were 15 points, they were placed next to the one left by the original owner, and the color was obviously a little different. Baijian tried to synthesize the two, and found that it was really successful. Then, there was 25. 35. After a lot of trouble, although he encountered the King of Kings, at least the jade pendant was synthesized. And the final result was not 45, but directly reached 55 points. Baijian thought, if nothing else, the mana value could at least reach 165 points. Enough for 3 holy lights. He hung the new jade pendant happily, and then began to wonder why it was not 45 points, but 55 points. He also saw others synthesize it on the forum, and it was clear that the next level was only 45 points. They were all synthesized in the game, and the difference seemed to be just because he synthesized 2 more jade pendants with 5 attribute points. And coincidentally, the extra attribute points of his jade pendant were also 10 points, which was the sum of 2 5 points. It's hard not to associate them together. But he searched the forum again, but he didn't find anyone with similar experiences. He found that the color of the jade pendant was more like the 2 5-point attribute points, with a little blue, not as green as before. But it was beautiful. Baijian liked jade before, but this thing was too expensive. Even he didn't have much spare money to buy good ones, so the more he looked at this jade pendant, the more he liked it. The color was beautiful, and the water head was good. It felt warm to the touch, and it was so comfortable. Good food is not afraid of being late, and this was the final synthesis of the king, but the final result was not bad. Baijian admired it for a while, and sent it to Tan Hua. He told what happened just now and asked, will the attribute be higher if 2 more are synthesized? But there was no such sign when synthesizing before. Tan Hua, not sure, I asked Chu Yuan for you, he knows more about these unconventional things. After a while, Tan Hua said, I asked, he said it's probabilistic. It is indeed related to the 2 pieces of 5 attribute points you mentioned, but it only increases one possibility, that is, there is a certain chance of triggering each synthesis. Baijian looked at the message sent by Tan Hua. Whether it increases depends on luck, and how much it increases also depends on luck. You are lucky, you actually added 10 points. Baijian thought about it, and it was indeed good enough to get it right after 3 chances. But it's okay if I don't know. Knowing that there is this possibility, I can't help but think about how good the attribute of this jade pendant would be if it was added all 3 times, or even more. After happily imagining that scene, Baijian returned to reality. What he cares more about now is, then next time I synthesize, should I combine it with 45 or 55? 45. Tan Hua said, the level is still this level, and the first time is the most difficult to trigger. After it is triggered once, some attribute points will be added later. Baijian immediately felt that the equipment with synthetic attributes was too good. He wanted to continue synthesizing. However, the probability of this kind of synthetic equipment is actually not high, especially if it is a jade pendant. It is not easy to collect it even if you want to collect it directly. It depends on luck. It is really amazing that the original owner was able to get a piece before entering the God Realm. Of course, he is not bad either. He has hit several pieces along the way. This jade pendant is destined to be with me, Baijian thought. Especially when he thought about the fact that the first piece was almost taken away by Wei Yijiao, that scumbag. It was a good thing that he came back at that time, otherwise the synthesis would not be so smooth. While he was admiring the new jade pendant, Tan Hua was chatting with Chu Yuan. To be precise, he was talking himself. I didn't expect that you even knew about such an obscure thing. Huh? Tan Hua asked curiously. So how did you know it? Have you synthesized it before? Chu Yuan ignored him. He convinced himself, it must be like this. It's not a big deal. It's a little troublesome to spend money to collect some materials, but it's not a problem. Chu Yuan didn't say whether his guess was right or not, but asked, Baijian didn't ask me how I knew it. No. Tan Hua said, he probably thinks this is normal. After all, as a child, he still knows too little. Chu Yuan, He thought, it might be the opposite, he knows too much. And at this moment, what is Baijian doing? He is still admiring the jade pendant. Yes, he is still admiring it. Nonsense. Who wouldn't take a few more glances at the new equipment? Not to mention that the jade pendant looks better and better. Even if we don't mention the attributes, just this piece of jade is worth admiring and playing with. But he is not full of beautiful, strong, good and good. In the previous random book, when the jade pendant with 35 attribute points was released, Chu Yuan said that it was the 3rd level, the one with 25 was the 2nd level, and the original owner's 15 was the 1st level. It was also because of this that he was so shocked when he saw the 5 attribute points at the beginning. But now looking at the results, maybe Chu Yuan didn't put the 5 attribute points in according to the level. This should be a special equipment, the kind that opens a separate column. Baijian studied manufacturing. He just upgraded the weapon himself, and it was very successful. He couldn't help but wonder if this kind of equipment, which was enough to open a separate column, could be used as material. Could it be integrated into other equipment to upgrade the equipment? He began to look up information in this area. Over the years, although the probability of it appearing is low, It is impossible that only a few people have obtained similar equipment with 5 attributes. Baijian found that all the known ones were jade. Moreover, someone had studied this kind of jade equipment with so few attribute points that it didn't seem to be produced by the God realm, and found that it was indeed different from ordinary jade. In the middle was a long string of professional data. Baijian read it for a full hour, and came to a conclusion. This kind of jade has special effects for upgrading, but it will only work on jade. The probability is as low as 1%. The following data are all based on calculations, and there were not so many things available for experimentation at that time. Basically, the content matches the effect in the God realm. The same equipment can be synthesized to form new and stronger equipment. After adding the 2 pieces with 5 attributes, there is a chance that the subsequent synthesis will trigger additional attribute point bonuses. This is not surprising. Teacher Zhao talked about this issue in the first class of Baijian and his friends. The upgrade of equipment in the Sword of God is not casual, but logical. When they first studied this part, they also referred to many things in the God realm. Until now, the Sword of God is still used for some comparisons. Although the materials used by Baijian to upgrade his weapons before were different from those used in the God realm, the basic properties, uses, and functions were similar. He focused on the phrase 1%, and thought to himself that the probability was really low. That is to say, even if the prerequisite is met. Many synthetic equipment may not trigger this guess bonus in the end. And most synthetic equipment does not use equipment with 5 attributes. It is no wonder that this effect has been unknown for so many years. That is Chu Yuan. Baijian thought, this must be a small detail that only game insiders know. For example, the artificial intelligence that can be seen at a glance. While thinking about this, his mind was still thinking about the matter of 1%. From this point of view, he triggered it 3 times, which was not just possible, but a real lucky guy. Baijian, the lucky guy, looked at the information he found with satisfaction. Then he posted a purchase on the Star Network. He specialized in purchasing this special equipment that only adds 5 attribute points, whether it is a jade pendant or other small accessories. The purchase price within the game was 1,000, and he doubled it to 2,000. Of course, he also bought other attributes, but because the price is often more than 1 or 2,000, it is necessary to communicate with each other at that time. After doing all this, he put on the new jade pendant, took the newly made artifact, and continued to fight monsters. Of course, when he showed off the weapon to his classmates, he did not forget to report his results to Teacher Zhao. But it is impossible to give the teacher only the appearance, and data is indispensable. In addition to this, research ideas, manufacturing methods, all these processes, and data are included. Baijian spent most of the night to sort out these after killing monsters, and then set a scheduled delivery before going to bed. Xiao Luosher saw it at 9:30 in the morning. After he finished reading it, he immediately boasted to the teachers around him, "Look, I said I had talent at the beginning. It's only been a short time since I started learning, but I can upgrade my weapons by myself." Of course, he mainly told Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang just wanted to curse. Is there no such talent in the talent department? That's a treatment, or the kind with very high initial attributes. With the bonus of special talents, it's a violent treatment. The kind that can knock you away with one punch. How could such a rare good seedling go to the manufacturing department? While asking Xiao Luosher for data on new weapons, he muttered, "He has learned from me in a shorter time, and now he has defeated all the students in the school." Xiao Luosher didn't know this. Is it so exaggerated? The top-ranked students in the sophomore year have fought against him. How can I lie to you? Teacher Wang said while looking at the data. You know how to draw inferences from one example? He can learn it once taught, and he works hard. If it weren't for the fact that your manufacturing department takes up most of your time, I dare him to fight those junior students this year. In their school, the manufacturing department and the talent department are different. The former basically stays in school for 4 years, but if the students have better laboratories at home, some will stay outside for a longer time. But students with such family backgrounds are a minority after all, and most of them don't have this condition. The talent department is different. The freshman year is like the current batch of students, training all day, and the teacher discovers their strengths and determines their future development direction. The sophomore year continues to stay in school for training, and occasionally helps guide the younger students. In the 3rd year, they are no longer in school. In the 3rd year, students who have been trained almost enough will be taken to actual combat, while the 4th year will directly enter the army for internship. So it is not entirely an exaggeration for Teacher Wang to say that Baijian has fought all over the school. But speaking of this, is the time coming soon? Xiao Luosher thought, yes, The people from the Tianqi army should be here. Every year at this time, there will be a competition. Mainly sophomores participate, and the opponents are also similar to the same grade from other schools. Speaking of which, how are the students this year? Are there any particularly outstanding ones? After all, it is about the honor of the school. Even if Zhao Luosher is not a talent student, he is still very concerned. When Teacher Wang heard this, he looked at him instantly. Who is the best? Don't you know? Zhao Luosher. I asked about the sophomores. But the competition does not limit freshmen to participate. It depends purely on their strength. That is to say, if there are particularly outstanding freshmen, they can also play. If Bai Jian is a talent student, he will definitely have a place in this competition. Of course, besides him, there are not completely no good students among the freshmen. But obviously, he is still the strongest one. Of course, Bai Jian himself is not aware of this matter. He is full of study, and training all day long, and has no time to care about anything else. But among the few outstanding students who appeared in Teacher Wang's mouth today, in addition to Bai Jian, 2 have come into contact with Bai Jian. They came to him to upgrade their weapons. The 2 of them were able to get the artifacts at this stage, naturally not because of good luck like Bai Jian, but because they spent money to buy them. One of them has even upgraded to the next level. With such wealth behind them, they asked Bai Jian to upgrade instead of the Sword of God, not to save money, but to tailor it to their needs. There are people who can upgrade weapons, but they only know Bai Jian. The key is that they think Bai Jian is good enough. Although he is not a student of the talent department, he is not inferior to them in terms of strength, and even stronger. There are many details that a student of the manufacturing department cannot understand, but Bai Jian can definitely understand them. After all, the other party must have encountered it before, and even if they haven't, it's easier to understand. Finding an ordinary manufacturer is just an amateur communicating with an amateur. One party doesn't understand manufacturing, and the other party doesn't understand actual combat. And finding Bai Jian doesn't have this problem. It can be called an expert finding an expert. It doesn't matter if they don't understand manufacturing. Bai Jian understands actual combat. He just needs to understand and then make it. And they only need to use it when the time comes. There is no need to understand how it is made. Of course, Bai Jian is not the only manufacturer who can fight. Although there is definitely no one who can fight to his level, there are still many who are definitely not amateurs. And these people are better than pure theoretical manufacturers in this regard. But again, they don't know each other. But Bai Jian is different. He is right next to them. And they are in the same grade, so they have met each other. After all, there is a classmate relationship, so it is more comfortable to communicate. Don't say that you are young and inexperienced. Didn't they already have a finished product? They had seen it, and the upgrade was really good. And he could upgrade weapons after learning for such a short time, which shows that he has potential and is naturally talented in this area. Don't worry. The 2 said, if it fails, we won't bother you. If it succeeds, we will pay the labor fee according to the market price. It doesn't matter if it fails. A magic weapon is only a few dollars. Just make friends. Making friends with this kind of manufacturer who will definitely achieve success in the future is not a loss no matter how you calculate it. And what is Bai Jian doing? He is quietly checking the price. Good guy. After checking, he just wants to say that manufacturers make a lot of money. Really? Chapter 59. Bai Jian would certainly not refuse the commission from these 2 classmates. Of course, this was not just for money. More importantly, making more weapons, and involving different types of weapons, would also help him master the knowledge he had learned. For many things, you can only know the problem after you have used them. But it is naturally impossible to make 2 weapons at a time, so he asked the 2 to discuss and arrange the order. He had to do it one by one. Of course, the first thing was to say, come on, let's find a place to fight 2 games first. Of course, the 2 did not object. This is why they prefer to find Bai Jian instead of other manufacturers. Those masters are experienced, but can they fight with them in such a real way? Can they accompany them to fight monsters and see their habits? Can they get in touch with their teachers to learn about their physical data and training guidelines? Of course, they can provide the latter, but the former is obviously impossible. However, Bai Jian has no problem at all. He often plays against students from the talent department. Although his opponents are more sophomores recently, they have played against each other before. He is not completely ignorant. But before, it was to compete for victory, but now it is more to understand the opponent. Playing against each other is just the first step. Next, you have to observe the opponent's training and the habits of the opponent in the game. Oh, it is also necessary to talk to their teachers. If you want to talk about sharp eyes, the teachers in the talent department are all good. They have a comprehensive understanding of students. Compared with making things for yourself, there are more things to consider when there is a client. We also need to ask these two people about their own preferences and whether they have any special requirements. For example, Baijian's luminous stone is a modification to the appearance without affecting the upgrade. It was the first time for Baijian to upgrade weapons for others, and he also received a large sum of money, so Baijian naturally strived to be perfect. He was busy all day, running around. This also led to no knowledge of the competition, so naturally no one went to him to gossip. Everyone knew he was busy. Sometimes Jiangmin even felt that if there was no clone technique, Baijian would have forced himself to learn one. Without the skill book, he would have to learn it himself. This is so busy. Jiangmin, who always thought that he was very hardworking in learning, couldn't help but reflect on himself, whether he was not working hard enough. Just thinking about this, he saw Baijian about to hit the wall again. This person didn't know what he was thinking. It was fine to use skills to go back and forth in the campus, but he was still like this after entering the corridor, causing him to hit the wall every time. Sometimes it's on the door. Anyway, it's near that position. Jiangmin just waited for a thump. Unexpectedly, he was gone in the blink of an eye. Baijian? How could he suddenly disappear? Jiangmin hurried forward to see, and bumped into Baijian, who was just pushing the door out. The latter looked excited, and didn't have a bump on his head like the previous times. And that little effort was not enough for him to hit the wall, and then enter the door. What are you doing? Jiangmin looked at Baijian, then at the door and the wall. Passing through the wall. Baijian said, I know that there is no upper limit to the skill, especially this kind of skill that is not clearly marked. Since it's opening a door and coming out from another place, why can't it be behind the wall? The reason why Baijian always tried at the dormitory door was that if he hit the wall outside, it would spread all over the campus in a matter of minutes. This place doesn't exist, and the only one who might have seen it, Jiangmin, has never been a talkative person. In addition, he felt that even if he had to walk out from another place, he must know what it was like over there. For this reason, the dormitory where he would come back every day and stay for a long time was definitely the most familiar place for Baijian in the school. If this place doesn't work, then don't even think about other places. Unexpectedly, after hitting so many times, he finally succeeded. Otherwise, he could mutter himself through it. In this regard, not hurting and increasing the red medicine is simply a gift from God. If it weren't for the fact that a blood recovery skill could eliminate the bump on his head, Baijian would have been stupid if he didn't die by hitting himself like this. How could he have achieved the success he has today? What? Jiangmin was stunned. He passed through? He was the one who saw Baijian hit the wall the most times. After all, there were only two of them living on this floor, and sometimes it was hard not to see it. So, he knew best whether this skill could pass through walls, and then he was told that it could, but after all, he had a decent family background and was well informed, so he reacted instantly. Is it a skill with a lot of uncertainty? Baijian nodded. There was no indication of the mana consumption or the distance, let alone anything else. For Baijian, it is precisely because of this that he has unlimited possibilities. Jiangmin looked at him strangely, as if he was looking at a monster. Such skills are generally recognized as the least valuable type. It is not that no one can play a relatively good effect, but that situation is rare. Most people actually don't use it well, and some can't even use it. Before seeing Baijian's 30-meter step, he thought it was a fixed skill. I really didn't expect that it was this uncertain type. And now it can pass through walls. No wonder you kept hitting the wall before. Jiangmin now understands. Baijian also looked at him strangely. Why else do you think I am doing this? It can't be a hobby. Jiangmin shook his head. I don't understand. So he pretended not to see it. Anyway, you won't be stupid or killed by hitting, so respect it, although you can't understand it. Baijian, It's okay, it's Jiangmin's personality. Both of them only had study in their minds, so they just chatted about this matter for a while, and Jiangmin went back to his dormitory to study. He was shocked just now, because he thought that the person suddenly disappeared. Now that he knew it was a mistake, it was okay. Baijian was very happy, and tried to walk in and out several times. During this period, because he often used it, this skill was the most proficient skill among his 4 skills, second only to the jumping light. Different from the jumping light, it was as if he had a yo-yo in his hand, and it was the kind that could not be thrown back. Shuttle actually felt very special, as if he had traveled through space. He took a step forward, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. He had also seen the displacement skills of assassin-type classmates, some of whom were simply very fast and flashed past in a flash. It was impossible to pass through the wall, even if someone stretched out his hand to block it in the middle. As long as the strength was strong enough, it could be stopped. But it was impossible to stop the shuttle, because he lacked the action of passing through the middle, as if he had walked through a special passage. The feeling was of course different. Baijin felt it carefully while passing through the wall. Then, it flipped over. It crashed again. This time it was particularly serious, and he quickly added blood to himself. His nose was bleeding. It seems that I am not familiar enough, I have to practice more. Baijin thought silently while retreating. The reason for retreating was that if he stood at the door and flashed directly and hit the wall, it would be okay, but it would be no fun to pass through two walls and directly reach the air. His dormitory was not as long as 30 meters. The length of the corridor was enough to prevent him from suddenly disappearing into the air. But when he passed through the corridor, just now, he seemed to appear in the middle of the dormitory. Strictly speaking, it was less than 30 meters. Baijin seemed to understand why he had never succeeded before. Because he not only wanted to pass through the wall, but also change the distance he had started with. No wonder it was difficult. In the following time, Baijin passed through every position in the room. He had mastered the skill of passing through walls. Of course, it was limited to the walls of the dormitory. He still needed to practice other walls, but he made good progress in making them. After all, they had the experience, so upgrading equipment was not particularly difficult. After learning about the habits and needs of the two classmates, Baijin quickly made the first weapon. After all, the materials they gave were quite a lot. When Baijin upgraded his equipment, he used whatever materials he had. Try to use what you have, spend the least money, and get the best results. It is not an exaggeration to call him the king of cost effectiveness. But these two are different. They find whatever materials Baijin wants. If they don't have them, they buy them at a high price on the Star Network. They don't care about cost effectiveness, but only care about the effect of the finished product. This is of course a good thing for Baijin. Without the restriction of materials, his performance will naturally be smoother. They are testing new weapons today. After so many days of hard work, Baijin has also tried the finished product of this weapon himself, and it is not bad. But he is not the real owner of the weapon, so he still has to let the classmate do it himself. The two classmates who came to find Baijin had the same surname as Zhao Lushi, and the other surname was Hua. One of them was a swordsman, and the other was a mage. Baijin made the sword first. He was familiar with the force attribute. Although close combat was not his strong point, he was good at close combat. Naturally, he also knew what kind of close combat was the most difficult for long-range combat. With so much preparation in advance, he was quite satisfied with the weapon he got this time. How about you try it yourself? He handed the sword to the classmate surnamed Zhao. In terms of using a sword, this is a master. During the military training, before Baijin saw Chu Yuan, who absolutely had super self-control, he was one of the few people he paid attention to. Usually, people with strong self-control and strong planning will not be too weak unless they are really unsuitable. And people who are unsuitable will never stand here. You will know whether something is good or not after you use it. As an expert in swordsmanship, Zhao Junyuan realized the handiness of this equipment as soon as he used it. The handle has been specially treated to fit his palm more closely. To be precise, it is more in line with his usual way of holding the sword. If someone else uses this sword, it may not be as useful as the one in the game. Sure enough, the money was not wasted. He happily pointed to a classmate who also used a sword and cut and rubbed it with him. Baijin watched and recorded some data on the side. When this classmate was leaving, a senior student came over and was caught on the stage. The other party, well, the students of this class are a little too eager to learn. Then let this senior student set an example for them and see what a master is. Then, fuck, why does your sword feel different from before? It's upgraded. Zhao Junyuan said, how is it? Is it useful? Whether it's useful or not is not only him, but the opponent must be the one who feels it the most. This senior often strolls here to help guide the freshman. Zhao Junyuan has naturally fought with him before, and this change can be unnoticed. Especially the upgrade of the artifact. Apart from other things, the single attribute has increased greatly. Baijin also made some small moves. If you use the old method to deal with it, this senior will definitely suffer a little loss. He recorded it from the stage. The school's arena is guarded by teachers, and there are special equipment to display the health bar. This is to prevent accidents caused by lack of control during the fight. Of course, it also makes it easier for Baijin to record data. After this match, Zhao Junyuan tried a few more rounds, and Bai Jian knew it was successful. This time the weapon upgrade was a great success. As expected, Zhao Junyuan got off the stage and said happily, "It was very smooth, more perfect than I thought." The classmate named Hua next to him immediately reminded him, "It's my turn next." "I know, I won't forget it," Bai Jian said. The reason why this long-range profession was put at the end is that his equipment has been upgraded once before. If it is upgraded again, some special materials can be added. Bai Jian still needs to think more about this. Hua Wenze is not unaware of why he has to remind him. But soon he knew why. Someone came to him to modify the weapon again. Until today, Bai Jian found that there are so many students holding artifacts in their school. But he did not accept any of them for the time being. It's not because he's made enough money, but because he doesn't have time. It takes a lot of energy to upgrade a weapon, and he already has long-range, melee, physical and magical attacks. If he does it again, he just repeat the same process. He's a student, not a maker, and his main goal is to learn rather than make money. Everyone can understand this. The next time you want to do it, you have to notify me first. What's your business? You're late, so you have to queue up behind me. Basically, they just chatted and laughed and stopped thinking about it for the time being. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't show it so stupidly. Someone came out to show off again. He's so proud of this, why don't you accept it? We are all classmates, and you still charge money for doing a favor. Okay, Bai Jian took a look, isn't this Yimu's red-haired roommate? He thought he had changed after not doing anything for a while. He never indulged the best. He happened to be at the edge of the ring, so he dragged him up on the spot. Come on, chop and rub. Red-haired roommate, what's that expression on your face? You look down on us from the manufacturing department, so why don't you just give way? The more Bai Jian talked, the uglier the red-haired roommate's face looked. Give way? Give way, don't you see who can beat you? I think you just brought me up here to beat me up openly. After beating the rude one, no, it was a friendly chop and rub with the students from the talent department. Bai Jian saw that it was getting late, so he went straight back to the dormitory. As usual, he used the shuttle to hurry on his way, and played with a yo-yo in the middle. No, it was a jumping light. He went straight to the dormitory building, and one step was 30 meters. So he didn't notice that there was a person he hadn't seen before. But other students noticed it. There would be no irrelevant people in the school, and this person's aura and momentum. Some people remembered the upcoming competition, and knew that it should be the person sent by the Tianqi army this time. Several students from the manufacturing department were very curious and couldn't help but take a few glances when they passed by. Then when the other party turned around, they happened to see the mark on his body. It was indeed a member of the Tianqi army, and he was a major general. Major General Qin looked at them, and suddenly asked, "Do the students from the manufacturing department and the talent department get along well in your class?" "Not bad," they said. "Does having dinner together count?" Gathering in Bai Jian's dormitory to grab skewers and bragging together, their relationship is not bad, right? Major General Qin understood. So he is also looking for someone to eat? It was indeed time for dinner. Following the Major General's gaze, several students saw Bai Jian. This campus celebrity was walking with his eyes closed, and then bumped into the gate. Classmates, covering their faces. They were embarrassed in front of the Major General, and they couldn't help but explain, he has only been like this recently. Unexpectedly, Major General Qin didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, he nodded and agreed, not forgetting to practice skills while walking, not bad. Students of the talent department should be like this. Ah! The students reacted for a few seconds before realizing that the Major General in front of them must have misunderstood. It turns out that he also thought Bai Jian was from the talent department. No wonder he suddenly asked them if they were getting along well with the talent department. It turned out that he thought people from that department started to come in and out of their dormitory, so he asked this question. But Major General, he is actually a student of our manufacturing department. Major General Qin, ? Are you sure? Several classmates nodded. What is there to be unsure about? They have been taking classes together for so long. However, Bai Jian does often go to the talent department for training, but he is really a student of the manufacturing department. It's ridiculous. Major General Qin couldn't help but said. He is not blind. The little light in that kid's hand is definitely a healing skill. Put a precious healing skill in the manufacturing department? Who came up with this genius idea? Chapter 60. Bai Jian didn't know that he was seen by a major general. His mind was full of the 4 characters that he hadn't practiced yet. He bumped into it again today. Yes, he was no longer limited to the dormitory. Every wall outside could become his target. Of course, since the school could be regarded as a home, but it was not a real home, he couldn't go in and out. After all, there were dormitories where other people lived, teachers' offices, and classrooms everywhere. He could just walk through the wall. So most of the targets were still placed at the entrance of the dormitory building. He tried it as a routine every day when he returned to the dormitory. As for whether it was embarrassing to be seen, if possible, he didn't want to be seen. Like he did it on the floor of his own dormitory before. But now it is obviously not working. If he wants to make progress, he has to expand outward. Anyway, he is famous enough in the school, so he can add one more item. Bai Jian comforted himself. He never wastes time, he does what he thinks, and never pays attention to the mess behind him. After all, he carries jumping light all day long, and uses the shuttle to run rampant on campus. He didn't hide it on purpose, but no classmate really noticed anything. But Major General Qin had been on the battlefield, and he was well informed, so he naturally saw at a glance that it was a healing skill. He didn't know Bai Jian, and didn't know what kind of person he was. So he didn't subconsciously think that this guy couldn't be a healer, and naturally hit the bull's eye. After confirming who it was with his classmates, Major General Qin turned around and looked for Zhao Luosher. When asked about the healing students in the class, Zhao Luosher was stunned. Who are you talking about? There is a healer in their class? He glanced at the other teachers around him in confusion. He must have recognized the wrong person. This matter should be addressed to Lao Wang and Lao Li. The manufacturing department teacher next to him was also speechless. He found their manufacturing department to find a healer. What kind of brain can do this? The manufacturing department teacher shook his head, then lowered his head to continue reading the information, and then suddenly raised his head. He remembered. There really is one. At the same time, Major General Qin, who felt even more speechless, said, "Your own student, you don't even know that he is a healer? And I also graduated from the school. It is impossible to find the wrong person." To put it bluntly, the current teachers are either his seniors or his seniors. Even if this is not the talent department he is familiar with, it is not possible to find the wrong person. Zhao Luosher, but there is really no one in our class. He suddenly remembered, it seems that there is really one, isn't Bai Jian? Speaking of this matter, the teachers naturally didn't know it at the beginning. After all, Bai Jian filled in no talent when he entered the school. Although he knew he had talent later, he didn't ask in detail. After all, it was obvious that he had an offensive talent, and was good at using a crossbow. More detailed questions would be asked by the talent department, and the manufacturing department didn't care about them. But didn't he study under Teacher Wang later? And he played with his healing skills in school every day. Although he didn't meet many teachers at the beginning, after a long time, he would always pass by, meet, etc., and then be seen by the teachers. He didn't pay much attention to it the first time, but he noticed it the second and third time. When I asked Teacher Wang, it was true. So when Bai Jian didn't know, few teachers knew about his love triangle with Chu Yuan, but he had a special talent, and no teacher didn't know. But if you ask, why didn't anyone react? It's all because the initial impression is too deep in people's minds. Even if they were shocked, when this period of time passed, they still subconsciously felt that it was a very aggressive talent. After all, they were still discussing that Bai Jian beat all the talent department, and made their manufacturing department proud. After Zhao Luosher reacted, he coughed twice. There is such a person in our class. What's wrong? However, Major General Qin was already stunned by their reaction. Even if it's the manufacturing department, you can't take the healing talent so lightly. This still needs to be reacted. Don't you usually take it seriously? Zhao Luosher looked at him warily. Are you here for him too? What do you mean by also? The manufacturing teacher beside him suddenly said, are you here to snatch people from the talent department? You are a major general, you are too nosy. Zhao Luosher turned his head to look at him, and said, maybe it's not for the talent department, he wants to reserve it in advance. Isn't Tanhua? While talking, Teacher Li also came over. Just when Zhao Luosher said, I have seen that kid talking to Bai Jian several times, I don't know him yet, it seems that he is trying to make friends in advance, just waiting for people to graduate so that he can pull them to his team. What? Teacher Li was shocked. They are not that kind of relationship. As soon as these words came out, several teachers who were still here, including Major General Qin, looked over. Teacher Li coughed dryly, and told his discovery. Including that day, when I walked to that position, I saw Chu Yuan and Tanhua looking over here. You said you wanted to win someone over, but you wanted to be so affectionate and flirt with each other? Do you and your colleagues often look at each other through the window like this? This sentence immediately controlled everyone present. No, they didn't. But this is true, Xiao Luozhi remembered. When I asked Tan Hua that day, this guy blurted out a love triangle and later explained that it was a slip of the tongue, but it doesn't seem to be true. In deep thought, someone suddenly said, Chu Yuan, is he interested in humans? Everyone, This, it seems. He should still be interested, although they have never seen this person look different to anyone. But it's hard to determine, although he doesn't seem to have this mind. This person is devoted to studying the God realm. Besides, another teacher asked, didn't Tan Hua always like older sisters since he was a child? Even if his hobbies change as he grows up, they shouldn't change that much, right? So it must be a misunderstanding. Major General Qin, As the only one who just arrived at the school and didn't know anything about the incident, he seemed out of place here. Are we discussing this now? Everyone looked at him. The youngest Major General of the Tianqi army was old-fashioned and serious. It really didn't seem like he was suitable for this topic. But we still have to keep track of the student's situation, Xiao Luozhi said, and he was relieved. After all, although he didn't care whether students were in love or not, he didn't want to have a love triangle. It was just a misunderstanding. At this time, Teacher Wang also came over. He came to find Xiao Luozhi to discuss with him the time allocation for Baijian. He thought that they should allocate more time to the talent department, because there was too little time now. As a result, he saw so many people as soon as he came in. What are you here for? Why are they all in the office of the manufacturing department? Teacher Li reacted, Oh, Lao Shui is coming, I just happened to be on the way, so I came to see. Everyone was speechless. What on the way, you can come here by chance. Don't you just want to see what's going on? It's for gossip. Teacher Shui hadn't spoken since he came in, but now he spoke. I'm here to find Lao Zhao. I have a student who is very talented. Want to come to our manufacturing department? Xiao Luozhi opened his mouth. Teacher Shui, You're overthinking it. Teacher Shui said speechlessly. Baijian from your class has been making good weapons recently, and he just wants to change one. If you ask him to do this, I won't say anything, but I don't mind him only making weapons now. Xiao Luozhi refused on the spot. What a joke, 3 weapons are enough, the students know it themselves. How can he, as a teacher, make things more complicated? If he wants to take it, can I come to you? Teacher Shui said, My student is really talented. If he has a good weapon, he can perform well in this competition. Hearing this, Xiao Luozhi was unhappy. Your students have talent, but my students don't. There are so many manufacturers in the world. Why do you have to ask my students for help? Isn't his time enough? That's right. Teacher Wang quickly replied, Baijian really doesn't have time. He doesn't have enough time to train with me. Xiao Luozhi immediately glared at him, asking why this old guy came here today. It turned out that he was competing with him for time. It's useless to say anything. Baijian's main energy should still be focused on our manufacturing department. Turning around and looking at Teacher Shui, don't say your students are talented. No matter how talented they are, can they beat my students? What are you talking about if they can't beat them? Teacher Shui, don't you see who can beat him? Then, besides, your manufacturing department doesn't have a competition, so it's okay to delay the course. We are about to have a competition here, which is related to the school. It's difficult for students, who can't do without weapons to play a decisive role by changing weapons. Xiao Luozhi. He didn't buy it. If it doesn't work, I do it for him. Don't bother my students with this kind of shit. Teacher Wang also said immediately, That's right, Lao Zhao, if you think it's not possible, I still know a lot of manufacturers. I introduce one to you. Teacher Shui glared at Teacher Wang. Why are you joining in the fun? He's also my student. Teacher Wang said righteously, You're taking his time from me. Can't I say a few words? If Baijian makes weapons all day and can't fall behind in the manufacturing department, then he will definitely have less time for training here. Speaking of this, Teacher Li glared at him instead. It was clearly me who gave their class military training at that time. But you got it first. He looked at Xiao Luozhi again. Old Zhao, you are not kind. Can't I teach you? Teacher Shui was still expressing, My student also uses a crossbow, and the two can communicate. Major General Qin was completely confused. It's not like he had never seen teachers in the school in this state, but generally, the divisions were clear, and the teachers of the talent department and the manufacturing department debated with each other. Why did he see that everyone's positions were changing today? Who is going to argue with whom? What is he doing here? Oh, he came to ask about the focus of what these people are talking about now, Baijian. This guy is a healer. But why does he sound like he can fight? The student that Lao Shui can bring up is not his favorite student and the strongest in the class. How come he can't beat a healer? Are the talents of this class so bad? Also, is that Baijian taught by Teacher Wang in the talent department? Major General Qin looked over. Teacher Wang, what's wrong with his skills? A healer practices displacement skills all day long. When he spoke, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. But unlike what he imagined, everyone looked at him and said, "What's the problem with this?" Major General Qin, that's a healer. Although displacement skills cannot be useless, they can protect themselves when in danger and can reach the injured faster at critical moments. But that's a healer. The skill position is so critical that there is no place for healing skills, and they are also used for displacement. So what's the idea? He didn't understand. But then, he heard Teacher Wang say, "Can you ask the God Realm to give him a different skill for the skill that the student got himself?" But then again, it's a bit of a waste that kid still has an empty skill bar for a lantern. Major General Qin didn't know what to say. Until now, he still didn't fully understand. Who can explain to me how he messed up his skills? And it seems that no one in the talent department can beat him. Teachers, this is a long story. The main reason is that they have taught students for so many years, and they have never seen such a person. Finally, Teacher Li was the first to react, and quickly sent him a series of links with his optical brain. All of them were posts within the school. As for the ones outside the school, Baijian only sent one. After thinking about it, Teacher Li also found it, and sent it to him. You can read it first. Let's talk about other things after reading it. Baijian certainly didn't know about these things. His frequent contact changed from Zhao Junyuan to Hua Wenjie, and the two sides had a series of exchanges on various aspects. Baijian has played a mage before. Although the mages in his previous games were different from the ones here, he knew what the most comfortable feeling of a mage was. Of course, many of these cannot be improved through weapons. The output environment issue is what Hua Wenjie himself or his teammates need to consider. What Baijian needs to consider is how to make this weapon more convenient. And have you decided which effect attribute to use? Hua Wenjie currently chooses an ice attribute with a bit of control. The skill will cause a slowdown effect on the opponent, and it may also freeze the person directly. The other one is a fire attribute, which will burn the opponent and cause considerable damage. Once this attribute is upgraded, it basically determines his future path. Although it can be changed later, but this is different from the game Baijian played before, where changing professions is as easy as drinking water. This is very troublesome. First of all, future training will focus more on this aspect, and the same is true for cooperation between peers. One has some self-protection ability, and the other relies entirely on teammates, but his own output will be surprisingly high. If it were you, what would you choose? Huawen asked. Baijian said, choose whichever material you get first. Is there any room for him to choose here? Huawen, Baijian doesn't care about his reaction. This is a major event related to his future life. Don't expect him to make a decision for anyone. Think about it yourself. Of course, what he said is true. Not to mention the weapon upgrade skill effect that he hasn't started yet. Just the skills he has now. If there are really a lot of them for him to choose, he may not choose these. But if he gets it, it will be the most suitable for him. He has always been adapting to the skills, changing the way of killing monsters according to the skills, rather than the skills adapting to him. This is also his habit. After all, in the games he played before, there was no game that allowed him to change the skill bar at will. It was all done by the official in advance. What can players do? They can only adapt. In some games, your suggestions can be adopted, and in some games, they are simply adopted in the opposite direction. Baijian saw that the opponent could not give an answer for a while, so he ignored it for the time being. He picked up the book and started reading. He was about to ask again, when he saw the teacher Zhao Lushar calling. Think about it first, I take a call. Baijian hung up Hua Wenjie and took Zhao Lushar's call. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Lushar said, get ready to participate in the next competition. Baijian looked at the other side of the video. It was definitely his teacher. He was very confused. What competition? Is it about upgrading weapons? This is what he has learned best recently. Chapter 61. Baijian thought, I haven't heard classmates mention any competitions in the manufacturing department recently. New ones? Just heard Zhao Lushar say, it's a competition between several schools in a while, you should go too. Baijian was busy, and didn't really pay much attention to this matter. However, the competition is approaching recently, and more people are discussing it in the school, so he did hear others mention it. But isn't that the competition of the talent department? This year, even our manufacturing department has to go? What are you going to do? Like being a hostage during the initial test at the beginning of the school. Speaking of Baijian's participation in the competition, how did this matter come to be decided? It still has to start from the fact that Major General Qin received a lot of forum posts just now. You don't know until you see it, and you'd be shocked when you see it. Does he still remember that he is a healer? Whose healer fights so fiercely that even the star pirates dare to confront him. The teachers couldn't refute this, because they didn't know whether Baijian remembered it or not, but they often forgot it. Otherwise, Major General Qin would not have proposed to treat students. They were confused. There was such a thing in the class. Are you sure he didn't make a mistake in his application information before? He applied for the manufacturing department? This was Major General Qin's second question. Teacher Li opened the page of the light brain with his fingers, so that everyone could see it. He found a post, and the general content was all. Baijian must be from our talent department, but you still insist that he is from the manufacturing department. How much money did you pay to act as a water army? He is so cruel. The manufacturing department. Haha. If he is from the manufacturing department, then I am a healer. Do you believe that Baijian is from the manufacturing department, or do you believe that I am Chu Yuan? The next day, Teacher Li said, these students were dumbfounded because they didn't see Baijian at the military training site. So he understood Major General Qin's idea, and he also hoped that the person was from their talent department. If this was reported wrong? If it was reported wrong, it would have been rectified long ago. Why couldn't they snatch Xiao Luosher's person? It was because he applied for the manufacturing department. If he really didn't have the talent and couldn't learn or pass the exam, then there was nothing to say, but he passed the exam with a high score and learned well. Can you still force students to transfer departments? At that time, not only did the students not believe it, they didn't believe it at the beginning. They thought it was a duplicate name. Major General Qin was still flipping, and the test started to make trouble, and the subsequent things never stopped. Until now, he has defeated the sophomores one by one, so his strength is needless to mention. However, most of the time, weapons and skills are not used, but when used. As long as Baijian is not a useless person who shoots arrows in vain, and a healer who can heal himself and fight, do you want to fight him with other professions? Is his profession developed because the amount of treatment is not high? Teacher Wang was silent. If Baijian dares to say that the amount of treatment is not high, then other healers should be expelled from the profession of healer. He said Baijian's panel data, skill effects, etc. Then Major General Qin said, what kind of manufacturing is this guy learning? He should be a good seedling for our Tianqi army. Xiao Luosher's expression at that time was that he wanted to pick up the water cup on the table and throw him out of the door. But he was a civilized person after all, so he didn't do it, but sent Baijian's report card. Teacher Wang felt differently. He looked at Major General Qin and said, if you can convince him to change his major, we will certainly welcome new students. Major General Qin, if you don't know you, why would you wait until now if you could snatch him? Although he can't get into the talent department, he can be pulled into the competition. He immediately decided, give him a spot in the competition in a while. Xiao Luosher was dissatisfied on the spot. The competition takes so much time. School honor is more important. Major General Qin said, and the competition is basically during the holidays, and there are only a few days left. Besides, you have to ask him. Asking him is like asking Baijian whether he will change his department. He will definitely not change. If he is asked whether he will participate in this competition, everyone present knows that he will definitely be happy to go. Xiao Luosher took the initiative to take the task of making a call, and deliberately didn't explain it too clearly, hoping that Baijian would think he was busy enough and would refuse because it would waste time. But obviously, this little trick didn't work. Baijian first thought that he was from the manufacturing department, and then thought that he was going to be a hostage, but he didn't directly object. Therefore, Xiao Luosher didn't say anything. After all, what Major General Qin said was right, for the honor of the school. At worst, he would give Baijian some special lessons to make up for this homework. Teacher Wang was even happier. He came here this time to let Baijian spend more time training with him. Now that he is going to participate in the competition, this Xiao guy must give his students to him for a while. At this point, the matter is basically settled. Baijian hung up the call and contacted others to learn about the competition among several schools. Major General Qin remembered something. I have heard of the Messenger of Light, but shouldn't she be a woman? Is it a rumor? But he had seen the rumors that when you like light, you are required to take out lanterns and other similar props when entering the dungeon, and the healing amount and naked mana amount. Alas! Teacher Wang sighed, and Zhao Luosher did not speak. His student, wearing a set of women's clothes, this will sooner or later become known to the world. The key is that you are wearing women's clothes, and it is really rumored that you are a woman. This is very difficult to mention. But when it comes to the competition among several schools, everyone has something to say. It is different from what Bai Jian thought at first. It is not a matter of a school picking a few people, and everyone going up to fight. Instead, a school sends a lot of people. There are a total of 6 schools, 4 of which are well-known schools in the interstellar world, like the First Academy of Apocalypse. The other 2 schools are the 2 places that other small schools fought for after the competition. Of course, since the arrangement of other schools is not exactly the same as their school, there may be juniors or seniors. But the first school on the main star, the Xinhui main school on the Xinhui planet, and the 7th seed on the 0007 planet are the same as our school, all of which are freshmen or sophomores. Yimu was sitting in Bai Jian's dormitory at the moment, telling him about the competition among several schools. 0007? Bai Jian asked curiously. But just after he finished speaking, he also found out from the original owner's memory that there seemed to be such a planet. Unlike 0001, which was named after the main star, the following names, Xinhui and Tianqi, are both good names. 0007 is unique, and it seems that the planet has never been named. Their names are changed according to the ranking. The information here from Yimu is more complete. Although 0007 is ranked 7th now, it was outside the top 20 years ago. If you count 50 years ago, his name was not even in the top 100. It can be said that this planet has developed very rapidly, and has surpassed many planets in one go. The largest school on their planet has also changed its name along the way, and today it has become the 7th seed. Maybe there will be changes in a few years. Bai Jian listened with relish. Who doesn't like this kind of counterattack plot? He listened to Yimu saying, this school is the most noteworthy in the competition. After all, a few years ago, they were not among the 4 recognized schools. A simple name, but it hides countless vitality. Bai Jian couldn't help but sigh. Yimu, which school are you from? Bai Jian, it's normal to admit other people's advantages. He was looking through the information while listening. They are indeed very good. Through the efforts of generations, the planet has become what it is today. It can be said that these achievements are not the credit of anyone, but everyone has contributed. Yimu had to admit, it is indeed very inspiring. Many people apply for their school because of this. But he didn't expect Bai Jian to pay attention to this first among the other 3 schools. Is it really better to call 0007 than the main star and Xinhui? Bai Jian, the planets ranked high all have a loud and nice name. But he is different, that is unique. Uniqueness is naturally more attractive. But he is going to compete after all, and more attention is paid to the strength of the 7th seed. Before him, in addition to the current 3, the original 4 major military academies also had one from the 4th or 5th ranked planet. However, since the appearance of the 7th seed, these 2 military academies have sunk and competed with other schools for the 2 places. In fact, the schools on the 6th, 8th, and 9th ranked planets are not too bad. As a result, these 2 schools often fail, and in the last session, no school entered. They are still playing in the early stages of the competition. The results will come out in a few days, and we will know who will be their opponents in the big competition. In the teacher's office, the teachers and Major General Qin were also discussing this matter. If there is no dark horse like the number 7 seed back then don't worry too much. The main thing is the number 7 seed, they are growing very fast. What about Juxing and Xinhui? Xinhui has always performed steadily, and is a familiar opponent. As for the first school of Juxing, Major General Qin said, it's getting worse and worse. I'm afraid that he will fall to the bottom this year. Indeed, each class is worse than the previous one in recent years, and they are also anxious. Are they so anxious that they come to poach people from our Tianqi star? This is obviously about the Gongsun family some time ago. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Gongsun family is a family of genius. Almost every generation in the family will produce several talented people in this field. This generation's Gongsun Miaomu is also very talented. The Chung family has set their sights on someone. The marriage is not going smoothly, and they are even trying to use tricks. Even Major General Qin in the Tianqi army knows about this matter. I heard that there is a younger generation in their family in our school. I know what you are thinking. It doesn't matter, although the child has some minor problems. He has not made any major mistakes. This time, he rebelled against his family and made a fuss. And after the incident, the Chung family ignored him. And he himself did not think of transferring to another school. Major General Chin nodded. Our school treats students equally. As long as the students themselves have not made any mistakes, they should not be treated specially. To be honest, they care too much about the title of the first planet. In order to avoid being overtaken, they have taken frequent actions in recent years. Shinyu also cares about it. Besides, don't we care about it? But who is like them? We still have to be down to earth and do things step by step. That's right. Okay, it's time for dinner. It's time to eat. I'm hungry after all this trouble. Teacher Lee saw that the discussion was almost over, so he spoke up. Xiao Luosher glanced at them. It's you two who came to block me at this time. Bai Jian was not as particular as them. He was listening, checking and talking at the same time, and he did not forget to eat with a bowl. The same was true for Emu on the opposite side. There were only two of them, so they did not sit at the big table, but moved out the small coffee table. We ate king crab today. But it was not the whole one, but it had been opened. There was no shell in the box, only crab meat. Bai Jian enjoyed the meal very much. When he ate king crab before, he had to peel the meat himself. Apart from other things, Bai Jian likes the God realm very much for this reason alone. Of course, if you want to do it yourself, there are also whole ones. But Bai Jian prefers to eat ready-made ones, so he sells the whole ones for money, and eats the peeled ones. Compared with meat, Emu is a complete vegetable lover. Not only mushrooms, he also loves lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, etc. But he is very satisfied with this king crab. After eating, the two of them lay on the sofa, and each of them took a bowl of ready-made fruit soup. It's so cool. Bai Jian couldn't help but say. Emu looked at him strangely and asked, I just said that the main star has been going downhill in recent years. Is it cool? Do you have enemies on the main star? Bai Jian, I mean it's fun to eat. King crabs can't be eaten with many fruits, such as the watermelon he is eating now, and grapes will also make you feel uncomfortable. But now there is no need to worry about this problem. Two healers are here, eating and adding blood at the same time. It's so cool. Emu was speechless, so he could only continue the previous topic and talk about the advantages and disadvantages of several military schools. There are more girls in Shinhua, so they are very careful as a whole. In terms of blood volume and perception of danger, they are always the best among several schools. If you want to dig a hole for them, you need to be very careful, otherwise you will be discovered. Bai Jian knew as soon as he heard it that someone must have done this, and was discovered. Unexpectedly, Emu looked at him. I think you will definitely want to do this. Bai Jian, hasn't anyone else done it? Emu, I have done it. But he brought it out to remind Bai Jian to pay attention. Bai Jian stuffed 2 large pieces of watermelon into his mouth angrily, and ate a grape, thinking angrily, what kind of image does he have now? From Emu, he learned a lot of information. And he also learned that he would also sign up, and if he was selected, he would go. By the way, Bai Jian remembered and asked, how many people will go in total? 800. Bai Jian, it's really a lot. That's about it. Emu thought for a while and said, but there are several students from big families on the main star this time, but I don't know much about them. If you want to know these, you still have to find Fanny Tong and Jiang Min in your class. Of course Gongsun Miaomu and Miao Xinhua are also fine, but they are all girls after all. Bai Jian could turn around and ask Jiang Min's dormitory, but it is obviously not possible to do so with 2 girls. Not suitable. Besides, both of them live in this building, and Jiang Min is right next door, so it is more convenient to watch. However, despite this, Bai Jian was not in a hurry to ask them. He mainly wanted to understand how to fight today. 800 people can't just rush in, like some NPCs in the game they played before, and just fight for 1 round and it's over. The teacher will definitely explain the rules when the time comes, but it doesn't hurt to ask more in advance. Emu actually found out about this clearly. After listening, Bai Jian also had an idea in his mind, and happily ate the last grape on the plate. This black finger is sweet, he thought. But it's strange that this kind of competition is not held in the game. It's such a waste to not use such a good scene. However, these issues are things to be considered later. What Bai Jian has to do now is to upgrade the weapon for Hua Wenze before he gets busy. Thinking about it, he sent a message to the other party to urge him. Classmate, have you thought about it? Which direction are you going to go? If I delay any longer, I will have to wait until I finish the game to have time. Chapter 62. I didn't know about it before, and I didn't hear much about it, but it seems that once I know that the competition among several schools is about to start, it seems that everyone around is talking about it. Especially in the past 2 days, the school selection has started. 800 people may seem a lot, but not to mention that there are also freshmen who want to participate. There are more than 10,000 people in the second grade alone. The manufacturing department is not bad. After all, they will not participate in this competition. The talent department is very lively. Emu, EMO and others have participated in the selection, and even Zhao Junyuan and Hua Wenze are also participating. No matter how busy Baijian is, he still took time to come and cheer them on. He is now a well-known person in the school, and almost all the students know him. Even those who don't know him know this person. Therefore, when they saw him coming, familiar freshmen immediately came over. Baijian also heard someone say, "Actually, wouldn't it be best to let Brother Bai go? He's so good. But he's from the manufacturing department, can he participate?" Yes, it's a school-to-school competition, so what's wrong with which department the students are from? No teachers are allowed to go, so what's wrong with that? Because the selection has not yet ended, few people know that Baijian will participate. The selection is multifaceted, not just about being able to fight. For example, Emu, his martial arts value is really not that good. But he is a healer, not looking at damage, but more at the amount of healing. There are also some more useful talents and skills. For example, Su Sengxi, his initial skill is to dig a pit. The subsequent skills are more suitable. Baijian's passive skill is to like light, while Su Sengxi can play a greater role than others in skills such as traps. For the same skill, others may use 3 seconds, but he may use 4 seconds or more. For people with the same awakening talent, the ability level is more important than the panel value. This is the so-called potential. Although there are only 4 skills in the palace, there are 5 at most, but the various combinations are also very complicated. Of course, the selection is not just about one thing, but a comprehensive consideration. There was even a situation in the past where a small team signed up together. People who are not outstanding when taken out alone can play a particularly great role when combined together. The school also encourages this way of registration. After all, cooperation is also a part of what they have to learn. No one will fight alone when they join the Tianqi army in the future. After the red-haired roommate made that scene, the teacher said it to everyone during the extra training the next day. On the battlefield, you have to bear the mistakes made by your teammates together. After all, the opponent will not reason with you. It is one thing to not fight you without making mistakes. The second thing is that you are comrades in arms, people who can trust each other, and it is right to trust each other and cooperate in combat. No one dares to say that there will be no mistakes 100%. At this time, what should be done is not to complain, but to make up for it quickly. Baijian looked at various competitions held in the school, and felt that it was no wonder that the juniors started to go out for training, and the seniors went directly to the army for internship. Now even in the sophomore year, they have already started preparing for the competition, and it is a competition with 800 people. The selection is never a single strong person, but teammates who can cooperate with each other. The people they cultivate are naturally such people. Emu and his friends also formed a team. They have been playing together since the beginning of the school year, and have always cooperated well. The competition is not just 1 or 2 games. After all, considering all factors, both single-player teams have to play, so there are more games. Baijian only watched the first game, and then he started to busy himself with his own things. Huawin finally decided that he wanted a weapon with fire attributes to increase his output. To be honest, Baijian was not surprised. Recently, the overall atmosphere of the whole school is to go for teamwork and cooperation. If there is a good teammate, a mage like him is indeed more suitable for high output. In order to control and reduce output, it is generally the choice that people who go alone will prefer. After making a decision, Baijian began to make the final modification and upgrade for his weapon. As the time for the competition is getting closer, the news of the competition that you would not hear much before is often heard. Even in the manufacturing department, there are many people watching the competition that is still going on. Guess which 2 teammates will win in the end? These will be the teams that their school will compete against in the future. Baijian found that some videos about him could no longer be found on the outside Star Network. It should be the school that intervened. Generally, students who are going to participate in the competition, in order to avoid being studied thoroughly by other schools and advance, have no news outside. Not only Baijian, but also some other students who have posted their heroic appearance outside have begun to clean up those traces. Baijian is busy every day. He cannot fall behind in his major classes, and most of the remaining time is called by Teacher Wang for special training. I also need to find time to upgrade Hua Wenze's weapon. Hua Wenze naturally wanted to participate in this competition. His weapon was with Baijian, so he found another one as a substitute. Baijian saw him compete once, and he was so brutal. A violent wizard. Moreover, the weapon this guy replaced was also a magic weapon. The Hua family is rich, and they can afford a few magic weapons. Some classmates also noticed it and talked about it. But you can't buy it just because you want to. Whenever a magic weapon is released, people will rush to buy it. Just spend money. You can always buy it if you spend a lot of money. Back in the class, the rich people in their class were talking, "I'm just lucky. I've been lucky since I was a child. My dad said that if I wasn't lucky, I don't know where I am now." Baijing glanced at Fanny Tong and thought, "That's right, let alone anything else, you are lucky to be born in the Fan family. It's not just because he's rich, but because Fanny Tong's father is a good father, even though he's only met him once. Not only does he love his son, he also seems to know how to make his son grow up more comfortably. At the same time, he doesn't let his son grow up crooked. Because they are Fanny Tong's classmates, they have always been very polite, and there is no sense of superiority from the big shots." Of course, Baijian is not the only one who has this idea, others are also talking about it. "That's right, if you're unlucky, you must be born in someone else's family." "That's not what I'm talking about," Fanny Tong said. "Didn't I mention it last time? I was almost kidnapped when I was young, but fortunately I was rescued. If he hadn't been rescued, he wouldn't be somewhere now." "Not really, your father would definitely look for you. With your family's ability, he would have been found a dozen years ago." Someone couldn't help but say. "Of course my father would look for me, but it's not that easy. You know the Bai family on the main planet, they lost 2 sons in a row, and they haven't found them yet." Baijian paused on the spot. After hearing this, everyone exclaimed, "Is there such a thing?" "The surname is Bai, the same as Brother Bai. I know the Bai family, it is one of the major families on the main star. How come 2 of them were lost at the same time?" Fanny Tong nodded, then lowered his voice and said, "One of the 2 children is an illegitimate child, not from the same mother. It's hard to explain this matter. It seems that both parties calculated against each other, and the result is that both are lost. I don't know the specific details, and the Bai family can't spread it. And I was only 6 years old at the time, and I didn't know about this until my family mentioned it. But the child was lost and not found, this must be true." Baijian sat back in his seat, and began to check the news of the Bai family. Like the Chung family, a big family like the Bai family, many people's information can be found on the Star Network. In fact, when he mentioned the last time that people lost their memories, he had already guessed it. Now hearing about the Bai family again, it's just the last step that has fallen. Now that I think about it, Fanny Tong actually seemed to be ready to talk about this matter that day, but he was interrupted just after he said the word Bai family. "Are you asking if the Bai family has seriously searched?" "They have definitely searched, but I don't know to what extent." Fanny Tong said, "The person in charge of the Bai family now is not the father of the 2 children, and he has been divorced once, and now he is married to the mistress, the biological mother of the illegitimate child. They must have focused on finding the illegitimate child, and it's hard to say whether they will take care of the other one. This classmate is not talking nonsense," he said. "This mistress seems to be very high level. After causing such a thing, she can actually get promoted. Besides, she harmed the previous son before she got promoted. Now that she gets promoted, can she still get that son back?" Fanny Tong said, "So it's said that it's gossip, and we don't know whether it's true or not. Think about it, if it's true, can the 2 families just let it go, and can the person still enter the Bai family? That's true. But even if the biological father has a mistress and doesn't care, what about the biological mother?" "The biological mother is from the Feng family," Fanny Tong said. "You should be able to find the Feng family on the Star Network. It's also a big family on the main star." At that time, the 2 were in a marriage alliance. But Baijian found the wedding video at that time and looked very happy. And there were some reports on the Star Network before, saying that the 2 were made for each other. Of course, this may be bought news, but dating is not fake. It's different from his world. The parents here should still have some feelings. But it's clear that this relationship didn't last long, or maybe the scumbag dad's nature of falling in love with every girl he met kicked in. So he found a mistress, and the birth date of his son was only a few days different from his legitimate son. It was well concealed at first, but it eventually came out. The video of catching the cheating can still be found on StarNet. Baijian sneered. The person next to him was listening to gossip, and turned around and asked, "Brother Bai, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Baijian said. "I just did a proof question." "Question? If you travel to a parallel world, you are an orphan, and you have no childhood memories and are suspected of being tampered with. At this time, a pair of people who look exactly like your parents in the previous world appear, and they have lost a child. Then what is the probability that you are this child? Answer: 100%. The reason why Baijian laughed was that he was laughing at the fact that one was worse than the other. His biological parents were already bad enough, but the original owner's family looked obviously worse. Fanny Tong on the other side suddenly reacted and quickly said, "Just listen to this, don't spread it around." The other students nodded one after another. They were not stupid. If they spread the gossip without evidence, which involved such a big thing, wouldn't it cause trouble for themselves? And it was probably fake. If it was true, how could they be fine after doing such a thing? But it did give me a lot of experience. The big families on the main star don't look easy to deal with. It hasn't been found for more than 10 years. No matter how it was lost, there must be people deliberately dragging each other down. Someone suddenly said, "The biological father must be looking for the illegitimate child after being persuaded by the pillow talk." However, can the power of the biological mother make him so easily achieve his wish? Besides, the mistress can squeeze out the daughter of the Feng family and take the position. Can that method be simple? Marrying into the Bai family and securing the position of Mrs. Bai? She must have some people in her hands. It doesn't seem to be very difficult to do this. A group of classmates who don't know much about big families speculated and speculated. Not really. Even if they are looking for their own son, they can't keep arguing and not pleasing anyone. That's not necessarily true. After all, the mistress gave birth to another son after she got married, and I think the biological mother also got married and had a child. After they finished arguing, they all looked at Fanny Tong. Fanny Tong said speechlessly, "How should I know this? That's what happened on the main planet. Even my family can't know everything." Everyone didn't get to eat the melon, and immediately looked away, sighing, "If this is true, it's really a fight between adults and children." Yes, a good rich kid has become an orphan, and I don't know which small planet he has fallen on. So, Brother Bai also has the surname Bai, so he can't. Unfortunately, Baijian saw someone looking over and said in a flat tone, "My parents are no longer in this world. People are not in the interstellar at all." Everyone just thought he was talking about his parents' death, and immediately regretted bringing up this matter. It's impossible to be so coincidental. Your brain is too crazy. Some classmates couldn't help but complain about the classmate who made the hypothesis earlier. That's right, Brother Bai is so outstanding. If he is from the Bai family on the main star, the Bai family will regret it. Fanny Tong quickly said, "Let's talk about the people from other families on the main star, such as the people who will participate in this competition." The topic immediately shifted away from the Bai family, but Bai Jian listened more seriously. After all, he might have to fight with these people in the future. "But Xiao Fan, have you forgotten that at the beginning of this topic, you were bragging about how lucky you were?" But obviously no one cares about this anymore, and everyone is listening to the next topic. Even Gong Sun Niamu and others occasionally interjected a word or two. After all, they are also people who know a lot of inside information. Chung Chicheng, who was born on the main star, remained silent all the time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Baijian glanced at him. Since that incident, this kid has completely twisted himself, and it seems that he always has a lot of things on his mind. But think about it, he still has time to care about others, he still has a lot of things to do here. The original owner must be the child of the Bai family. He is now traveling to be the son of his terrible parents. He has taken over everything here. It has been 12 years. I hope that the Bai family will continue to maintain this state of not being visited by others in the next 120 years. Chapter 63. Knowing about the original owner's biological parents did not have any impact on Baijian's life. He continued to be busy with his own things after he was upset. In fact, he was so busy that he didn't have much time to be upset. Although Hua Wenjia's weapon took more time and effort, the finished product was still very good. The moment it was made, it felt really good. At the same time, the 800 people who participated in this competition were finally confirmed. Yimu and Yamo were on the list, and Su Sengxi also entered. However, the two of them, the persuasion and the swordsman, failed to PK with the seniors, and finally did not enter the competition. It can be seen that even if they are a small team, they don't have to enter together. Baijian didn't know how this comprehensive score was taken, but the school teacher must have known it in his mind. And everyone only knew at this time that Baijian was also on the list. A little surprised, but it was normal when you think about it. Who made him so good at fighting? Brother Bai. Someone couldn't help but ask, "You are so suitable for our talent department, and I like it very much. Why did you apply for the manufacturing department at that time? Bai Jian, some practical reasons. What? The people around him didn't understand, but the manufacturing department requires a higher score. If you take the talent department's 100% score, you may not be able to get into the manufacturing department. Brother Bai is the kind of person who worries about this. His grades are so good, he can definitely apply for any department he wants. Bai Jian, I hadn't awakened my talent when I applied. Otherwise, the original owner might really apply for the talent department. But Bai Jian himself still prefers the manufacturing department. This is his profession. Interstellar technology is much more advanced than his previous world, and there are so many things waiting for him to learn. That's why he never considered changing his department. Not to mention that he can upgrade his own weapons. Whether it's making money or making more suitable equipment for himself, the manufacturing department has more advantages. It can be said that this coincidence is just right. However, others don't know about this. Once it spreads, it seems that Bai Jian went to the manufacturing department. In fact, it was because he didn't have talent at that time and couldn't enter the talent department. Xiao Lusher even came to ask about this. Other teachers of the talent department discussed it. It brought up a problem that has always been on the surface. That is the issue of birth date. People will not awaken until they are 18 years old. Some people just catch up, while others will be in the second half of the year. Those who are a few months late will probably appear in the next batch of freshmen. School will be arranged in the same way, but for people like Bai Jian, who are only a few days away, it will be delayed for a year, which is a pity. But before awakening, no one knows whether they can succeed, and it is not a big deal to open up registration for those who have not awakened. And they also look at what talents have awakened, not just the grades. Some people have raised this issue before, and it has not been solved because no suitable solution has been found. These students can only postpone it for a year. But this time, Bai Jian, a special talent, appeared, and he ran to the manufacturing department because of this. The impact of this incident on these students was clearly exposed. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing again. And the number of people is really small, said a teacher. Now parents choose the date. After all, many people no longer conceive in the mother's womb, but adopt a systematic cultivation method, so that they can naturally control the child's birth date. Of course, it may not be possible to be too detailed to the day, but it is definitely easy to determine the month. Only some people would prefer to conceive in person, and feel the process of the child growing slowly in their body. But after all, there are not many people. In addition, there are 12 months in a year, and not all children conceived by the mother are born in 1 month. Once separated, the number will be even smaller. Although the number is small, we cannot ignore this part of the students. The principal said, go back and think about it carefully. Is there any way to protect the rights of these students, so that they can't only delay for a year or apply for other majors? This matter began to be discussed within the school, just like the previous decision to cancel the scooter, and soon the students with more extensive information knew about it. Then everyone knew about it. At this time, not only the teachers began to think about it, but the students were also thinking about what to do. Bai Jian also heard about it. There's no way to do this. Fanny Tong was sitting in front of him. He turned around and put his arm on his desk, saying, Brother Bai, what do you think? The school should have had some system at that time, so you could directly apply for the talent department. Bai Jian wanted to say that when the original owner applied, he was already 18 years old. No system would work. But for this matter, there is a solution. There are not many people in this group, so it's easy to solve. He said, the number of people is small, and the number of people who can get into the school is even smaller. The school can set a certain number of special places for these people every year. Take the test first, and if you pass the test, you can wait for awakening. If you succeed and meet the requirements, you can enter. If you don't meet the requirements, you can consider other majors. Since there are not many people, there is no need for too many places, and it can be more flexible. If some people don't want to study other majors, and have awakened their skills, but just can't meet the requirements of Tianqi First College, they can try other schools that meet the requirements. Of course, this involves other schools, which is not their school's decision. But at the very least, it will just go back to the past, and can only take the test again next year. However, Bai Zhenjian feels that once this system is implemented, other schools may be tempted. By then, these students may. They can really go to other schools if they want. Bai Jian just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect that the school would accept it after it spread. This also made more people think that he didn't apply for the talent department because he didn't awaken. Look, this is a loan for the school to come up with a new system. It is estimated that at that time, if the school had this system, he could apply for the talent department. Bai Yijian, really not. Facing Zhao Luosher, who asked this question again, Bai Yijian said, if you really want to go to the talent department, it's not a big deal to wait another year. That's right. Zhao Luosher said proudly, you are more suitable for our manufacturing department. The old guys in the talent department are just daydreaming, and they said that if there is a chance, they will definitely go to their department. Impossible, impossible, but although this is impossible, Bai Yijian has indeed spent more time in the talent department recently. Zhao Luosher was not surprised. I knew that once you want to participate in the competition, you can't just participate during the competition period. The previous training must also be increased, which will take up a large part of the time. Bai Yijian also met Major General Qin. He was stunned for a moment. Is this level of Star Major General worthless? A competition between schools is watched by Major Generals, but he didn't have time to think about this kind of thing. After Major General Qin appeared, their training became busier. Occasionally, this Major General would also give some guidance. His style was iron-blooded and cold, and he was more inclined to kill with one blow. Just from this, it can be seen that this is a senior general who has faced the battlefield directly. What are they dealing with? Is it A8011 and similar things that Chu Yuan and others have mentioned before? Bai Yijian didn't wonder about this for a long time, because he got the answer soon. The school sent them a document. It contains monsters that will appear in the competition venue later, the same kind of A8011. Each one has a number, but most of them start with C. The rankings were not as high as number 11, and most of them were outside the top 30. Damn, there are such monsters. Are they really in reality and not in the game? Many of the classmates were shocked, because they had never heard of such a thing before. Bai Yijian noticed that people like Hua Wenjie, who had some power in their families, did not show any different expressions. Obviously, they knew it a long time ago. Even some ordinary classmates from larger planets knew about this. Some of them just had a vague premonition, and at this time, they were suddenly enlightened. I see, I felt something was wrong for a long time. I'm telling you. Similar words kept coming out, and of course, there were students who knew nothing like them. They looked at their companions and asked in confusion, why don't I know anything? Because the news had not been spread, Bai Yijian thought. The first time he saw this kind of monster was on the spaceship to Apocalypse. At that time, he searched on the Star Network, but all that came out were content from the game, and there were very few related to reality, and no one believed it. It can be seen that this kind of thing is either known to everyone, or those who know it rarely tell others. Otherwise, even if it was spread by word of mouth, there would not be no news on the Star Network. Sure enough, the teacher then asked them to keep it secret and not mention it to irrelevant people. Although it has not been confirmed, there is a theory that the more people know, the more such monsters there will be, so this is the reason for keeping it secret. Bai Yijian just felt absurd. How could there be monsters that would increase depending on how many people know about it? But think about it, from his previous perspective, he is quite absurd now. Raising his hand is a healing skill, and he can easily revive the dying. He doesn't feel pain even if he is stabbed. There is also a light brain in his head that can check the body's condition at any time, and then display it in the state of blood loss. He flipped through the information below the school and memorized all the contents in his mind. TSK, can't you really give it a proper name? Bai Yijian couldn't help but say. You know, remembering a name is much easier than remembering a number. There are so many. EMO beside him was so shocked that he couldn't help but repeat, there are so many types? Bai Yijian thought, this is definitely not all. It's just what they might encounter this time, because he didn't see any of the B and A categories here. Do you have to write them down? There are so many. Why don't you have a proper name? This one is called a stripworm, which is easy to remember. Why call it C3588? Who can remember it? Bai Yijian thought, yes, since this world is so unscientific, can't it be more magical? For example, let the optical computer, or the multiple copy and paste functions in the game, copy all the information and paste it into his brain. In this way, he doesn't have to spend time remembering. He has been really busy recently. Sometimes, I want to have a space where I can use 1 minute in the outside world and 10 hours in the inside. Bai Yijian hurried to the manufacturing department, because he had a class soon. On the way, he didn't forget to take a few more glances at the newly obtained information. He was so focused that he didn't notice Major General Qin and his group not far away. It jumped so fast. Teacher Li couldn't help but say, this step is 30 meters, and he is out of their sight in 2 or 3 steps. And it is obvious that he is not concentrating on the journey, but he has not made any mistakes. It can be seen that he has mastered this skill very well. Teacher Wang was also there, and he couldn't help but praise him. That's right, he works very hard and has talent. He can learn everything he is taught, and he can apply what he has learned. But he has a big shortcoming, said Major General Qin, cooperation with others. Teacher Wang didn't say anything about this. After all, until now, other students in the school didn't know that Bai Jian was a healer. It is not a good thing to not communicate with teammates. The teachers did not think of speaking for him, but also wanted to see how he would handle it. In addition, Bai Jian's skills can attack and defend, and he can move, heal, and his attack is not low. It can be said that except for the lack of control, he is an all-round player. And after all, people are not talented, they only play well, and there is no tacit understanding of training together every day. However, looking at him leading others to do things, he doesn't look like a lone wolf. A teacher pondered. He will use the skills of his classmates to deal with the enemy in a planned way. But in fact, let's not talk about the two hooligans, just talk about the red-haired roommate and his group. They are all classmates of the same grade. Bai Jian had a large group of people in the game before, and even killed those who caught up one by one in the end. Couldn't he do that at the time? Not necessarily, but Bai Jian still chose to ask his classmates for help, and set a trap for the other party. It's all based on his own needs. Major General Qin said. Teacher Wang smiled and said, all outstanding students are like this. No matter what time, they are always supported by others. Huawen is the same. His teammates have to protect him, and create opportunities for him to attack because his attack is really high. Major General Qin is not unaware of this. He is even supported by others. What he can't stand is that Bai Jian has not been honest about being the messenger of light. Just because people outside say that he is a girl, he doesn't tell his classmates about it before the competition. This is very wrong in his opinion. Knowing your teammates is a very important thing, especially before going to the battlefield. So he said that Bai Jian seemed cheerful and enthusiastic, but in fact, he was a little independent. Look at what he did, everything was done at his own pace. I'm young, so I feel I can control the overall situation. A teacher said, we were the same back then, we just thought we could change everything. Our minds were full of thoughts, and now we just take action when the time comes. That's right, it's no big deal, you understand everything when you suffer a loss. They were not prepared to interfere, and were even happy to see Bai Jian suffer a little in this regard, so that they could deeply understand their own shortcomings. Although the competition is important, the growth of students is obviously more important. It doesn't matter if there are mistakes in a competition, but it's a big problem if there are mistakes on the battlefield. The school is to find out all the problems in advance, and let you correct them in various ways. However, the teachers thought very well, but they seem to have forgotten one thing. Bai Jian is not a talent department, he will be engaged in manufacturing in the rear in the future. He won't go to the front line. Teacher Wang did think of it, but he didn't remind him, and he thought that others might not have thought of it either. If it was any other manufacturing department, it would be fine, but with Bai Jian's personality, he might really rush forward at any time. It's always good to learn more. By the way, have the new regulations been issued? This is exactly the new regulations that were brought up again because of Bai Jian. Of course, not everything was implemented according to Bai Jian's ideas in the end. His was just a preliminary one, and the teachers would naturally discuss and improve it later. It has been issued. It was issued this morning. A teacher said. Let someone pay attention to it in the next 2 days to see how the response is. I don't know what others think. On the main planet, someone from the Feng family was laughing and saying, are the people on Tianqi Star crazy? They are busy recruiting students instead of doing special training. Do they think that this class of students is too bad and have no expectations for the next competition, so they just focus on the next class? Hearing this, Feng Gongjie said disdainfully, even if it's the next class, there are only a few people who have birthdays in those days. What's the point of doing this? It's really nonsense. They deliberately did this for a few people. Yes, who knows what they think. Feng Gongjie finished speaking, but seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the other side and asked, Aunt, the bastard born by my cousin, and that mistress, I remember it was on his birthday in those days. There was a very beautiful woman sitting on the sofa. She had not spoken to join the topic. At this time, she heard someone asking her a question, and she was putting down the book in her hand gracefully. After putting it away, he said, That's right. There's still no news after so many years, and my cousin doesn't know where the pirates threw it. While Feng Gongjie was talking, his light brain rang, and he opened it to see. His face changed instantly. How is it possible? Feng Yai was originally casual, and seeing him like this, she was a little surprised and said, "What's wrong?" Feng Gongjia looked at her with a complicated expression. The bastard born by the mistress has been found. Chapter 64. Big news. Early in the morning, Fanny Tong suddenly said, "Didn't I tell you a few days ago that the 2 children of the Bai family have not been found yet?" Bai Jian, who was reading a book, paused. Other classmates looked over after hearing this. "Why, they have found them now." "One was found," Fanny Tong said, "the mistress." "Ahem, the son born by this Mrs. Bai has been found." "What about the original wife, the one from the Feng family?" someone asked. Fanny Tong shook his head. "It should be that they haven't found him yet. There's no news," he said while looking at the news in the optical brain. "Oh, although this child has lost his memory, his name has not changed. He is still called Bai Zihan. If the name hasn't changed, it should be easy to find. So it turns out that the 2 families haven't been looking for him properly all these years. What did I say? They must have been dragging each other down. So now the mistress is more skilled. She actually found her son first." When the name was mentioned, everyone suddenly remembered that it seemed that they had not seen the Bai family or the Feng family looking for people in a big way in these years. The name has not changed. No matter how remote the planet is, it is just remote. The optical brain can still be used. As long as the name is uploaded, people on these planets will always see it. It's impossible that there is an orphan around for 12 years, with the same name as the child lost by the Bai family. Even if you go to the system to check for people with this name, you can eliminate them one by one. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not a difficult task for such a big family. Everyone couldn't help but look at Fanny Tong. Are they really looking for the child? Of course they are looking for him, Fanny Tong said, but they are all looking for him on their own. We have been tracking down the pirates for years. Once we find the pirates, we will naturally know the whereabouts of the child. The big families on the main star. Well, they think highly of themselves. Fanny Tong glanced at Chung Chiching, who had been completely depressed recently, and whispered, his previous state was normal there. They just think they can find it if they take action, so why do they need the help of ordinary people? All the classmates looked at each other. I heard that people on the main star are arrogant, but I didn't expect it to be true. This son is lost, but they still have to maintain this face? Then how did they find it this time? Rumor has it that someone from the Bai family happened to pass by Sirius, and found a healer named Bai Zihan. They thought the name was the same, and it turned out to be true after checking. Fanny Tong, but although they won't make a big fuss to find the child, they will definitely send a message when they find the person. You should be able to see the news on the Star Network later. And it was as expected. A classmate opened the light brain to search on the spot, and found that there was indeed news. It was said that, after being kidnapped, he grew up on planet 2538, but the child of the Bai family was very outstanding, and left there on his own, and went to Sirius. It was indeed him, Bai Jin thought. In fact, as early as when the 3 words Hao Gaoling Tao Tao by Zihan came out in the palace, he had already linked the 2 together. Now that the location and specific situation have been revealed, it is nothing more than confirming this matter. It's really interesting. The 2 children were thrown away together. If Bai Jin hadn't checked it out, he would have thought that the 2 children were kidnapped at the same time when they were playing together. However, Bai Zihan was found, and in order to prevent himself from being the victim of the scandal, he checked the name of the other child who was lost that year. He was relieved when he found out that his name was not Bai Jin. In short, don't get involved, and everything will be fine. However, for the public, this matter is still quite popular. Many people on the Star Network are saying that it is amazing to be born in a big family. An orphan born on that kind of planet can actually jump out. But there are more sober people who point out that people have a talent for healing. With this talent, who can't get out? I can do it too. That's right. A classmate also said, and if we talk about amazing, it has to be our brother Bai, who got in by himself. Before this person said this, he just remembered that Bai Jian was also an orphan, and the planet he was on was ranked very low. But after saying that, he suddenly realized 2538, this seems to be the planet where their brother Bai was born. They were about to ask Bai Jian if he had heard of Bai Zihan before, but Bai Jian asked first, is there any family with the surname Wei on the main planet, who has also lost a child? It was so coincidental that Bai Jian had to wonder if the scumbag also had a special life experience. However, Fanny Tong shook his head. How is it possible? How can there be so many people who have lost children, and there is no big family with the surname Wei on the main planet? That's right, Baijian thought. It's impossible that when he came here, there were 3 people on the scene, and all 3 of them were from the big family on the main planet. Even the movies didn't play it like this. The classmates were surprised. Why do you suddenly ask this? My ex-boyfriend's surname is Wei, Baijian said. He cheated on me and went to Sirius with someone. The classmates understood instantly. When these 2 places overlap, it is inevitable to wonder if their ex-boyfriend also has a complicated life experience. Normal. They thought, if this was my ex-boyfriend, I would also be afraid that he would live a good life. But I didn't expect that Brother Bai had been in a relationship before. Baijian thought he hadn't been in a relationship, but the original owner had been in a relationship. Although it was Wei Ichiu who took the initiative. It's not necessarily that the original owner liked the other party very much. It was just because of the little friendship they had back then. In addition, Wei Ichiu pretended well. When the other party cheated on her, the original owner was just disappointed, but not sad, which can be seen from this point. So why do you have a premature love relationship? Look, the original owner is smart, but he can't tell what he is thinking. You have to be mentally mature before you fall in love. At their age, they should study. After all, that scumbag is not his boyfriend, Baijian sighed, and didn't mention it anymore. But the classmates heard about this for the first time, and couldn't help but say, he must be regretting it now. He cheated to go to Sirius, but now he finds out that he followed our Brother Bai and came to Apocalypse a long time ago. The difference between Sirius and Apocalypse is not a little bit big. I must be regretting it so much that I want to hit my head against the wall. This is totally throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Fannytone couldn't help looking at him. Are you someone who can do such a thing? No, I'm just making an analogy. The classmate shook his head quickly. My character is excellent. How could I do such a thing? But think about it. It is true. He could have come to Apocalypse, but he went to Sirius. Or he did something shameful. He simply didn't want a good life, but had to suffer in a filthy way. Although at that time, Sirius was indeed better than 2,538 stars. But this? It's what he deserves. Who made him do that? My Brother Bai is the template of the male protagonist of a cool novel. Is he going to slap his face later? Baijian saw everyone looking at him again, and said speechlessly, No, I blocked him a long time ago. He looked like he didn't care at all, which made everyone give him a big finger. Yeah, this kind of garbage is not worth looking at. But although Baijian didn't brag about coming to Apocalypse, there are people who love to brag. Wei Ichiu is one of them. He was so excited when he went to Sirius, not to mention that he is now following Bai Zihan to the main star. That's because he wanted the whole world to know that he had become rich. But obviously the Bai family didn't have this idea. Not only did they not mention his name in the message they sent, they didn't even say that the son they found brought back a boyfriend. It's nothing, they just felt ashamed. The shit he did could be asked to anyone in the T-Online Guild. The Bai family didn't want to bring him back at all. If it weren't for Bai Zihan's insistence, he wouldn't have been able to come to the main star. But no matter how difficult it was in the middle, how much humiliation he suffered, he still had to keep his appearance bright and beautiful outside. Especially in front of the people he knew before, he had to be proud of himself. And Baijian was the top priority. He had to let him know how well I was doing now. Wei Ichiu thought so. Of course, since Baijian had blocked him from all aspects, he would definitely not be seen unless he put himself on the hot search of the Star Network. But in Wei Ichiu's view, Baijian was on planet 2538, so as long as the people on that planet knew about it, how could he not know about it? Coincidentally, the people he wanted to show off to were basically all on that planet. First, he posted it on Moments. But he felt that it was not enough, so he also chatted with those people he knew before. Brother, Buddy is now rich. How are you doing? Planet 2538 also has its own media. There was a child from a large family on the main planet on their planet. Although the child was no longer on their planet when he was found, it was worth reporting. That's how Hengdao Lima knew about it. He was shocked. There was no news about Wei Ichiu in the mainstream media, but it was spread on their planet. Wei Ichiu was lucky enough to be taken to the main planet. Of course, he didn't know the relationship between these two people and Baijian. He just treated it as a strange thing and posted it to his circle of friends, with a shocking face. This is not surprising. You can see that he showed off on the forum before. This is his normal operation. During this period, Baijian also saw his circle of friends. But he didn't expect that one day, he would be able to see the news of the scumbag here. Even Wei Ichiu himself couldn't think of it. He tried every means to hint those people to tell Baijian the news, but there was no whereabouts. In the end, Baijian learned about this through a new friend. But for him, He just sighed that this scumbag is quite good at scheming. He immediately threw himself into intense study again. It can be said that the so-called envy, jealousy, regret or any other emotions that Weiichio wanted were not given by him. He had a lot of things to remember. He had to remember the C-level monster records issued by the school. Later, he went to chat with Tan Hua, and the latter also gave him the A-level and B-level records. The things are all in front of us. Bai Jin, should we remember them? Brother Tan, is it okay? I heard from the teacher that the more people know about this thing, the more it will appear. Tan Hua, this is calculated for the entire race. There is no difference between knowing 1 and knowing 10. And it is not completely calculated that way. Even if no one knows, it will appear. Think about it. If it is true that one person will appear if he knows about it, then if the news is blocked and no one knows about it, won't this thing be completely extinct? But it is true that more and more people know about it now, and the environment is getting better and better, so these things have become more and more. Bai Jian, so when you are outside, will you also help kill these things? Tan Hua, yes, but most of them are in space and inside the planets. The armies of each planet will take care of them. You are only a freshman now. When you are a junior, you will also go there for collective training. The opponents are these things. Bai Jian understood. When you are a senior, you will kill monsters in space. However, planet 2538 is in chaos, and there is no army, but I have never heard of such a monster. Tan Hua, good question. Because there is no such thing on your planet. Sure enough, Bai Jian thought, otherwise the original owner would not have heard anything at all. After all, the people on planet 2538 are generally weak. Even if it is a sea-level monster, they may not be able to defeat it. Even if one appears, it will cause some trouble. But why? Why is there no monster on planet 2538? Because there is no food. Tan Hua said, these monsters feed on flowers, plants and trees. They also eat underground energy, but they are not interested in people or animals. Well, Bai Jian thought, it is normal that there is no monster on planet 2538. Even if there is, it is estimated that it will starve to death. No wonder the original owner never knew about it before. Think about the first time he saw these monsters. Although it was in space, it was not far from Apocalypse. There are also several relatively large planets nearby. Sure enough, they all came for the resources of these planets. For example, there is definitely no monster next to planet 2538. As I said, if there is no food, whoever wants to stay can stay. Monsters are not stupid. Everyone is still discussing the things between the Bai family and the Feng family on the main planet. Bai Jian ignored him and started to read the information seriously. Remember, remember, remember. Memorize, memorize. Figure it all out. As long as it doesn't dance in front of him, put other things aside for the time being. After class, I have to go to the talent department. Training can't be left behind. Being so busy, who has time to care about other things? No matter whether it's the scumbag, the original owner's parents, or Bai Zihan's affairs, all of them are put aside after hearing about them. The most important thing now is to absorb knowledge and become stronger. The competition is still waiting for him. It's just that he doesn't pay attention to this matter, but there are really people who pay attention to it. After all, it was lost for so many years, and was found again, and it once became the center of discussion on the main star. Especially in the Feng family, the atmosphere has been terribly low these days. Feng Gongjie sneered frequently, what good luck, this can be found back. It's a healing talent, no wonder. Feng Yai still looked so elegant, but her tone was very sarcastic. He still had the nerve to brag about how good he was. If it weren't for his good talent, he would still be pitifully staying on that broken planet. It's all because of his good awakening talent. It's the same as his mistress. They are all healing. That's right. Feng Gongjie thought of another one. I heard that the man who came back with him was also snatched from someone else by him. He said disdainfully. Both mother and son love to do such disgusting things. Hearing this, Feng Yai's smile faded a little. She may not have a deep affection for Bai's father. After so many years, she has married someone else. But this matter made her lose face, and she felt bad every time she mentioned it. Send someone to contact the guy named Weiichio. Feng Yai closed her eyes and whispered, it's a good thing for someone who was able to set foot on the main planet because of him to abandon him and find someone else to love, isn't it? Feng Gongjie smiled. Aunt is right, I arrange it right away. Just let someone else go, you should still focus on training now. Feng Yai said, after all, the competition will start soon. Feng Gongjie nodded. Recently, he really has to focus on training. In this competition, he must be the best one. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but sigh. His cousin is really useless. Not to mention that he hasn't awakened his good talent. He is probably not strong either. So he is probably still staying on some small planet and hasn't been found by them. He really didn't inherit any good genes from their Feng family. Chapter 65. Bai Jian naturally had no idea what happened in the Feng family, and he had no time to think about it. He was so busy every day that he wanted to learn how to fly. Chu Yuan's flying step was pretty good. Although he lived on a high floor, this could save a lot of time. But this was just a thought from time to time in his busy schedule. Most of the time, he was still using the shuttle to go back and forth between the manufacturing system and the talent system, which greatly increased his proficiency in this skill. Now he didn't need to open the door when entering the dormitory building, he could just go in directly. Time passed quickly. Bai Jian and others boarded the spaceship and prepared to set off on this day to participate in the competition between several schools. At the same time, there was actually another group of people setting off from the main star, but they were not students who came to participate in the competition between several schools, but people from the Feng family. Although Bai Jian was studying and training day after day, the Feng and Bai families on the main star had a lot of trouble recently. The various things that Bai Zihan caused when he returned to the wealthy family are another matter. The person who had the hardest time was Wei Yiqiu. He was actually very proud at first, especially when he found that someone on the main star also expressed his admiration for him. But he was not too stupid after all. He soon discovered the problem and immediately distanced himself from him. He himself was a main star who relied on others, and he had been thinking this way since he was a child. Therefore, in this regard, he would definitely not let himself have any stains before he had a firm foothold in the Bai family. However, this did not affect him from mentioning it in front of Bai Zihan in a seemingly casual manner, letting the other party know how popular he was. But it was useless. In the past, on star 2538, Bai Zihan's best person was Bai Jian, but he thought that the other person was too beautiful and somewhat repulsive. Apart from Bai Jian, he was the most handsome, so people would throw themselves on him. Even on Sirius, there were many people who were better than him, but those people did not have the years of friendship between him and Bai Zihan, and they were not as good-looking as him. Moreover, it was more precious to snatch something from others than to take the initiative to come to them. So Wei Yiqiu had always handled it very well. But the main star was different. There were too many excellent people on the main star, especially Bai Zihan was a child of the Bai family. He was arranged to enter the first school on the main star, which was full of extremely excellent students, not to mention that many of them were from big families. Those people were better than him in appearance, temperament, and even strength. Bai Zihan was dazzled in an instant. In addition, the Bai family always disliked him and often said bad things about him in front of Bai Zihan, which led to the fact that the relationship between the two was not as good as before. He originally relied on Bai Zihan's love, but now Bai Zihan has fallen in love with someone else. His life can be described in 4 words: difficult. Wei Yiqiu experienced the life of the upper class and did not want to go back. He was a man who was very good at scheming. He soon thought of another thing. That was a huge bargaining chip. He knew the whereabouts of another child of the Bai family. At that time, the two were thrown onto the 2538th planet together. He saw it, and he also heard some words that were enough to prove that Bai Jian's life was not simple. But he did not talk to the Bai family about this matter, but found the Feng family, who was more likely to offer a good price. Feng Yai's face turned green when she heard the news. So, Wei Yiqiu was looking at it in confusion, but Feng Yai had recovered. After giving Wei Yiqiu the reward she promised, she was ready to get up and pick him up. When she wanted to call someone to go with her, she found out that Feng Gongjia was going to compete, and the 2 people in the family who could spare time were watching the competition at the moment. As for her husband's family, only her son was of the same mind, but he was too young. However, Feng Yai brought Wei Yiqiu with her. After all, it was said that there was a lot of chaos on planet 2538, so she brought this guy named Wei to help find someone. But they didn't know that the person they were looking for was no longer on planet 2538. Bai Jian took the school's spaceship all the way to the planet where the competition was held. For the sake of fairness, the competition would not be held on the planet where the participating schools were located every year. This time they came to planet 0666, or it could be called Shunshui Planet directly. The person in charge of this area on the planet met them at the airport and took them to the contestants' accommodation. There were more than 1,000 people this time. There were 850 students alone, including 800 contestants, and the remaining 50 were substitutes. If any contestant had problems during this period, they could be replaced at any time. The remaining 200 people were led by the Tianqi army led by Major General Qin, who were responsible for protecting their safety. Then came several teachers from the school. The group got off the spaceship and got on the large aircraft prepared by the organizer. Shunshui planet ranked outside the top 500, and its natural greening was not as good as Tianqi planet. Or it is far from it. But compared to the 2,538th planet that even space monsters don't want to go to, it is obviously much better. The group was arranged in a building by Shunshui planet. This building should be built for this or similar situations, all single rooms. The house is not very big, but it is more than enough for one person. Everyone found someone they knew to live with, and soon they were assigned to each other and got to know each other. They were the fastest among the major schools, but the other schools would not be too slow. When it was evening, the people from the first school on the main planet arrived. They arrived almost at the same time as the 7th seed, and the people from both sides bumped into each other at the airport. There was a fight over who would go first, and who would go later. As a result, the Xinhui main school behind them had arrived, but these people were still squeezed in the airport and did not go out. The person in charge of Shunshui planet looked ugly, but he couldn't urge either side. After all, their planet is not only ranked low, but also low in military strength, and none of these people can afford to offend. If their own army was not insufficient, they would not have given space to these schools to compete. Isn't it because they want to help them clear the monsters inside the planet? The leader of the Xinhui main school is also a major. She walked out and said, "It's really inappropriate to pile up here just to compete for the first place." The people on the 7th seed side looked at her and said nothing. A group of people came to the main star's first school, and each of them looked very important. They are like this every year. It's not that they pay much attention to students, but many parents of students also come. Even if they are not parents of students, major families will send someone to see if other families have any outstanding talents. Is there anything to be aware of? They are arrogant, and don't take the 7th seed, who climbed up later, seriously. As for Xinhui, it doesn't matter if you are willing to be ranked behind such an inferior planet. Anyway, our main planet will go first. The person in charge of Shunshui planet can hardly force out a polite smile. What is an inferior planet? 0007 ranked 7th is an inferior planet. So what about them, who are only ranked 0777? No wonder they say that there are serious discriminations on the main planet. It's true. The last time their planet held such an event, he hadn't risen to his current position. So although he had heard that people on the main planet were difficult to serve, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. And how could it be so coincidental that they all came together? He was both annoyed and worried, and his usual smooth dealings didn't work at all. He just felt that today was a big trouble. If Xinhui also got involved, they would be the innocent victims of the battle between the 3 major planets. Unexpectedly, the Major General, who was in a good mood, was not annoyed at all when he heard this. He just said, "We are different from you. We don't distinguish between superior and inferior planets. Whoever comes first will go first. Wait and wait. People from Tianqi First Academy and the other 2 schools will also come later. Is it nice to be crowded here? Who can I blame? It's just that some people want to bully others even though they have no power. They don't care about first come first served and insist on leaving first." The person in charge from planet 0007 is also a woman. She smiled and said, "If it were someone else, I would give way, but TSK, who made me have a straightforward temper and can't stand other people's arrogance, so we quarreled." She was very friendly to the person in charge of Xinhui. "Tell your students not to rush down. I guess the quarrel here will not end soon. It's so comfortable to sit on the spaceship. Why come down and squeeze here with this group of people?" The Major General of Xinhui looked at her helplessly. She has a cold face, but a gentle personality. But this person looks gentle, but has always been a hot-tempered person. The 2 sides have dealt with each other before, and they know that this is impossible to persuade. After all, can you ask those guys on the main planet to put down their arrogance first? No, then you can't expect others to tolerate them. It doesn't make sense that those who are easy to talk should be bullied, not to mention that she herself really looks down on these people on the main planet. There are people from 4 planets here, including Shunshui planet, and each planet has different thoughts, so they are stuck like this. Then, as the female admiral of Xinhui said, people from the remaining 2 schools also arrived. The person in charge of Shunshui planet, This airport is actually quite big. Shunshui planet is not a small planet at all. In addition, they changed all flights in the past 2 days, just to allow the military academy teams to come in smoothly. However, why are you all here together? Family members know their own business. If all these people come down, it's not impossible to squeeze them together, but it's really not good to look at. Everyone, why don't you just come in the order of arrival? Why bother? He stepped forward and tried to solve the problem. What does this have to do with you? The people from the main planet said disdainfully, Go away. The person who spoke was not even the leader, but another person following behind. It looked like he was from a big family. How could they allow others to walk ahead of them? Anyway, there was no room for negotiation. What was the number 7 seed? No one knew where it was before. It only rose in recent years, but compared to their main star, its foundation was far inferior. How can such a team be so overwhelming? Only the weak will care about these face-saving projects. No wonder. Everyone knows that the main planet has been getting worse and worse in recent years. It only ranked 3rd in the last session. I wonder if it will go to 5th or 6th this time. The 7th seed smiled and said, We are different. We never mind others leaving first, as long as they are not like you who are always looking down on others. She said to the person in charge of Shanshui Planet, Let the people from Shinwei Main School and the other 2 schools go first. That's right, we go first. The person in charge of the 5th planet had also gotten off the spaceship. Hearing this, he hurried over and said thank you. Then he directed the students to leave the station. This time, they defeated the 4th planet and successfully got the quota. So they were naturally very happy, and being the first to enter Shanshui Planet also had a very good meaning. They went in happily, and the people from the main planet were so embarrassed. Finally, they could only say angrily, Humility is also a virtue. Let these defeated subordinates go first. Our main planet is a big planet, and we don't care about this. The person in charge of Shanshui Planet didn't want to talk anymore. If you don't care, then why did you block here for an hour? But he couldn't afford to offend the other party. Seeing that people here were moving, he quickly arranged for the aircraft to start sending them to the dormitory building. The people from the 5th planet led the way, and the school behind them followed closely. Shinyu and the 7th seed didn't have any order. The 2 female generals talked all the way and took the students to the aircraft. For a while, only the first school of the main planet was left in the airport that was jammed. But they didn't move. The person in charge of Shanshui asked, The aircraft is ready, you see, this is? No hurry. The person in charge of the first school of the main star asked, Why haven't the people from Tianqi come yet? Let them go first. The person in charge of Shanshui Planet could only honestly say, The people from Tianqi First Academy had arrived long ago. He glanced at the time, about 2 hours ago. The people of the main star, What's going on? It's clear that they did it according to their ideas, and set all the weak in first with the attitude of the strong. Why are they still not comfortable? At this moment, the people of the 5th planet are also not comfortable. When they arrived at the place, they realized that they were not the first, and the people from Tianqi First Academy had arrived long ago. In an instant, the smug face changed instantly. And it was not until the evening that Bai Jian and others knew about the story that happened at the airport. The classmates started to talk about it. Of course, many people also mentioned, the girls in Shinwei school are all so pretty. You're right, aren't the girls in our school pretty? For a moment, the person who was talking could feel the eyes of the girls around him shooting at him. The people next to him were still saying, the major general with the 7th seed is really tough, and he doesn't give the main star any face. Why should we give them face? It's called the main star, but it's actually the first planet, and he doesn't care about others. Why did I hear that in recent years, they can't keep the first place ranking? That's right, the development of Shinwei Star and our Tianqi Star is not bad at all, and they are almost catching up. But the people of the main star, no matter how the planet develops, are still as arrogant as before. Didn't you hear that they actually said the 4 words loser? Alas, they were only 3rd last year. The topic was instantly diverted, and everyone gathered together to discuss again. And Bai Jian took this time to learn about Shanshui Planet. It seems that I understand why the competition does not need to be in games, but in reality. First, it can help to eliminate some monsters, and second, of course, it is to let students cherish their lives and not get too used to the resurrection of the dead in the game. In addition, there are too many people, and there are scenes with various monsters. In reality, it is difficult to find such a suitable occasion in the game. It is a choice based on multiple factors. The existence of Major General Qin and others is also to ensure everyone's safety. Little classmate. When he returned to the dormitory, he suddenly heard someone calling him. There was no other choice except Tan Hua. This chatterbox called him in a variety of strange ways, calling him whatever he wanted, but never calling him by his name. Bai Jian turned around and saw Tan-Hua rushing over happily, and Chu Yuan, who was one step behind and coming steadily towards this side. He walked a little slower than usual, but gave people a more stable look. But for some reason, Bai Jian always felt, "What's wrong?" Tan-Hua had already rushed over, and followed his gaze and looked back. "Look at what he is doing, you young people. You only know how to look at the face." Bai Jian shook his head. Nothing, he just felt that Chu Yuan was injured. But how could it be possible? And even if he was injured, if there was no treatment around, couldn't he take the big red medicine? He retracted his gaze and looked at Tan-Hua. "Brother Tan, you are here too?" "Just arrived today," Tan-Hua said. "It's a coincidence, I should stay for a while recently." Then he mentioned, "I saw the 3 weapons you made, they are all very good." As he said, his tone changed. "Little classmate, after the game is over, help me make one too." This rippling voice, people who don't know would think it was teasing, but Bai Jian has seen this man face the sword like this, so he didn't think too much. Just nodded. "Okay, is it that sword?" "Right." Tan-Hua nodded. After all, he was used to using the mage's weapon. As they walked forward while talking, the door behind them happened to open. "Just happened to hear something." Teacher Li looked strange. Didn't he say it was just a misunderstanding? But what's the matter with the named little classmate? And that tone? In front, Tan-Hua was still exaggerating. "I knew you were the best, and you would never reject me." Teacher Li's eyes fell on the back, and he bumped into Chu Yuan, who happened to come over. Then the other party nodded at him, and continued to walk forward. But he looked, his eyes didn't seem to be on his teammate Tan-Hua, but on Bai Jian. Teacher Li scratched his head. Didn't they say that the love triangle was a misunderstanding? Why does he think it's a bit real now? Chapter 66. Tan-Hua talked as he walked, and when he reached Bai Jian's door, he had almost finished talking. Only then did he react. "We passed by. They were here to find Major General Qin, and his room was not as deep as Bai Jian's." Speaking of this, Tan-Hua looked at Bai Jian with a complicated expression. This kind of position. He had enjoyed it in the past, and it was usually given to students who were considered troublemakers by teachers in the school. If he wanted to get out, he would have to pass by many teachers' doors along the way. Tsk. Bai Jian was speechless when he was looked at by him. He was not causing trouble, so he was naturally not afraid of being watched by the teachers. Besides, it was still safe. In this case, even if the King of Heaven came, he would probably be subdued before he heard any movement. But this was just saying, the buildings here were all occupied by students from several schools. Not to mention the surrounding surveillance and the people from the major military regions. Not to mention the teachers who were all capable of fighting. The students inside were not rookies either. How desperate he must be to attack here. He watched Tan-Hua turn back, while Chu Yuan had already stopped in front of the door. His eyes were looking here. When Bai Jian looked over, he happened to meet his eyes. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Bai Jian's mind. He did it right away, and ran over. "Come on, brother Chu, add a friend." Chu Yuan glanced at him, and then released the friend code for him to scan. Bai Jian scanned and whispered, "I thought I would be rejected." Although the voice was small, it did not prevent the 2 people present from hearing it. Tan-Hua, "Not really, although this kid does not add people often, you are still different. After all, this is a future teammate." However, Teacher Li's eyes widened when he heard it. "What do you mean you are different?" He was shocked by the news he heard in just a few minutes. However, the 3 people didn't seem to see him. Bai Jian added a friend and smiled meaningfully at Chu Yuan. "Brother Chu, I will contact you if I need you." Then he turned around and went back to his room. "But what does it mean to contact you if I need you?" That look is meaningful. Teacher Li was brainstorming. Looking at Tan-Hua again, this person was muttering dissatisfiedly. What does he mean? If he needs to contact you, he won't contact me. Chu Yuan ignored him completely. Damn, this looks more and more like a real love triangle. Just at this time, Major General Qin opened the door. "What are you all doing at the door?" Tan-Hua reacted and immediately said, "It's something important. Let's go in and talk." While talking, he also called Teacher Li in. Teacher Li, It turns out that he didn't see me, he just ignored me. Chu Yuan was the last one, but before he entered the door, he glanced in the direction where Bai Jian had just left. He remembered that meaningful look and the last sentence. In fact, including the previous sentence, I thought he didn't add it. It was all a test. It's just that this test was very subtle and unintentional. People who know it may understand his meaning, but people like Tan-Hua can't see it at all. I thought you were afraid that I would settle the score with you for traveling through time, So you didn't dare to add me. Since you brought me here, if I encounter any problems in the palace, you have to help me, right? I knew it. Chu Yuan thought, this guy can't be so quiet. There has been no movement during this period, just waiting for a big meeting. From the moment he came here, this guy didn't look like a person who would listen to the arrangements quietly, but frantically took the opportunity to negotiate conditions and get benefits for himself. Once he gets entangled and finds a reason, he will definitely not. Just thinking about it, the light brain rang. Chu Yuan opened it and saw that it was Bai Jian, who had just added a friend. Bai, Brother Chu, I don't know why, I always feel embarrassed to take things given by others, but I took your women's clothing for granted. This sentence can be said to be because it is women's clothing, so I will never pay for it. This theory mentioned before. It can also be said that the mentality of eating the rich is a bit shameless, but it can barely be justified. Of course, these two reasons are based on what Chu Yuan would think of if he was just an ordinary person. Bai Jian thought, if he guessed correctly, the other party was really the artificial intelligence, he would definitely think, this is not a compensation, so it's like this. Just like when he was asked to delete all the records in his computer and mobile phone with confidence. Chu Yuan turned off the light brain and did not reply. At this time, it would be guilty to say too much. With his personality, it is normal for him not to reply to this. Bai Jian did not find it strange. He was not in a hurry, just like he had not made any movement for so long before. Live your life first, and try again when there is a chance. As for what they are looking for Major General Qin for, it is not Bai Jian's turn to care about this issue. He closed the information interface and forgot about this matter. There are still a lot of people at him in the group. Because everyone is coming to Shunshuixing for the first time, they decided to go out for a walk before the game. This matter has been discussed since half an hour ago, and many people have already chosen the place and made an appointment with classmates to go together. Now they are asking Bai Jian whether he will go out and where to go. Bai Jian thought about the 2 times he went out after going to Taixing. Once he met the gangster duo and the star pirate duo, and the other time he met the classmates who were beaten, and then he brought up that incident. I always feel that going out seems to lack feng shui. But that was in Taixing, and the name Shunshuixing sounded smooth and smooth. This period of time has been too busy, and it's time to relax for a while. He carefully looked at everyone's plan, and was about to pick a place from them, when he saw that the group had already started to wail. Very good, Bai Jian thought. Let's not talk about whether it's okay to go out with Shuixing, they don't have a chance to try it now. Just now, the teacher sent a message through the group of this competition. All students, from now on, are not allowed to go out. Those who have already gone out must come back immediately. Starting tomorrow, we will have closed training here. What's going on? Closed training. The competition is in a few days. Didn't you say that there will be no training these days? Yes, and is there a place to train here? I checked, and there is no special training room or anything like that. There was no such situation in the past. I asked around. I participated in the last period. A sophomore said, everyone should be more relaxed these days, and there will be no training. Bai Jian looked at the puzzled voices in the group and couldn't help but think of Chu Yuan and Tan Hua, who had just gone to see Major General Qin. But it shouldn't be, he thought. These two people had nothing to do, and there was no need to interfere with the students' training. But their travel plans were indeed interrupted. The trip was forced to end. I've been thinking about it for several days. I wanted to go to the valley on Shunshui planet after I saw it on the Star Network. If I had known, I would have gone there as soon as I arrived today. I thought I could play for a whole day tomorrow, but I couldn't go at all. It's not that not being able to go out to play is so unbearable, but the gap that I thought I could go, but I couldn't go, made many people unacceptable. Bai Jian was also a little disappointed. I thought I could go out and relax for a day. But I couldn't relax, and he had more things to do. Originally, he would go out to play for a day tomorrow, and he could arrange his time freely after returning for a few days. Recently, he has spent a lot of time on training. Although he didn't fall behind in the courses in the manufacturing department, he didn't complete some of the homework assigned to him by Zhao Luozhi. These few days are the time he prepared for these homework. As for the God Realm, he also planned to go to class for 2 or 3 hours every day to see if it is possible to play another skill before the game. Now that he has to train, the originally relaxed time is suddenly not enough. Teacher Wang. Bai Jian called the communication. Teacher Wang, I want to ask about tomorrow's training. Can I take half a day off every day? You cannot fight in the God Realm, but you can't not do the homework. Oh, you are talking about this matter, you don't have to go. Teacher Wang said. Bai Jian was stunned. If you don't have to go, It means that the training these days is not very important. If it is not important, why do you suddenly change the decision and let the students start closed training? Teacher Wang couldn't help but say, I have to inform you even if you don't tell me, and Lao Zhao has protested to me these days, saying that I took up too much of his students' time, causing you to not do your homework. Bai Yijian, He felt that there was no training these days anyway, so he moved the time for homework to training, and put the homework on these days. Unexpectedly, Teacher Zhao also found Teacher Wang about this matter. But since he cannot go to this training, he will first toss the homework of the manufacturing department. He has delayed it a lot. But this time Bai Yijian dare not delay it anymore. This plan can't keep up with the changes. If there is an early start of the competition, the homework will really be gone. Of course, he didn't go to the training, and it was not only because of the homework of the manufacturing department that he was agreed. Bai Yijian found out the next day that many students didn't go. No wonder Mr. Wang's first words were, I had to inform you even if you didn't tell me. It turned out that he didn't have to go. Bai Yijian took a look and found that those who didn't participate this time were students with strong strength in the school. It was probably to prevent the intelligence from being found out by the opponent in advance. After all, this time, they were not training in the school, but in the territory of Shunshuixing. Not only were they there, but people from several other schools were also there, and the situation would be very obvious at that time. If the other party was interested, they could see everything they wanted. Then why do we have to fight for these few days? Bai Yijian was very puzzled. Is it because I see others training so I also practice? Yes. The next morning, everyone realized that it was not only their school, but other schools were the same. But everyone agreed to only let some students go down, and the core part was not moved. Bai Zihan followed the people from the first school of the main star to the training ground with dissatisfaction. Yes, although he had just been found not long ago, he was forced into the school, and was selected for this competition because of his healing talent. But he was only one of the 50 candidates. But he never stayed with these 50 people, but followed some children from families with good relations with the Bai family. At this time, others did not need to come out to train, but he could not, so he was very unhappy. Especially after he came down, he saw that there were actually very few healers who came down to train. I just felt that everyone was looking at him and saying, look, that healer is so bad. Hey! The classmate next to him couldn't help but say, move a little, you're not supposed to stand here for training. Didn't you see the teacher looking over here? Bai Zihan was even more dissatisfied. He just felt that this was disrespectful to him. Just like when he came back, many people said that he grew up on a garbage planet and didn't have the nobility of their main planet people at all. Everyone looked down on him. But it doesn't matter, he will blend in little by little. Even if they don't like him, what can they do? They still have to take him with them, because of their family relationship. Besides, compared to Bai Yijian, who is still staying on planet 2538 and hasn't even awakened his talent, his life is obviously much better. So what if Bai Yijian is good looking? And so what if he looked powerful before he awakened? But now, he is not even close to him. Relying on this comparison, Bai Zihan finally felt a little better. And what is Bai Yijian, who is used as a control group, doing now? With a mountain of homework on his head, Bai Yijian was in no mood to pay attention to anything else, and he didn't know that there was such a person he knew among the 850 students on the main star this time. However, other students who came down for training saw Bai Yijian and whispered to each other, is this the child of the Bai family? That's him. It is said that he is a healer, but the panel value is not high, so the Bai family tried hard and only put him on the bench. Not only the students, but also several teachers naturally noticed it. Major General Qin glanced at them, and didn't pay much attention. He just said, have someone watch over the dormitory building. Don't let those who are not training run around. After a pause, he emphasized, especially that Bai Yijian. Although it seems that strictly speaking, he just did a few tricks when he first entered the school, and then he was safe and sound, and never took the initiative to cause trouble. But for some reason, I feel that if someone wants to sneak out, this kid must be the first choice. But Teacher Wang quickly dispelled his idea, don't worry, he has a lot of homework, and he can't spare any time for at least 3 days. As they discussed the student situation, someone came over. It was the Major General of Shinyu. The other party's attitude was very good. I heard your students mention a brother Bai. Why do I remember that there shouldn't be any students with the surname Bai who are particularly powerful in your class? Hearing this, Teacher Wang's expression twisted. At first, only people who knew each other called him this name, and then it spread to the whole freshman, and then the sophomores also started to call him this name. Have you ever thought that you are the seniors? It may be because of this reason that others did not think that this was a freshman, but looked for someone among the seniors. The more powerful sophomores also participated in the competition last year. It is normal for them to come to inquire about someone they don't know. The Major General of the 7th seed also came over. That's right, I heard the word "Bai" before, and I thought it was the one who just came back from the Bai family, but it turned out not to be. It's normal for students to call each other brothers, but if everyone calls each other brother, then they are probably very outstanding. Of course, the age cannot be too young. At least they have never seen a situation where a junior is called brother, so they didn't think that the person was a freshman at all. People from the 5th planet, and the person in charge of another school also came over. Teacher Wang, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you have any good talents? You all come here to inquire about us. Major General Qin's expression did not change. He looked at the Major General Shinyu who arrived first. Your students look very confident. I see the leader has been replaced by the freshman who participated in the last competition? Why didn't she come down today? The place is too small, and we can't show off. Major General Shinyu smiled, and this training is to find a reason to gather students together so that they don't run around. Those who are more reliable can come down. She asked others. Not all the people in your school are here. In this regard, everyone should just talk about the eldest brother, not the second brother. So everyone was silent. When they spoke again, the topic had changed. Some things can be understood tacitly. However, the students below can discuss more. Bai Zihan, the new child of the Bai family, is definitely on the list. However, the students of the first school on the main star are not interested in this. They have discussed the things that should be discussed for a long time, and they can't see each other anymore. They are very interested in the other surname Bai. Although they don't know much, the one who can be called brother by a group of people must be not a simple person. And he didn't come down to train today. Everyone knows that those who didn't come down to train with everyone these days must be strong. During the conversation, they occasionally looked at Bai Zihan and thought, they are all surnamed Bai. Why is the difference so big? Is it just because they grew up on the garbage star? Sure enough, the birth environment is very important. As everyone talked, they all sighed that Bai Zihan was unlucky. A good young master was stranded on such a small planet. Although he was treated now, he was not strong at all. Even if they spoke in a low voice, Bai Zihan would not be ignorant of everything, so he became even more angry. He could only comfort himself that he was back now, and the hard days were over. And Bai Jian, the person he envied since childhood, would stay on planet 2538 forever. He would never get out of that garbage planet. At the same time, Feng Yao's spaceship arrived at planet 2538. Chapter 67. There are very few outsiders on planet 2538. Of course, there are people who come to visit relatives, but they are not so ostentatious. Feng Yao said that she came alone, but that was only her family member. In addition to Wei Yiqiao, a native of the planet, he also brought his own driver and 2 bodyguards. When the Tianlang Guild came to pick people up, they all drove private aircraft, not to mention the Feng family. The latest private aircraft, everyone got on it as soon as it got off the spaceship. They went all the way to the vicinity of Bai Jian's residence. Another aircraft? Who are you here to pick up this time? The last time they saw an aircraft, it was to pick up Bai Zihan and Wei Yiqiao. And this time, it was obviously more advanced than the last one. Could it be that there is another talent for healing on their planet? Everyone's eyes fell on it. The car door opened, and the first person to get off was obviously the driver. The other party jumped down, walked to the back seat, and opened the door, and Wei Yiqiao walked down from the aircraft. Everyone, why is it this guy? Oh yes, I heard that Bai Zihan is the child of the Bai family on the main planet, and he was found and brought back, and he followed him. What is he doing here? Ba Hu, Zhou Gu and others also got the news quickly, and they also came over at this time. They didn't have a good impression of Wei Yiqiao at all, and they couldn't help feeling unhappy when they saw this person getting higher and higher. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this place, but Wei Yiqiao didn't move after he got down, as if he was waiting for someone on the aircraft. However, that person didn't come down for a long time. On the aircraft, Feng Yao covered her nose with a handkerchief. She never thought that the environment here would be so bad. Even though the equipment could be cleaned up as new after a repair, she still didn't want to let the beautiful shoes on her feet get stained with dust. You go and bring Bai Yiqiao here. Finally, she hesitated and looked at Wei Yiqiao and said. Wei Yiqiao didn't react at first, but seeing her like this, he seemed to think that the air here was very bad. He pretended to cough twice, and happened to see Ba Hu and Zhou Gu and others, so he called them over and asked, Where is Bai Yiqiao? Tell him to come quickly. Zhou Gu didn't know that there were other people on the aircraft, so he just thought he came back alone to pick up Bai Yiqian. He immediately said sarcastically, "You have become rich because of Bai Zihan, and you think of your ex-boyfriend again? Bai Zihan would be willing to come back to pick someone up with such a big fanfare?" Ba Hu couldn't help but say, "And didn't you say at the time that Bai Yiqian was an unawakened waste and not worth associating with?" Speaking of this, both of them felt a little unhappy. If they hadn't listened to this kid, would they have been misled? Ba Hu was fine, but brother Zhou was actually killed. The more he thought about it afterwards, the more he felt like a fool and a clown. It was so embarrassing. So even though he knew that Wei Ichi was doing well now, his attitude really didn't improve. It's better to say that if he couldn't afford to offend him, he would have wanted to rush over and beat him up. Wei Ichio didn't expect them to bring this up. The Bai family thought it was embarrassing, and didn't let anyone spread it at all. When he went to the Feng family, he naturally didn't dare to say that I abandoned the child you lost in order to climb up. So when it was pointed out now, his face was very ugly. "Stop talking nonsense, Bai Yiqian. Enough." Feng Yai's voice rang out on the aircraft. "You must have made a mistake. She lost her man to that mistress, and her son was also stolen by the other party's son. What kind of incompetent waste is this? What's the point of giving birth to him, not to mention that he is untalented? If he is really taken back, he will only be laughed at more than Bai Zihan. The Feng family can't afford to lose this person. So this child must not be the child she lost that year. He was thrown down by the Star Pirates, or he could be someone else's kidnapped child. Go back." Feng Yai was too lazy to even meet him to confirm, and he was leaving on the spot. When Wei Ichi heard this, he quickly climbed back onto the aircraft. He didn't want to be left on the garbage planet. After they left, the remaining Ba Hu and Zhou Gu were very puzzled. So what is he here for? Who knows? I heard that the woman on the aircraft was the one who made the decision. The two looked at each other, and they didn't quite understand. They thought that this guy was eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. It's not the first time that this kid has been eating from a gigolo. And Bai Yiqian is really good looking. Like Zhou Gu, he is only half a year older than Bai Yiqian, but he is smart and fell in love with him early. At that time, he thought there was hope, but it turned out to be a false joy. So when he saw Wei Ichi today, he thought that was the case. But now it seems that it is not the case. Ba Hu couldn't understand it either. He came to find Bai Yiqian and brought a woman with him, and then he didn't look for anyone and just left. Is there something wrong with what they said? At this moment, on the aircraft, Feng Yai was looking at the opposite Wei Yigong with great dissatisfaction. You did a good job of hiding it. What did he say before? He said that he was very good looking, had a great temperament since childhood, and had good panel values. He didn't mention that the two had dated, and that he had also moved on to someone else and dumped Bai Yiqian, and went to serious with Bai Zihan, and didn't mention that Bai Yiqian hadn't awakened. Of course, he didn't mention that the person was actually the ex-boyfriend he had moved on to. Wei Ichio thought, can he say this directly? He hoped that others would never know about it. Besides, he originally thought that it would be enough to exchange some benefits. Who knew that he would come with him? And Feng Yai was staring at him. Shut up. You must have made a mistake about this matter. It must be a mistake. She looked at Wei Ichio with a warning. Wei Ichi said quickly, of course, I just want to make some money. So as soon as I saw that there was a connection, I immediately took it as a clue. He knew in his heart. How could he know that it was a mistake without even seeing the person? It was obvious that Feng Yai didn't want to recognize her biological son. But it was none of his business. At least he got what he should get. It was okay if the Feng family was too embarrassed to recognize him. Wei Ichio thought, otherwise he would be afraid that Bai Yiqian would come to settle accounts with him. Although when he said this, he felt that Bai Yiqian had no talent. During his time on the main star, he understood these people's concern for talent the most. Bai Zihan's healing talent was not taken seriously because it was not strong, not to mention that Bai Yiqian had no talent, so he might have a harder time, and would not have the opportunity to embarrass himself. But if the other party can't come to the main star at all, he won't be afraid. But the Feng family. He looked at Feng Yai carefully, thinking that it was really cruel. Just because he had no talent, he didn't recognize his own son. A bodyguard beside him saw his employer's thoughts and said that Bai Zihan didn't change his name. If the young master was really in the same group as him, he shouldn't have changed his name. But now, the name doesn't match. Yes, I'm talking nonsense. The young master of your Feng family must be doing well. Maybe he will find his way back one day. Wei Ichiu also said. He didn't want to offend these big shots, so of course, he did what he wanted. Feng Yai ignored the two of them. She just sat there elegantly, thinking that fortunately, this matter happened in time for the competition of several schools. No one noticed it. Not even the family members knew about it. That's it, she said, change the route, go. She said the name of a planet, which was famous for its flowers. There were many kinds of flowers on it, and even cultivated flowers that were not found in the god realm. She used to go there often, and it was normal to go there again now. Weiichi looked at it, and felt that he was not cruel enough compared to these big shots. Abandoning her boyfriend to find a new lover was nothing, but she didn't even recognize her own son. If he hadn't dared to say too much before, this trip would not have happened. But it was a trip. Feng Yai had a good idea, but she didn't know much about the low-level small planets. Weiichi plus the new aircraft plus an unknown female voice. This matter soon spread on planet 2538. Hangdao Lima's circle of friends appeared again. It was already evening when Baijian saw it. He had been working on his homework for a whole day, and now he had finally finished it. Or maybe he was hungry. While eating, he checked the news and saw the circle of friends. The two of them added each other as friends at the time, and they had contact at the beginning. Later, after Baijian arrived at Tianqi Star, they had less contact. After all, they were too far away and couldn't play games together. However, Baijian would occasionally check out this big brother circle of friends. But he never expected that what he saw recently were all related to himself. The Feng family came to the door, and it was Weiichi who brought them there. Baijian took a look and immediately reacted. This is of course not to say that others are not smart and can't think of it, but that those people know too little inside information and have no way to infer it. And those who know a little about the inside information will not pay attention to the things on a small planet at all, so they don't know about this matter. Baijian even guessed who the person who went out was through the movements of Feng's family on the Star Network. In fact, this was all thanks to Hangdao Lima's news. So he immediately sent a big red envelope to Hangdao Lima. Hangdao Lima, ? Boss, if you are possessed, just blink and I will immediately send my cousin to rescue you. Baijian. Happy, give money. If it weren't for Hangdao Lima, he might not have paid attention to this matter at all, and he wouldn't have known that there was such a thing behind it. However, he is different from Baijian. The other party's name has not been changed, but the original owner actually changed it. So why are they linked together? Weiichi. Baijian murmured, if there is a chance to meet in the future, he can ask. But now, he has another question. While eating today's dinner, Baijian found a friend in the address book. Cheng Qiqing. Although everyone's relationship is not very good, they are classmates after all, so they still add each other as friends. Ask you a question, do people from your main star pay special attention to the issue of talent? Cheng Qiqing. ? Aren't you in the competition? Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Nothing, I just suddenly thought of a question, if you don't have talent, will your family disown you? Get lost. Cheng Qiqing outputs crazily, I know you are not a good guy, I am my father's son even if I don't have talent. The message was sent halfway through, but there was no follow-up. Baijian, it seems that you are in good condition recently. Not as lifeless as before. What do you know? After Cheng Qiqing said this, he immediately said, I advise you to be careful when you meet those people from the big families in the first school of the main star. Those who are too weak can't even get in front of you. After a while he said again, I am just worrying about nothing, who are you afraid of? Very good, it is confirmed from the side that the big families over there really value talent. In fact, Fan Yitong mentioned this issue as early as when Bai Zihan was recognized. He said that fortunately it was a healing talent, otherwise if it was not particularly strong, even if he grew up in the family, he would not be valued too much, let alone being found halfway. And at that time, he cited a lot of examples, but in the end they were all hearsay. Only Cheng Qiqing was a real person from the main star. So his guess was right. Artificial intelligence. Baijian suddenly shouted. Of course, there was no response. Artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence. Baijian shouted in various ways. Then, in silence, he opened the communication page with Chu Yuan. Brother Chu, I just found out about a bizarre case of a mother not recognizing her son. Do you think the child should know about it? Chu Yuan, do you think it should? Intellectually, everyone has the right to know the truth, especially when it is related to the biological father and mother. Baijian said, but emotionally, it's better to forget about this kind of bad thing. Anyway, they won't have any communication in the future. This seems to be saying that the biological mother is not going to recognize the child, and the child doesn't know about this matter, so the two sides will still have no relationship in the future. It also seems to be saying that people have traveled to another world, and it is impossible to have communication. If you don't know, you might feel better? Chu Yuan, are you the kind of person who escapes from reality? Bai Yijian, no. Both sides stopped talking at this point. Bai Yijian didn't know whether the original owner would know about this matter, just as he was still not sure that Chu Yuan must be the artificial intelligence. But as a student who was about to be crushed to death by a mountain of homework, he really didn't have much time to think about these things. After dinner, he had to continue doing his homework. And without his knowledge, the name of Brother Bai spread to several schools. Later, someone finally found out. This unknown person surnamed Bai, who was called Brother Bai by the students of Tianqi First College, was not from the talent department, but was transferred from the manufacturing department. It seems that he upgraded the weapons of 2 students among them this time. Aren't they from the manufacturing department coming to participate in the competition among several schools? What do the teachers in their school think? They can agree to this? Are they planning to repair their equipment on the spot in the middle of the battle? This school doesn't forbid the use of equipment repairers. In short, it's weird. The students from the first school on the main star thought of the one who got in through the back door. His surname is also Bai. Is there something wrong with his surname? 1 or 2 of them are getting special treatment. Don't tell them that the manufacturing department got into the school team by their own strength. What a joke. There are people in the manufacturing department who can fight a little bit, but how can they be selected into the 800 people? That's better to dream. At least ours is just a substitute, and I heard that he is a formal member over there. Besides, he hasn't come down to train in the past few days. The strength is not good, why not train? They simply can't understand why the students of Tianqi First College are not dissatisfied with this, but even call him Brother Bai. Just because he makes good weapons? This kind of talk has been discussed until the day of the competition, and Bai Zihan also went with other students. Of course he didn't enter the field, but just watched with others outside. By the way, except those strange looks. These people compared him with another person named Bai, who was a formal member of the manufacturing department, and they talked about it together. He was very unhappy. Sure enough, there was no one named Bai outside who could get along with him, Bai Yijian and this unknown person. He sat in the middle of the crowd, but the excitement around him seemed to be far away from him. He stared at the big screen. After a while, the situation of those students would be displayed here. He wanted to see what the manufacturing department student surnamed Bai, who caused him to be discussed, looked like. Why were they all the same? But he seemed to be not excluded, and was even called brother. Then, he saw a figure jumping down from the aircraft in the crowd. Very familiar. Very familiar, isn't this Bai Yijian? How is it possible? In a flash, Bai Zihan stood up. This is impossible. How could Bai Yijian appear here? Chapter 68. Although Bai Yijian was not loved by everyone since he entered the school, and there was a red-haired roommate, most of the students had a good relationship with him. Bai Zihan did not have a good relationship with his classmates. He was originally inserted into the middle of the school, and his strength was not very good. He was arranged to be a substitute for the competition. More importantly, he looked down on the ordinary students around him, and was not very willing to play with them. Whenever he had a chance, he would go straight to the younger generations of the families he was familiar with and follow them. Of course, these people actually looked down on him, but after all, there were family factors, so they would not drive him away. All these factors were superimposed, and it could be seen from the fact that there were people around him, but no one really talked to him. At least none of the classmates around him had a good relationship with him. Therefore, when he stood up, most of the expressions of the people were surprised, and even a little bit of "what are you crazy about?" But no one pulled him or pushed him down. And he was so powerful that no one really came to watch. Impossible? This is impossible. How could he be in the first military academy of Apocalypse? That rubbish should still be on the garbage planet. Behind him, someone whispered, "What do you mean by garbage planet? Don't forget where you grew up. It's fine if others look down on him, but why do you despise him yourself?" However, from what I heard, the manufacturing department of the First Academy of Apocalypse, the surname Bai, also came from that planet. However, Bai Zihan didn't hear it at all, or he didn't care about it at all at this time. I don't believe it. This is impossible. How could he be there? There must be something wrong. Bai Yijian couldn't hear his defense breaking, but the people around him were attracted. All the people sitting here are from the first school of the main star, mostly students, including all 50 substitutes. The 2 teachers in the lead couldn't help but look back at this time. Bai Zihan, what are you sitting for? Sit down quickly. The Bai family also came this time, but they were all sitting on the high platform. At this moment, Because the noise here was too loud, they heard the noise and looked over, and couldn't help frowning. This person who was picked up outside is really uneducated. What kind of noise is it? Is there anything that can't be said nicely? This person immediately sent a message to Bai Zihan, asking him to sit down and not embarrass the Bai family. After being scolded by the teacher, Bai Zihan calmed down. His eyes were fixed on Bai Yijian. How could it be? What he was thinking in his mind was, how could he see Bai Yijian here? Is it someone who looks the same? At this time, the classmates around him actually communicated with him. Do you know the manufacturing department student surnamed Bai? Oh, Bai Yijian is Gong Zhonghao Gaoling Tao Tao. Of course I know him. Bai Zihan couldn't help but say, a loser with no awakened talent. His boyfriend doesn't want him anymore, and he likes me, a complete loser. Classmates, Well, whether he awakened his talent or not is another matter, but he was admitted to the manufacturing department. That's the manufacturing department of Tianqi First College. They have always been crickets, but it's just that a cricket from the manufacturing department is a waste of quota to participate in this kind of competition, but they are not crickets. Scrap, but the most important thing is, you are a mistress who stole someone's boyfriend, and you are so proud of it? Everyone looked at Bai Zihan, and then at Bai Yijian. Without saying anything else, just looking at their faces, they knew that the boyfriend was also stupid. And at that time, Bai Zihan should not have been recognized as a member of the Bai family, which was even more stupid. One had no talent, but was able to get into the best academy on Apocalypse Star, and the other had talent but mediocre talent, and could only go to the Sirius Guild on Sirius Star in the end. Where's the brain? Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and felt very puzzled. Although others may not look down on them, if they can choose, they will definitely choose Bai Yijian. Haven't you heard that he can upgrade his equipment just after entering school this year? It can be seen that he is a very talented manufacturer. What are you thinking? In the midst of whispers, someone said, you haven't seen him like this. Obviously you didn't know that he was admitted to the first academy of Apocalypse before. As soon as this was said, everyone understood immediately. So that's how it is. Because he thought the other person was not good enough, he fell in love with someone else. But he didn't know that the one he gave up was actually the real boss. Fuck, what kind of cool literature is this? Of course, this is from the perspective of Bai Yijian. While talking, the aircraft had already scattered the participating students to different places. Bai Yijian was one of the first to land, and he opened his parachute early, and was almost close to the ground at this time. The rules and procedures of the competition had been explained in advance, so everyone knew that the parachute was about to be detached at this time, and the remaining distance would be left for the students to land freely. Of course, it's not too high, it's a height where you won't die even if you fall down. And everyone is different. The lucky ones are less than 1 meter from the ground, the unlucky ones are 3 to 5 meters, or even higher. This Bai Yijian is unlucky. Because of Bai Zihan's incident, everyone around him didn't even look at their own team members, they were all staring at Bai Yijian. At this time, someone said, it must be at least 6 meters, it's considered to be one of the first batch to collect the umbrella. This luck. The man said, glanced at Bai Zihan, and thought, yes, if you are lucky, you can't run into such a master. This mistress seems to be proud of stealing someone's boyfriend. Think about it again, it seems that his mother got to the top this way. TSK, can't think too much. At such a high altitude, can a manufacturing department hold steady? Someone asked. This was just the beginning of the game. If he failed right after entering the game, although he would not be eliminated as soon as he landed, it would still have a great impact on his mentality. Since he is on the field, he deserves to fall to death. As soon as he heard this, he knew who was talking. Bai Zihan stared at Bai Yijian, hoping to throw him upside down, and it would be best if he could embarrass him in front of everyone. However, the fact was definitely not as he wished. Everyone saw Bai Yijian falling down, and when he was about to land, he used a light force to step on a branch of the tree next to him, and then jumped down. The landing was very beautiful, and the whole action was neat and tidy. Bai Zihan was so angry that he punched the chair, but he thought it was normal. Bai Yijian had been very powerful since he was a child. It was normal that he could not be troubled by just falling to the ground. After Bai Yijian landed, he didn't rush to leave, but looked up at the parachute that had fallen with him. He looked around again, found a tree, and climbed up in a few steps. After a while, he saw 2 staff members coming to recover the parachute. After the staff recovered the parachute, they were about to take it back to the aircraft, but when they looked up, they saw an upside-down head popping out next to the tree. One of them was startled and took 2 steps back. The other one was also shocked. What are you doing? I saw Bai Yijian hanging upside down on the tree, but his whole body was basically covered by leaves, with only an upside-down head exposed. He smiled. Nothing, I just haven't seen this scene before, and I want to see how it is recovered. Two staff members, They walked away with the parachute in silence, and Baijian also turned over and fell lightly from the tree. Muttered, it seems that the response speed is quite fast. People who were watching outside, You did this just for this? Teacher Wang couldn't control his hands. He wanted to cover his face, really. Not far away, someone from Xinhui was sitting. The Major General smiled and said, It's him, Brother Bai. No wonder you didn't say anything when I asked you before. Is it because of this hard-to-explain method? But it's even more difficult to understand why Tianqi First College would put a manufacturing department on the competition field. Of course, the people around Bai Zihan are even more confused. After all, others don't know, but they heard Bai Zihan say it. This person is not talented. Although the talent department of Tianqi First College has never been as famous as the manufacturing department, it does not mean that their talent department is very bad. Who can enter the 4 major schools is bad. Why was such a talentless person selected to compete? It is not like the person next to him, who is a relative. Baijian certainly had no way of knowing these. After he came down from the tree, he found a direction and started walking. He was going to meet up with a few classmates first, or if he could see a monster, he could kill 1 or 2. According to the rules of their competition, 1 point is scored for eliminating an opponent, and 2 points are scored for killing a monster. At that time, it depends on which school has a higher total score. He did not use the shuttle. In school, he could ignore the blue consumption of the shuttle, but outside, especially in the competition, he was unwilling to waste any blue. And if the shuttle speed is too fast, he will miss some things. After all, what we need to do now is not to rush to see who arrives first, but to accumulate points. Almost all the students made this decision. Before entering the field, Baijian was thinking if he landed first, he could block the other party and then land. However, this was impossible. The field was too big, and by the time you got there, they would have already rested. It was not absolutely fair, but in this regard, they would not give you any loopholes. Baijian had all the monsters' favorite appearances and their specific situations in his mind. He thought silently that based on his observations just now, this area would be the environment that C-1035 liked to stay in. There was a strange linear grass in the middle of the grass here, with different thicknesses. If you didn't look carefully, you would think it was a snake at first glance, but it was just ordinary grass. This kind of grass is very attractive to C-1035, and it also looks similar, making it easier to hide. Bai Zihan stared at Baijian, hoping that some monster would appear around him and kill him. Of course, he would definitely not die. Even if he was a substitute, he knew the situation. The students who entered were all wearing special protection. Once their health was less than 20%, a protective shield would be triggered. Of course, at the same time, this student would be out, and staff would come to pick them up. But if Baijian was the first to be eliminated, then one person from the first school of the main star was eliminated. There was an elimination prompt, but it was not Baijian, but a student from their school. What a waste! Bai Zihan couldn't help muttering. But it doesn't matter. He quickly thought that Baijian would not last long. He stared at it, hoping that a stronger monster would appear. But he found that Baijian suddenly stopped while walking, and then drew a sword and chopped at the linear grass on the ground. Is he stupid? He suddenly cuts the grass. Before he finished speaking, the grass suddenly moved, split in half, and ran everywhere. Bai Zihan was completely dumbfounded. This was not grass, but the monster he had been waiting for. C-1035. The classmates around him were also talking. This kind of monster is very easy to fight at first, just like this, just cut it in half. Another classmate continued, but he can be ranked 35th in C level, which means that his trouble is after he dies. Bai Zihan did not look at the information carefully. In his opinion, this is what the attack talent needs to look at. He is a healer, he only needs to add blood to people, and it is useless to look at this. However, at this moment, Baijian encountered it, and he immediately looked for it in the data. Then he was happy. After C-1035 was killed, it would run around for a short time. At this time, it was actually dead. This run was only around, and it was chasing the person who killed it. After this time, it would suddenly explode. The explosion would not cause damage, but would scatter many small monsters. This kind of monster is bloodthirsty, and will drill into the human body. It can be said that once the skin is touched, it will be entangled. If there is no assistance with dispersal skills around, and it is entangled by multiple small monsters, then the blood loss speed will be very fast, and the big red medicine can't eat it at all. And Bai Jian? Bai Zihan looked at him proudly. There were no teammates around him. Not to mention the assistance of dispersal skills. Even a shadow of a person could not be seen, so he was dead. At this time, I remember that the information said that if there is no dispel skill or suitable group attack skill, you must run away as fast as possible within 3 seconds and try to get rid of C-1035's body. The substitute student next to him said curiously, "Why doesn't he run?" Bai Zihan snorted coldly, "I'm afraid he doesn't know to run at all." However, he didn't expect that 3 seconds later, the 2 broken bodies of C-1035 exploded, and the moment the small monsters came out, he saw that Bai Jian's sword had been replaced with a crossbow. Then, with a flick of his finger, hundreds of small monsters disappeared one by one. Sea-level monsters are easy to fight. Bai Jian looked at the 2 points added on his panel with satisfaction, and said, "What's the use of having a large number? They are too fragile. 1 arrow can penetrate more than 3 or 5. However, the arrow feathers in the sky directly shock some people outside. Major General Qin and the people sitting near him certainly wouldn't, and the teachers of other schools wouldn't be so stupid as to think that Tianqi First College was crazy to bring a mascot from the manufacturing department into the competition. Therefore, they didn't have any special feelings about Bai Jian's movements. However, the 49 substitute students near Bai Zihan were different. Including the 2 teachers in the front row, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. "Didn't you say that there is no awakening talent? What is this?" They were all dazzled. Did the little monsters that exploded from C-1035 commit suicide collectively? Among them, the person who couldn't accept it the most was of course Bai Zihan. "No, it's impossible!" he screamed. "He must be cheating, it must not be true." People who heard him talking nearby, students who were close to him wanted to move away, and even wanted to ask if the brain dead was contagious. "Cheating? Please show me how to trick a person without talent to use his skills." This is a live broadcast, not something you put up with special effects at home, and it is in front of everyone. How can you cheat? However, Bai Zihan only had one sentence in his mind. Impossible? This is absolutely impossible. The classmates around him looked at each other, and all the remarks made by this kid from the moment he sat down today flashed through their minds. First, he was stimulated by the appearance of Bai Jian and shouted impossible. Then he said that the other person was a waste, and was proud of being a mistress. Well, now if someone has a skill, you say it's cheating, so what? He shouldn't have awakened his talent. Bai Jian must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to know him. Although we are not from the same school, I sympathize with him. What do you sympathize with? The hero of a cool novel? Seeing other students looking over, the speaker continued, "Look, isn't this the mistress poaching the girl? The scumbag abandoned me. They all thought I was a talentless waste, but I awakened a good talent with my left hand, and was admitted to the first academy of Apocalypse with my right hand." When we met again, the mistress shouted in disbelief that it was impossible. He was obviously a waste. The student looked around and sighed. Now all that's missing is the scumbag. Otherwise, maybe we can see a play of regret. Chapter 69. This is a cool story for Bai Jian, but it is obviously not for Bai Zihan, who stole his boyfriend. It can even be called defense-breaking literature. The 2 teachers of the first school on the main star were fed up with Bai Zihan, who could not calm down, so they turned around and reprimanded him, and ordered him to sit down immediately, otherwise he would go back to the dormitory and stay alone. Bai Zihan could only sit down blankly, but the image of Bai Jian, using his skills, just now, was still echoing in his mind. The 2 teachers looked at each other, and felt very upset. Although they were the only ones sitting here, people from other schools were not far away. With such a noise, people must have heard it. It was so embarrassing. Then look at Bai Jian, who was moving neatly and smoothly on the light screen. These 2 came from the same planet, and knew each other before. Why did the Bai family lose the one in front of him? It would be better if it was the one inside. I used to think that only those from small planets could not be on the stage, but now it seems that they are not without some. Why can't this one be on the stage? This is of course not to say that the 2 teachers on the main planet show how strong Bai Jian is. But compared with Bai Zihan, in terms of appearance, temperament, and normality, Bai Jian is now clearly stronger. Anyone who sees it knows which one they would choose. You are so stupid that you can't even say such a thing. One of the teachers couldn't help but said. And you cheated? If you can find a way to make an ordinary person without talent use skills, we will all call you a master. Do you know what this means? If Bai Jian is really talented, it's nothing. There are so many talented people in the world. But if it was done by cheating, believe it or not, the whole galaxy will be shaken immediately. Ordinary people will have to go out to the streets to cheer, and Bai Jian, he will become more famous than the first president of Tianqi First College. Those who know will understand that you are jealous of him, and those who don't know will think that you can't wait for him to become a god. The two looked at each other and felt that they grew up on a small planet and were too ignorant to understand this. And the people from several schools around were originally looking for their classmates to watch, and they were also distracted by Bai Zihan's noise and looked over here. As a result, they were speechless when they heard this. Especially the students of Tianqi First College, they knew Bai Jian. Their brother Bai had talent from the beginning. How fresh. Do you think that people who are in the manufacturing department must be ordinary people without talent? I didn't hear the front, I only heard the students behind me thinking. Does the newly recognized son of the Bai family have some problems with his brain? If brother Bai is really an ordinary person, why are they sitting here as substitutes, while Bai Jian is on the field? When did this game change to look based? Everyone couldn't help but chat for a while. It's not that they don't want to gossip, but at this time, they are more focused on the game. During this time, Bai Jian has killed 3 C-1035s. He has excellent eyesight, and seems to be able to easily find a C-1035 that is very similar to him from a pile of linear grass. Then, as usual, he stepped on it casually, as if he was stepping on those linear grasses. Then make sure that it is firmly stepped on, and can't run away, and cut it off with a sword. Then he used a crossbow, and one skill to kill all the monsters that exploded. C-1035, which was not particularly easy to deal with, seemed to be a piece of cake for him. Once he got on the board, it was easy to kill one with one sword. But does he use a sword or a crossbow? Someone finally noticed. He uses a crossbow, of course, you can tell by looking at his skills. As for the sword, it is probably brought for the convenience of chopping C-1035. After all, C-1035 has a slender body, and it is not as convenient to shoot it with an arrow as it is to chop it with a knife or a sword. It is also not easy to make mistakes. Why didn't I think of that? Bringing another weapon is not completely useless. You don't have to spend more money, just bring one. This one of his is novice equipment. At this point, someone raised the doubts that had been raised before. He is wearing a set of novice equipment, isn't it also for this purpose? What? Alas, you are stupid, of course, it is used to deceive people from other schools. Others will think that his novice equipment is easy to bully, and then he will change his equipment on the spot to kill them. It happened that the students of Tianqi First Academy were sitting not far away. These substitute students looked over. Are you so cunning in Tianqi this year? Students of Tianqi First Academy, God is my conscience. Our brother Bai only has that set of equipment. What's wrong? Don't you allow him to be poor, but now they are still in the game, and they obviously have no intention of explaining to their opponents. So the 50 substitute students sat upright, looking at the big screen in front of them. Anyway, they just didn't look at the eyes cast over. However, this performance made people feel that it must be what they thought. Especially the people from the first school on the main star, who just said that Bai Jian's life can be called a cool story. Then pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is also a common plot in novels. Many of them like to watch this kind of thing. I am familiar with this routine. One of the classmates couldn't help but say, just watch, when he meets the opponent, he will bala transform and change into a set of equipment that will blind your eyes. Bai Zihan sat in the middle of them, clenched his fists, staring at Bai Jian. Impossible, he thought. How could this be possible? Isn't Bai Jian a waste without awakening talent? How could he enter the first academy of Apocalypse and participate in the competition? Not like him, who came as a substitute because of family relations, but a serious team member. However, no matter how he thought, Bai Jian at this moment could not disappear out of thin air and become what he imagined, staying on the 2538 star to survive hard. Another one. The voice of the classmates around came over. C-1035 is not a completely social monster, but the territory of a single one is not large. The environment here is suitable, so naturally many of its kind choose this place. Bai Jian doesn't need to go around at all, just look carefully along this area, and find them one by one. In just 10 minutes, he has already got 18 points. Looking at their own classmates, it's not that they have no gains at all, but compared to Bai Jian, it is obvious that no one can beat him alone. This luck is too good. Why didn't any of their classmates have such good luck? At the top of the stands, the major generals and teachers sitting naturally didn't lament about luck. They watched Bai Jian stop and start to call out the equipment repairer to repair his equipment. Is he going to keep wearing this novice outfit? A teacher from Xinhua said with a smile. When the danger really comes, it's not completely impossible to change the equipment, but the difficulty will obviously increase. If you are a little slow, sometimes you won't have a chance. The teacher from the first school of the main star said, "It's not that simple to be cool. Hasn't your school taught students before?" Major General Chin didn't even glance at him, clearly ignoring him. Teacher Wang couldn't help but say, "You don't need to worry about how our school teaches its students. If you really have time, you should pay more attention to your students. How can they get so excited to stand up and shout several times just by watching a game? Teachers of the first school of the main star, People of the Bai family, This Bai Zihan will bring shame to them. I didn't insist on asking about Bai Jian's novice outfit, so I didn't know that several teachers of the First Academy of Apocalypse, including Major General Chin, scolded Bai Jian for this matter. Although wearing women's clothes is a bit ugly, the attributes are important in the game, and you don't wear them when you play the game, but you don't want to do it at this time. Besides, you haven't told your classmates yet that you are a healer. Of course, Bai Jian didn't know all this. He searched this area and finally found 10C1035S, winning 30 points in one fell swoop. Then he climbed up a very tall tree and looked into the distance. Major General Chin, a teacher of the 7th seed, couldn't help but say, "Your student has quite a personality." Others were thinking, "Yes, you should have known this when he was hanging upside down on the tree and watching the staff. We can't forget about this just because he was killing monsters so normally during this period." Originally, they were watching together with the students, focusing on some seated players from each school. Because Bai Jian was from the manufacturing department, he was also called Brother Bai, and he hid too deep in front, so he watched a few more times. And this was caused by Bai Zihan's noise, and he looked like this, which made people couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Teacher Wang thought, normal. This guy pretended to be a hostage, and attracted the attention of all the teachers in the office to him alone. Get used to it. He sat steadily, and even the teachers in the same school thought that he had expected this situation. After all, he was the one who was in charge of training Bai Jian. If anyone in the whole school knew this student better, it would be him. But what's the point of running on the tree? If it was flat ground, you could see farther, but there were trees everywhere here, and anyone who saw it would know how much of the vision was blocked. Then, they saw Bai Jian jumping on several trees, and then he chose one and sat there, not moving. Everyone looked at Teacher Wang. What was this trick? However, the students' vision was limited. They were outside, and the big screen was divided into countless small screens. With so many cameras, the vision was unlimited. Soon, they found a group of people nearby. They were students from the first school of the main star. They were not lucky in encountering monsters, and they had not encountered any so far. But in terms of forming a team, they were much better than Bai Jian. By this time, for students from the same school had gathered together. The game had only started for less than an hour, and the venue was large. There were many people who were alone at this time. As long as they met someone, they could clear them out. "This is a good idea," said the person from the first school of the main star. "Hide in the tree. As long as he doesn't move, he won't be discovered by people from other schools." "But it's too cowardly. Can he hide until a classmate passes by?" A teacher from the 7th seed said, "Maybe he discovered someone from your school in advance, so he climbed the tree to avoid it. Don't tell him this, he is angry now." The student was about to encounter someone, but he didn't find it. "TSK, he must be depressed," another teacher from the same school said immediately. And indeed, the 4 students of the first school of the main star were getting closer and closer to the tree where Bai Jian was, but they didn't find anyone. Still saying, "It's easy to hide C1035 in this environment, look carefully." The first target of their school is still people, students from other schools. Although the points are not as many as monsters, if they can kill one person from the other school, that school will have one less person to get points. Clear people in the early stage, and find monsters in the later stage. But if they just happen to pass by, they certainly wouldn't mind killing a few to get points. The people of the first school of the main star said, "Look for it, and find the one on the tree later." They were full of expectations, but they saw that the student lived up to their expectations and looked down first. Then, an arrow shot down from top to bottom. It was Bai Jian. Major General Chin sat there, thinking that it was indeed the case. He felt that hiding was not the style of that kid. Teacher Wang looked even more like you. Bai Jian's arrow went straight to the forehead, continuing his previous habit of shooting wherever it hurts. If this arrow hits, the person will probably die on the spot. After all, no one can be alive and kicking with an arrow in the head. However, because there are protective measures, the protective shield is only activated for a moment. But then, this student was also out. He looked around blankly, and then realized that the arrow came from the sky, so he raised his head. Just in time to see the second arrow shot by Baijian. It went straight to his teammates beside him. He instinctively wanted to pounce on him, but the surrounding protective shield restricted his movements. He was out. The students who were selected to participate in the competition were naturally not weak. When their teammates were eliminated, they naturally reacted immediately, and started to move on the spot to avoid the arrow. Baijian did not feel disappointed. He did not expect to be hit. However, this exposed him to the 3 students from the first school of the main star who had not been eliminated. A teacher of Shinhua said, "It's not easy. 1 against 3, there is no hope no matter how you look at it." She couldn't help but look at the people from Tianqi First College, but she saw that everyone's expression did not change much. Teacher Wang sat calmly, but he was still a little nervous. Baijian had fought against many people, but that was when he just entered the school, and his opponents were all freshmen, which is different from the current situation. And there is still a healer on the opposite side. If you don't change your equipment, you may not have a chance to change it. The people of the 5th planet couldn't help but say. They still want to see what is hidden under this novice outfit. Of course, the same is true for other schools. However, Baijian changed his equipment, but he replaced the only artifact on his body with that sword. Among the 3 students of the first school of the main star under the tree, there is a healer and 2 ranged ones. Baijian's arrow just now killed a melee first. Therefore, at this moment, facing the damage coming from the tree, Baijian just shuttled and flashed to the side of one of the ranged ones. Then, he cut his neck with a sword. As long as the speed is fast enough, it can be killed instantly, and the healer can be ignored here. Question: how to kill DPS in front of a healer? Answer: either control the person, or the damage is explosive enough, especially the instant burst. Damn! The substitute students who watched this scene were stunned, and they only felt that the sword cut their necks. No wonder Baijian rushed to the melee first. It turned out that he wanted to come down as a melee to cut the ranged. If there was a melee at this time, instead of the ranged, who was more used to keeping a distance, it would be much easier to fight. But this kind of thing can only happen once. Once you are prepared, it will be difficult for you to have a chance to kill with one shot. And if you can't kill with one shot, there is a healer behind to add blood. It's obvious who will take advantage. The faces of the teachers of the first school of the main star improved slightly. Although 2 were stolen, as long as Baijian was finally taken down, even if it was embarrassing, it was still. At this time, they noticed that teacher Wang, who was sitting next to them, was not even looking at this side, but paying attention to another group of students. Did they learn that Baijian was doomed to die, so there was no need to watch? He looked at the other apocalypse people again, and felt that they all felt that the victory was already decided. What a joke, 1 versus 2, are the students of the first school on their main star all rookies? I don't know if they are rookies, but when Baijian rushed over, the remaining 2 students did not panic. They all stepped back, trying to distance themselves. Baijian's next shuttle, a sword passed, but cut on a very hard object. This ranged man was a mage. He blocked his neck with a staff, just blocking Baijian's sword. He said, "If it is not a sneak attack, it is difficult for you to cause any fatal blow to us." But the next second, he was hit. What hit him was a small ball of light, and after the light ball hit him, it quickly jumped to the healer not far away. Although the speed was very fast, he still found that the light ball came from Baijian's hand. While swinging the sword, this person released other skills. And the light ball? You are not a melee fighter, you are also a mage. The healer's reaction was also very fast. He quickly added blood to the 2. But the small light ball seemed not to disappear at all, jumping back and forth between them. Although the damage caused was not particularly terrible, it could not be ignored. The healer couldn't help but say, "Drugs. I can't add more." At this time, Baijian was still attacking with a sword. The mage is a long-range fighter after all. Although he is not completely untrained in melee combat, he is obviously not an expert, let alone compared with Baijian. Even if he fights 1 against 2, he makes it difficult for the opponent to resist, and the blood volume is getting lower and lower. He can take drugs to heal himself, but the mage has no such opportunity. Baijian has been hitting him. His hands are not free at all. So this is the ace brother by hidden in your school. A teacher from Shinhua Main School said, he is a mage, but his physical attack is not low. Practicing both is really a good idea. What can teacher Wang say? Anyway, don't expect him to reveal that he is not a mage at all. It's a good thing that these teachers are watching through the screen, otherwise they will find that the small light ball can not only attack, but it is actually a healing skill. Compared to other schools, who think that Baijian's trump card has finally been forced out, the people of the first school of the main star are not very happy. For against 1, the first 2 can be said to be careless, but now 2 against 1 against the opponent, they still can't beat it. Then, they found out, the move just now, is it from the Zhao family? Major General Qin also widened his eyes. This is indeed the usual use of the Zhao family of Tianqi Star. Where did Bai Jian learn this? Zhao Junyuan taught him. Or maybe it can't be said that he taught. Zhao Junyuan asked Bai Jian to make a weapon, and Bai Jian really put his heart into it. Since it was tailor-made, Bai Jian must understand Zhao Junyuan's attack methods and habits. The two even fought against each other, and Bai Jian even tried to think of himself as Zhao Junyuan and felt the means of attacking with a sword. If not, he wouldn't have been able to fight so smoothly today. After all, he was a sophomore student of the first school on the main star, so he was still selected to participate in the competition. Even if he was a mage, he couldn't just swing a sword twice to entangle him. But he had only studied it during that period, so he was not very good at it. Although the remaining mage of the first school on the main star was beaten badly, his health was still good. After all, he was taking drugs to treat himself, which was adding blood to him the whole time. And he was very stable and not impatient. Finally, at a certain moment, he found an opportunity. He escaped from the net-like attack of the sword. Like every long range, the first thing is to keep a distance and then counterattack. However, he forgot one thing. He may not be able to catch up with a melee with his back to you, but Bai Jian is not a melee. Behind him, Bai Jian pulled the shuriken back, and the sword was taken back, and the crossbow was taken out again. Then 3 arrows in a row, the positions were shot at the 3 palaces, Hao Gaoling Tao Tao, the head, and the position below. The student made a wrong choice in a hurry, but he reacted after running 2 steps. He thought of the arrow that Bai Jian used to eliminate his classmate when he appeared, and also thought of the displacement skill that the opponent used when he approached the other 2 of them. Therefore, he shrank on the spot while running, thinking that no matter whether it was the sword or the arrow, it would at least not hit the vital points. However, he didn't expect that he would hit the second arrow. It was completely predicted. The teacher of the 7 seeds said, even if he moved faster, he would only hit the 3rd arrow. As for the result, there would be no difference. The substitute students who were also watching below were stunned. This is also possible. The students of Tianqi First Academy looked at each other. They couldn't help but say, you are worthy of it, brother Bai. Chapter 70. Bai Jian fought 1 against 4, and successfully scored 4 points. His total score now reached 34 points, ranking first among all students. At this time, the game had only started for an hour. The students of Tianqi First Academy looked really happy, but other schools might not be so happy. Especially the students of Juxing First School. They thought Bai Jian looked like a bit of a cool novel, but the cannon fodder or supporting role should not be a classmate of their school. Moreover, he is actually a mage, so his crossbows and arrows. You said you could use them casually, and they all worked well. Moreover, if I remember correctly, when killing C-1035, you used physical attack skills. Then you told me that you are actually a mage. Which mage wears equipment like this and has such skills? If the students can think of it, the teachers can naturally think of it too. The teacher of Xinhua Main School couldn't help but say, it is indeed quite thoughtful. However, his eyes were looking at the teachers of Tianqi First Academy. If someone had said before that there was a mage with both displacement and physical attack, they would have to ask which teacher taught him that, otherwise it would be misleading. However, after seeing this, they had to say that the student in the class used all the skills just right. It was hard to say that leading like this was not just a mess. All they could say was, you people from Apocalypse still have some ideas. Teacher Wang and the others sat still, not realizing that this had nothing to do with them. No, they did not teach the students to lead like this. However, at this time, everyone had already determined that this must be a new method that these teachers had come up with. No wonder a manufacturing department student was invited to play. This manufacturing department is obviously very good and has used their new ideas very well. The people of the first school of the main star now know what Bai Zihan was doing just now. Now they sent a message to the teacher over there, asking him to ask Bai Zihan what the panel value of Bai Jian is. No matter how they look at it, the physical attack of this mage is not low at all. The 2 teachers sitting on the bench turned around and looked at Bai Zihan, but saw that the other party had a dull face, as if he was stupid. Impossible, he can't be so powerful. Impossible, ghost. It's right in front of you, and you are still saying it's impossible. The 2 teachers were very angry, coughed and shouted, Bai Zihan. After calling people's attention back, they asked, since you knew Bai Jian before, You should also know his panel value. What is it? Bai Zihan was stunned and didn't say anything. Another teacher couldn't help but say, it's like you don't know that he has awakened his talent, and you don't even know the panel values. I know. Bai Zihan said, 10 points, his spell strength and mana. Who asked you this? Everyone has so many before awakening. I'm asking about the strength column. When this was said, everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears. Bai Zihan also reacted and said, 100, his strength is 100 points. When this was said, everyone was a little surprised. 100 this is. I have seen the person with the highest attribute points, it is 98 points, Feng Gongjie from our school. Don't mention it, I have never heard of an attribute point of 100 before. Isn't that a value that can only be reached by blood volume? I've heard that special professions will add points when they awaken. But Bai Yijian is not a special profession, he is still a mage. No wonder this guy doesn't use a staff, he uses a sword or a crossbow all day long. Even if the mage attribute is awakened, many people's mana and spell strength are actually just average. Anyway, definitely not as high as 100. Everyone wants to take the path with higher innate attribute points, and there is another advantage of using a sword or a crossbow. You don't have to worry about the mana problem. For example, Bai Yijian just fought for so long, if he was a mage, he might have to take mana potions. But he didn't have this concern at all. After all, swinging a sword only consumes strength, not mana. The teachers thought more. They looked at Bai Zihan with strange expressions, thinking that he was really stupid. With a panel attribute of 100 points, how could he be a waste without awakening talent? As long as the panel value reaches 80, the chance of awakening has reached 90%, and above 90 is more than 99%. Except for a few unlucky people who occasionally appear, basically they will awaken successfully. As for those who have 100 initial attribute points, although it has never happened before, there is no doubt that they will awaken. After all, they grew up on a small planet, and don't know anything without family teaching. And Bai Yijian's attribute point value was naturally transmitted to the high platform. 100 points, it seems that this year, Tianqi has produced a good seedling, Shen Yu's teacher said. And because of this special feature, their school obviously matched him with a playing style that is very suitable for this student. The people of the first school on the main star said awkwardly, it's neither fish nor fowl. As soon as they spoke, the teacher of the 7th seed also spoke up. I think there is nothing wrong with breakthroughs and innovations, and it is obviously very successful if it can produce results. It is better than some schools that always think about their past glory, do not make progress, and only think of crooked ideas. Breakthroughs and innovations to the point of sending people to the manufacturing department? The people from the 5th planet interrupted. It's just respecting the students' own wishes, Teacher Wang said. We have always done a good job in this regard. The best schools in the 5th planet are not like this. In order to become stronger, they will require students to follow the school's ideas. There have been students who couldn't stand it and simply dropped out. Therefore, when I heard this, I felt it was very harsh, and I couldn't help but say, respecting students' wishes, you respect a manufacturing department here? How many people who study manufacturing love fighting and killing? But Teacher Wang looked at him and said, how do you know that this is not the student's own wish? If Bai Yijian disagrees, let alone whether they will force him, at least Zhao Luosher will happily let him stay in the school to do research. Who dares to oppose him and fight him to death? People from the 5th planet, Teachers from other schools were also silent. Indeed, this student did not look like a student of the manufacturing department. Generally, even if they are from the talent department, they would hide behind others when they see the 4 people below. He took the initiative and did not look like a quiet person. He said he was willing to come, and he might really be willing to come. Indeed, everyone could see that Bai Yijian looked like a mouse in a rice jar, comfortable and happy. Although he has not met people from the same school yet, he has already encountered 2 monsters and got 4 points steadily. This person is now admiring his high score of 38 points. Then he continued to move forward with satisfaction. Not far in front of him, 2 teams happened to meet. The team from the first school on the main planet, and the school on the 5th planet. The 2 sides fought directly when they met. Without knowing it, Bai Yijian came quietly. He moved lightly to the front, but hid in a corner that was not easy to attract attention. There are many trees and deep grass here, it is too easy to hide. Especially at this time, the people on both sides fought so fiercely that no one noticed this little movement. Bai Yijian squatted there and watched quietly. He held his crossbow in his hand. No need to think, everyone knew what he wanted to do, but he will definitely be discovered as long as he moves. As he spoke, Bai Yijian moved. He saw that one of the people had very low health, so he shot an arrow to get the point. Then, without thinking, he launched a large-scale group attack with 1 against 100. In the next second, he had already shuttled to the side of another healer and took him down with a sword, which was another point. The key point was that the healer he hit was from the first school of the main planet, while the other one was from the 5th planet. He hit both sides of the main planet, not letting anyone go. Not to mention the group attack, everyone would get a share and lose blood together. In an instant, the teammates who were originally fighting back and forth suddenly became chaotic. Who? There is a sword. Nonsense, he clearly held a bow. I saw the arrow shot over. There was silence on the high platform. Originally, every student looked quite good, but how come everyone looked a little dumb when Baijian appeared? As expected, they still haven't experienced a real battlefield, and their on-the-spot reactions are completely bad. Go back and practice more. The leader of the first school on the main planet couldn't help but said. The person in charge of the 5th planet didn't look very good either, but they hadn't experienced being outnumbered by 4 people, so they were relatively stable. And this time, there are more than a dozen people on both sides. Even if he can get the upper hand by sneaking, he will inevitably. He waited for both sides to find Baijian and then join forces to kill the first Apocalypse Academy first, but found that after Baijian stole 2 heads, he ran away with a shuttle. Nonsense, why not run away if you can't beat him? Baijian doesn't often play assassins, but he has played before. He plays for the heartbeat and excitement. After stealing a head, he immediately turned invisible and ran away. Although he is not invisible now, shuttle is much more useful than invisibility. By the time the people from the first school of the main star and the 5th planet reacted, Baijian had already run far away. Really amazing. The happy female major general couldn't help but say. It's not that the operation is difficult, but that he is calm enough. He didn't become overconfident because he won one on many before. She thought he was complacent and ready to fight 10 people, but it turned out that he only stole 2 heads. He has a good assessment of his own strength. It seems that the 1-on-4 fight in front was not impulsive, but he was sure that he could win. This point is still rare at this age, when people are easily impulsive. Your school has really found a treasure this time. When you say others have found a treasure, first look at who this treasure is going to meet. A teacher from the first school of the main star could not help but say. The students of their school have suffered enough at the hands of Baijian, and now they hope that Baijian will be punished, or that more schools will also be unlucky. This way they will not look embarrassed. Not far in front of Baijian were the students of the First Academy of Apocalypse, and the students of the Xinhua main school. Needless to say, Baijian, this kid may have particularly good ears. This time, before the other party opened, he had already noticed someone and began to sneak over. Baijian successfully touched over. At a glance, there were 3 people on his side, Hua Wenjie, Yin Mu, and Zhao Junyuan. He did not know the 3 people from the Xinhua main school on the opposite side, but the atmosphere between the 2 sides seemed to be quite good. Baijian was not surprised. After all, he had heard about the styles of several schools in the competition a long time ago. The first school on the main planet advocates clearing the enemy first, while Xinhua advocates not to fight if possible. They pay more attention to the points of monsters. As for the 7th seed, they are very similar to Xinhua in this regard, but they cannot meet the students of the first school on the main planet. If they meet, they will clear the enemy first. As for the school on the 5th planet, they will fight whatever they meet as long as they can beat them. The remaining school is from the ranking 0068. This time, it was purely because other schools beat them too hard that they got a chance to take advantage of the loophole. Otherwise, with their strength, they would definitely not be able to enter the 6th school competition. I don't know much about it. Therefore, it is normal that the 2 sides did not fight when they met Xinhua's people. Seeing that there was no movement, Baijian prepared to go out and meet up with his classmates. The teachers of the first school of the main star thought he was going to fight. With this kid here, do you still want the 2 sides not to interfere with each other? This is not a dream. Just watch, the fight is about to start. However, he saw Baijian move, but he stood up and walked out directly. He also greeted the students of Xinhua. Coincidentally. Then he ignored the other party, with an attitude of you go your way, we go our way. The students of Xinhua did not stay for long, nodded to him, and then walked to the other side. And Yimu and the other 2 looked at Baijian. Brother Bai, are you alone? Baijian nodded, my luck is not very good. I only run into people from other schools. Listen, people from other schools outside, especially those from the first school on the main planet and the 5th planet, just want to say, you call this bad luck? It's bad luck to run into people like you. But they didn't expect that the next second they heard Imu nodded and said, "Indeed, your luck is hard to say. If it's bad, there are a lot of good things. But if it's good, there are not many things that I need, resulting in the fact that I haven't changed my novice clothes yet. And now it's the same, you should have a lot of points now." People outside the scoreboard can easily see it, but students inside can only see their own. But Imu has no doubt that Baijian must have a lot of points. Sure enough, Baijian reported a high score of 40 points. They looked at their own. "You are actually lucky, right?" Huawin couldn't help but say, "Although you didn't meet your classmates before, you met us now. Isn't that bad luck?" "That's true," Baijian said with a smile. The four of them were talking and laughing, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. Bai Zihan's eyes were about to turn red. He didn't know Imu, but he knew Huawin Zhe and Zhao Junyuan. Since he came to the main star, his family taught him a lot of things, including manners and so-called rules. Of course, he naturally had to know the younger generations of some big families on the main star. And only at this time did he realize that Wei Yiqiao, who he thought was good in every way, was actually just SOSO. And the people he met newly, all of them were extraordinary, handsome, and had good temperament. The nobleness on them was something that Wei Yiqiao didn't have. Bai Zihan was very yearning, and of course he paid more attention to these people. Even if they were from other schools in this competition, he couldn't help but check them out. He had seen Huawin Zhe and Zhao Junyuan. He is from the same big family, he is a member of the Bai family, and it is difficult to be among that group of people. But why does Baijian have such a good relationship with Huawin Zhe and Zhao Junyuan? Especially the people around him are still discussing in a low voice. "Yes, I remember. Didn't everyone say that Baijian is a manufacturing department? He has upgraded 3 weapons in total, his own, Huawin Zhe and Zhao Junyuan's. Among the sword moves he used before, there are several moves that are also commonly used by the Zhao family." Damn! Listening to these words, Bai Zihan became even more unwilling. This is clearly the campus life he imagined. Everyone will flatter him and follow him. But why is it different? Why is Baijian so comfortable? Clearly when on planet 2538, Brother Zhou and his people had a better relationship with him than with Baijian. Why has everything changed now? He had clearly snatched Wei Yiqiao away, and took people to Sirius right in front of him. Yes, Bai Zihan suddenly realized that Baijian was talented, so what was he thinking when he saw himself being so proud in front of him? How did he view Wei Yiqiao, who abandoned him because he didn't awaken his talent? And how did he view him who showed off because he could go to Sirius? Now, on the day when he and Wei Yiqiao left 2538 Star, the notice of Tianqi First Academy might have arrived. So was Baijian watching them like a joke and thinking that Sirius was a good place to go, and gave up going to Tianqi Star with him. It was during this period that he told himself countless times that he had completely left Baijian behind. Even Wei Yiqiao, yes, don't think he didn't know, Wei Yiqiao had been secretly showing off to Baijian. Everything on Sirius is better than on 2538 stars, and he would try to let Baijian know that they are doing well from time to time. Bai Zihan did not stop him, because he just wanted to stimulate Baijian. But now he told him that all this might be a joke, they have already gone to a better place, and they might not pay attention to them at all. Even if they see them, they will only think that they are like clowns who do all this. Thinking of this, Bai Zihan could no longer bear it. He just felt that everyone was laughing at him, and he wanted to escape from here. He stood up suddenly and rushed out. Chapter 71. When he rushed out, he immediately attracted the attention of some people. The 2 teachers who led the team and sat here were even more troubled, and arranged 2 students to chase him. Later, when they heard that the person had entered the dormitory, they didn't care. As for the person sitting on the high platform of the Bai family, he was not very close to Bai Zihan by blood, not to mention that the person didn't grow up on the main planet, and he had never seen him at all, so he didn't care about him. As long as he didn't die, it would be fine. He couldn't help but look at another person with the surname Bai. They also had the surname Bai and grew up on the same planet. Why was their child Bai Zihan instead of Baijian? If it was Baijian who was recognized, then their Bai family would not be a joke on the main planet during this period, but would be able to hold their heads high. The child who had been lost for many years was found. Although he grew up on a small planet, he was very outstanding. Whether it was said or looked, it was better than the current one. He looked at Baijian with pity, but he didn't know that this was another child that the Bai family lost that year. Of course, he didn't know that the Feng family had been about to find the person, but gave up at the last minute. He just felt that his family was unlucky, and such an outstanding child was not his family. What a pity. Not far away, Qin Major General and others, who were also sitting on the high platform, were relieved. They all knew that these 3 students were freshmen of this class, but they were not weak. And all 3 of them were steady. 2 attacks and 1 treatment, plus Baijian, who could attack and heal. For people together, not to mention this configuration is reassuring, 3 people pulling one, just the aspect of whether it will be stable in the future, everyone is relieved. But the next moment, they saw Baijian climbing the tree again. The first time he climbed the tree, he hung upside down and scared the staff. The second time he climbed the tree, he ambushed 4 students from the first school of the main star on it. The third time, there was no one around this time, and the staff had no reason to go over. Baijian picked a pear. Yes, this is a pear tree, and the pears on it are quite big. Baijian took a bite, not bad, big, sweet, and crisp. He asked Emu and the other 3 below, "Do you want it?" Emu was silent for a while, and took the lead to reach out. Yes. Baijian then picked one and threw it to him, and then picked 2 more, and threw them directly to the other 2. The 4 people each took a pear, and started to eat it. Teachers, They looked at Zhao Junyuan and started to eat it without saying a word, and then looked at Hua Wenze, hesitated for a moment, and this young man from aristocratic family also started to eat it. However, they still asked, "Why do you want to eat pears? Are they not delicious?" Baijian asked, "I haven't eaten pears for half a year. It's not that there are no pears in StarCraft, but he has never seen one. It's not expensive to buy them, but when there are too many delicious things, people can only see what's in front of them. He didn't think of buying pears every day because he had enough food and drink. But when he saw them, he remembered them. And, it's free. Baijian thought, it's free if you pick them from the tree. If you put these 2 together, believe it or not, they will be snatched up in a minute." However, Hua Wenjia and the other 2 couldn't understand it, or maybe people here are used to eating the output of the game. I always feel that the ones grown are not as delicious as those in the game. Emu was fine, as he had eaten vegetables grown in the school vegetable garden with Baijian, but the other 2 had never had this experience. However, this pear was indeed quite good to eat. Not only was it crispy and sweet, but it was also very juicy. Baijian was not satisfied after eating one, so he ate another. He even picked some and put them in his backpack. "I eat them on the way later," he said. "Emu, pick a few for me too." Hua Wenjia and Zhao Junyuan didn't want any at first, but since it had started, they still wanted to join in the fun. So each of them also packed a few. The teachers were stunned. For so many years, the competition did not restrict them from bringing food in their backpacks, so this was the first time they saw people eating and taking food at the same time. Major General Qin's eyes went dark. This was not 3 with 1, but 1 with 3. However, the 4 of them were obviously not done yet. He watched as they, under the leadership of Baijian, killed 2 monsters and got 4 points, and then they set their sights on bananas. The bananas grown on Shunshui Star are small in size, but delicious. Now it is ripe. Baijian took out his sword, cut off a whole piece, and then divided it into small pieces as big as when you usually buy it. Of course, first try one yourself. Come on, everyone. He handed it to Emu and the other 2. The 3 took it, ate it with him first, and then divided some and took it away. The people watching this scene outside, what's going on? You were fighting and making trouble when you were alone, but now you have joined your classmates. Isn't it the time for you to gain points everywhere with your strength? Why are you eating it? The man from the Bai family thought. It seems that this is also embarrassing. It turns out that people who grow up on small planets are not good. A teacher from the first school of the main star couldn't help but say, as expected, they are poor and can't walk when they see free things. Teacher Wang said immediately, "I will mention this to the Zhao family in Hua Yin, and ask them to go back and teach their children well, don't be so poor." The teacher from the first school of the main star, you. He didn't say Zhao Junyuan and Hua Wenjia, who would want to mess with these big families if there was nothing to do. He was talking about Baijian. However, the 4 people did it together. Although these 2 people were obviously not the masterminds, they did take it. This teacher really couldn't say anything else, so he could only shut up. This made several teachers on the 7th seed side couldn't help laughing. The contradiction shifted and turned into a verbal battle between the first school of the main star and the 7th seed. Teacher Wang looked at it strangely. He had met people from planet 0007 before, and they were not particularly difficult to get along with, but he immediately found fault with the people from the main star. I haven't heard of any grudges between the 2 planets. Sure enough, the people of the main planet are too arrogant, which makes people uncomfortable. There are so many people coming to participate in the competition every year. When other schools don't have students from big families participating, their parents are not in the seats. When he turned his head back, he saw Baijian and his 4 friends eating while walking. I felt upset immediately. Fortunately, the next scene didn't make him feel worse. After eating bananas, the 4 people didn't encounter any apples, oranges, or other fruits, but encountered monsters. You fight pretty well. Teacher Lee next to him said. Teacher Wang nodded when he heard it. Even Major General Qin spoke up. I didn't expect that he wasn't that egocentric. He knows how to cooperate. Moreover, it's not hard to see from their eyes that the other 3 are not that familiar. Hua Wenzhe and Zhao Junyuan naturally know each other. The fact that they can come together to find Bai Yijian shows that they have a good relationship. But they are not in the same class as Yimu, and they used to live on 2 different planets, so they are just familiar with each other at most. Everyone is not a rookie who has just entered school, so they naturally have some cooperation. But after all, they have never played together, and they rely on their own strength. It's not impossible, but there are some minor problems occasionally. It's just that these people are strong enough and can react quickly. But if they meet a strong enemy, this little mistake is fatal. But Bai Yijian is different. This person blends in like a fish into water, and pulls the 2 sides together with his own strength. He was very familiar with Yimu, and also with the fighting styles of Hua Wenzhe and Zhao Junyuan, so he led the team, and the team worked very smoothly. After all, they were all experts, and they could find the right rhythm, so there was no problem of not being able to work together. Bai Yijian had also led the team to fight a dungeon, which was certainly not as simple as fighting a dungeon, but he was good at everything, and it was all about throwing skills, so he always knew how to maximize the damage. In this way, the scene of 4 people fighting monsters was quite good to watch. Even some teachers couldn't help but look over, trying to see if this was a team that had been trained in advance. You, Tianqi, are really brave to gamble. A fighting style that had never appeared before, dual cultivation of mana, and teammates were assigned in advance. The venue was so large, weren't they afraid that they wouldn't be able to join up at the end? Major General Qin sat there calmly. The other teachers also looked at the screen, as if everything was under control. Others didn't know the inside story, and even if they saw something, they only thought it was a tactic centered on Baijian. However, they knew that it was this glue that made itself the center of the team. Sure enough, he never forgot to take the limelight. If Baijian heard this, he would have to say that when playing games, I would show off every time I performed a super difficult operation. Why should I be low-key? And he is strong, and he was used to taking the C position when he played before. It's normal to play a familiar rhythm. He is familiar with the rhythm, but others are not so comfortable. Although Baijian attracted attention throughout the game, other places are not completely without highlights. The best school in the entire galaxy, the strongest students in the 1st and 2nd grades, are naturally not weak. Fighting everywhere, with people and monsters, the points are rising all the time. The students inside could not see the scoreboard, but the people outside could. The current leader, Tianqi First Academy, Xinwei, was only 5 points behind them. The school behind was the school on the 5th planet. As for the main star first school and the 7th seed, the 2 sides were tied, and the score was basically all head count. The 7th seed looked at the people of the main star first school suspiciously. The people in your school are really the same as always, focusing on clearing people. A teacher tried. A teacher of the main star first school said unhappily, you, the 7th seed, are not much better, screen 37, but you started it first. The number 7 seed didn't refute this, but he always felt that the students of the first school on the main star were even more agitated than in previous years. The people on the 5th planet were quite happy. Fight, fight, you guys fight. It just so happens that my ranking is easier to fight. It would be best if the first Tianqi Academy and Xinhua School in front of us also fought. It's a pity that this idea is destined to fail. Xinhua doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, and most of the students on Tianqi's side are more inclined to get monster points. The students on the 5th planet suffered a lot of losses, because they ran into the people of the first school on the main star. They were not in the lead in numbers, and their strength was a little worse, so they were eliminated. This person looked at the scoreboard. Tianqi and Xinhua were in the lead, although they were 3rd, but the gap with 4th and 5th was not that big. Why can't these 2 schools also fight? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Baijian, the student who was most likely to cause trouble. Baijian didn't know that someone had high hopes for him. He was playing C0801 at the moment. You can tell from the ranking that it is the first in this category. And unlike C1035, which ranks 35th, The latter ranks high because the monsters after the explosion are too annoying, and it takes some effort to rank high without special restraining skills. C0801 is really powerful, and the points of these top 10 monsters are generally higher than those of the lower ones. Like this first one, it can get a high score of 10. It is equivalent to 5 ordinary monsters. After the 4 people finished fighting, they were very happy to see the rising points, and they were looking forward to, when will there be another one? This thing has a high score. The people of the 5th planet were not very happy. They asked you to fight people, but you went to the monsters. As a result, he was looking forward to it, and saw that the people from his school met the people from the first school of the main star again, and the two sides soon started fighting. Bai Jian's eyes lit up immediately. There are people fighting in front. Let's go and persuade them to stop fighting. Emu and the other two followed without thinking. Let's go and take a look. However, the teachers from the 5th planet, who had been looking forward to them clearing out the people, could not laugh at all, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were in a daze. Think about the last time Bai Jian was alone, and he stole 2 people from a group of people. Now there are 4 people in treatment. How can the people from their school be left? This person couldn't help but look at the teachers of the first school of the main star. If nothing unexpected happens, the students of your school will also be eliminated. As expected, he saw that the faces of those teachers were not very good. This time, the faces of the people from the 5th planet looked a little better. However, when he turned his eyes back, he found that someone was not paying attention to this place at all. Instead, he looked at another screen. Looking at his expression again, he was quite satisfied. Good. A man from a big family in the main star couldn't help but say, "Old Feng, your Gongjie is pretty good." Everyone looked over and saw Feng Gongjie challenging a monster ranked within the top 10. And he was about to succeed. The teachers of the first school in the main star also praised him, and talked about Feng Gongjie's performance in school. Thank you. Of course, the Feng family also came this time. Both of them were proud of what they said, but they were still modest. He is still young, he still has a lot to learn. While speaking, he glanced at the Bai family as if inadvertently. The Bai family, There was no one present who didn't know about the grudge between the two families. Seeing that the children of the Feng family were so outstanding, they couldn't help but think of the child that the Bai family had just adopted. Looking at the bench, wow, no one was there. The seats were empty. I remembered that the person had just run away. The person from the Bai family didn't want to talk at all, but he still had to make up a sentence. There was something at home, and he was looking for him. So he went back to the dormitory to answer the call. Everyone didn't say anything, but the eyes understood. The 7th seed laughed openly, which made the person from the Bai family feel even more dissatisfied with Bai Zihan. And what is Bai Zihan, who was mentioned, doing now? He is really answering the call, but not with the Bai family, but with Wei Ichiu. He just coaxed himself. No matter how well Bai Jian looks, he is still a poor student who can only wear novice clothes. He is different. The equipment he has on him is very good. The Bai family is so powerful in the palace that Bai Jin can't catch up with them. He is naturally stronger than them. Wei Ichiu's communication came at this time. Although he has found a way out, Wei Ichiu is still unwilling to give up Bai Zihan easily. Therefore, if possible, he will still make a call to keep in touch. Even if the other party is not valued in the Bai family, it will not hurt to rely on the size of the Bai family. As a result, as soon as the communication was connected, he found that Bai Zihan's mood was not right. What's wrong? Wei Ichiu asked gently. In fact, Bai Zihan has no idea about Wei Ichiu now. He just thinks that he is not as good as those noble children on the main star in every way. He now doesn't even understand what he was thinking before, why he loves such a person so much. The reason why he is still willing to answer the call now is that he is happy to see the other party clinging to him. After all, he was the one who was in this position before. Hearing Wei Ichiu's concern at this moment, he naturally didn't feel as happy as before. He just felt annoyed, he couldn't help it all, and could only ask questions. He didn't want to mention his shameful deeds, but in the matter of Bai Jian, he was a clown, and Wei Ichiu was definitely more ridiculous than him. You don't know yet, Bai Zihan said, Bai Jian's story. He waited for the other party to ask what happened to Bai Jian, but he heard Wei Ichiu said in shock, you know it too? Then Wei Ichiu immediately asked, how did you know? He only told Feng Yai about this matter, and the latter brought all the Feng family members, so Bai Zihan shouldn't know it, right? But it's no wonder that he was in a bad mood. It turned out that he found out that Bai Jian was actually a member of the Bai family. Don't worry, Wei Ichiu said. Even the Feng family refused to recognize him, so the Bai family naturally wouldn't recognize such an untalented son back. At this time, He naturally spoke to Bai Zihan, and your mother is now Mrs. Bai. Even if he comes back, his situation will be very bad. Bai Zihan was still thinking about how to talk about Bai Jian's current situation, but he didn't mind hearing this. He was stunned. What Feng family, Bai family? How could Bai Jian come back to my house? Wei Ichi was also stunned. What? Didn't you know? Know what? Bai Zihan's not-so-smart brain turned so fast for the first time. This is certainly not because Bai Jian was admitted to the First Academy of Apocalypse, nor is it that he actually has talent and uses it so well. Because no matter how you look at it, these have nothing to do with their Bai family. And the Feng family. The son that the Feng family does not recognize, Feng Yai, the former Mrs. Bai. Bai Jian turned out to be another child of the Bai family who was abducted with him. How is this possible? He just felt that no matter what, at least in terms of family background, he was definitely better than Bai Jian. Why did he tell him that Bai Jian was actually a child of the Bai family? Bai Zihan was stunned there, not knowing what he was thinking. Until dinner time, the man from the Bai family came back to rest. After dinner, I came to his place and scolded him as soon as I entered the door. What's wrong with you? Your family taught you how to behave. Can't you even sit there properly? You are from the same planet, and you know each other. How can there be such a big difference? You both have the last name Bai. Why are you not as good as that Bai Jian? Bai Zihan clenched his hands into fists. He is not as good as Bai Jian. Haha, why is he always not as good as Bai Jian? No, he must not let the Bai family know that Bai Jian is actually the child from the year. Absolutely not. Chapter 72. Bai Jian certainly didn't know what was happening here. If he knew, he might have to thank Bai Zihan. After all, he hoped that the Bai family didn't know about this. And he was currently preparing to eat. The competition would last for 7 consecutive days, and they would not go out to eat, drink, or sleep. Fortunately, the students' backpacks all had the corresponding things in their space, which was very convenient for eating and sleeping. The teachers outside only arrived on the first day, and then took turns to come. The 4 of them took out the food they wanted to eat, put it there, and everyone ate together. By the way, today's points are good, especially those students from the main star and the 5th star. They simply gave us a lot of points. Although each student only got 1 point, the 2 schools were fighting in groups. There were 17 or 18 people in total. They waited until the 2 sides were almost fighting, relying on Bai Jian to sneak attack first, and then attack together to suppress the bloodline, and then clear the remaining ones one by one. They got 18 points in one go. When the students of the 2 schools were taken out by the staff, they were still cursing and saying that they were shameless and despicable. This lemon shrimp is good. Bai Jian took a bite. Brother Hua, you know how to eat. As he spoke, he reached out his chopsticks to another coriander beef. Unlike Emu, who prefers vegetarian food, Bai Jian likes everything as long as it tastes good. Of course, if he really wants to pick, he likes meat dishes more. Coriander beef is a must-try. Not to mention the tenderness of the beef, the coriander flavor is also his favorite. There is also spicy embellishment in the middle, and the taste is simply amazing. Brother Zhao, you know how to eat. Emu picked up a piece of fried mushroom for himself. You are quite good at holding the water. Zhao Junyuan said, I don't think it's holding water. Our brother Bai likes to eat. Everyone knows that. The whole school knows that he has picked vegetables from the school vegetable garden. He often has dinner parties with his classmates in the dormitory. After briefly talking about eating, the topic turned back to today's results. There were some minor problems before, and we didn't cooperate well. Huawin said, the treatment was not killed in 1 second, which led to more efforts later. It's okay, the flaws are not enough. Next time we will pay more attention. Even if there are more people, we won't be afraid. At this moment, only half of the people were left on the platform. The rest, like the elder of the Bai family, went to eat, and came to replace them after dinner. Although I can't say I'm very hungry at this moment, but seeing the students eating and drinking well. Of course, more importantly, after listening to Bai Jian and Emu's discussion about how to make the 5th planet, which had just been cleared out of some people, feel a little bit helpless. A teacher said sarcastically, I didn't expect that you, Tianqi, also changed your style this year. We never have any style. Major General Qin said, students do what they think. Teacher Wang is still sitting here at this moment, and said at the right time, isn't the original purpose of the competition among several schools for the better growth of students? If you draw a line, and don't let them play according to their nature, how can they see their shortcomings and find the right way forward? Again, school honor is important, but student growth is more important. When he said this, everyone couldn't help but think of the original purpose of this competition. Most of these students will be juniors in a year, and then they will have to fight for real. Therefore, the outstanding students of several schools are gathered together in advance to let them see the strength of students from other schools, so as not to be arrogant and complacent. Of course, after a game like this, many problems that cannot be seen in school training will naturally come out, which will facilitate the targeted training of teachers later. However, many schools later paid more and more attention to rankings, which changed the taste. After being mentioned by Teacher Wang, everyone was silent. Bai Jian and the other two finished their meal, packed up their things, and prepared to continue. It was not time to go to bed at this time, and they would not consider rest until at least 11 o'clock. At this time, those who had finished their meal also came to take turns to eat with those on the scene. And those who were replaced will go to rest after eating. Even these people on the field will go to sleep first after a few hours. After all, there will be fewer students who are still active in the second half of the night, so just leave a few to watch. Major General Qin and Teacher Wang also went back to eat. Before leaving, I took a look and found that the newly recognized boy from the Bai family actually followed him up and sat on the high platform. Teacher Wang shook his head. Although he didn't say anything, he really couldn't agree with the approach of the first school of the main star. When they went back, they happened to meet someone from the Feng family who came to replace another one from their family. When that person went up and saw Bai Zihan, although he didn't say anything, the mockery in his eyes was about to overflow. The person from the Bai family didn't look very good either. Say something, but he didn't say anything to you. It's really aggrieved if you don't say anything. It's all Bai Zihan's fault, this troublesome waste. If Feng Gingjie had sat here, others would have said hello. After all, outstanding juniors, whether they are loved by the people of the allied family or tested by the people of the family they don't like, always have to say a few words. He was uncomfortable, and Bai Zihan was even more uncomfortable. But he gritted his teeth and held on. He had to stay here, and he had to keep an eye on Bai Jian. Absolutely, Bai Jian must not be allowed to have the opportunity to be recognized by the Bai family. After Wei Yiqi let the cat out of the bag that day, he was shocked and immediately asked questions. Although the latter deliberately concealed it, some things were still asked by him. For example, the people of the Feng family had already discovered Bai Jian, but they were not ready to recognize him. The woman of the Feng family didn't even get off the aircraft at all. When she heard that the person had no talent, she immediately turned around and left. She also didn't allow Wei Yiqi to tell anyone. This is good news. She was too embarrassed to tell anyone about it, and she might not tell anyone else in the family. In this way, the people from the Feng family who came this time would not know that Bai Jian actually had the blood of their Feng family. He would sit here and watch this matter being suppressed quietly. This matter must not be exposed. Bai Zihan stared at Bai Jian. It would be better if he was quiet and not noticed by others. Obviously, the two were thrown to the 2538th planet together, and his name was not changed so that he could be found. Since Bai Jian changed his name, it means that he was born not to be with the Bai family. Then, never come back. Chu. In the field, Bai Jian sneezed loudly. Mu and the other two looked over immediately. What's wrong? Hua Wenjia asked. Bai Jian shook his head. Someone must be scolding me. He concluded, maybe it's the students we just eliminated. Mu, Hua Wenjia, Zhao Junyuan said bluntly. They scolded you on the spot. If the staff hadn't stopped them, one of them would have rushed over to hit you. Didn't you see it? Bai Jian said. Scolding in front of you is nothing. Crickets will sneeze behind your back. The other three didn't get his metaphysics, so they ignored him and hurried on their way. By the way, observe the surrounding environment to see if they can find a few sea-level monsters to get points. Suddenly, Bai Jian raised his hand. Go right. Mu and the other two followed without thinking. Experience told them that there must be movement ahead. Hua Wenjia couldn't help but look at Bai Jian a few more times. What's the matter with your ears? They also listened, but there was no movement, but Bai Jian could always find it in advance. Bai Jian didn't say anything, he was leading the way. When he first came here, he thought the people here had physical problems, but later he found that his eyesight was better than others, and now his ears seemed to hear farther than his classmates. The closer the distance, the more obvious the sound of fighting. It should be the people from the first school of the main star. Bai Jian said, fights at other schools are not so frequent. The four of them just groped their way over. With Bai Jian leading the way, the other three followed behind, and the familiar operation made the people watching outside speechless. The people fighting over there were indeed the people from the first school of the main star, and the other side was the main school of Xinhua. It was rare to see the students of Xinhua also participate in the battle. But they were the first last year, and if the main star doesn't want to let the first place fall to someone else this year, he must not pretend not to see it. Baijian squatted there steadily. Next to him was Emu, who didn't blink. Although it's not intuitive without a health bar, if you look closely, you can still detect which classmate has lower health. Whoever is attacked more, who is treated more carefully, not to mention those who are taking big red medicine urgently, these are the key targets. Emu was struggling to calculate here, but Baijian also had his own unique experience. Whoever is so cowardly that he shrinks back, then his health will soon run out. It's time. The two spoke almost at the same time. In an instant, Baijian and the other two jumped out. Yes, there are only two people, and Huawin can attack first with a long-range attack, and then walk out. As a healer, Emu doesn't need to rush forward that much. Baijian rushed forward and killed the healer with the best health first. His sneak attack was invincible. These students were fighting so hard that they didn't even realize that there were extra people joining the fight. He was fast, and few people could dodge him without being prepared. Brother, you have to be careful in the future. They will definitely fight against you as a healer. It's impossible to completely block it with the protection of others. Baijian sighed as he collected the heads. Emu, who was healing on the side, glanced at him and said, "Shut up. You still have time to talk now." He was so busy. He had to heal while helping to look at the opponent's overall movements and remind teammates to change people to attack at critical moments. It's okay. Baijian held an arrow in one hand and a crossbow in the other, and casually used a 1-on-100 attack. After using a group attack skill, he immediately turned into a swordsman again. The mage over there didn't have much health. Go over and kill him with one sword. By the way, another 1-on-100 attack. Compared to Emu, who was following behind, he was only responsible for charging and lowering the bloodline. By the way, he took the opportunity to use sword attacks to collect heads. As a melee fighter, Zhao Junyuan was responsible for restraining the more powerful swordsmen and knifemen. Emu was almost always adding blood to him. After all, he lost the most and the fastest. Huawin stood far away, so no one rushed over to cut him until now. As for Baijian, is that guy an assassin or something else? You said he was an assassin. The crossbow in his left hand was obviously a group attack skill. But if you say he is a ranged player, how can he charge into the crowd remotely? And he also has displacement skills. It is so annoying that he can't be caught, or hit. This is what the teachers in the stands want to ask. Of course, they know more than the students present, and they also know that this guy is actually a mage. They all look at the teachers of Tianqi First College. What is this new trick? It sounds weird, but when he uses it, he really uses it well. And don't forget, this guy is wearing a novice outfit, and the sword is also a novice outfit. So most of the time, although he looks like he kills one by one with a sword, he relies entirely on accurate stabbing. This guy goes straight to the key point. It is the kind of place where even an ordinary knife can't survive if you stick it in. The training match for outstanding freshmen was turned into a ridiculous personal show. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the teachers of Tianqi First College were all, Don't ask them, they don't know. If you ask, they will say, we are only responsible for guiding the personal development of students, and never forcefully interfere. The person from the first school of the main star snorted coldly. Pretend? The person with the 7th seat immediately said, some schools can't do what they can't do, and they always think that other schools won't do the same. The person from the first school of the main star couldn't help but stare at them. What's your business? Why are you everywhere? But he didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he snorted again and turned back to watch the game. Feng Gongjia is also nearby, he said. The man from the Feng family nodded. If you get closer, you should be able to hear the movement. All the teachers couldn't help but stare at that side. No matter how good Bai Jian and his 4 men were, his condition would definitely not be very good after he cleared this group of people. At this time, when he met the team led by Feng Gongjia, the situation was not optimistic. 3 of them are from big families, and their strength is not comparable to those students before. What a coincidence! If he had met Feng Gongjia half an hour earlier, he would not have been able to join these classmates. The eyes of the people in the stands all fell on this. Then they heard Bai Jian sigh, alas, it seems that there are not many people in the first school of the main star who can fight, and those who meet are just like this. Emu, shut up. What's the benefit of provoking people? As expected, the people of the first school of the main star turned their heads, and said to the people of the main school of Xinhua, who were also attacked, join hands, and kill these 4 Tianqi first. In response to him, it was the attack of the students of Shenhua. Whoever starts the fight first is the meaner. It was you, the first school of the main star, who started it first, and the other side, Tianqi, at least came later. Of course, this does not mean that the students of Shenhua are too impulsive and do not know how to analyze the pros and cons. On the contrary, they think very clearly. They are not as many as the first school of the main star. If it were not for the sudden appearance of the 4 people of Tianqi, they would definitely not be able to beat the other side in the end. Even if they join forces with the 2 sides now, they will still be eliminated in the future. In this case, there is no need to join forces at all. 1 point is 1 point. At this time, grab the heads, get rid of one before being eliminated, and it is good to get more points. The key is that Tianqi First Academy has only 4 people, while the first school of the main star has 10 people still alive. Is it a bunch of people fighting for 10 heads, or fighting for 10 heads with 3 outputs? Even a fool knows how to calculate. Not to mention, compared to the Hegeling Tao First Academy in the Tianqi Palace, which has never been in conflict, they are of course more annoyed by the main star first school. Since they are destined to suffer this loss among the 3 parties, the one who takes advantage cannot be the main star first school. While they failed in the alliance here, Bai Jian and the other 4 are still on the topic. Although Yimu asked him to shut up, Bai Jian didn't listen completely and still muttered, "Just telling the truth, why don't you let me say it?" Huawun explained, "There are still powerful ones. Their school has always been not evenly matched in combat power, and the top players are basically from big families." Zhao Junyuan did not forget to interrupt in his busy schedule. "It's just that we didn't meet any of them." "I heard about it," Bai Jian said while attacking. "Cheng Qiqing, who is from the main star of our school, told me to be careful when I meet those from big families. But he soon said that he was worrying too much. After all, who am I afraid of? Damn! Can you stop being such a pessimist?" Yimu was going crazy. "Look, the stronger one you wanted is really here." Not far away, a group of 5 people were rushing over. The leader was Feng Gongjie. Yimu said, "Among the contestants from the first school of the main star this year, this one is the first." "Oh," Bai Jian said, "then what is my ranking in the school?" Yimu, I forgot that you are actually the first. But we don't have as many people as them. Hurry up, clear the remaining few here first. Otherwise it will be difficult to fight." Bai Jian didn't think twice, and fired 3 shots on the spot to fight 1 against 100. Huawun's group attack skills would naturally not be stingy at this time. A large ball of fire instantly ignited under everyone's feet, and the arrows filled the sky. The remaining people's already low health points dropped again, and Zhao Junyuan found the right opportunity, and killed all those who were not eliminated by the group attack with Bai Jian. The students of the main star's first school, who were forced to be eliminated, looked at Feng Gongjie and the other 5 people who rushed over, and couldn't help but say, "You are dead." Then, they saw Bai Jian running back fiercely. "Want to run?" Feng Gongjie said, "Chase." But he guessed wrong. Bai Jian didn't want to run, he just ran to distance himself. He summoned his butterfly repairer while running, took out gold coins, and started to repair equipment. Feng Gongjie and his team arrived too quickly, and the distance was too close after clearing the people. If he didn't run, these people would never let him stand there to repair. On the other side, Huawunza used his ultimate twice and his mana was exhausted. While everyone was chasing Bai Jian, he was frantically stuffing a large mana potion into his mouth. Yimu was also taking the time to repair himself. Unlike Huawunza and Zhao Junyuan, who were both from wealthy families, his family was not that rich, so he also used ordinary equipment repairers. Zhao Junyuan was in the best condition at this time. He stuffed a large red potion into his mouth and rushed straight up, cutting in from the middle to buy time for Bai Jian. And one of the students, who had just been eliminated, was yelling at the staff, who came to pick them up, "Let me wait a while before leaving, I want to watch the 4 of them die." Bai Jian had already repaired his equipment, and turned around to follow him into the battlefield. He didn't even look at the other party, but just reminded him coldly, "Dead people can't talk. Those who were eliminated, just leave immediately, understand?" Chapter 73. Bai Zihan stared at the screen, hoping that Bai Jian would be eliminated immediately. The shorter this person stays on the field, the less people will notice him. He knew who Feng Gongjie was. He was heard to be the strongest of the big families in the main star. And he has been awakened for more than a year. Compared with Bai Jian, who just awakened this year, he naturally has a better chance of winning. Bai Zihan thought and relaxed. It will be soon. Bai Jian will be eliminated soon. Apart from him, the teachers present are of course the most concerned about this area. What a pity, just a little bit. If he can stop people from repairing equipment and recovering blood and mana, it will basically be a situation of random killing. Hearing this, the teacher of the first school of the main star said, even if there is no advantage, Gongjie will definitely win. Hee, in your eyes, one more person is not an advantage. You don't need to look to know that it is the teacher of the 7th seed again. The teacher of Tianqi First Academy, who was about to speak up to support his students, said, He silently closed his mouth. There was no way. There was really no room for him to play. He definitely couldn't speak. Next. In the field, Zhao Junyuan threw a sword to Bai Jian. It was definitely not as good as the upgraded artifact in his hand, but it was stronger than Bai Jian's novice sword. Bai Jian changed it on the spot. Mu glared at him. Do you take it seriously? At least take out your good equipment. Wait a little longer, Bai Jian thought. Let's test the depth of the water first. What if it's just a false reputation? Then he didn't wear women's clothes in front of the camera for nothing? Mu glared at him again. It's not that he didn't want to glare at him anymore, but he really didn't have time. For against 5, the opponent's strength was not weak. He had no time to argue with Bai Jian. On the stands, Tianqi First Academy left 2 teachers here to watch. At this moment, the 2 looked at each other, and both felt that this kid was very brave. This is of course not to praise Bai Jian, but you kid, in order not to wear women's clothes, are you still holding on in this situation? You will be eliminated later, and I will see how Lao Wang will deal with you when you go back. But they stopped, and the teachers of the main star first school were unwilling to be scolded. He added, even if they are equal in number, they are no match for Gongjie. The outcome is already known before the fight. The 7th seed laughed immediately. I didn't know that you people from the main star are so good at calculating. Why don't you calculate whether you can get the 3rd place this time? The 2 teachers from the First Academy of Apocalypse also said, we believe in our students. However, Bai Jian in the field did not fight happily. Although the opponent is stronger now, the rhythm is actually slower. Before, he was basically in a situation of mindlessly launching group attacks to suppress the bloodline, and then looking for an opportunity to kill with one blow. But now, he is more on defense. Feng Gongjie is indeed worthy of his reputation. There is a reason why Cheng Qiqing reminded him to be careful of those people from big families on the main star. In addition to the famous Feng Gongjie, the other 2 should not be underestimated. Bai Jian raised his hand and blocked the sword of one of them with a sword, but he took 2 steps back. His equipment was too disadvantageous, and the strength bonus was far less than that of the opponent. Feng Gongjie himself is a ranged player, but not a mage, but a physical attacker. The weapon he chose for himself is a dart, and it is a small, round dart with blades on all 4 sides. The attack accuracy is also very good. At least Bai Jian has seen classmates in the same school using similar weapons, and none of them is so difficult to deal with. And among his 4 teammates, 3 are melee and 1 is a healer. Moreover, Mumu, you are not good enough. You can't add blood as well as others. Bai Jian howled. Mu, shut up. He only has a few healing skills, and others have several. He now has a skill that increases damage and a shield. For serious blood addition, there is only 1 initial skill and 2 skill books. One of them has to read the bar. Can he compare with others? And these people's damage is really high. Especially the 2 melee players from big families. One of them is 1v1 with Zhao Junyuan. The latter is obviously avoiding the battle, not because he can't beat him, but to avoid losing more blood. This is actually because they know that their own treatment may not be able to be added, so they save treatment for the opponent. But even so, after 1 drag 1, the remaining is 3 to 4. Walwen, on the other hand, fought vigorously. After all, no one cared about him. Yes, among the remaining 4 people on the opposite side, except for the treatment, one of the weakest of the 3 people entangled Mu and prevented him from healing properly, and the remaining Feng Gongjie and another girl born in a big family focused on Bai Jian. No, he looks the most fragile, and the easiest to fight. This resulted in Bai Jian not even having a chance to use a crossbow, and he was always blocking with a sword. After all, he didn't have much experience in swordsmanship, and he had only learned a few moves from Zhao Junyuan before. Even when facing those ordinary students before, they mostly chose healing and ranged, and rarely fought melee. After all, even if we don't mention proficiency, they have the corresponding skills, and he doesn't, so naturally he is not a match. Not to mention that the current opponent is from a big family, and Cheng Qiqing has specifically mentioned the existence. There is also Feng Gongjie, who is attacking without any interference behind him. He was suppressed badly. Bai Zihan was very happy, but he was too happy, and couldn't help wondering, Why doesn't he use displacement skills? No one at the scene answered his stupid question. Of course, it's not the time yet. Although it looks embarrassed, there are not many skills that really hit him. The space for the healer to add blood to himself is only occasionally to give him a continuous. Although there is no advantage, they have stabilized so well with fewer people. The displacement skill is reserved for later opportunities. It is a killer, and it is to attack the enemy by surprise. Feng Gongjie and the others came late, and did not see Bai Yijian use this skill. Later, he repaired his equipment and increased the distance by running. I am afraid that at that time, he had an idea. Some skills were prepared to be hidden in front. After all, once they were used early, the opponent would be prepared, and it would be difficult to kill them instantly. The two teachers of Tianqi First Academy had more ideas. For example, why didn't Bai Yijian change his equipment? In addition to the fact that the equipment was women's clothing, there were probably two more important reasons. First, his health was barely enough now, and he would not be killed instantly because of the little bonus on the equipment. And it was obviously not his turn to output damage, so changing it would not have as much effect as imagined. Secondly, once he changes his equipment, he will no longer be the most vulnerable squishy creature like he is now. These people will immediately change their targets, and go straight to the healer. The one who will bear this attack will be the healer, who is now being attacked by the weakest one. While Zhao Junyuan was relieving the pressure on the healer, Bai Yijian was also silently attracting hatred. Although there was no discussion, the four people in this team played as well as they should. Mu sighed in his heart, feeling that he was not as thoughtful as Bai Yijian. This guy, a set of novice equipment is going to be played out by him. Feng Gongjie didn't know so much inside information, and he played quite easily. Therefore, while attacking, he looked at Hua Wenjie. Why are you so soft today? This is not like you. Do you think you can't win and just want to waste time? Now! As soon as he turned his sight, Bai Yijian immediately felt that the opportunity had come. When he spoke, he had already changed places and shuttled. He accurately found the opponent's healer, and appeared behind him. At the same time, a seemingly ordinary lantern floated out from his side, and his equipment was also changed. On the high platform, the teachers, You said, you always wear novice clothes. Is it because you are embarrassed to wear a set of women's clothes? But what do you do with equipment and women's clothes? If the fight here is not fierce, they must look at the two teachers of Tianqi First Academy and ask them to explain the reason. However, at this moment, the scene on the field changed very quickly. Bai Yijian did not choose to start with Feng Gongjie, not because the opponent's value is not as good as the healer, but because the success rate is not high. Although he had always been successful in sneak attacks, it might not be the case if he met a master. Just like when he was ambushed by his red-haired roommate and others, he could sense the danger. Feng Gongjie had been trained since he was a child, so he might have practiced this. There were two people he was sure to hit with one blow. One was the melee fighter, who was pestering Mu, and the other was the healer with considerable healing capacity. And melee fighters were obviously not as valuable as healers. He was quite clever. Even the teacher of the first school on the main star could only comment like this. Bai Yijian's attack was fast and fierce. As if he was afraid that he was not enough, Hua Wenjie, who had been unattended not far away, finally stopped the soft coping attack and opened fire directly. Feng Gongjie was not stupid either, and said immediately help. The melee fighter immediately went to find Bai Yijian, and Feng Gongjie was also ready to block some of Hua Wenjie's skills. At this moment, the crossbow in Bai Yijian's left hand, which had been motionless, finally shot an arrow. Or rather, hundreds of arrows. 1 against 100. At this time, neither Feng Gongjie nor the melee fighter followed the original plan, but chose to block or dodge the arrows first. In the stands, the teacher of Tianqi First Academy said, "The treatment is gone." Those arrows were scattered and not aimed at the target. Unless they hit the vital point, the damage was not that high. If Feng Gongjie and the melee fighter chose to hold on and stop Bai Yijian and block Hua Wenjie first, then Bai Yijian's plan this time would be completely destroyed. But they didn't. The pride from their family background made them look down on those ordinary classmates, and they paid more attention to themselves at critical moments, so they made the wrong choice in their intuitive reaction. And a pure healer, without anyone watching, can never withstand the sudden burst of 2 high-damage DPS. The battle was instantly tied, 4 versus 4. In addition, there is a healer on our side. The advantage is mine. Outside the field, the substitute students of Tianqi First Academy cheered and jumped for joy. They really didn't expect that in a 4 versus 5 situation, they could actually kill a healer first. Brother Bai is awesome. Damn, I was stunned. That was right under Feng Gongjie's nose. On the high platform, the two teachers of Tianqi First Academy couldn't help showing a satisfied look. The teacher of the 7th seed stabbed at the right time. Didn't you say Gongjie would definitely win? The teacher of the main Star First School. It's not that people didn't lose, and the palace was in a daze until the end. Who can say for sure? A teacher of Tianqi First Academy couldn't help but take a look. He thought that the faces of the Feng family would not look very good. However, he strangely found that the faces of the other parties seemed a little strange. He was not unhappy because of the failure of this episode, nor did he seem to believe that Feng Gongjie was sure to win, but he was very calm, as if he had seen the end. Why, he was wondering, and saw that the man from the Feng family suddenly looked very ugly. Was it because he realized later that his young generation had lost face? The teacher did not notice that the surroundings were terribly quiet at that moment. He walked over and turned his eyes back to see the scene on the screen. He looked at the big screen in shock. At this time, this area was the focus of attention, so it was larger than other places. Because of this, he could clearly see the situation inside. In the short time when he turned his head, Feng Gongjie's aura changed completely. He gave up attacking Baijian and turned his target to Yimu, who was a healer. At that moment, no one cared about Baijian anymore. Feng Gongjie, the melee fighter who attacked Baijian before, and the melee fighter who had been restraining Yimu, all three of them were focusing their fire on Yimu at the same time. He couldn't bear it. Zhao Junyuan discovered it almost instantly. However, he was no different from his opponent in strength. Just as he had easily restrained the opponent before, it was not so easy for him to get away at this moment. Huawwen attacked immediately. The damage of the mage can be blocked just like physical attacks, and his damage can also knock down Feng Gongjie's darts. Of course, this requires extremely accurate judgment and a high demand for the timing of the attack. Baijian took out the crossbow without thinking. With his teammates supporting Yimu, his target was the student from the main star family, who was fighting against Zhao Junyuan. Zhao Junyuan, are you crazy? However, he found that the other three did not seem to think there was anything wrong with this arrangement. No. Huawwen just said anxiously, I can't stop it. How is it possible? Baijian thought that the reason why Huawwen had to stop it instead of himself was because the opponent's skills were all long range, which was easier than him being able to only shoot arrows. Even if there was a gap in strength between the two sides, Feng Gongjie was a little stronger, but he should not be completely unstoppable. His skills are wrong. Huawwen spoke quickly, that's not a dart, but countless darts stacked together. He could only kill one at most, and he was helpless against the rest. Well, we all have our reserve moves. Baijian thought, just like he saved his killer moves for the last, Feng Gongjie obviously kept his explosive damage means to no avail. He made a wrong estimate, so he could no longer forcefully kill his opponent, but had to protect him first. Yimu definitely couldn't hold on. Change people. The next second after he finished speaking, Huawwen no longer cared about Yimu, but directly attacked Zhao Junyuan's opponent. Baijian, who was originally preparing to open up the situation over there, had already shuttled and stood between Yimu and Feng Gongjie. He changed his sword, ignored the other two, and just blocked there. However, he was not EMO after all, and had no similar blocking skills, so he had to rely on hard blocking. When they really faced each other, he realized that this was not a skill like 1 against 100, where 1 arrow was equal to 100 arrows or even more. Instead, Feng Gongjie threw out several skills at that moment to attack together. The other teachers were quiet because of this move. What is this? They stared at it without blinking. Skills can be stacked? Why can't they? They stared at this scene without blinking, and the teacher of Tianqi First College turned around again, and found that the man from the Feng family still looked unhappy. The other party didn't seem to expect that someone would look at him at this time. He was stunned for a moment, and then said in a bad tone, this is a new method that no one has known before, and it's not very proficient. It shouldn't be used carelessly at this time. What if something goes wrong? It sounded like he was dissatisfied with Feng Gongjie for using this ability at this time. However, except for the teacher from the First Apocalypse Academy, no one paid attention to this. They were more thinking, your main star is really well hidden. The 7th seed had an even uglier face, and moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but finally gave up. He stared at the screen, watching Feng Gongjie beat the 4 people who were originally in an advantageous position, to a point where their blood volume was exhausted. In fact, it was mainly Baijian and Yimu. Yimu need not be mentioned. Even if Feng Gongjie is not mentioned, he was also besieged by 2 people. Even though Baijian blocked the attack, he lost a lot of blood. However, he didn't even have time to take drugs. Mu's blood recovery skills were also used on himself, just to ensure that he would not be killed instantly. He also had to ensure that he was not hit in the vitals, so he really didn't have time to care about Baijian. A teacher from the 5th planet said, "It seems that more healers are useless. These 2 people will be eliminated soon." The teacher from the school on the 0068 planet, who had been sitting there silently, and had the least presence, could not help but say, "The healer didn't give Baijian a blood recovery skill. He won't be able to hold on for much longer." However, the next second, he heard Hua Wenze told Zhao Junyuan, "Trade injuries for injuries, fight to the death." Is this preparing to kill as many as possible? However, they watched. Just when the blood volume of the other 3 people except Hua Wenze was in danger, a white light suddenly fell there. Reduced damage? It looked a bit like Chu Yuan's skill. However, no, it's not reduced damage. It's a healing skill, and the blood recovery should be considerable. Because after that, the healer didn't try hard to heal himself, but slowly gave each of the 3 of them a continuous. Everyone is not a fool. Women's clothing, lanterns, plus healing. And the legend of the Messenger of Light appeared on Apocalypse Star. What girl is this? She doesn't exist at all. It's just a man. And the one wearing women's clothing is not the healer himself, but one of his teammates. Yes, they think that this skill was cast by Mu. After all, the 2 were too close. It's not impossible to find the center of the dot, but at first glance, you can't tell which one it is. And Mu is deeply rooted in people's hearts as a healer. Even if he used 5 skills before, there's a saying that he changed skills before the battle. Yu Tianqi, you hit it well enough. Such a special talent, but it was kept secret. Even if the news spread by outsiders after meeting him, it turned out that he merged with a mage who liked to play with crossbows and swords, and changed his gender. No wonder many people went out during that time, but no one really found the person. It would be strange if they could find it. Everyone's eyes instantly shifted from the Feng family to the 2 teachers of Tianqi First College. 2 teachers, Whatever you think, we can't explain it anyway. Chapter 74. The large-scale blood recovery skill instantly neutralized Feng Gongjia's sudden attack. Baijian put away his sword and changed to a crossbow. Without saying a word, he shot down the melee fighter, who had been beaten to almost nothing by Zhao Junyuan and Hua Wenjie. For verses 3. At this moment, the victory was basically decided. When he saw the large-scale blood recovery skill, Feng Gongjie knew that he had no chance at all. He decisively gave up the teammate who could not be saved and said to the other 2, "Let's go." However, when it came to leaving, he only gave priority to covering for the student, who was also from a big family. The other classmate became the cannon fodder, who helped to block Baijian and his men. However, the student didn't seem to think it was a big deal. After all, only by saving more and better strength could he get more points. He took the initiative to stop, and turned around to stop him. Baijian and his men didn't chase him hard, but just took the heads of the remaining people and sent this student out. As for Feng Gongjie and the other 2, they naturally managed to escape. This result was beyond everyone's expectations, and the man from the Feng family looked even uglier. He just snorted coldly, and didn't even watch the game, and got up and left directly. Everyone wanted to stop him, but failed. He walked too fast. Is he angry that Feng Gongjie lost so badly, or is he afraid that we will ask about his skills? A teacher couldn't help asking. The teacher of the 7th seed said sarcastically, "Who knows? Just because he's afraid that we will ask him, he doesn't even ask about his special talents." The teacher from the 5th planet couldn't help but say it. And the teacher from the 0068 planet, who had just expressed the opinion that Baijian and others would definitely lose, was instantly slapped in the face, and had already shrunk back and stopped talking. No one else responded to this at this moment, until a long time later, someone said, "Can these 2 things be compared?" No matter how powerful the special talent is, it is only a matter of one person. If there is no school yet, it would be useful for them to inquire about it. Now they are already students of the First Academy of Apocalypse, and it is too late for them to know. But the last move Feng Gongjie used was obviously different. It was something he realized after birth, which means that not only he can use it, but others may also be able to use it. But even so, the matter of special talent still needs to be inquired. So when everyone couldn't find the person from the Feng family, they all focused their attention on the 2 teachers of the First Academy of Apocalypse. The 2 of them were calm and didn't answer any questions directly. They talked about it all, and it seemed that they talked to you, but they didn't say a single useful word. At the same time, he was still muttering in his heart, looking at this, at least besides Mu, even Hua Wenze knew that Baijian was a healer. I thought this kid had been hiding it and refused to tell his classmates, but in the end, someone still knew it. At this moment, after a big battle in the field, the four of them were a little tired, so they prepared to rest on the spot. Zhao Junyuan patted Imu's shoulder. Okay, you kid hit it well enough. I just found out about this skill after all this journey. He looked at Hua Wenze again. You suddenly asked me to ignore the blood volume and fight directly, and you knew it long ago? Oh, as expected, the two teachers of Tianqi First College thought Zhao Junyuan's appearance just now was not pretending. He really didn't know. However, teachers from other schools don't believe it. We are all classmates. You say you don't know how much blood your healer can add. Isn't that nonsense? It's not enough to just play Feng Gongjia and the others. Now it's over, and they are still playing them. In the field, Hua Wenze was looking at Zhao Junyuan sympathetically. Look at the private chat. Zhao Junyuan didn't understand, but he still turned to the private chat, and saw Hua Wenze told him that he knew it long ago. But you recognize the wrong person. That skill belongs to another healer. Another? Zhao Junyuan looked around strangely. There were only 4 of them here. Where did the other healer come from? But he and Hua Wenze have known each other for many years, and he knew that the other party would not play such a thing on him. And this person obviously couldn't be a healer, so there was only one left. No way. Because there was a camera, he also started a private chat by Yijian? He is a healer? Looking again, Imu obviously knew it long ago, which was normal. They had been playing together for a long time. But Hua Wenze, how did you know? If I remember correctly, we both knew Baijian together, right? Hua Wenze, I asked him to make a weapon. Zhao Junyuan thought, this is really new. It seems like I didn't ask him to make it. Wait, he uses a sword, and Baijian even learned a few moves from him, just to know how to use it more smoothly. If it was Hua Wenze, Baijian wouldn't have tried the mage's skills. That's it. Hua Wenze nodded at him. He didn't change his equipment, and just took the skill book and used it. You said he has a talent for physical attack. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. And once you think of this, look at the small light ball that Baijian often uses in his hand. It's definitely not a displacement skill that accumulates energy. As for whether he is a mage or a healer like him, although he doesn't have as good eyesight as Major General Qin, it's not difficult to see if he has doubts. Not to mention that Baijian is a campus celebrity, and his whereabouts are often transparent. When he and Imu played that random dungeon, he got a healing equipment, and Imu's group talked about it happily. So many people also knew that when the Light Messenger played a random dungeon, their schoolmates also played a random dungeon. It's because the Light Messenger is rumored to be a woman that they didn't connect the two things together. And if you jump out of the gender column and look again, hey, a healer, holding a crossbow, isn't it obvious that it's Baijian? Zhao Junyuan was dumbfounded. Why can a healer fight better than him? He looked at Baijian in a daze, but saw that the other party started to repair the equipment again. Why don't you buy an automatic equipment repairer? You are not without money. Just to make equipment for the two of us, that's a lot. Baijian looked up. To be honest, this butterfly is pretty. I can't bear to part with it. What about the truth? I just bought it not long ago, and I immediately had enough money to buy a 88,888 repairer. It would be a loss to change it on the spot. The same thing, it will be discounted. But if you think about it carefully, there is no need to use it more. After all, you will have to change it sooner or later. The sooner you change it, the sooner you can enjoy it. This price will be discounted anyway. Who made him buy it? The main reason is that the old one was enough, so I didn't particularly insist on this one. Now Baijian suffered a loss, and bought another 88,888 fully automatic repairer on the spot. Looking over there again, Imu also changed. Imu didn't change before not because he couldn't afford it, but because he felt it was not necessary for the time being. If he could save 70,000 or 80,000, it would be 70,000 or 80,000. However, after today's battle, he felt that it was still necessary. He no longer wanted to run to the side to find an opportunity to repair his equipment in the middle of the battle. I think Baijian spent 88,888 because of this. The teachers on the high platform, Why? Why do you always do such unprofessional things when everyone thinks you are great? And you, why did you change back to your novice outfit? The two people who were just before the battle, or even after a hard fight, remembered to buy equipment repairers, didn't know this. Or Baijian has already broken the jar. I'm wearing women's clothes. What's wrong with not having a fully automatic equipment repairer? I'm just that poor. If you don't agree, give me money. Zhao Junyuan finally received the fact that there were actually 2 healers and 3 damage dealers among the 4 of them. At this time, they had almost rested, and it was actually not too late. It was time to go to bed. The 4 of them were setting up the tent here, and in the stands, the teachers were still trying to find out the special talents. Seeing that they couldn't get any answers, someone brought up another point, that Bai Jian, he learned everything, too many and too complicated, and it looked useful, but in the real fight, in the last match against Feng Gongjia, his mage skills were never used. For this, the teachers of Tianqi First Academy had something to say. Isn't it useless? Without the right opportunity, some skills can be completely unused. And when the skills in hand can be used, there is no need to show them all. Sitting on the side, Bai Zihan has been staying there since Feng Gongjia lost. Impossible? How could this be possible? How could Bai Jian be so powerful? Although he can fight since he was a child, he is only among ordinary people, and his teammates are so strong, and there are special talents for healing. It would be great if he had these teammates. He wanted to say something, but now it was obvious that no one would notice him. Everyone was looking at Bai Jian. The 4 people in this group had prepared the tent, but Bai Jian was obviously not ready to sleep now, because he took out the durian 1,000 layers. Do you want to eat? He asked the other 3. Huawinja twitched his lips. I'm going to sleep. You're eating at this time? We just finished such a big fight. Aren't you hungry? Bai Jian said, and eat something sweet. I've been overworking my brain just now. I need to replenish some energy. Then give me some too. Zhao Junyuan said. He must understand why a healer can fight so well. Bai Jian eats, and he eats too. Maybe this little detail is one of the key factors. Mu will naturally not refuse. He is also a durian lover, and he also likes to eat it made into cakes. Only Huawinja is left. He looked left and right, and stretched out his hand. Give me some too. People outside, The 2 teachers of Tianqi First College were speechless. Speaking of it, not to mention the other student, how come Huawinja and Zhao Junyuan were both led astray by Bai Jian? Why can't they take Bai Jian with them? Bai Zihan whispered. Starving ghosts reincarnated. Shut up. The Bai family members around him immediately rebuked him. You think you are speaking quietly? Everyone sitting here is a master except you. Do you think others can't hear your little voice? Not to mention eating something, the 4 of them just beat 5 people, and eliminated 3 of Feng Gongjia's team, and 2 ran away, winning a great victory. At this time, even if they suddenly danced the big head dance inside, believe it or not, no one would think it was a big deal, let alone just eating something. Why did you come out at this time to embarrass others? You are the only one who has a big mouth. Bai Zihan was still a little unwilling. Originally, look at what other students are doing. Some have already slept, some are ready to sleep, and some are unwilling to get some more points before sleeping. Who is like Bai Jian and his friends, who only know how to eat? However, except for the people of the Bai family, no one paid attention to him at all. Everyone seemed to have not heard that, and continued to discuss the few students who were still active. It was getting later and later. After 12 o'clock, basically no students were moving. Bai Jian and the other 4 had already finished eating, and went to bed, taking turns to keep watch. At 1 o'clock, Bai Jian woke up and replaced Zhao Junyuan, who was originally on night watch. There were only a few teachers left outside. There was nothing to see late at night, and they sat here to ensure that nothing happened to the students. The alarm sounded at this time. Hide well. Bai Jian's light brain suddenly received a message. It was Chu Yuan. This guy is really not pretending, Bai Jian thought, in order to prevent people outside from sending the messages to cheat, the students' computers that entered were cut off from the outside. At this time, as long as the shielding is not lifted, even the teacher cannot contact the students. Bai Jian just tried to send a message to the students outside, and sure enough, it didn't go out. In this case, Chu Yuan's message was sent in, which is very telling. But now is not the time to think about these things. Bai Jian didn't ask why, he didn't say anything, he woke up the 3 people, packed up the tent and other things, and climbed the tree first. Before climbing the tree, he didn't forget to destroy the camera first. What's going on? Zhao Junyuan, who was woken up not long after falling asleep, didn't notice this. He was squatting on the tree and looking around. There are no monsters here. Could it be that students from other schools were up late at night and wanted to launch a sneak attack, but Bai Jian heard the noise in advance? Then, they found the wrong person. It was just right for them to ambush. Bai Jian did not answer him. He only sent a message to Chu Yuan at this time, asking, "What's the situation?" He barely hid, but whether it was a good hiding or not, we need to see why he hid. However, there was no reply from the other side. Bai Jian looked down, and of course found nothing. Imu asked, "What happened?" He saw Bai Jian destroy the camera. This could not be a matter of the game. If there was danger on the field, there was no reason to destroy the camera. And similarly, Bai Jian destroyed the camera for this reason. There must be something he didn't know about. They are in a bit of danger now. Hide well. If something goes wrong on the field, students need to hide, so it must be uneasy outside. To be on the safe side, he destroyed the camera directly. At this time, it was also a mess outside. What's going on? There are people from Shuntian in the accommodation. Soon news came, they seemed to want to attack the students. Several teachers sitting on the high platform stood up immediately. It was night, and the substitute students had gone back to rest. Even some students who were eliminated were there at this time. But fortunately, Major General Qin and others are also there. The teachers and others also had to go back to sleep, so there were actually quite a few people who could fight over there. In the chaos, no one even noticed that Bai Jian had hit the camera here himself. The teachers were transferring some people back over there. There would be no fighting here at night, so there was no need to keep so many people guarding, and the other side was more important. Are they really crazy? A teacher was contacting the person in charge, and when the call was connected, he was still shouting, "What good will this do for them? Are they all going to die?" The teacher of the 7th seed sneered, "What conspiracy can they have if they can't get it together?" But the others didn't take it seriously, just said, "They have always wanted the planet to develop too fast, and it is normal to attack the new generation." And they also knew that there were people who followed the sky and followed the water planet. During this period, they have been searching secretly, so they didn't let the students wander around, for fear that they would be caught by others. Although the incident happened suddenly, they were not completely unprepared. Therefore, although everyone was anxious, they were not too panicked. Inside the venue, Bai Jian shook his head in response to the questions from Imu and the other two. Then, he took out the SOS device. This was distributed to each student before entering the venue. In special circumstances, or if they wanted to withdraw from the competition, after pressing the button, a staff member would come to receive it without the blood volume dropping to 20%. Walwin had a premonition of something, and he was shocked and said, "Are you ready?" Bai Jian pressed it without hesitation. Xiao Junyuan and Imu couldn't help but ask, "Are you crazy?" "Send yourself out." However, Bai Jian didn't say anything. He leaned over and looked, 1 second, 2 seconds. "There are no staff members," he said. "Maybe we have to wait a while?" "Impossible." Bai Jian immediately said, "I have specially observed the speed at which they arrived before. They were basically in the same range and came very quickly, but now the time has obviously passed. Although the camera was destroyed, if you press the SOS device, the location will be sent. If the situation is normal, the staff should have arrived long ago. Even if the reaction was a little slow at night, it was impossible that no one could be seen at this moment." Bai Jian threw the distress signal without saying anything. Change position. But the situation was unclear, so they didn't dare to run around, and found another tree nearby to hide. Just after they hid, the four heard the piercing alarm. Imu and the other two looked at Bai Jian with complicated expressions. Sure enough, something happened, and outside the field, the teachers who were originally calm could no longer sit still. What's going on? They had just transferred a group of people away, thinking that nothing was wrong here, but how come the alarm here also sounded in the blink of an eye? The place was originally large, and the staff was small. It was only because there were no students moving at night that it was barely enough. This problem could not catch up at all. The teachers present quickly contacted the person in charge again, to see if more people from Shunchuixing could be transferred over. Some looked at the screen and analyzed it seriously. After a closer look, it was discovered that the people from Shuntian organization had already taken action before. This was also the reason why Bai Jian pressed the distress signal, but there was no response. The staff was unable to respond. But because everyone's attention was attracted by the accommodation area, they didn't notice it in the first place. Damn! The teacher of the 7th seed said, their target is not the students in the accommodation area, but the students on the court. Chapter 75. The teacher of the 7th seed had a very ugly face. Although he had mentioned the conspiracy before, he never thought that the other party's purpose would be this. The competition venue was too big. Today was only the first day, and there were far more students on the field than those who were eliminated. It was far less easy to rescue than in the accommodation area. And they found it too late. Everyone, the situation is not optimistic now, so we may have to cooperate. He had just started talking when the people of the main star stood up one after another. We are going to save our students, they said. The purpose of their rush was also very obvious, and they went straight to the children of those big families first. These few people had received a lot of communications just now. It should be that some people from the big families, who came this time, but were not present at the moment, asked them to save their children as soon as possible. The words of the teacher of the 7th C were interrupted, but he immediately put these people aside and discussed with teachers from other schools. Now there is really no time to waste. At this moment, the students in the stadium still didn't know what happened. Suddenly, they were sleeping soundly when they heard the alarm. Before they could react, some people had already encountered the enemy. Bai Jian and his 4 companions squatted on the tree. It was very quiet around them, but they all knew that it was just an appearance. It must be chaotic now. Mu and his 3 companions looked at Bai Jian with complicated expressions. They never expected that this man had unexpected eyes and ears, and a strong 6th sense. It is really a problem to say that there is a problem. The problem now is, they did not speak or make any sound, but used the optical brain to communicate. Who caused this chaos? Is it the fate of those A-level space monsters? Because you can't stand them getting C-level scores? No, Huawun just said, space monsters have always been blocked by major armies. It's possible that 1 or 2 of them cross the defense line, but they definitely won't cause such a big commotion. Even if the students can't beat them, what about the staff and teachers? Not to mention that there are people from the military district. 1 or 2 A-level monsters can't cause any big trouble. Bai Jian definitely doesn't know as much about these things as those who come from aristocratic families. He looked at Huawunjia, and then at Zhao Junyuan. Especially the latter, who was silent for a long time. Do you have any ideas? It should be those people. Zhao Junyuan said. Huawunjia also nodded. I think so too. Mu suddenly asked, what are those people? Bai Jian suddenly thought of something. The leader of the 2 space pirates he met on Tianqi Star, who escaped, was said to have run away with another group of people. When Jiang Min mentioned those people, he looked disgusted and used the word things to describe them. Although the description of those people was not exactly the same as Zhao Junyuan's, the expressions of the 2 were very similar. Also, during that period, Chu Yuan and Tan Hua were also helping to catch people. The 2 of them were now in Shun Shui Star. After looking for Major General Qin some time ago, they suddenly made a new arrangement to not let students go out and change to training. At this moment, Bai Jian connected all the things together. What on earth are those people? This time he must ask clearly. If he had known that he would meet Jiang Min in a competition, he would have asked Jiang Min before coming. At that time, Bai Jian did not ask more questions because he saw that the other party did not want to talk about it, and the subsequent events were indeed not related to him. But now he had to ask. He cast his eyes on Huawun Zhe and Zhao Junyuan, and Mu beside him did the same. The 2 looked straight at them. Huawun Zhe sighed and said, they call themselves Shuntian, which means to follow the will of heaven. It's a good name. Huawun Zhe was choked and couldn't help but look at Bai Jian, who was speaking. Then do you know who is not following the will of heaven in their eyes? It's us, he said. Bai Jian, ? Do you want to listen to what you are saying, kid? Mu opened his mouth even wider. We are fine. How come we are anti-heaven? What did they do? Set fire to the school? Nothing, but you enrolled. Zhao Junyuan said, they claim that people should return to their original state, and just get resources from the game every day. It is unnecessary to build planets, which is to force the growth of seedlings and destroy the God realm. Bai Jian understood. So the planets with higher rankings and better development are all not in line with the will of heaven. And the students trained in these schools are also their enemies. In this way, the malicious eyes he felt when he was playing in Tianqi Star should be from these so-called Shuntian organizations. Mu's focus is, will building planets destroy the God realm? Huawun said, it is said that the resources that can be exchanged from the God realm for each planet are limited, and they think that developing planets consumes too many unnecessary resources. But if we look at Apocalypse, people nowadays can survive without relying on the God realm. Bai Jian said, and the God realm is obviously still producing resources, so this statement is not completely tenable. Huawun nodded. This is just their rhetoric when recruiting people. Of course, the resources of each planet in the God realm are limited, which may be true. It may be true, but it cannot be completely confirmed. Because as Bai Jian said, Apocalypse has developed well enough, but the output of the God realm is still very stable. But in fact, some planets have not developed so well, and the output is no longer good. This is of course not to say that nothing will be produced, but the probability of producing something is small. For example, if you can get 3 things from killing a monster on other planets, it may be the same on their side. Bai Jian guessed. This is probably because each planet is different. Everyone's original initial resources are different. So even if the same resources are consumed, the remaining resources will not be exactly the same. Of course, the issue they are discussing now is not this, but you said this is a rhetoric, so these people's real purpose is not this? Of course not. Xiao Junyuan said, if this is the case, now the planets are independent of each other, and everyone knows how the small planets behind are developing. Bai Jian and Yimu nodded. One of them came from planet 2538, and the other went there to see his cousin. If the people of Shuntian really wanted this, they could have stayed on the planet with a vast palace and developed, but they didn't. My father once said, don't look at what a person says, look at what he does. This is also true for organizations like Shuntian. What they do is really not good. Both of them come from big families. They have been exposed to these things since childhood and know them very well. They opened their mouths and gave an example. You know what the young master of the Bai family on the main star just found. The technology that cleaned his memory before the age of 6 and changed the content of the optical brain came from Xuantian's Research Institute. Of course, in addition to this, there are some other messy experiments. In short, what they are studying is not good. If you say he is a good person who does these things all day long, you can't believe him if he has a brain. Moreover, the higher the ranking of the planet, the more they will be targeted. Especially in the past 10 or 20 years, the actions of the Shuntian organization have been very frequent. I have several travel plans that have been cancelled because of these people's troubles. Xiao Junyuan said, for safety, my father forbade me to run around during that time. As they were chatting in the optical computer, Bai Jian suddenly said, you just said that they even have the technology to change the information in the optical computer, so can they capture the optical computer signal? He suddenly said this in a low voice. Although he didn't say the follow-up words, everyone present was not stupid and could understand it. For a moment, several people were stunned. The optical computer is born with it, and is a product of game synchronization. In their eyes, games have always been the safest. So they never thought that the school has the technology to control the optical computer to transmit information outward, and the other party can change the information of the optical computer. So, can the signal waves of their optical computers also be captured by these people? How can we hide from this? They might as well have whispered just now, but now, the messages sent back and forth are all signals. While they were talking, a flying machine had already flown over. They stopped there, and when the door opened, no one would think it was a coincidence. And it was as expected. The person who came out pointed directly at this side. Come down, don't play tricks, otherwise, your classmates will all die. They have already caught others, and used these people to threaten him. Bai Jian and the other four, The four looked at each other, and could only jump down from the tree. And they were quickly caught by these people, and taken to the flying machine one by one. There were indeed other students up there, and their movements were restricted. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. As soon as Bai Jian and his 4 companions came up, they were the focus of attention. The healer needs to be watched closely, because he has a special talent. The remaining 3 are not easy to deal with. Special talent Yimu, He thought that people outside might not recognize Bai Jian's jumping light as a healing skill at a glance like Major General Qin did through the camera, but he didn't expect that even the special talent is now considered to be his. But think about it, Xiao Junyuan, who was at the scene thought so it's normal for others to think so. And this also proves that these people actually saw the contents of those cameras. Bai Jian was right to destroy the camera, but it was a pity that they later used the light brain to discuss the situation and expose their position. They were careless, but these people were very cautious, and put control rings on them as soon as they met. This control ring is not like a rope tied in front of a person, which can be untied by some capable people. This thing is purely intelligent, and can only be opened with a password or a command from outside, or it can be broken by force. And it is tied tightly, from the wrist to the fingers. The 2 hands are tied together facing each other, leaving no room for movement. The key is that it is very heavy. People with less strength can't lift it at all, and even the hands and arms are hanging down. Wearing this, even if there are weapons, they can't grab them, let alone resist. Maybe it's because of this that they put all the weapons in their backpacks when they came out, and these people didn't necessarily ask them to hand them over. Even the equipment on their bodies, unlike the 2-star pirates, who dealt with Fanny Tong before, all had to be stripped off. So heavy, Yimu couldn't help thinking. He originally had a relatively weak strength attribute, and now he was pulled so hard that his waist couldn't stand up straight. Of course, what made him more entangled was that they clearly had a chance to dodge. Just because they used a light brain to communicate, He couldn't help but look at Baijian, but found that this guy was very relaxed and at ease, without any regrets or resentment at all. He is quite careless. If Baijian knew that he was thinking this way, he would definitely say that he was careless. I am collecting information. He is the most careful person. He was kidnapped by kidnappers once. Although those people were caught later, he thought countless times that if the incident happened a few years later, he would definitely teach those kidnappers a profound lesson. However, those were just thoughts after all, and he grew up safely. But he didn't expect that he would be kidnapped after coming to the Starcraft. Could he really wait for someone to rescue him? How is that possible? After all, he is no longer a child without any resistance. At this time, the teachers outside were almost going crazy and anxious. The scene was in chaos, and various news kept coming in, some good and some bad. The accommodation area is stable. Major General Qin and several other major generals will bring people here immediately. Xuantian's people are going to retreat. They have hidden spaceships and have already taken off. Several major generals have already led people to chase them. The teachers here listen to this information while organizing people to rescue the remaining students. As for those who have been caught, they can only rely on the major generals who came from the military region this time. Among the remaining students in the stadium, some didn't know what happened at all, and they were facing the alarm with a blank face. And some cameras could no longer capture any traces of students. Among these people, Baijian's group was naturally included. Were they also captured? The Shantian organization would destroy the cameras wherever they went, so when Mr. Wang, who rushed over, found that he couldn't find anyone, he immediately asked. Bai Zihan opened his mouth, but didn't speak. In fact, he saw it. Unlike others, he kept staring at Baijian. He hoped that Baijian was captured, but what he saw was that Baijian woke up his three companions and took the initiative to destroy the camera. What a pity. He thought, I heard that the spaceship carrying the captured students has begun to escape. Now they are chasing, but it is not certain whether they can rescue people. Bai Zihan hoped that Baijian would be captured, so he paid close attention to this matter. Even though he knew that he was the one who broke the camera, he still held a glimmer of hope. What if? What if he was also caught? He mixed in the crowd, reducing his presence, but staring at the progress of the incident. The students who were still in the stadium were being picked up by the staff one by one. And those who could not find the people in the camera needed teachers to take people to check in person. After all, no one could be sure that the people were definitely caught. What if there was another accident? So we need to go to the place where these students were last seen to find them. The first thing to find here is Baijian and his friends. Because when replaying the surveillance, it was found that their cameras were broken by themselves, and before that, Baijian woke up his companions. If it is possible, their group is the most likely group that has not been in trouble. Teacher Wang led the team personally and rushed over quickly. Bai Zihan, who was watching this scene, was about to bite his teeth. He didn't say anything, so how could there be a replay? However, Teacher Wang, who rushed over, was not as optimistic as he was. Now the incident has been temporarily calmed down, and there is no danger. The alarm stopped. Even the blockade that restricted the external communication of the optical computer was removed, but there was still no news about Baijian and his companions. This was not a good thing. You should know that other students who were not arrested but were out of the camera. As soon as the optical computer could communicate with the outside world, all kinds of news kept coming out. There was even one person who wrote a suicide note to his family and sent it out as soon as the blockade was lifted, which scared his family half to death. At this moment, the person had just been picked up and was explaining that he was really alive and kicking. Only, Baijian and his friends didn't receive any messages. When they found something was wrong, they didn't send a message to ask outside? One teacher couldn't help but ask. It's not that they didn't send any messages at all. Teacher Wang had already asked, and now he said, a classmate received a message from Baijian with only one number, 1. The person who came to find someone nearby. What 1? 1. Teacher Wang said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, nothing else. And judging by the time, this guy was still calling people while sending messages. This message was sent before the camera was broken, probably to test whether the communication was established. Luckily, the signal of the distress signal was still there. Over there. They followed the signal of the distress signal, and found that it was thrown on the ground. And judging by the time, this was obviously the same as the one just now, testing whether there were any staff members coming. This kid was very straightforward, and he was not afraid of making a mistake and being eliminated. What a pity! The staff on their side could not respond at that time. If they changed to another group, they might have come at that time and might have been picked up directly. The crowd continued to disperse and search. Speaking of which, Bai Jian and his 4 companions were very careful when they changed places at that time. If they only relied on the traces, they would not be able to find it easily. However, the people of Shutian organization were not as careful as them, so Teacher Wang and others quickly found the tree by following the traces. When they climbed up, they saw that it was full of words. This group of people captured the optical brain signal. We were discovered. Being caught, don't worry. Chapter 76. It was urgent, so these words were obviously written by 3 people. Let's not talk about who the first 2 belonged to, and we don't need to think too much about the remaining one. We know that it must be Bai Jian who did it. What do you think you are doing? Teacher Wang was so angry, and he was still anxious and worried. It's time, and he's still so naughty. It seems that they are in good condition. Another teacher next to him said. At least 3 people can leave a message before leaving. And it's obvious that they were not written in a hurry. Just looking at the words, I thought they were at ease. Teacher Wang shook his head, and was not comforted by this. He knew what Xuntian's group was like. That's a group of lunatics. And it's a group of lunatics leading a group of fools. If people fall into their hands. I just hope they are really at ease. Whether it's really at ease or not, I don't know. Anyway, Yimu and the other 2 think Bai Jian is quite comfortable. This guy looked left and right, and even said hello to the students who were also arrested. Hey, you were also tied up. The students who originally thought that the road ahead was dark. Brother Bai, you are worthy of it. Why do I feel that you are not tied up, but are here to act? Brother Bai? The one from the manufacturing department? The students who were still in the field did not know about Bai Jian's one-on-one victory, and they did not know that this guy brought people to force 3 teammates from Feng Gongjie. I just felt that I finally met this brother Bai who could talk. Looking delicate and good-looking, with thin arms and legs, what was Tianqi First Academy thinking to let such a person come to the competition? How can you be so relaxed even though you have been arrested? A classmate from the school on the 5th planet was watching with the crowd, and saw Bai Jian turn around and said to him, Brother, you have been arrested too, your luck is not good. The classmate, If you say you are unlucky, then you are worse. He was one of the first batch to be arrested, and Bai Jian was the last batch. As soon as the aircraft that arrested them came up, the spaceship drove away quickly. Bai Jian didn't talk to him much, he glanced at the arrested classmates. There were quite a few people, almost 100. And when he got on the spaceship, he noticed that the conditions of the arrested classmates were in 2 extremes. Some were particularly miserable, lying on the ground unable to move, bleeding from the head, and stabbed on the body. Shutian organization obviously would not feed the big red medicine after beating people, so their conditions were very bad. The rest were just the opposite, just like the 4 of them. Not only did they look like they had no external injuries, but they were also very energetic. It is not difficult to guess that they were also captured under threat like them. Most of these people are students from Xinhui Main School and the 7th seed. Of course, Bai Jian also saw Senior Xiao from their school. At first glance, they are all outstanding students in this competition. Are they picking out the strong ones? After all, at first glance, there are not many who are unfamiliar. Even if they are from other schools, except for Bai Jian, who suddenly appeared, there are actually a few students with relatively strong strength, and other schools also know them. Bai Jian has of course read the information. He read it carefully again, and confirmed his guess. The remaining few students with relatively weaker strength were mostly teamed up with those outstanding students, and then they were caught together. It is no wonder that there are more students from them, Xinyu and the 7th seed. There are indeed fewer outstanding students in the 5th planet than imagined. As for the remaining school, after all, it was picked up by chance. The overall strength of the school is not good, and it has never participated in such a competition before, so it is normal that no students were caught. But why are there no students from the first school of the main star? The 3 who were caught are ordinary students. Among the students that Bai Jian focused on, there are no 3 of them. None of the children of the big families in the first school of the main star were caught. Bai Jian whispered to the people around him. The 4 of them were caught together, so they actually stayed together, including Yimu, who was previously the focus of attention. Huawen heard what he said, and asked him to look at the corner. Miao City, Miao family. Bai Jian didn't really notice this person, because she was blocked by the 3 classmates from the main star. It was difficult for Huawenjia, who could recognize people just by the exposed clothes and hair. Unlike our planet, you know that each big family on the main planet has always sent at least one person to watch the competition. Huawenjia said, those people are not focused on the competition, but they are worried about the younger generation in their family, and they just want to see the strength of the younger generation in other families. So once something happens, those people will rush to their own family children more quickly, and rescue will come faster than elsewhere. Bai Jian said, if that's the case, if I were the person in charge of Shantian, I wouldn't consider them as the first priority target. After all, the same thing still applies. If it drags on, the people of Shantian organization are simply not enough. Not to mention the 200 or so troops led by the major generals of each planet who landed with them. Just say the staff, although they are slightly weaker, they are not completely invincible. Not to mention that in fact, there are troops from various planets in the space outside Shanshui planet. It's just that it's not convenient to land on Shanshui planet on a large scale, so they stay far away. Generally speaking, their role is to protect the round trip from being attacked. However, no one expected that this incident would happen directly during the game. But even so, it would take at most half an hour for these people to rush over. So any behavior that might go wrong and cause a collision with this part of the army should be avoided in Shuingtian's action this time. No wonder there are few people from the first school of the main star who were captured. The outstanding students of their school are all from those big families. There were only a few of them, and he killed one of them. If I had known this, I would have gotten out earlier. Yimu suddenly sighed. Zhao Junyuan looked over and said, I'm out on the first day. I can't afford to lose face. Life is more important. A female student from Xinhua School was right next to him, and said, it's better than now. I guess none of us can go back. How could it be? A classmate not far away said, the teacher will save us. Almost instantly, Baijian noticed that many people's faces changed. And these people were all people who had known about the Shantian organization for a long time. His heart sank. Sure enough, these people who could make Jiang Min, who had never heard of anything outside, show such disgusted attitude, must be more vicious than expected. Bai Jian's eyes swept over the people guarding them. Then he found an acquaintance. He immediately greeted, hey, big brother, so you came here so early? Huh? In an instant, the people of the Shantian organization and the students who were tied up all looked at him. Even Yimu was shocked. Do you know this person? Your younger brother? The people of the Shantian organization asked the companion beside them. The man said nonchalantly, how could I know him? He really knows this guy. Yimu was even more shocked when he heard this. He said incredulously, where did you know this guy? He didn't suspect that Baijian had colluded with the people of Shantian organization. He just thought he had seen him on planet 2538 before. As a result, he turned around and heard Baijian say, you should have heard of him. He was one of the pirates when I met him last time when I went out to play. Then he said to the pirate leader, what a coincidence, big brother. One of them, which one is it? After all, the other one was grabbed by your head and smashed to the ground twice and was arrested. He is still in prison now. Yimu's eyes went dark at that time. It turned out that you, the big brother, meant this big brother. It's not that you are so familiar with him that you call him big brother, but that he is the big brother. The students who heard this were all speechless. However, the people from other schools didn't quite understand and asked curiously, have you guys from Tianqi First Academy finally gone crazy? Do you still have a relationship with the Star Pirates? Going out to play and meeting a Star Pirate? Listen to this, don't you think it's outrageous? Have you played together? The student of Tianqi First Academy looked at everyone's eyes and said with a wooden face, if we talk about friendship, it's probably because Brother Bai slapped his little brother on the wall and made him bloody, but he ran away. At this moment, all the classmates were silent at the same time. What is this? I thought you knew each other, but it turned out that you had an enemy. Then why are you shouting so affectionately? Do you think this is an old friend in a foreign land? In this situation, you don't hide behind, but come out to say hello? Baijian didn't even look at these people. At present, it seems that they are being watched very closely, and have no chance to escape. And not running away will definitely not end well, so no matter what the variables are, he has to find one. If there is no one, then create one yourself. This Star Pirate leader appeared at the right time. At this time, the people of Shantian organization were obviously shocked by this development. They didn't expect that there were such stupid people in the world. The Star Pirate leader rushed over and gnashed his teeth and said, how dare you show up in front of me? Brother, what are you saying? I didn't run up here on my own initiative. Isn't it the people from Shantian organization who caught me here? Brother, the one who took you away last time was from this organization? The Star Pirate leader certainly remembered that he was a good boss, but he fell into being a younger brother because he was rescued when he was caught. And this was all because of the failure at Baijian's place. Even more, last time when I ran away, you shot an arrow at me from behind, right? Emu didn't know about this, and neither did the other students. So they all looked at Baijian. No, buddy, are you crazy? Just like that, you dare to go up and make friends. Do you think death is too slow? Brother, you are being polite when you say this. I didn't shoot you to death. Baijian looked righteous, and you wanted to kill me. I just shot you back. How magnanimous. Even a saint would praise me. The star pirate leader was so angry that he almost laughed, and the classmates were full of question marks. Listen to what he said. Is this person's logic different from theirs? So, the classmates in the same school knew it was impossible. Baijian was not such a fool who talked to himself. But why? What's the benefit of angering the other party at this time? Hua Wen took the opportunity to observe around and found that the other people in Shuntian organization were quite happy to hear what Baijian said. Oh, Baijian was still saying, brother, you don't seem to be popular here. I just saw them laughing at you. Pirate leader, why don't you lead us in rebellion? Let's take them down together, and form a new pirate group. Aren't we better than the few little brothers you led before? Shut up. The pirate leader raised his hand to hit him, but was stopped by someone. What are you doing? Are these people still useful? Are you here to vent your anger? This is actually completely targeting this person. After all, look at the students who are lying on the ground and not being treated. If they are really useful, it doesn't matter if they are beaten twice. Students, I can see that brother Bai's right. You really don't have a good relationship with others. Unconsciously, the name of Brother Bai took root in the hearts of students from several schools. However, they themselves have not noticed it yet. Baijian was still playing over there. That's right. If it doesn't work, why do you hit me? As he spoke, he had already changed his target and turned to another Shuntian organization member who was blocking people. It's still this big brother who is reasonable. Big brother, don't you think it's a waste to assign 3 people to watch us? The man raised his eyebrows and looked at him jokingly. Why, you want to run? How is this possible? This control ring is not tied by the big brother next to you. I can't untie it even if I have great ability. Baijian's words made the Shuntian organization even more proud. That's right, we are different from those small star pirate organizations. We are a righteous army that does great things. Don't think about playing tricks. Going against the will of heaven will not end well. Baijian raised his head and looked over. He is good looking, and this angle makes him look more innocent. He seemed to have practiced before, and naturally knew how to make people believe him more. Of course, what he said also sounded like the truth. If you want to see me play tricks, you have to help me unlock this control ring first, otherwise I can't do anything, at most I can tease you. Oh, actually I just want to know, with so many of you guarding us, is it possible that the people from the military district haven't caught up with us yet? Otherwise, you must deal with them first. After all, leaving one person here to watch us will not cause any trouble. His expression seemed to be saying, what on earth is Major General Qin doing? Why hasn't he come to rescue us? It made those people from Shuntian organization laugh. Even though they knew that this kid was very good at fighting, and was considered an outstanding genius in the school. But after all, he was a self-righteous adult, and he naturally felt a little superior when he saw the person wearing the controller. They were very happy, and the star pirate leader couldn't stand it anymore, and he turned around and left the room. The person close to Baijian smiled and said, don't think about it, the people are here, but they don't dare to do anything. They laughed happily, and Baijian also laughed, which was very meaningful. In the corner, a female student of Xinhui, who had been silent all the time, suddenly sat up straight. She made a preparation, which was the action of getting up. At this moment, the situation outside was indeed as the person from Shuntian organization said, they had been caught up. Several forces gathered together, the Tianqi army led by Major General Qin, the female Major General of the Xinhui army also brought people, and the Major General 0007 called the people who were originally left in outer space at the fastest speed, plus the people from the main star, the 5th planet, and even the Shunshui planet. A large group of people followed, but more than half of them chased after them. Don't move, none of the students inside are dead now, but if you move, it may not be the case. The person in charge of the Shuntian organization said with a smile, do you want to ignore the lives of these students in order to keep us? Major General Qin and others really can't act rashly. But they can't retreat either. Everyone knows that these students are still alive because they are hostages. And once they retreat, the hostages will no longer be useful. At that time, they will have the final say. The two sides were deadlocked. Xuantian's spaceship was moving forward. They were not far away, and there were people to pick them up. as long as they were united. The person in charge was fearless and determined that these people would not take action during this period. He stood in front and was not afraid at all. He even said leisurely, "Why don't you retreat? Do you want me to pull those students out and kill a few before retreating?" As he spoke, he was about to wave his hand to command people to pull out a few hostages, but unexpectedly, before he waved his hand, several aircraft had already detached from the spaceship and rushed out. The person in charge was stunned for a moment. He hadn't given the order yet, so how could they fly out? He immediately wanted to ask what was going on, but the students over there had already turned on the loudspeaker and announced their identities to the rescue team outside. Then they rushed into their own team with the aircraft. What? The person in charge of the Shantian organization felt that his brain was not enough. People ran away? How did they run away? Are the people inside useless? Even if they ran away, why didn't anyone report the news to him? If he, the person in charge, is like this, let alone the people under him. At this time, he had no idea what was going on, and could only shake his head when facing the questioning. They didn't receive any news either. On the contrary, the rescue team, of course, didn't understand how the students escaped on their own. But it doesn't matter. Now that the hostages have escaped on their own, you have lost your life-saving talisman. Is there any possibility of being arrogant? Major General Qin ordered. Fight. Chapter 77. The person in charge of Shantian had never thought about how it happened. However, the students on the aircraft knew it all. Brother Bai led the flight. They finally understood why Tianqi First College would send a manufacturing department to participate in the competition. They finally understood why he was a junior, but was called Brother Bai. He was really awesome. At that time, when Bai Yijian got the news that Major General Qin and others had actually brought people to catch up, he laughed on the spot and immediately took action. It happened that the leader of the Star Pirates couldn't stand it and went out, leaving 2 people. He broke his control ring, took out a crossbow on the spot, and shot an arrow at the one in the distance, and then stabbed the one nearby. Then he pressed the man's head to the ground and knocked his blood to the bottom, and the man fainted. This series of actions was fast and fierce, and before the students could react, the people guarding them had already fallen. Only the female student from Xinhua's school had stood up, this way. Bai Yijian shot an arrow and broke her control ring. Then came Hua Wenze and Zhao Junyuan, who were holding their hands up. They were ready long ago. When Bai Yijian made a move to free them, they immediately started to help other students. Then came those who took medicine and those who added blood. There were also those who took action. The 7th-seated student stepped on the person who was shot by Bai Yijian. The control ring in his hand had not been released yet, but he pressed the person's head tightly and stepped on him unconscious. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Bai Yijian. You shouldn't have held back. In this case, it is safer to shoot them directly. Bai Yijian did not say anything. He knew it, but he did not want to kill anyone when he took action, so he only seriously injured them. Soon, the control rings in everyone's hands were broken. The students who regained their freedom looked at Bai Yijian, and the latter pointed in a direction. Over there. Over there. Almost at the same time, the female student from Xinhua headquarters also pointed in the same direction. Then the two looked at each other, and Bai Yijian explained, the aircraft is parked over there. I noticed that there are the least people over there. Xinhua's female classmate said. Imu said, it was indeed like this when we came in. Bai Yijian glanced at him. This man was almost pressed to the ground by the control ring at that time. I didn't expect that he could still notice these things. But that place is indeed the most suitable. He has good hearing, and even now, that place is the quietest place. It is better to say that there are indeed not too many guards here at the moment. Even if there are hostages, Shantian can't really ignore the army coming, so most of them actually went out to hold the line, not as relaxed as the previous person said. The students who regained their freedom immediately felt that they were fine again. Even if we encounter people, we are not afraid. Why can't we defeat them with so many people? We must act quickly. A student of the 7th seed said, we can't let them react, otherwise none of us will survive. Not to the point of. There is a self-destruct device on the spacecraft. Once they find that the hostages are gone, and they can't catch them, they will definitely activate it immediately, and then everyone will die together. Damn! So crazy. Although Bai Yijian had guessed something from the attitude of the insider, he didn't expect it to be so crazy. No wonder the 7th seed student rushed up to knock people out before the control ring was released. If the other party hadn't acted decisively, his subconscious holding back might have caused a big disaster. And since that's the case, it has to be faster. After all, there are not only people, but also surveillance. Although it's unknown why there was no response over there, it is bound to take too long. After all, the group of people are elites from various schools. No one fell behind along the way, and they rushed to the place where the aircraft was stored. The door is locked. Everyone looked over and knew that this lock could not be broken by force. It required a password or simply face recognition to open it. What should we do? Someone said anxiously. Imu and the other two looked at Baijian, and the others reacted in the same way. After all, he was the only one in the manufacturing department here. However, Baijian, who is from the manufacturing department, has never learned how to make locks, nor can he open locks. However, this lock can be easily opened from the inside. He suddenly said. Some students from other schools couldn't help but say, but we can't get in either. It's useless to open it from the inside. He was suddenly shocked. Where is he? Why is Baijin gone? Imu next to him spread his hands. Maybe he went in. The whole school knew about Baijian's feat of hitting the door and the wall, and they also knew that his skill could actually go through the wall. So as soon as he opened his mouth, the students of Tianqi First Academy knew what Baijian wanted to do. However, Brother Bai, I didn't expect you to have mastered it. You can actually go through this unfamiliar place. After the door was opened from the inside, a senior student couldn't help but yelled at Baijian. Baijian's face looked very ugly, not because he was angry, but because he was not in a good state. He took a quick glance when he came in, and he was really unfamiliar with this place. The palace was full of people, and it was an extraordinary performance to be able to get in. Not to mention that he had broken the control ring, and had taken action before, so his state was really not very good at this time. Not physically, but mentally. But this was not the time to care about these things. He forced himself to get on the aircraft, and the whole person lay there. He was not needed, and the rest would naturally be driven by others. So there was the scene at the end of the previous chapter, when several aircraft carrying students flew out. And once they came out, they were out of the self-destruct system, and there were people from various military regions covering them, so it was a simple matter to escape smoothly. In fact, not only the person in charge of Shantian organization was confused, but also Major General Qin and others were confused. But it did not prevent them from seeing the fierce attack on Shantian organization after the students escaped. Baijian and others were also taken from the aircraft to the spacecraft. Everyone was excited and relieved to have escaped death. Of course, they also had many questions to ask. Brother Bai is so amazing, that is the control ring, how did he untie it? I knew that the rope did not tie him up during the school's baseline test, and later the Star Pirates did not tie him up with the rope, and I didn't expect that the control ring could not control him either. How did Yao Shijing from Xinhua's school know that Brother Bai could untie the control ring? She stood up so quickly. As they spoke, everyone looked over. After all, although she was not the only one who reacted at that time, she was the fastest, faster than Hua Wenze and the other two who were arrested together with her from the same school. Yao Shijing found a place to sit down, and then said, because I always feel something is wrong. She didn't know who Baijian was, but she didn't think that if he was really that unreliable, Tianqi First Academy would let him out to compete. Especially since he was specially transferred from the manufacturing department. At first, she thought Baijian wanted to get close to the enemy, maybe he wanted to make a show that you can recruit me, I don't mind joining you to survive, and was ready to take the opportunity to let others unlock the control ring for him. But then the other party obviously didn't continue to talk about this topic. He changed the topic at that time, and started asking if people from the major military regions outside had chased him. Yao Shijing said, when that person said that he had already chased him, I suddenly realized what he wanted to do. To say that he really guessed it 100%, that would be a lie. After all, since the control ring was manufactured, no one has been able to unlock it by themselves. If not, the people of Shantian organization would not be so confident in them. But at that moment, it was an indescribable intuition that made her feel that things would develop like this. Baijian had heard from Yimyuk that there were more girls in Xinhua main school, and they were more meticulous, so they had to be very careful to set traps for them. However, she did not expect that this sixth sense would be so strong. If he was like this, the others would naturally be incredulous. At the same time, she decided that if she met someone from Xinhua main school in the future competition, it would be better not to play tricks, because she could not hide it after seeing it. The battle outside was one-sided. After they were brought up, someone checked them, and found nothing wrong. Previously, in order to prove that everyone was alive, the Shantian organization also showed them the situation inside. The students were not in a state at that time. It's okay, said Miaosini, who was the most seriously injured, it will be fine after the blood is restored. Those people didn't do anything to them at all, perhaps thinking that it would be too late to deal with them after taking them back. In short, The group checked and found that nothing was done to them. Bai Jian didn't even need to be checked. When they were brought up, they were put on a control ring. It was said to be a special care, but in fact, Yimu's control ring was heavier. Until now, he felt that his waist was a little bit unable to straighten up, and he had an illusion caused by being pressed. While checking, everyone did not forget to chat. Brother Bai and his group were the last group to come up. If they could hold on a little longer, maybe Xuantian's people would have given up on catching them in order not to delay time. Then we wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. When someone mentioned this, the person who was previously spoken to by Bai Jian on the 5th planet also remembered it. Yes, I thought they were too unlucky at the time. It's not that they were unlucky, it's that we were too lucky. Since we found them, they will definitely be caught. A student of the 7th seed said. The two people who were chatting excitedly were stunned for a moment. Why? Because Bai Jian looked over and found that the people who were asking the question were the two people who were beaten up and caught. He immediately knew that they didn't know the reason why the other group was caught. He said, if they can't tell, they will kill you. Ah? The classmate was stunned. Kill him? Not you, but classmates. The 7th-seated student said, and he felt that he didn't explain it clearly, so he said directly, if we resist, he will kill a few of the students he caught. Immediately, others echoed, yes, really shameless. These are the people who were arrested under threat. One of them said, I didn't give up and wanted to delay it, but I didn't dare. Why? A classmate couldn't help asking, talk about the conditions, delay for 2 minutes, what if the support arrives? After speaking, many people looked at him and sighed deeply. Because that's Shutian. The people inside are all crazy. If he tells you that he wants to chop people, he will really chop them. One more word, and the knife will chop up. The speaker was still the 7th-seated student, named Hu Yang. He swept his eyes over the crowd, and they don't like 1 or 2 hostages, so they can be killed. But can you think they don't like these 1 or 2 students? Everyone was silent. No wonder everyone was captured in unison and very neatly. There was no other way. They didn't dare to talk about any conditions. Damn! Some students who were directly captured by violence were angry. So shameless. One person pulled one, and then everyone died together. Although they said they were safe now, it is not difficult to imagine that if they hadn't escaped, the people outside might have been afraid to act rashly and let this group of people escape. None of them will survive by then. They shouldn't worry about us. If I had known that I would be caught, I would have fought them to the death, and I wouldn't have implicated my classmates. That's not necessary. Bai Jian said, why die when you can live well? But if it weren't for you, we would have died together. Maybe a few people would have survived if we fought to the death. Bai Jian smiled, but I just showed up. He said, never give up living. After all, only living can develop infinite possibilities. Miao Sini had been sitting aside after the examination, quietly, but now she raised her head when she heard it. Are there infinite possibilities for living? Beside her were the 3 classmates from the first school of the main star. At this time, they were looking at her carefully, and finally couldn't help asking, you fought so hard at that time because you knew these? Knowing that if you were caught, you would definitely not survive, and it would also implicate others. But in the end, because of the 3 of them, they didn't fight completely, and were caught together. Miao Sini did not answer this, and soon their attention was no longer on this. Because the people from the first school of the main star came to ask them what was going on. And here, the people surrounding Bai Jian also noticed, Brother Bai, why is your face so pale? Before, everyone was busy running away, busy celebrating, busy being scared, and now that the emotions have subsided, they found that Bai Jian's face is still pale. Bai Jian, maybe he was scared. You are just talking nonsense, but I can't see that you are scared. But speaking of it, Bai Jian's attack seemed to be cruel enough, but it was not endless. Yes, for students like them, killing people is different from killing monsters. Maybe it's because of this that even if the 2 people didn't die, they still feel a little uncomfortable. Emu and others don't think it's the case. After all, the people are not dead. Bai Jian has also been a star pirate before, and he has never been in this state. Think about the inexplicably exploded control ring. Originally, this is the most important topic to talk about, but I don't know if everyone is really attracted by other things and forgets it, or they don't want to explore other people's tricks too much. After all, it's not appropriate in the case of being rescued. In short, no one mentioned this again. But at this moment, they suspected that no matter how it was opened, it must have an impact on the body. Emu instinctively wanted to throw a blood-adding skill over, but then he remembered that if it was so simple, Bai Jian would have done it himself a long time ago. Are you okay? Finally, he asked in a low voice. Baijian shook his head. It's okay, I'm just tired, and this is not the first time. The last time he tried to test Chu Yuan, he just made himself lie down for 3 days. Yes, it was before the game. He had just finished his homework, and had no time to relax before he fell down. That time was much more serious than this time. He couldn't even get up in the past 2 days, and had to be fed. So Baijian is quite experienced in this kind of thing. Seeing him like this, Yimu didn't say anything more. And Baijian was thinking about the moves Feng Gongjie used before. What are you thinking about? Yimu was quiet, and Huawun came over again. Baijian said intuitively, Feng Gongjie. Huawun was stunned for a moment, then reacted. It was the move he used at that time. I have never seen it before, and I have never even heard of it. That is definitely not a skill, but another use of a skill. He wanted to say it at that time, but the competition field was not a good time to talk about this topic. Later on, it was even worse. I couldn't even talk about Shuntian. Now, I finally have time to bring it up again. I guess the teachers must be very curious. I ask them later, and see what they think. What are you looking at? Let me see how you are first. Teacher Wang interrupted, and when he came over and saw that they were fine, he added, Can anyone explain to me what it means to be arrested and not to worry? Chapter 78. The students of Tianqi First Academy were originally sitting, but they stood up immediately when they saw Teacher Wang. However, Baijian did not move. He was really tired. It would be fine if he wanted to escape, and he had to run even if he had to force himself. But there was no need for that now, and I think the teacher would understand. So he raised his head and called out weakly, Teacher Wang. Yimu looked back at him in shock. Brother, no, you didn't say that just now. Teacher Wang was also startled. He was originally questioning Wen Yen about the matter, but he immediately said after hearing this, What's wrong with you, are you injured? Others looked over, no, not to mention the back. Even when he was caught in the front, this guy looked refreshed and at ease. But his face looked really. After all, he is from the manufacturing department. Although he is powerful, he may not have seen much blood. This is in line with Baijian's 3 words scared just now. They had seen people before, who ran faster than rabbits in times of crisis, but when they were safe, their legs were weak and they couldn't even stand up. Not to mention Baijian, they were also frightened by what happened today. It was only after everyone got together to talk about it, and with the mental strength of escaping, that they suppressed all the problems, and it seemed that nothing was wrong. Teacher Wang checked him up and down, and found that he was indeed fine. He also took a look at the instrument, and found that his blood volume was full, but this pretty boy was not fake. What happened? He said he was tired. Yimu said, Why don't you let him take it easy first, he should know it in his heart. Teacher Wang nodded, and then he remembered to ask them what was going on. But before that, he counted the students who were arrested this time, and took those from his school to another place. Not long after, teachers from other schools also arrived and took them off the spaceship. Baijian and others also boarded the aircraft. Because the subsequent cleanup work had nothing to do with these students, they let the spaceship return after receiving it. At this moment, everyone followed the teacher and some guards to the accommodation area. Baijian dragged his legs onto the aircraft, and the whole person fell on the back seat. Yimu and others looked at him, and wanted to carry him away. It seems that this is indeed tiring. Sometimes they will be like this after training. Obviously, the blood volume is full, but I don't want to move my fingers. That control ring, you didn't break it open by brute force. Zhao Junyuan said, and shook his head first. That thing is usually easy to open from the outside, and it doesn't take much strength. As long as you have skills, you can just hit it casually. But if you want to open it from the inside, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely not be able to get it open. But if it's not like this, how did you open it? When they talked about this topic, Teacher Wang had set up the automatic driving and contacted other teachers, so they all turned around and looked over. Baijian was half lying on the back seat, and his voice was not as weak as before. He said, Skills. When Teacher Wang heard his voice, he was half relieved, but he couldn't help being speechless. He saw that the 2 weak voices just now were all to pretend to be pitiful, so as not to be brought up again. Then why did you play that trick? Then his mind fell on the main business skills. Not only Teacher Wang, but the other 3 people also had the same doubts. The control ring restricts not only actions, but also skills to a certain extent. After all, if the weapon cannot be taken out, many skills are naturally unusable. After all, some skills need to be used in conjunction with weapons. Take Feng Gongjie as an example. If his darts are restricted, Then the several skills he uses with darts will all be unusable. Of course, with this restriction alone, many skills can still be used. Especially healing skills, which rarely need weapons to cooperate. But on the one hand, the thing is so heavy that it is difficult to lift your hand, and on the other hand, it is tightly wrapped. Even if you do the skill starting action you are used to, the skill will be restricted to the control ring. Not only can it not cause damage to others, it may even hurt yourself. So they have no way to understand how it is done. It's actually very simple, Bai Jian explained. I smashed it from the outside. After all, no one stipulates that skills must be released from the hands. Xiao Jun Yuan. But isn't that normal? Most of his skills are related to swords, and they are basically used in conjunction with swordsmanship and sword moves. The same is true for Hua Wenjia's skills. Although the magic staff is only for increasing damage, it can actually be used without a weapon, but waving the hand and raising the weapon obviously require less movement. Not to mention, there is no difference except for the novice equipment, and the attributes of the equipment and weapons behind are better than others. So everyone likes to hold a weapon, and there is also a reason in this aspect. As a result in fact, even if you sit here and don't move your whole body, you can still release skills. And not from your hands? It's not easy for others to try, because they can't do it in the aircraft, but Imu doesn't have this problem. He is a nurse. No matter where he does it, it's okay. Unlike Bai Jian, he and Hua Wenjia are sitting there upright. At this time, under special control, even the fingers are flat on the legs, motionless. Then he is ready to try to cast a healing skill. But after holding it in for a long time, no, it's impossible. Bai Jian is not surprised. If it's really that easy, Tan Hua can't have figured it out for so long. Of course, not only Tan Hua, but other people who know Chu Yuan's theory are like this. Yes, the essence of this time is still the extension of the so-called elegant monster-killing method. Chu Yuan said at the time that everyone is different. But Bai Jian now wants to add that it may not only be the posture, but also the mentality. He had already felt this personally, and he didn't even need to ask Chu Yuan for confirmation. Speaking of today's events, there is another thing to mention first. Although Bai Jian's life over the past 10 or 20 years cannot be said to be smooth sailing, it is actually better than the best and worse. If you want to talk about obsession, there is really nothing. I'm afraid it's only the kidnapping when he was a child. Although he was rescued in time and didn't suffer any major injuries, it seemed to be a hurdle that he couldn't get over in his heart. His personality afterwards was also greatly affected by this aspect. Strong, never lose out. There is also a special desire for control. Of course, this is not very obvious in general. His desire for control is mainly reflected in the fact that when there is danger, he must always control all movements. But at school or walking on the street, peacefully of course, this will not be triggered. Even if he knew that the star pirate leader had run away at that time, he might come to settle accounts with him in the future. But for him, knowing the latest movement of the other party running away is enough, and it is far from the point where he must catch the person quickly, otherwise he will not be able to rest assured. He went to see a psychologist for this mild problem, but it did not improve much. Because it did not affect his daily life, Bai Jian did not care much. But when something happened, this mentality came out instantly. Whether it was the last time he went out to play and encountered star pirates, or this time, it was the same. Since he had to confirm Fan Yitong's safety last time, it was actually related to this mentality. He intuitively felt that the surroundings were not safe at that time. To control everyone's position and situation. When he was hiding in the tree with Imu and the other two, he was actually a little anxious. Until he was caught, to some extent, he was satisfied with this mentality. After all, he finally saw his opponent, and where he was caught. When he was trapped, Bai Jian's childhood resentment surged up. He couldn't escape or hide at that time, but is it still the same now? He wants to control his own life. Why should he let those hateful kidnappers decide his life? So he easily felt that he could do more, and he could completely break his control loop. And the fact is indeed so. His skill was released without using his hands, breaking his own control ring. And later, he was able to penetrate the wall and enter the place where the aircraft was parked with that one glance, because of this. Before he was released, it was absolutely impossible. And once this emotion is excavated, there is actually no need to keep it. It's like excavating a potential in the body. Bai Jian was in a good mood, and the jumping light around him appeared, but not at the fingertips, but appeared out of thin air beside him. He didn't rush to attack or heal anyone, just hovering there. Very obvious. Teacher Wang saw it at a glance. What are you doing? Are you not tired enough? You are about to lie down, and you still use skills. Even if you want to demonstrate it to us, you have to wait until you recover. You can't show it to us at that time. After Bai Jian was settled, they didn't discuss how this skill was released without using hands or weapons. Instead, they talked about the next things, including how they escaped, found the aircraft, and got out. Teacher Wang had only heard a rough outline of the incident before, which was relayed by someone else. Now he knew everything. I just don't know what happened. From the beginning to the end, no one noticed that we had escaped. Walwyn was puzzled. The surveillance was on. That group of people would not have left someone watching the surveillance. Even Teacher Wang couldn't figure this out, and could only attribute it to the good luck of these students. Moreover, wait for news from Major General Qin and the others. Maybe we know after we finish dealing with them. At this time, he was more concerned about Bai Jian. Your face is so pale, are you really okay? At the same time, Xiao Luosher, who was in Tianqi Star, also got the news, and called without saying a word. Bai Jian picked up the call, and was also asked the same question. Why is your face so pale? Are you injured? Bai Jian shook his head. Tired? He said, don't worry, I have experience. As soon as he said this, Xiao Luosher and Teacher Wang looked over. What experience? Experience of a pale face? I look at you every day in school. Where did you get this experience? Bai Jian said, it was just a few days ago, although the specific situation is a little different, but it's almost the same. That time it was more serious, and I only laid down for 3 days. This time I guess I will be fine after a sleep. Xiao Luosher, ? Teacher Wang remembered something. Didn't he do your homework a few days before the game? Xiao Luosher, I handed it in a long time ago. There are still 3 days left after handing it in. Isn't he training with you? The two looked at each other, and understood everything. It turns out that this person didn't do his homework or practice, and lay in the dormitory for 3 days. Teacher Wang was speechless. He even told Major General Qin that this person was from the manufacturing department, which was not completely useless. Look, Lao Zhao did his homework, and this troublemaker didn't even leave the door these days. As a result, you don't want to come out, but you just can't get out right. Is it also because of practicing this? Bai Jian shook his head. It's another thing. If you really want to make an analogy, it's probably similar to the trick Feng Gongjie used in the game. This is also the reason why he said he was thinking about Feng Gongjie when Yimu asked him before. In fact, he thought about it when he was on guard at the game, but although his brain was tired at this time, it was indeed turning faster, and he thought about it again unconsciously. He didn't think anything was wrong, but everyone present was stunned. Only Xiao Luosher didn't understand what he meant. What's wrong? What did that kid named Feng do on the main planet? Things happened one after another too quickly, and he was from the manufacturing department. Not to mention Feng Gongjie's performance on the field, he even had to find time to inquire about Bai Jian. After all, although he was a favorite student, Xiao Luosher had more than one student. The manufacturing department hadn't had a holiday yet, and he was very busy every day. Teacher Wang then explained to him that Feng Gongjie seemed to have used several skills at once on the field. Isn't it a new skill? Xiao Luosher asked in confusion. Maybe he can send out several darts at once. Teacher Wang shook his head. His skill is originally an initial skill, which can make the things he sends out faster and more damaging, but it doesn't have the property of repeated stacking. Bai Jian, that should be correct. He uses the same skill continuously at the same time. He had thought before, and he should be quite skilled. Otherwise, I thought about it carefully. There must be at least 7 or 8 layers of stacking. After hitting him, he would have to lie down first. After all, although the damage of firing 1 dart at the same time is comparable to that of 7 or 8 darts, the damage is high, and the control required is greatly enhanced, so it is easy to have Bai Jian's current situation. Teacher Wang realized that they didn't need to study and inquire like others. They also have someone who can do it. This year's young people are really amazing. He couldn't help but sigh. But he didn't ask any more questions. After all, he could ask questions anytime. Bai Jian's face looked really ugly, so he should let him go to rest. The aircraft just happened to fly to the place and slowly stopped. There are many people in the accommodation area here. After all, the total number of people in the 6 schools is more than 7,000, and now there are various staff members and the transfer troops. But it doesn't look busy at all, or it can be said that the busiest time is past, and now the order has been completely restored. It's just that the guards look much stricter than before. As soon as Bai Jian and others got off the aircraft, Emo and Su Xingxi ran over. Of course, there are some other classmates. But not many. After all, at this time, the students are arranged in their own rooms in the building. You can go to the dormitory. After all, when something like this happens, sometimes you can feel more at ease when you see your companions, but you can't run around outside. Even Emo and his friends were actually waiting at the entrance of the corridor. Although they had received news from the teacher a long time ago that everyone had been rescued, they still couldn't rest assured without seeing anyone. Now they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Wang still had a lot of things to do, so he sent them back and left in a hurry. But before leaving, he still watched Baijian go back to the house. To prevent this kid from making trouble again, you should have a good sleep first. After leaving this sentence, he left without touching the ground. Baijian, He couldn't sleep at all. Although he was very tired, he was not sleepy at all, and even mentally he was a little excited. After all, he succeeded again, and those who wanted to tie him up didn't end well. The last time the scene was small, but this time it was a big scene, and he still resolved it. Baijian didn't mention it, but he felt happy about it. He even felt that the knot in his heart that had been left after being kidnapped when he was young was gone. He had grown up and was stronger. Lying on the bed, Baijian began to read the messages on the optical computer. There were too many truths. First, he sent a probing message to a classmate outside the venue. The other party did not receive it at first, but later received it and began to reply frantically to ask about the situation. Of course, it was his turn to not receive messages at that time. Those people from the Shantian organization arrested them, so how could they only restrict their actions? Of course, the optical computer had to block them as well. Then came the classmates outside, and all kinds of messages came flooding in. This was still a private chat, and other places were also very lively. Everyone was talking about this incident. There were also a lot of prayer posts on the forum hoping that the arrested classmates would be rescued quickly. But now that the people have returned, the content of these posts has changed to something like great joy. In short, although the building is quiet, no one is actually at peace. As the person involved, Baijian naturally received a lot of attention. He was so popular in school that almost everyone had come to care about him. It was too much trouble to reply to each message one by one, so he replied in batches. Finally, he spoke in the group to say that he was fine. Then he read some gossip. Such a big thing could not control the spread of news at all. Now not only the school network, but also the outside world knew about it, and it was very lively. When there are many people, the news is chaotic. True or false, it is everywhere. Even the gossip on their school network is a bit unbearable to read, let alone these places. Baijian glanced at it a few times, and the light brain rang again. It was Teacher Wang. The other party was also busy, so he sent a message, "Just got the news, I saw you also mentioned it on the aircraft, just think you were very concerned. The reason why you were not discovered when you escaped was because the monitoring system on the spacecraft driven by Shantian was hacked, and they saw the normal picture all the time." Hearing this, Baijian raised his eyebrows. "Did someone in the rescue team do it?" he asked. Teacher Wang shook his head. "No, we don't know who it is yet." Baijian said "oh," and replied to Teacher Wang again. He then turned to open another communication interface. Chu Yuan. The message between the two was still where the other party asked him to hide, and he asked about the situation. Baijian looked at this interface and thought, could it be him who did it? "Brother Chu, I'm back." Baijian didn't ask in the end, but sent this message. The other side was silent, and no reply came. Until half an hour later, a word was sent. "Yeah." Chapter 79. Baijian didn't match up until later. At this point in time, it was when Major General Qin and his team had dealt with the people sent by the Shantian organization to arrest them, and found the location of the contact person. Before that, he continued to read the news of this incident on the optical computer after sending the message. At this time, there was also news progress on the official websites of various schools. It mainly stated that all the students had been rescued, and no one was in trouble. As for the number of injuries, there is no need to mention it. After all, according to interstellar tradition, not dead means no problem, and broken arms and legs are just a matter of a few big red pills. The public also accepted it well, and some people even began to share their own experiences. But it scared me half to death. Don't get me wrong, my child was not arrested. The kid was so scared that he wrote a suicide note to his family when the alarm sounded. We thought something serious had happened at home, but he was fine and ran in a hurry and fell. His father was scared so much that he almost fell down when he walked down the stairs. There were a lot of suggestions to beat him up, and some said that it was okay as long as the child was fine, and it was better to be a misunderstanding than a real accident. Baijian also laughed when he saw it, and wanted to know which classmate was so funny. But think about it carefully, it is normal to be afraid. So the kind-hearted people stopped looking at a lot of people saying what to do if the child is too naughty, and just beat him up. In addition, there are many other experiences. I slept very soundly, and when I found out, my son had been rescued. He called me 3 times to wake me up, and I thought something happened to me. I was not as lucky as you, I was scared to death, and found that my child was not among the people arrested. The kid didn't even think about reporting his safety to his family. When I asked him, he thought that he was fine, and there was nothing to say. He said that he was busy helping the teacher arrange the classmates at the time, and didn't notice the countless calls I made to him. I was so angry. My daughter is so considerate. She informed me that she was safe early. Although I was still worried, I was relieved. No one discussed it. The speed was really fast this time. The pirates captured the people less than an hour ago, and the people were rescued. Isn't this normal? I thought they were mentally ill. There were 6 or 7 major generals in the competition among several schools, and there were also people from various military regions. If they really captured the people, it would be terrible. I heard that this was not an ordinary pirate. The people in that organization were a little crazy. The people could come back safely. They escaped by themselves. Without the hostages, they had no power to fight back. I heard from my children that it was a classmate named Bai in their school who played a big role and led everyone to fight their way out. Baijian twitched his mouth. It was true that he played a big role. The words killing the way out were, they stole the aircraft and ran away quietly. Of course, there were other news later. Baijian also saw Feng Gongjie in it. It was at this time that Baijian learned that Feng Gongjie had not slept or rested after being chased away by them, but had been looking for classmates from the first school on the main star. When the incident happened, there were already 20 to 30 classmates around him. Of course, this was news circulated among classmates. Outside, this most outstanding genius of the Feng family, the one with the highest initial attribute points among the young generation of the main star, was organized and disciplined. He knew how to organize his classmates on the first day he entered, and as a result, he was not targeted. After all, there were too many people. Even the star pirates would feel uncomfortable. Of course, more people were still praising Baijian. After all, the students were rescued. Not only the teachers, but also the students in the palace, Hao Gaoling Tao Tao, of course, knew how they escaped. The students of Tianqi First Academy felt that their backs were straighter when they walked out. Although their school rarely won the first place, their classmates were very powerful. Look, this situation still depends on their brother Bai. The matter was resolved peacefully, and everyone was generally happy. But there are always people who are unhappy. Feng Gongjie's face was a little dark. Baijian, it's this Baijian again. It's nothing. I will have a chance to defeat him in the future. 2 people from the Feng family were also in the house. One of them heard, you just fought with him for the first time. That kid is very cunning, so you were not prepared. The other asked, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that this game made you? He killed my teammate in front of me. I can't swallow this breath. Feng Gongjie said, and I listened to you and made subsequent remedies. Speaking of this, he was a little irritated. But unlike Bai Zihan, who was not valued in the Bai family, so he could be scolded at will. Feng Gongjie is extremely talented, and even if he did something wrong, the elders would not scold him too harshly. Forget it. Another person said, fortunately, nothing happened in the end. Another Feng family member snorted coldly, I am smart. Although he left in anger at the time, he thought about it, and came back. Halfway through the walk, the alarm sounded, and without saying a word, he contacted and asked for the location and ran straight there. It can be said that Xuantian's people were still arresting people, and he had already received people here. In addition to Feng Gongjie, or even if Feng Gongjie was not eliminated, the most angry person was Bai Zihan. He was so angry that he threw things around in the room. Why? He was swaying like crazy, as if the ground under his feet was on fire, and he couldn't stand. Why? Why is it Baijian again? Why is he always the best? At 2538, Baijian was the one who could get more resources among the 3 of them. Wei Yiqiu praised him, and he always greeted him with a smile every time he met him, and was very considerate of the other person's emotions when speaking. But why is he now the child of the Bai family on the main star? Under such circumstances, Baijian is also a child of the Bai family, and he even has the blood of another big family, the Feng family. And he is still so powerful. Those who were captured together were all masters from various schools. There was no lack of people in them. Why is it that Baijian is the one who is in the limelight? He was full of anger, and remembered that he originally hoped that Bai Jian would leave quickly and appear less in front of everyone, especially the Bai family. But now, Bai Jian not only appeared, but also did not keep a low profile at all. Bai Zihan called Wei Yiqiu as soon as possible, fearing that he knew about Bai Jian's current situation. This was not because he was still afraid that Wei Yiqiu and Bai Jian would rekindle their old relationship, but this person also knew that Bai Jian was actually a child of the Bai family. He didn't want Wei Yiqiu to know how powerful Bai Jian was. Don't think he was stupid. Wei Yiqiu believed what the Feng family said about coincidences. He must have taken the initiative to find the Feng family. If this kind of thing happens once, it can happen again. If he knows that Bai Jian is not without talent, he might use this news to exchange for benefits. Fortunately, the rumors outside did not mention Bai Jian's real name, and basically everyone called him Brother Bai. Bai Zihan was relieved for the time being after the test. Then he gnashed his teeth even more. Why, he just thought he had surpassed Bai Jian and told him that it was all an illusion. Why did Bai Jian come out? Can't he just be a useless person without talent and rot on planet 2538? Bai Jian certainly didn't know about this. He was still reading the news in the group. People outside didn't know the truth, they just thought it was pirates, and several schools announced that pirates came to attack. But the students could not know that this was Xuntian's people. But he felt that it couldn't be concealed for long, seeing that there were already comments mentioning it. Yes, this organization used to act low-key, and mostly targeted the big families on the top planets. Not to mention Bai Jian, who received the original owner's memory. Even Mu and others, who had good family conditions, didn't know about this organization. But their actions this time were different. This time, they arrested so many students at once. How could they keep a low profile? The students hated these people even more. Crazy, all crazy. I heard that they are still for the good of mankind, just killing everyone who disagrees with them. But I think their original intention is good, to let everyone save resources. Finally, I understand where the people in Shutian organization come from. It's you who are fooled. Don't look at what he said, look at what he did. I didn't see saving resources, but I saw trouble. That's right, won't they go to small planets? There is basically no one there to buy trees, and plant trees, to develop the planet. It is said that they think that when the resources of the gods on other planets are used up, they will definitely come to rob them by force, so everyone should work together to protect the gods. There seems to be nothing wrong with saying this. When others don't have it, you have it, and everyone will definitely stare at you. However, Bai Jian, if it is true as they say that the resources in the god realm are fixed, then why not develop it quickly and revitalize the planet? At that time, trees can be planted by themselves, food can be planted by themselves, and water resources can be recycled. To put it bluntly, even if there is no god realm now, will the people of Apocalypse starve to death? It may be unaccustomed, but there is definitely a lot of edible food on the planet. They will definitely not starve to death, and most life will be less comfortable. But what if it is planet 2538? If one day, the fixed resources in the god realm are consumed and no longer produced, how will the people there survive? Will they rely on eating soil? Even their houses are produced in the game. What will they do then? If they are really worried that the things in the god realm will be consumed, then they should promote the self-sufficiency of some large planets, like Apocalypse, and encourage and support the efforts of the planets behind to build. Instead of turning a good planet into another 2,538 planet full of dirt, everyone will just sit there and wait for death. After all, if the resources of the god realm are really exhausted, no matter how much they save, there will always be a day when future generations will use them up. So, it is better to develop the planet, isn't it? Are all the people who follow the will of heaven fools? So it is a group of lunatics leading a group of fools. Suddenly someone said this. The people below can't see the situation clearly, and they are brainwashed into thinking that they are doing good things. Even if they are not doing good things, it is the fault of the present generation and the benefit of the future generations. He can even proudly say that he is following the will of heaven. But the leader of Shutian organization is different. He is just doing it for his own purpose. It's just that Bai Jian can't figure out what purpose can be achieved by engaging with major families and outstanding students. It can't be that the leader of this organization is so stupid that he can figure out the problem, but he can't figure it out, right? It shouldn't be. Even if he himself doesn't understand, can't he listen? Do you really develop planets just for the sake of living and looking good, and to say that you are stronger and more impressive than you? Ordinary people may not think so much, but the leaders at the top can't be so short-sighted. The restaurants on Tianqi Star are now so expensive under the name of self-sufficiency that everyone is willing to spend a lot of money to go there. It may be that they rely on the mentality that expensive means good, which makes people more yearning and then slowly break away from their dependence on the god realm. As far as Baijian knows, many people think that going to restaurants is not cost-effective and have to cook by themselves. Of course, this is just Baijian's guess, and it is still unknown whether it is true or not. And Chu Yuan's reply came at this time. Just one word, very concise. Baijian looked at it and turned to find Tan Hua. Brother Tan, are you busy now? Busy as hell. Tan Hua replied with 3 words first, and after a while, he seemed to have some time and said, just caught up with those people who were in contact. What's wrong? Do you have something to do? I went to rescue you when you were caught before, and we were still trying to find a way, but you chose to run away. Awesome, junior brother. He stuffed a lot of words in his head, and there was no sound again, and it took a long time before he came back. Baijian, so you guys went to save me, brother Tan, thank you. We didn't do anything, you're the best, I've heard about it, wait a minute. Then he disappeared for a while, and came back to continue talking about Baijian's outstanding performance this time. Baijian, brother Tan, are you busy first? We're done. Tan Hua said, we have more people, a huge advantage, and a fast speed, but it's a pity that not all of them stayed. Some of them still ran away. The people on the main star are getting worse and worse. If they hadn't made a mistake, maybe they would have stayed. After complaining, Tan Hua continued to praise Baijian. Chu Yuan was sitting not far from him, and the two of them were in a flying vehicle, and now they entered one of the spaceships together. As they walked out, he chatted with Baijian. Then I heard Chu Yuan next to me say, I advise you to stop talking. Tan Hua ignored him, thinking, what do you know? Now my junior is in the limelight, and I don't know how many people are watching him. He has to quickly build relationships and pull him into the team. He has good vision. By the way, he asked Baijian, they say you open the control ring yourself. Are they stupid enough not to lock it tightly? No, Baijian said. I just suddenly had some experience and used it. Tan Hua didn't understand it yet, and asked curiously, what? Baijian, elegant way to fight monsters. Brother Chu is a serious and self-disciplined person. Maybe because of this, he stands straight and steady, and can exert stronger strength. But I'm different. I'm lazy by nature. I'd rather lie down than sit, so I can perform well even when I'm sitting. And I was too strong at the time and showed those people some color, so I performed beyond my normal level. Tan Hua, Tan Hua, Tan Hua, Tan Hua was silent for a long time before he calmed down. So you've mastered it? Baijian, well, I'm not very proficient yet, but the general direction should be right. Tan Hua was crazy. He was close to Chu Yuan and followed him every day, but he didn't learn a thing in all these years. It wasn't long before Baijian suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Yuan. You really didn't give him any special treatment? This time it was Chu Yuan's turn to ignore him. I told you not to talk anymore. See, you're stimulated. Baijian didn't hide anything and explained his understanding to Tan Hua. The two had discussed this before, but it was just two people who didn't know how to do it and were exchanging incoherent experiences. This time was different. Baijian succeeded after all, and he had one more case. He described the situation in detail. Of course, he skipped the time travel and the kidnapping when he was a child. He mainly emphasized the mood at that time. Tan Hua read it very carefully, and after reading it, he turned to Chu Yuan beside him and said, look, you are not as good as the junior brother in summarizing. What you said is different for everyone, and you have to figure it out yourself. It's not clear what he figured out. Chu Yuan, I can't say that. Tan Hua didn't hear this at all. He was muttering, who do you think I should find to kidnap me now? Chu Yuan couldn't help but say, everyone's situation is different. What suits him may not suit you. I know. This junior brother also said that he reacts more to being tied up than the average person, and others may not be able to do it. But how do you know that I don't react much if you don't try it? Tan Hua even asked, is it because I have lived too smoothly since I was a child, and have never been tied up, so I haven't practiced it yet? Damn Shantian organization, why can't they tie me up for so many bad things? Chu Yuan, Because Baijian was not in the same place, he didn't know his magical imagination. Otherwise, I have to say, brother, didn't I say that I should find the most persistent or the thing that I care about the most in my heart? You haven't been tied up. What's the use of thinking about this? But maybe in Tan Hua's eyes, Baijian had never been kidnapped before. So this misunderstanding occurred. Fortunately, he just thought about it, and didn't plan to find someone to tie him up. Chu Yuan also said, that may be a shortcut, but you can figure it out even without it. Baijian had no idea about the follow-up of this. He was thinking about what Tan Hua had mentioned earlier. They also went to help save people. So, when the surveillance screen was blocked and replaced, Chu Yuan was actually nearby. Bai Jian switched back to Chu Yuan's chat box. Thanks for your help, Brother Chu. Chu Yuan, no need. It seems that it was him. Bai Jian lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and his mind was thinking about the previous test of the other party. That day, he had just finished his homework, and was just relaxed. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chu Yuan just coming out. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Chu Yuan, I live in this room. Bai Jian nodded. The matter should have ended here, and the two should have gone their separate ways. But Bai Jian looked at Chu Yuan walking in front, and he still had the feeling he had when they met here that day. He seemed to be injured. So he tried to test it. Chapter 80. How to test whether a person is injured. If it were in Bai Jian's previous world, it might be a different approach. But the current situation in the StarCraft, and the fact that he was healing, gave him a simpler and more convenient action. That is, throw a whole healing skill over the jumping light. Just look at the effect of this skill on the opponent. If the person's blood is not full, it will restore the opponent's blood, and the effect will naturally be integrated into the opponent's body. But if the blood is full, there will be unnecessary phenomena. The light spot falls on it, like a drop of water, and the bottom is not a sponge that absorbs water, but a flat glass surface. It will splash, and the effect is quite obvious. But Chu Yuan is not an ordinary person after all. Although he walked in front, he was keenly aware of something, and he dodged by turning sideways. Brother Chu, you are too careful, I won't hit you. While Bai Jian was speaking, the sky of light fell, which was the initial skill. Holy light shines everywhere. However, at the moment when the light fell, Chu Yuan took a step forward and interrupted his skill directly. Instant skills can be interrupted. Bai Jian thought that it was unfair. This guy's control skills were simply too strong. However, he was also aroused by his competitive spirit. If it was someone else who obviously didn't want to be investigated, he might stop, but Chu Yuan was different. If this guy is really the artificial intelligence, he must defend his rights. What's wrong with this skill in your game? What does the current one have to do with his previous thoughts? Although he never said it, Bai Jian was obviously still concerned about this matter. Bai Jian couldn't figure out why he didn't take drugs even though he was injured. But now, we still have to make sure that the person is indeed injured. Since the group bonus was interrupted, let's continue the jumping light. Just now, in order to stop the holy light from shining, Chu Yuan got closer to the distance that was not far. But he was strong enough and still dodged it. Bai Jian didn't give up. He increased his speed and even wanted to find countless people at once. Then he sent out 5 at the same time and attacked from different directions. The result was obvious, and he was directly disabled by this attack. At that time, it was not a problem of weak legs, and he simply slid to the ground. It was Chu Yuan who held him and dragged him back to the room. Halfway through, Bai Jian asked weakly, Brother Chu, please hold him for a while. What does it look like to drag him? Chu Yuan glanced at him, but didn't say anything about it. He just picked him up neatly. Princess hug. Bai Jian, something seems to be wrong, or should we just drag it out? This time, Chu Yuan ignored him. The person had already reached the door of the room. He opened the door, walked in, and put the person on the bed neatly. Bai Jian, you can't even move your fingers. That doesn't stop you from using your skills. Chu Yuan said. Bai Jian, you sound a bit weird, Brother Chu, and I'm right, you're really injured. Why don't you recover your health? Chu Yuan didn't reply for a while, and after a while, he said, if your holy light just now fell, you might become a fool on the spot. Bai Jian thought to himself, you are so special, treatment can't recover your health. But that's not right. If that's the case, you should have been discovered long ago. And the jumping light he used later still hit one person. That's why he confirmed that Chu Yuan was really injured. What's the reason? What's the difference between holy light and jumping light? One is a single plus, and the other is a group plus. But this can't be a special point when the target is only one person. And the healing amount. Yes, the healing amount. Although the healing amount of jumping light is not completely fixed, when it is thrown out, if you have 100 points less blood or 200 points less, that skill will add that much. Holy light is different. It is calculated by percentage. Brother Chu, can I ask how much blood you lost? 30%. After Chu Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Bai Jian. But my blood volume is relatively high, you can't add it. According to this meaning, if the number of people in the range is as large as one word, for example, 100 people, I can't add it, and then become a fool. Bai Jian didn't ask how much blood volume there was, he just quickly realized another problem. He had always thought that skills were released, no matter how many people were added, but now it seemed that. No. Chu Yuan said, this won't happen. Bai Jian looked over. So was Chu Yuan special, or was his 30% blood requirement too much, draining all his energy? In theory, games shouldn't have such settings, but the God Realm is different from ordinary games, and now it's in reality, many things have changed. He still hasn't fully understood, or figured out the logic behind the game's skills. I always feel like I'm living in a huge makeshift team. Brother Chu, what exactly is a game? Or should I ask why skills can be used outside the game? Chu Yuan's answer was to throw him a bowl of soup. Let's drink some first. Bai Jian glanced at the soup on the bedside table. It's too difficult to suck water, I don't know how to do it. Maybe it was because he was lying there, and couldn't drink it by himself. Chu took the spoon condescendingly, sat next to him, and started to feed him. Bai Jian looked at him persistently. Chu Yuan had already seen his persistence. He wanted to go back at the beginning, and he would not receive the memory unless the message records and computer data were deleted. The key is that this person is smart, and has his own ideas. Many people will follow others when they are strong. Bai Jian is not like that at all. He can even test without knowing anything. Chu Yuan has no doubt that he easily agreed to delete the records at the beginning. Even if this person didn't know everything, he knew some of his bottom line and attitude. This is considered to be a sure thing. He sighed, do you think skills are given by the game? Bai Jian drank the soup with a relaxed mouth. While drinking, he pondered, it seemed so, and everyone said so. But, it's a bit inconsistent with the logic I have always known, so it's not. Generally speaking, asking this question itself means that the answer is no. Sure enough, Chu Yuan nodded. Human evolution. He summarized it in 4 words. It's just that not everyone can reach this level, most of them are ordinary people. Being modest, Bai Jian thought, ordinary people here don't feel any pain when they are stabbed, and a big red pill can solve it. Even without mentioning the big red medicine, the physical fitness is also excellent. In this life, a person has no diseases, not even a cold, who can't say it's good. He used to dream of evolving to this. But now we are talking about skills, so skills are not given by the game, and have nothing to do with the so-called luck. Yes, otherwise why would the awakening probability be higher with higher attribute points? They can awaken naturally. Chu Yuan nodded, the game is only responsible for recording and guiding, making it easier for people to awaken. But if someone is really talented, they can awaken successfully even without entering the game. It's just that with the help of the game, it will be easier, and the chance of failure is smaller. No wonder, everyone's skills are actually somewhat similar to their personality. For example, people with hot tempers rarely awaken treatment. And most of the treatments are like Emu, who is not interested in hands-on things. What about me? Bai Jian asked. What do you mean because he was playing the game before he came here, and his profession happened to be the goddess of light, so he awakened the healing. Chu Yuan had just finished feeding a bowl of soup, put away the bowl and spoon, and looked up with some doubt. What's wrong with you? Isn't the healing skill quite easy to use? Bai Jian twitched his mouth, pretending to be stupid, right? However, this person pretending to be stupid stood up. I have something else to do. I will bring you food in a few hours. Then he left. Of course, we met again later. Bai Jian was fed more than one meal. But the two of them didn't discuss this issue. Just as Chu Yuan thought, Bai Jian still had some idea of the other party's bottom line. It can be sensed that this person will be open to certain topics, and will not talk about certain aspects, at least not for the time being. Because of this tacit understanding, the two of them got along well for the next 2 days. On the 3rd day, Chu Yuan did not come, and Bai Jian was able to move, without anyone feeding him. On the morning of the 4th day, the competition began. Behind him was the chaos of the Shantian organization, and Bai Jian released his skills while being locked by the control ring. Although he said it was another matter when it was mentioned before, in fact, the essence is still somewhat similar. If it were not for this premise, Bai Jian might not be able to be sure to hit too many control rings. Of course, he was not wrong. The skill that made him lie down for 3 days was indeed more similar to Feng Gongjia's skill. It's just that the opponent stacked all the skills together, while the one he accidentally released when dealing with Chu Yuan was divided into 5 places. He thought he was the first person in the world to figure out this trick. As a result, Feng Gongjia also knew it, and he looked quite skilled. Although Chu Yuan did not mention what the prompts were when he awakened, he answered another question. If the skills are not purely based on the game, but on oneself, then the equipment is actually just auxiliary, and the attribute points are just a clear mark. Just like the holy light, the light is summoned by him, and it consumes his energy. 50 mana points is actually the basis. If too much mana needs to be added, the mana consumption will still increase, and then the mana will be drained, and even the temporary energy on his body will be drained to replace it, until he is unable to move and becomes a fool. The reason why Chu Yuan said that this problem would not occur is because other people's health has not reached this level. Even if it's full of people, it's fine. So how much of your 30% is enough to make people become fools? In other words, with so much blood, it will take a long time for Tan Hua to beat it. So how did you lose blood? But since he thought of what happened that day, he shared it with Tan Hua. But just like the previous time travel, he didn't say anything about Chu Yuan's abnormality. Changed it to just wanting to add blood to Brother Chu, but he didn't let him. I hope it will help Tan Hua understand. Regardless of whether it was helpful or not, Tan Hua first looked at Chu Yuan. You really gave him some special training. Chu Yuan. He figured it out on his own. Great old Chu. Tan Hua ignored his words and continued. You know how to pick up good talent from our team. Not bad, not bad, well done. Chu Yuan, As for Bai Jian, it was not the first time after all, and he did not have 5 moves at once, so he recovered completely after a nap. The first thing he did after he recovered was to go straight into the God Realm. He felt that his spell strength and mana must have increased, and they increased at the beginning. But he could not enter the God Realm to confirm it while lying in bed, and he did not have time later. Until now, he finally entered the God Realm with full energy. As soon as he entered, he saw a prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully awakening the talent, and gaining attribute points, mana, and spell strength increased by 200. Baijian, ? What does it mean to successfully awaken a talent? He was so genuinely confused that he just asked this question. The players were half awakened before, and now they are fully awakened. Baijian was stunned. Damn, they changed people. No, they changed artificial intelligence, and Chu Yuan went up in person. You know, the original one would never reply to him. Baijian quickly asked, then others are also half awakened? No, Chu Yuan said, you are special. After this sentence, the person Baijian asked was no longer Chu Yuan. The word special is usually used to describe things. The familiar electronic male voice read the explanation searched on the light brain, and Baijian twitched his mouth speechlessly. Good boy, shut up. He stared at the sentence, you are special. This special means that he is a crossover. It can't be that his soul is not well adapted to this place, and it is not until now that it is truly integrated and fully awakened. So, after he awakened, he only added 100 points of spell strength and mana, which seems to be a bit problematic. Indeed, it seems that the increase is not small, but there is another problem. That is, apart from the bonus of special talents, in fact, each healer will not only have 10 points when awakening, but there will be a certain degree of increase. So, haha, it turns out that only the skills were awakened at the beginning, and the spell strength and mana value have not been accounted for. Although Baijian felt that these two must have increased, it was not until he actually saw the data that he knew that they had increased so much. It can be said to have doubled directly. Before, I only noticed it when I used it. After all, the damage was higher, and the mana was more durable. Although the points have not changed. After all this time, this game is just a data update site. You have to log in to refresh it. However, the equipment attributes are refreshed from time to time, otherwise this should have been discovered long ago. So those people in the game are so lucky to get attribute points, which is actually because their own abilities have improved, so they updated it for you. But there must be a reason for the increase in attribute points, so open the box to get it. It is probably still a condition that it must be opened, or it must be exploded when killing monsters. While watching, Baijian cleared a small monster next to him. As a result, a beam of light jumped from the small monster to him. Baijian, ? He suddenly thought of something, and opened the attribute panel directly. Sure enough, it has changed. Health 300. Mana 310. Strength 140. Spell strength 310. Defense 80. Mana and spell strength are correct. After all, 200 points were just given, which is said to be the amount of complete awakening. But I saw that the strength and defense were increased by 10 points each, and the health was increased by 100 points. Good guy, is this the so-called must-have when killing monsters? Baijian twitched his mouth. But no matter what, the increase in attributes is always a good thing. He looked at the increased health value, thinking that it couldn't be that he had done these 2 times to kill himself, and that what he couldn't kill me would always make me stronger, but Chu Yuan obviously wouldn't answer his question. This person still refuses to admit that he is the artificial intelligence. Although both parties already know it. How can a normal person's health be so outrageous? This is actually no different from admitting it, Bai Jian thought speechlessly. It's impossible that you are not an artificial intelligence, but some kind of magical species. He was already famous in school, and now he is even more famous, so the fact that he went online was quickly discovered. Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhao's communication arrived. Bai Jian had to go offline to answer the communication. You are so good, it's only been one night, and you can't sit still again, right? You look fine, so you are fine? Bai Jian answered both of them at the same time and replied at the same time, I am fine. If you say you will be fine after a good sleep, then you will definitely be fine. Seeing his appearance, the two teachers were relieved. Teacher Wang still has things to do. After all, the incident caused by Shatian organization this time is too big, and it will be troublesome to deal with it later. Zhao Lucier gave him a few more homework without thinking. Anyway, you must not be idle. If you are idle and make trouble, you should do your homework immediately. In addition, I have sent you the videos of the courses you missed here, remember to watch them yourself. Bai Jian, oh. When Teacher Wang heard this, he suddenly remembered something, don't practice that skill by yourself, I come over and watch you practice, don't make yourself sick again. Obviously, the two were still scared of the fact that he had to lie in bed for 3 days. Am I such a rude person? Bai Jian said speechlessly. The two teachers kindly didn't respond, but their eyes were very clear. You are obviously. Bai Jian, He didn't think of that at the time, if he had known earlier. It would be worth lying for 3 days. If I told Tan Hua that he could practice it by lying for 3 days, I guess this guy would think that 3 days is nothing, I can lie for 30 days, it's just a matter of time. But Teacher Wang obviously didn't think so. Anyway, don't mess around, I be done soon. Teacher Zhao, watch the course and do homework when you are free.